Hull, located in East Yorkshire, England, is home to the University of Hull, which caters to approximately 14,000 students. Among them was 21-year-old Liberty Squire, known as Libby. In her second year, Libby had flourished at university. She excelled academically, enjoyed the social opportunities university life offered, and had built a strong circle of friends. Those who knew her described her as incredibly fun, talented, witty, and someone who always made an effort to include everyone. She was a devoted older sister to her brother and two sisters and had a close relationship with her parents, Lisa and Russell. Libby had always been highly intelligent and worked hard to achieve good grades, though her family said she often set impossibly high standards for herself. Her mental health began to deteriorate as she struggled with an eating disorder, self-harm, and declining academic performance. Despite these challenges, she continued to push forward, earning her A-levels and feeling immense pride when she was accepted into university to study philosophy. Lisa expressed concern about her daughter being so far from home, fearing it might negatively affect her mental health again. However, Libby was determined it was the right decision and was eager for a fresh start. She took a gap year, traveling to Paris, and by the time she returned, she was more than ready to embrace the next stage of her life. She was in a strong relationship with her boyfriend of 3 years, Connor, with him saying she was the most interesting person he'd ever met, caring and empathetic. "I know it's easy to say at my age, but I knew she was the person for me," he recalled. Libby was always busy and had lots of plans already made for when she graduated. She wanted to go traveling with her housemates and hopefully move into journalism. University had brought out another side in her, and Connor said she was more confident and happy than ever. On January 31st, 2019 at 8:30 p.m., Libby left her students' accommodation on Wellesley Avenue, and she and some friends walked to another student house. Most students nearby were going out, and the plan was that Libby and her group of friends would have some drinks, play some games, catch up, and then head out to a popular nearby club called the Welly. At around 10 p.m., she sent Connor a text message to say goodnight as she was leaving her phone at home. And at 11:20, the group arrived at the nightclub, picked up by CCTV as they walked in. Libby was refused entry. She was clearly intoxicated and struggling to walk or stand, and the security team turned her away, saying she'd already had too much to drink. They regrouped, and 10 minutes later her friends put her into a taxi, gave the driver some money, and told him to take her back home. They watched as the taxi drove off and carried on with their night. Just before 3 a.m., the group, who were now starting to arrive home and wind down, sent a text message to a housemate of Libby's that had stayed at home to see how she was. To their alarm, they said Libby hadn't come home, and they hadn't seen or heard from her. They assumed that she was still out at the club. Everybody started calling around other people's homes, wondering if she'd gone there. Not one person had seen her, and as her phone was still at home, they couldn't get hold of her that way either. They also found her house keys in the garden too. Not only was Libby very intoxicated, it was bitterly cold outside and snow was covering parts of the road. They knew this wasn't safe if she was still out there, and they called the police right away. The police were definitely concerned, and the investigation moved quickly. Was it possible that she was struggling with her mental health again, and this had caused her to run away? They wondered. Her friends and family said they had to consider every possibility, but this one was highly unlikely. She had been in the best of spirits, loved her housemates, and had just received great marks and feedback from her Christmas assignments. Within just a few hours, the media was running with the story, and Libby was at the forefront of everybody's minds. The police were able to track down the taxi driver. He said he had dropped her at Wellesley Avenue, and when he glanced back, he saw her walking towards her front door. For whatever reason, Libby hadn't gone inside. Fortunately, the streets were covered by CCTV, and knowing the time she was placed in the taxi, it wasn't hard to find her and track where she had walked after getting out of the cab. Cameras show Libby walking on the roads nearby at 11:37 p.m. At 11:40 p.m., two passersby stopped to try and help her when they found her lying in the snow. They said Libby was crying and agitated, but didn't want any help and was snappy and incoherent. They felt there was nothing they could do. A group of students then saw her outside their house and invited her in to check that she was okay, but she carried on walking, seemingly aimlessly. And authorities said given how cold it was that early morning, she could well have been suffering from the early side effects of hypothermia. It wasn't looking good. However, police said they were still treating it as a missing persons inquiry, although reporters said behind the scenes, the detectives were actually looking at it as an abduction. Libby's parents began making appeals. "Libby, my darling pie, we just want to know that you're safe. Please get in touch with us any way you can. The whole family is missing you, especially me and your dad, sisters, and your brother. I miss you so much. It's breaking my heart not knowing where you are. Please come forward with any information you may have. No matter how small or irrelevant it may be, we just want Libby home." The search parties were huge, and Libby's name was all over social media and the news. The university started collaborating with the police to arrange times and places to go out searching. Police asked residents to check their gardens, sheds, and outbuildings to see if she may have taken shelter there. Door-to-door inquiries were being carried out, and bins and drains were being searched. Clothing that matched what she was wearing that night started circulating, and they asked people spotted on the CCTV around the same time and area to please come forward. It was now national news and the biggest investigation in homicide police's history. Her phone was looked at, but there was no evidence on this either to indicate that she had met up with anybody. Absolutely nothing was turning up, and it really was down to the cameras to carry on piecing the jigsaw together. Finally, police would receive their first big tip. A resident that lived near Oaks Road playing fields said he heard a woman screaming at around 1:15 midnight, and the noise was heard coming from around the wooded area. It was so loud, it woke him up, and he knew the time was exact because he had checked his phone. He looked out of his window to see a man hurrying towards a car. Using this time frame, police went back and searched through the cameras again and started working in reverse order. If what the neighbor heard was indeed Libby, it meant there was around a 30 to 40-minute window between when she was first seen walking around the streets to that specific point in time. It had definitely narrowed a lot down. Finally, they saw something on the footage. They noticed a silver Vauxhall Astra had been circulating the area for hours before Libby was last seen. It was just driving round and round for seemingly no reason. Just before midnight, this very car was seen pulling in at the end of the road, close to where Libby was walking. A person stepped out and crossed the road quickly to follow her. Libby appeared to be stood still near the bus stop, but she was actually walking back in the direction of her house. The person then crossed back over and started walking along the other side of the road. It appeared that whoever it was had crossed the road to see who, if anyone, Libby was with and gauge what the situation was. They stopped for a minute before crossing back over the road and talking to Libby. 5 minutes then passed when the pair were walking together, but in the opposite direction Libby had been heading in. Libby was on the pavement and the driver was sat in the car. Authorities saw a few more headlights come and go, and believed whoever the driver was waiting for the coast to be clear before continuing on. At 12 o'clock and 8 seconds a.m., Libby got inside whoever's vehicle it was, and the car drove off. Her watch was later found in that exact area. Something had caused it to come off, and police theorized that there was likely a point where either the driver physically tried to coax her in or grabbed her arm to pull her in. It was such a vital piece of footage, one that if the car had been parked even a foot further away, would probably have been useless. They now had a description of the car and, going off of what the residents had said, a time frame and a potential location for where the car had ended up with Libby. Sure enough, the car was tracked as it pulled into Oak Road's playing fields. 10 minutes then passed, and this was around the time the resident heard the screams. The car lights then came on and the car exited the fields and headed back out onto the streets. 2 women then also came forward with a separate complaint, but one that would ultimately be a huge lead as well. They reported that at around 3 a.m., a man had stepped out in front of them on the street and started masturbating. They were horrified, but he didn't seem bothered at all, relishing in just how uncomfortable they were. Using this time, location, and description, they found the man in question. Everything matched up, and it was the same man in the same car. They now had a clear image of their person of interest. Following his movements in the hours before and days afterwards, they got a hit on the car's number plate. On February 6th, the police announced that they had made an arrest in connection with Libby's disappearance. The person they had arrested would turn out to be 24-year-old Powell Reloix, a married father of 2 who worked as a butcher. Cavell had moved to the UK from Poland as a teenager and went to a catering college near Hull. And as well as being arrested on suspicion of the abduction of Libby, he was also arrested for sexual offenses. They finally had their person of interest in custody. Neighbors said all they saw was a hard-working man, someone who enjoyed the gym, baking, and long walks with his young family. He was always friendly, polite, and smiley. There was nothing untoward at all. But little did anyone know, Pavel would soon rack up a string of crimes, and police had actually just caught a very dangerous individual. Pavel lived very close to where Libby was last seen and the fields from where the screams had come from. After taking his prints in a DNA sample, it turned out he was linked to several other crimes going back almost 2 years. For a long time, Pavel had been breaking into people's homes, peering through windows, watching couples have sex, and following women on the streets, often exposing himself to them. Sometimes he would break into houses, steal underwear, and leave used condoms around. One woman woke up one night to find Powell staring at her through the glass of her bedroom door. She texted her housemates who chased him out and tried to get a photo, but it just wasn't clear enough. Another time he did this, it was actually on the same street that Libby lived on. Although fingerprints were often lifted and DNA was taken from the houses, Pavel had no criminal record, and a match to him was never made. But now there was, and a lot of matches to say the least. According to sources, it was fairly obvious that Powell was a sexual deviant from an early age, and by his own admission, he was unable to control his urges and had an addiction to hardcore and violent pornography. He would often tell his wife he was going for an evening run, but instead he would prowl the streets looking for open windows to look in or climb through, or women walking alone so he could follow them and expose himself. It had now been 7 days since Libby had gone missing, and the police were conducting a thorough review of their person of interest's house and vehicle. Whilst his house turned up nothing, inside his vehicle was a different story. There was dirty underwear, sex toys, used condoms, photographs of women clearly taken without their permission, and various items that he had stolen from houses. When he was asked about Libby, he denied having ever seen her in his life. But when the CCTV was put to him, he changed his story, saying he had picked her up that night to help her, calling himself a good Samaritan, and offered to take her home. He said he drove her to Oak Fields and then drove off. He then went back to his house where he had a bath and watched pornography on his phone. It wasn't quite an admission, but it was enough to at least place him at the scene. And given what the residents had said about the screams, they knew there was far more to this story. Detectives said they felt this was probably no longer a missing persons case and that Libby had been met with harm. They had enough to formally charge Pavel with 13 sexual offenses from various points in time, but they were told there still wasn't enough to link him directly to Libby. 7 weeks after Libby had gone missing, the case would take a huge shift. A fisherman in the Humber estuary found a badly decomposing body floating in the water. Around the neck was a little necklace with the letter L on it. Testing confirmed that Libby had been raped before being killed. Her body was so severely decomposed that it was not possible to determine a cause of death, and it was unconfirmed whether she was already dead when she went into the water or not. The pathologist said she could have died from asphyxiation or drowning, but could not be certain. But police felt confident that her body had been pushed into the river hole behind the fields, and she had floated out into the River Humber. Everyone was devastated, and Lisa was even more upset when she found out where her daughter's body had been found. Libby had a huge fear of water and wasn't a strong swimmer. Wondering whether she was alive or not when she went into the river only added to the heartbreak, Lisa said. As word started to spread that this was now a murder inquiry, Lisa posted to Facebook and said, "I cannot thank you enough, my darling pie, for making me a mummy, for choosing me to be your mummy. I kept you safe for as long as I could. And I am so sorry I could not keep you safe on that night. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." It was now August 2019, 7 long months since Libby had first gone missing. Powell was now due in court to face the other charges which he was pleading not guilty to. However, he changed his plea last minute and entered a plea of guilty to 9 counts in total, 4 counts of voyeurism, 2 counts of outraging public decency, and 3 counts of burglary between 20,172,019. He was sentenced to 8.5 years, but this was reduced to just under 6 after a successful appeal. Authorities were thankful he was now locked up, and they continued their investigations into him without fear of him fleeing the country. All they could do was continue to build their case against Powell, looking through quite literally thousands of hours of footage to further solidify his movements on the night that Libby had got into his car. More footage showed him driving back out to the same location at about 2:30 in the morning, just 2 hours after he was initially there with her. He stayed for a few minutes before heading back into town, which is when he exposed himself to the women on the street. This was the final piece they needed. Powell would have no reason to go back there unless he was concealing things and covering up evidence. More tests also came back after months of waiting. These showed that Powell's DNA was on and inside Libby's body. Powell then changed his story. He said that Libby had essentially thrown herself at him and the pair had had consensual sex in the fields before he left her there. But it was clear that this was not the truth, and detectives now had enough to again put forward their case, hoping to be allowed to file charges for rape and murder. While they waited, in October 2019, almost 300 people gathered for Libby's funeral. Just 2 weeks after this, the police made the announcement that they had been hoping to make for so long, and one the public had been waiting for. After consulting with prosecutors, Powell Reloix was charged with the rape and murder of Libby Squire. As he was read the charges in the police car via a translator, he started to laugh, appearing completely unfazed. His own mother said, "I know in my heart that Pavel did not do anything to this girl. He is a good boy who respects women." She added, however, that her heart was breaking for the Squire family, and said that if it turned out her son had done something, he should be punished to the fullest extent. Pavel pleaded not guilty, maintaining his story of it being a casual, consensual hookup. And the trial, after many delays due to the pandemic, finally began in January of 2021. The prosecution put forward a damning case. Pavel was a highly dangerous predator whose crimes had escalated to such a degree that he was willing to do anything to fulfill his sexual perversions. He saw women as objects and got a thrill out of frightening them. From the second he saw Libby that night, alone, cold, upset, and vulnerable, she was his target, and he knew instantly what he was going to do the second she got into his car. They said if it wasn't Libby, it would have been someone else, sober or intoxicated. On that day or another, he was intent on raping and most likely killing someone, and it just so happened to be Libby on that fateful night. But the defense were focused on the less than 10-minute window he would have had to commit the crime. If his car pulled into the fields at 12:11 and the screams were heard at 12:14, and then he was back out and driving by 20 past 12, it left a less than 10-minute window for all of this to happen in. But the prosecution said it was absolutely possible, given the fact that Libby was probably unable to fight back, unsteady on her feet, and Pavel was incredibly fit and determined in that moment to do what he ultimately did. Prosecutors also said they didn't have to prove that he had done absolutely in that small window either. The DNA evidence and the CCTV spoke for itself. Given the fact he returned to the scene 2 hours later anyway, this was the time he could have easily cleaned up the evidence and moved Libby's body. Prosecutors said that it was clear he was always looking for more, to push things further, and when breaking into homes and watching women was no longer fulfilling, it would only be a matter of time before he took it further still to satisfy his urges. And the reason he was getting more brazen with his crimes was because he could. He was getting away with it time and time again. After a difficult trial lasting 2 weeks, the jury began to deliberate. He was found guilty by an 11-1 majority. He was later jailed for life with a minimum term of 27 years. Upon sentencing him, the judge said that Libby did not stand a chance that night and said that Pavel may never be released. And if he is, he will be monitored for the rest of his days. He called the whole case unimaginatively harrowing. If he is successful in his parole applications, he will be in his early 50s. After his conviction, his wife separated from him and moved back to Poland. She maintains to this day that their relationship was nothing but good, and she was horrified when everything came out, as it was not the man she knew. Lisa remains committed to campaigning to change the laws around non-contact sex offenses, asking for harsher sentences. Police joined forces with the Squire family with a campaign that urged people to report what is considered low-level sex offenses. Lisa even had a meeting with the then Prime Minister Boris Johnson, where she argued that whole life tariffs should be automatic for anyone convicted of murder. She said that Boris Johnson told her, "There aren't the prison spaces." Lisa responded, "Well then build more prisons, it's as simple as that. Anyone who goes out and takes a life should be given a whole life tariff." End of. In 27 years, Libby doesn't come back. I don't get my daughter back. My children don't get to have their sister back. We have a whole life sentence to live. In 2022, Lisa said she wanted to meet with Pavel in prison to talk about what had happened that night. Pavel agreed. "A lot of people don't understand this. I don't hate him. I'm not angry with him. I just want information from him. I don't wish to forgive him. I don't wish to understand why he did what he did." For me, it's very much about finding out how she was in those last 20 minutes of her life. It's actually quite a brave thing for him to do. To agree to see me in the first place is a big thing, and I am grateful. Nothing he can tell me can be worse than what goes on in my imagination, Lisa said. But in February 2023, Powell retracted the agreement, saying he felt that he had been portrayed as a bad person in the media because of the Squire family, and as a result, he no longer wanted to talk to Lisa. For Lisa, who quite frankly had shown nothing but grace towards him, it was a huge blow, and clearly his way of keeping some element of control until the end. Libby's family have continued to show an unwavering level of decorum and strength, channeling all their energy and efforts into hopefully making changes to the laws and keep Libby's memory alive. Lisa said, "Every morning in that lull between sleep and waking up, I still think life is normal. Then I wake up and remember Libby is gone. Sometimes the grief takes me by surprise, looking at pictures of Libby that I've looked at 1,000,000 times in tears thinking, why has someone taken this lovely human being?" Lisa Marie Ziegert was born in March 1968 and spent the majority of her life in Agawam, Massachusetts. She was one of 4 children in a tight-knit family. Lisa had a deep passion for music and played several instruments, including the flute and saxophone, in the Agawam High School band. She was also a drum major in the band for 2 years. Throughout her high school years, she was actively involved in various extracurricular activities, including being a member of the National Honor Society and the American Field Service, as well as contributing to both the school newspaper and the literary magazine. After graduating from Agawam High in 1986, she attended Westfield State College, where she graduated cum laude with a degree in elementary education in 1990. Lisa's dream was to become a teacher, and her love for children led her to work at a summer camp for several years and teach Sunday school at her parish. She was beloved by children, who appreciated her ability to embrace the silly, joyful side of life, even as an adult. Although Lisa did not secure a teaching position immediately after college, she was hired as a teacher's aide at Agawam Middle School, where she primarily worked with students in the special education program. Music remained a significant part of her life. If a favorite song played on the radio while she was driving, she would often pull into a parking lot, crank up the volume, and step out of the car to dance. Lisa also enjoyed drawing and frequently gave her artwork as gifts to friends and family. As a young adult, Lisa remained close to her family and had a tight-knit group of friends, many of whom were also close to the Sievert family. Lisa's boyfriend, Blair, co-owned a house with one of the friends he had in common with Lisa, and they had several other members of their friend group as roommates, including Lisa's sister, Lynn. In addition to working at the middle school during the day, 24-year-old Lisa also worked in the evenings as a clerk at Brittany's card and gift shop where she had been employed since 1989. When one of Lisa's co-workers, named Sophia, arrived at the card shop on the morning of April 16, 1992, she was surprised to see Lisa's car still in the parking lot, as Lisa should have been at her job at the middle school at that time. When she went to the front door, she found it unlocked. The lights were still on and the music was still playing when she went inside. Lisa would normally turn both of them off before leaving for the night and never forgot to lock up at the end of her shift. Sophia did not immediately panic, thinking perhaps Lisa had forgotten something at the store the night before and had returned on a break between classes, maybe turning on all of the lights and the music to help her open the store while she was there. Sophia called out Lisa's name but got no answer. She walked up down the aisles looking for Lisa but did not find her. She did find Lisa's purse behind the counter near the cash register. At this point, Sophia knew that something was wrong, and her fears only increased when she found a back room in disarray. She ran out of the store and to another business across the street to call the police. Lisa had not reported to work at Agawam Middle School on 16th, which was unusual enough that the school called her mother, inquiring about her. Lisa's mother, Dee, did not immediately panic, assuming there was an innocent explanation for Lisa not going to work, like her oversleeping, which was unusual but not impossible. Word of the scene at the card store and Lisa's disappearance got around the small community quickly, however, reaching Lisa's sister, Lynn, shortly after Sophia called the police. Lynn went to her mother's job to tell her that Lisa was missing, and at that point Dee realized that something truly was wrong. At the card store, police found a dent in the door that looked like a heel mark and boxes in the back that were crushed, as though someone had been on top of them. There was also a small amount of blood splatter on several boxes. It appeared that Lisa had somehow been lured to the back of the store, where there had been a struggle. Police theorized that she had been taken out of the back entrance on the side of the building and into an alley. 2 doors and a card rack were removed by police as evidence. No money was found to be missing from the cash register. Lisa's shift on 15th had started at 4 p.m. and she was supposed to close the store at 9. She was the only employee at the store for her shift. A police officer had noticed that the lights at the car shop had still been on at 3 a.m. and put it in his notes but could not follow up on it because he then was called to transport a prisoner. Lisa had spoken with the owner of the carpet store next door for about 15 minutes before he left to go home at 7:35 after closing his store. They commiserated over the parking problems at the shopping caused by people using its lot when going to the nearby bowling alley instead of the stores in the center. Before he left, he told Lisa he wouldn't be challenging any of the drivers because, in his words, there are a lot of crazy people out there. Authorities were eventually able to narrow down the time of Lisa's disappearance to a short window of time. The last transaction on the cash register occurred at 8:20 p.m. Another customer arrived at the store at 9:0:5 but found it empty. She thought she heard a noise from the back of the store but left without investigating it. This meant Lisa vanished sometime between ringing out the purchase at 8:20 and when the customer arrived just after 9 on April 15. Scent tracking dogs were brought in and nearby drains and sewers were searched. Officers searched the surrounding area on foot, and helicopters were used to search the area from above. Both the state police and the FBI were brought into the investigation. The Westfield River was not far from the shop, so its banks were also searched. Numerous people who knew Lisa, both in Massachusetts and in Connecticut, were interviewed. For most of the day on 16th, the case was treated as a missing persons case, but on 17th, Agawam Police Lieutenant Robert Campbell told the press that the chances of Lisa simply walking away from the store were slim, and the following morning he formally announced that the case was considered a kidnapping as their investigation had ruled out other possibilities. April 19th was Easter Sunday in 1992. With Lisa still missing, all 12 churches in Agawam passed out white ribbons for their congregants to wear as a sign of hope that Lisa would soon be found and of support for her family at their services that morning. Later that day, around 2 p.m., a man was walking his dog just a few miles away from the card shop, looking into a wooded area off of Route 75. He saw what appeared to be a partially clothed woman's body and called the police. Based off of the clothing with the body and a charm bracelet on her wrist, the woman was identified as Lisa Ziegert. Lisa's autopsy would show that she had been raped, and in addition to numerous defensive injuries, she had suffered 8 knife wounds. The fatal wound had been to her neck. Lisa's disappearance had been followed by 3 days of snow and sleet, so when investigators responded to the scene, they were up to their ankles in mud. They followed in each other's tracks so as to preserve evidence, such as the tire tracks that were visible in the area. After visiting the crime scene, Agawam Police Detective Wayne Nacy sped over to the Ziegert house, fearing that if he slowed down at all, he would lose his nerve and leave the difficult task of informing Lisa's family of her death to someone else. He tried to think of the least offensive word he could use for dead. He did not have to make such a determination, however, as when he arrived at the Ziegert family home, Lisa's mother, Dee, knew by the fact that he had come to her home that Lisa had been found and asked him if she was dead, leaving him only the task of confirming it. Dee would say, nearly 3 decades later, that she still admired him for the bravery he showed by coming to tell her in person. Lisa's funeral mass was said at Sacred Heart Church, where Lisa had been a Sunday school teacher. More than 900 people were in attendance. In early May, Joseph O'Neill, the owner of Brittany's card and gift shop, made the decision to permanently close the store. He had been considering doing so for some time, but the dismay he felt knowing Lisa had been taken from the store and the grief he felt over his employee's death finalized his decision. The store closed for the final time on May 30th. Lisa's murder was devastating not only to her family and friends, but to her community as well. Agawam previously had a very small town feel to it, and its residents felt safe there. That all changed after Lisa was abducted and killed. Some parents refused to let their daughters go to work for a time, and large numbers of women signed up for self-defense classes. Within 2 days of the discovery of Lisa's body, more than 300 women had filed for permits to carry firearms or mace. Local businesses began escorting employees to their cars when they left at night and eliminating single clerk shifts. Police also began offering to perform check-ins at businesses that were open late to ensure the safety of the people working there. All 8 members of the Detective Bureau at the Agawam Police Department were put on the case, and 8 other investigators from other agencies joined them. The FBI provided resources for the investigation, and the Connecticut State Police were brought in because of the proximity of the site where Lisa's body was found to the state border. Lisa's case was being worked on nearly constantly, with investigators working shifts of 18 hours or longer, spanning every day of the week for several months. Community organizations and local businesses donated a total of $5,000 for a reward for information that led to the arrest of Lisa's killer. A single-source male DNA sample had been identified from the crime scene. While DNA science was still a relatively new tool in law enforcement, it played an important role in the investigation. While no one in the Sievert family or Lisa's circle of friends ever suspected Lisa's boyfriend, Blair, of being the perpetrator, he was investigated thoroughly by police because of his relationship with Lisa. He had an alibi for the time of the murder, and his DNA was not a match to that found at the crime scene. Numerous other friends and associates of Lisa's were investigated and had their DNA tested as well. No DNA match was found, and no other clues tying any of them to the crime could be identified. Investigators were flooded with tips. They investigated and rolled out owners of trucks similar to a suspicious vehicle seen in the area the night of Lisa's death, a man who threw out some carpet and a t-shirt at a local car wash, and a man who had allegedly gone to the snack bar at Lisa's Women's Only Health Club so that he could stare at women while they exercised. A large number of calls were from people who were certain that they knew who killed Lisa based on a baseless rumor and subsequent conspiracy theory. One of Lisa's male friends, who was the other owner of the home Lisa's boyfriend Blair co-owned, worked at his father's restaurant near the card shop. Word spread around town that he and Blair were in a relationship and that Lisa had walked in on them, thus giving him a motive to kill her. While that would have been a potential motive had the story been true, it was a total fabrication with no evidence to support it. The friend was the son of a retired police detective, which led to allegations that Lisa's case remained unsolved because police were covering up the involvement of the son of one of their own. Since this friend was connected both to the police and to Lisa, he may have been an early topic of speculation, which subsequently gave rise to the false love triangle rumors. This friend's DNA was not a match to the sample from the scene, and he had a restaurant full of customers and co-workers who could attest to his presence at the restaurant on the night of April 15th, most importantly during the window of time when Lisa was abducted. It was the policy of the police to not publicly exclude suspects prior to the solving of a case, however, so while they had evidence supporting his innocence, they could not announce any of it. People who believed the rumors would continue to call in claiming he was guilty every time there was a renewed appeal for information in the case for decades, which did nothing to help the investigation. Despite ongoing investigative efforts, police eventually ran out of leads. "It's like you hope the hand of God is going to come down and tap you on the shoulder," Detective Massey told the Union News on the first anniversary of Lisa's murder. But it turns out to be just rehashing old leads and trying to come up with new angles. Investigators were therefore when the national television program, Unsolved Mysteries, featured Lisa's case in October of 1993. Detective Macy went to California so that he could be at the show's phone bank when the segment first aired and receive any tips as soon as they came in. Within an hour of the broadcast, more than 100 tips related to the case were called in from throughout the Northeast. One of these tips was from the customer who had entered the card shop just after 9 p.m. on the day of the crime, which allowed to identify such a narrow window of time during which Lisa was abducted. A few other tips worth following up on were received as well, but the case remained unsolved. While Lisa's time teaching children in Agawam was cut short, her family made sure she still made a major impact on education in the area. In 1995, Lisa's parents donated $1,100 to Agawam High School's science department for the purchase of equipment that would allow them to hold classes on genetics, a subject that remained close to their hearts as they still hoped it would help solve their daughter's case. They also established the Lisa M. Ziegert Memorial Fund, which distributed over $35,100 in scholarships within the first decade that followed Lisa's murder. On the 10th anniversary of her death, the fund donated $10,000 to the children's section at the Agawam Public Library. Lisa continued to remain an important part of her family's lives in the years following her murder. When she got married, Lisa's sister Lynn and her new husband brought the bouquet Lisa should have carried as the maid of honor at their wedding to her gravesite. The anniversary of Lisa's death was regularly marked by a candlelight vigil. D. Ziegert never turned down an interview request, and even as years dragged on without answers, she remained committed to using the media to keep her daughter's memory alive and continue her family's mission to get justice for Lisa. The strongest piece of evidence police had in the case was the DNA found at the scene. However, they could never find a match to it in any criminal database despite regularly checking for one. They therefore began looking at alternative means by which to use the DNA to generate leads. In September of 2016, Hampton District Attorney Anthony Galliuni released 2 images developed following more than a year's worth of work by Parabon Nanolabs. Parabon used the DNA from the crime scene to predict certain physical characteristics of the man it belonged to and generated sketches showing what he may look like at 2 different ages. More than 170 tips were called in after the sketches were released. It would be almost exactly 1 more year before the contributor of that DNA was identified. On September 18, 2017, more than 25 years after Lisa's murder, it was announced that an arrest had been made in her case. 48-year-old Gary E. Shara was in custody, charged with first-degree murder, aggravated rape, and kidnapping. Shara's involvement in the case had first been suggested in 1993. Police in Agawam received a phone call from a divorce lawyer in Seattle who told them he had a client who believed her soon-to-be ex-husband had something to do with Lisa's murder. Joyce McDonald Chara had lived with her husband Gary in his hometown of Longmeadow, Massachusetts, just east of Agawam. She claimed that he was unusually interested in the media coverage of Lisa's case and would hurry into the room whenever it was mentioned on the news and remain fixated on the television for the duration of the report. Police followed up on Gary Shara, but Joyce's credibility was quickly called into question. According to friends, she had a long history of mental health issues and alcohol abuse. She and Gary had a tumultuous relationship and were in the middle of a lengthy and contentious custody battle over their young son, whom Joyce had taken to Seattle without Gary's knowledge or permission, even though he was the boy's custodial parent. Because of the notoriety of Lisa's case, police had previously received numerous tips from women claiming their partners had been involved that turned out to have been called in following infidelity, abuse, or a breakup in the relationship. The circumstances surrounding Joyce and Gary's relationship raised concerns that this may have been one of those tips. Gary was contacted, but denied any involvement in the crime and investigators' requests for a DNA sample. A file on Gary Shara was created and remained in the case file. Shara did speak with investigators more than once about Lisa's case. Investigators compiled a list of men they had files on who had previously refused to submit DNA samples. Shara was on that list. In 2002, he agreed to a short interview but said during it that he wouldn't provide his DNA because he was afraid of cloning. Investigators spoke to him again in 2008. During this interview, Shara seemed very aware of the possibility of the police collecting his DNA, even though he continued to refuse to provide a sample. He would not touch anything in the room, including the table, and refused the bottle of water offered to him. Following the creation of the forensic sketches by Parabon, authorities went to a grand jury in August of 2017 and obtained court orders compelling 11 men to submit their DNA for comparison to the sample from Lisa's crime scene. These men all had a file in the investigation records and had the physical characteristics predicted by Parabon. One of these men was Gary Chara. When Massachusetts state troopers went to Chara's home to inform him that he was now legally obligated to provide them with a sample of his DNA on September 13, 2017, he was not there, and they were only able to speak with his roommate. They told the roommate that they had important paperwork to deliver to Gary and left a business card. The next day, Chara's girlfriend came in to see the state troopers. She had discovered 3 handwritten documents Chara had left for her in her apartment. One was a last will and testament, one was a brief note of apology to the Ziegert family, and the third and longest was an extensive confession to the rape and murder of Lisa Ziegert. I've never really been or even felt normal. From a very young age, I was fascinated by abduction and bondage. I could never keep it too far from my mind for long. On that fateful day, I let myself do something terrible, he wrote in the letter. I had no intention of killing her when I grabbed her, but events spun out of my control. And in the eyes of the law, it is all the same. I had never regretted anything so much. I was young and headstrong and foolish, emphasis on that last part. While he admitted to Lisa's murder and to his lengthy fascination with abduction, he said that Lisa was his only victim. I also never did anything of the like again. I hated what happened. I despised myself. I thought of turning myself in 100 of times over the years, but I truly am a coward, he wrote. Today it will end. I will take my own life or face the music, as it were. Chara was still not sure which of these options he would take. He indicated that he knew that once his DNA was analyzed, he would be sent to prison for the rest of his life. As of the writing of the letter, he was unsure if he was strong enough to finally take responsibility for his actions, or if he would take what he described as the coward's way out. Authorities immediately began searching for Chara, both because he was trying to evade them and because they believed he would take his own life rather than face prosecution. Chara's black Honda Civic was ultimately found in the parking lot of Johnson Memorial Medical Center in Stafford Springs, Connecticut, with what appeared to be a suicide note on its dashboard. To whomever finds my body, I apologize for any psychological trauma incurred. Call Mass State Police. Thank you, it read. Chara had attempted to his own life by overdosing on Motrin, but had then driven himself to the emergency room. He was taken into custody on September 16th and arraigned as a fugitive from justice prior to his extradition back to Massachusetts. Search warrants for both Chara's apartment and his girlfriend's apartment had been issued and were executed on September 15th. Several items that could be a potential source of Chara's DNA, including his toothbrush, were collected and tested. His DNA was in fact a match to the DNA from the crime scene. Chara's ex-wife Joyce could not provide further information about why she had initially believed Gary was involved in Lisa's murder because she had passed away in 2014. In court documents related to her divorce from Gary, authorities found an allegation by her that Gary had told her he could only have sex with her if he were in control and had a knife to her throat. Speaking to her family members, investigators also learned that Joyce had called her the day after Lisa's abduction, concerned by the fact that her husband had come home very late the night before, full of nervous energy and covered in scratches. Chara had also given Joyce a music box featuring a blue carousel horse and told her he had purchased it from Brittany's card shop. He told her a little old lady with gray hair had sold it to him, but the store did not employ anyone matching that description. By the time Chara was arrested, there was no way to confirm if the exact music box had been sold at Brittany's, but former employees did say that it was consistent with the kind of items they sold at the time. Even without Joyce's testimony, prosecutors believed they had a very strong case against Chara thanks to the confession letter and the DNA found at the crime scene. Despite this strong evidence, including his own confession to the crime, Chara still pleaded not guilty to the charges he was facing. Prosecutors and Sarah's defense team began preparing for trial. 2 years later, however, Sarah appeared in court to make a change in plea. On September 25, 2019, He confirmed to a judge that he was the individual who had murdered Lisa Ziegert and that he was forever giving up his right to a jury trial. Guilty pleas to a charge of first-degree murder are rare in Massachusetts, as the state has a mandatory sentence of life in prison without the possibility of parole for that charge. The district attorney's office would be dropping the kidnapping and aggravated rape charges as the statute of limitations on them had expired. Lisa's family was in the courtroom as Shara was formally sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. They were able to make victim impact statements in the courtroom, and following the proceedings, Dee Ziegert expressed her gratitude to the people who had cared so much for and had never given up on her Lisa, and her relief that her family would not have to go through the further stress of a jury trial. Following the judge's acceptance of Chara's guilty plea, Hampton District Attorney Anthony Gallooni made a statement saying, "It remains tragically true that Lisa will never return to her loving family, but the search for criminal justice ended today with the beginning of Gary Ashara's life sentence in prison. The Ziegert family's unbroken faith, strength, and grace over these many years encouraged and inspired me, the many investigators who worked this case, and the public to relentlessly search for the truth. To those many investigators from the Massachusetts State Police, Agawam Police Department, prosecutors from the Hampton District Attorney's Office, and those in the public who never forgot Lisa and believed that justice would someday result, thank you." On January 3, 1956, 3 boys went for a hike near Wadsworth Park, northwest of Great Falls, Montana. While walking down a dirt road, they came across a car parked between 2 trees. The car's radio, headlights, emergency brake, and ignition were all on, and it was in gear. Outside the vehicle, the boys discovered the body of a man, face down and partially under the car. His hands were tied behind his back with what was later identified as his own belt. The man had been shot in the head. He was 18-year-old Lloyd Dwayne Bogle, the car's owner. Dwayne, originally from Waco, Texas, was an airman of 2nd class who had been stationed at nearby Malmstrom Air Force Base for the past 8.5 months. He served with the 29th Fighter Interceptor Squadron and was a graduate of Waco High School. Known for his charm and sense of humor, Dwayne was beloved by his family. Authorities ruled out robbery as a motive for the murder since Dwayne's expensive camera was still in the car, and $5 in cash was found on his body. Instead, investigators feared a more sinister motive, possibly kidnapping. When Dwayne's girlfriend's parents, Patricia Patty Kalitsky's parents, reported that Dwayne and Patty had been together the previous evening and that Patty had not returned home. No sign of Patty was found near the car, prompting authorities to extend their search. The following day, January 4th, a county road worker discovered Patty's body at the bottom of a rocky ravine along Vineyard Road, 5 miles outside Great Falls and nearly 8 miles from where Dwayne had been killed and Patty likely abducted. A trail of blood led from the gravel road above to the spot where her body was found. Patty, just 16 years old and a junior at Great Falls High School, had also been killed. She was popular in her neighborhood and in school, and according to one of her friends, she did not have a mean bone in her body. Her classmates described her as witty, fun-loving, and bubbly, and her sister said she was always smiling. Patty was seemingly good at everything she tried, including ballet and tap dancing. Patty and Dwayne had only recently started dating after meeting at Patty's cousin's wedding a month before they were killed. They bonded in part over their shared love of music and dancing. While they had not been together for very long, Patty and Dwayne were spinning with each other. The couple had already begun discussing marriage, and Dwayne had spent Christmas of 1955 as a guest in the Kalitsky family home. They spent all of their free time together, and the Kalitskys already considered Dwayne to be like part of their family. Newspapers reported shortly after the murders that Patty's parents had not contacted authorities as soon as she failed to return home on the evening of January 2nd because they assumed that she and Dwayne had eloped. However, according to Patty's sister, Darlene, while the couple was in love and extremely happy together, they were still getting to know each other, and Patty was determined to go to college, so an elopement was not immediately considered. Her parents had panicked when Patty, who was responsible and considerate, failed to return home by her 10 p.m. curfew, which she always adhered to. They began calling around to Patty's older sister's sisters to see if she had gone to one of their homes, but she was not with any of them. When they could not find Patty anywhere she conceivably would have gone, they then began considering the possibility that Patty had eloped as her oldest sister had done when she was Patty's age. Patty and Dwayne had last been seen at Pete's Drive in restaurant drinking Cokes on the night of January 2nd. According to the employees of the drive-in, they arrived there around 8:30 p.m. and left a little after 9. They were alone in Dwayne's car. The location where Dwayne and his car were found was used as a local lover's lane, leading police to believe that Dwayne and Patty had driven there on their own accord and their killer had found them there and forced them out of the vehicle. Authorities believed that Dwayne and Patty were both killed by the same person due to the circumstances of the case and the manner in which they were killed. Both Patty and Dwayne appeared to have been forced to kneel before they were shot in the head from behind. Authorities did not initially believe Patty had been sexually assaulted in any way because she was found fully clothed save for the one shoe that came off of her foot as she rolled down the embankment, and the initial inspection of her body was inconclusive. However, further testing and examination showed injuries consistent with rape, a conclusion that would be further validated by more advanced technology applied to the evidence decades later. The coroner believed Dwayne survived for several hours after he was shot. He placed the time of the shooting sometime between 10 p.m. and midnight and Dwayne's time of death sometime between 2 and 4 a.m. Authorities were dedicated to the investigation and a massive effort into identifying the killer was launched. Sheriff DJ Labor purchased a polygraph machine with his own money to aid in the investigation and arranged for an examiner from Seattle to come to Great Falls to oversee its use. 10 officers worked on the case full-time. Authorities began looking for anyone with a motive to harm either Dwayne or Patty. Patty's mother, Catherine, told police that when she had seen Dwayne the day before his body was discovered, he had seemed moody enough that she asked him what was bothering him. He told her that he was bothered about an argument he had recently had with a friend from the base and just couldn't shake his bad mood. Authorities held the man he had this argument with, who they did not publicly identify, for questioning but eventually had to release him after they could not tie him to the murders. Police could ultimately not identify any personal motive for someone to want to kill Dwayne or Patty, which limited the avenues of inquiry in the investigation. They therefore began looking for men who had been out drinking on the night of January 2nd and trying to identify individuals who kept guns in their vehicle. 2 witnesses came forward with evidence that tied someone to the murder, and this individual was very nearly arrested based on their testimony until the witnesses admitted after hours of questioning that they had been lying. After 2 months, Sheriff Leeper had to end the full-time inquiry into the case without identifying the killer. The case was still investigated, but the lack of progress in it was upsetting to the sheriff. "I feel bad about it, not getting the guy who killed those 2, he told the Great Falls Tribune on the 1-year anniversary of the murders. "I guess it's just one of those things, but we're not giving up. Maybe this year we'll get him. Somewhere he made a mistake. They all do. Someday we'll find out what it was, then we'll have him." Patty's father, Henry, worked as a railroad carpenter for the Great Northern Railway, and his co-workers began raising funds to offer as a reward in the case, collecting $100 within days of the murders. Donations to the reward fund would increase in the following weeks, months, but tips and leads in the case did not. The fund had reached over $6,000 by the time it was dispersed a decade after the murders, with no one to claim it because the case had long since gone cold. Dwayne and Patty's deaths had profound impacts on their families and communities. The other members of Patty's homeroom cried together over her death for weeks. Patty's family was largely too devastated even for tears. "You couldn't even cry. My dad devastated even for tears. You couldn't even cry, my dad especially. He was just numb." Patty's sister Darlene would later tell the television show Hard Copy. Henry Kalitsky could not bring himself to so much as mention his daughter's death and nearly physically shut down if it were brought up. Darlene chose to focus on all of the happy memories she shared with her sister. "Those memories don't fade," she would say in 2010. "Nothing will bring Patty and Dwayne back. It's just so hard to understand. It really would be closure for us if they found the man." With Patty's father unable to speak about his daughter's murder, her mother, Catherine, took on the responsibility of speaking to the press and interacting with authorities. She also exchanged letters with Dwayne's mother, Albuquerque Kirkbogle, in Texas for many years, as their families were now connected through tragedy and grief. Shortly before Catherine died in 1991, Police came to believe that the murderer was a California inmate who had committed murders in Colorado. After being told this information, Patty's sister Darlene went to see her mother, who was in the hospital. Catherine was too weak to speak in anything louder than a whisper. When Darlene asked her if she wanted to know who killed Patty, she nodded and tears ran down her face as Darlene relayed the information about the man in California. Catherine passed away the following morning. Unfortunately, this individual was ultimately eliminated as a suspect, and the investigation dragged on for 2 more decades. While efforts were made in the investigation throughout the decades that followed after Dwayne and Patty were murdered, the piece of evidence that would eventually close the case was not identified until 2001. A vaginal swab taken during Patty's autopsy was found still stored in evidence 45 years after her murder. Since technology now existed to identify DNA potentially present in that swab, it was sent to the Montana State Police Crime Lab for investigation. This analysis located a sperm cell that did not belong to Dwayne Bogle. Authorities spent the following several years comparing the DNA from that cell to more than 35 suspects that had been identified over the previous decades. Unfortunately, the DNA did not match any of these suspects. There was no match to the DNA in national criminal databases either. Amongst the eliminated suspects was infamous Boston mobster James Whitey Bulger and serial killer Edward Wayne Edwards. Bulger was considered a suspect because he had lived in the Great Falls area at the time of the murders and had been arrested there for the rape of a 15-year-old girl in 1951. Edwards was a potential suspect because he was convicted of killing 2 couples decades after Dwayne and Patty's murders, and he may or may not have been in the Great Falls area in early January of 1956. He denied any involvement in Patty and Dwayne's case. In 2019, investigators began working with Bode technology to use an innovative technique to try to identify the contributor of the DNA genetic genealogy. Forensic genealogists were able to compare the DNA profile from the crime scene to other DNA profiles uploaded to voluntary genealogical databases and identify distant relatives based on the amount of DNA they shared. They were able to construct a family tree, which ultimately led them to identifying a suspect. Unfortunately, the suspect was no longer alive and his remains had been cremated, preventing authorities from collecting a direct DNA sample from him. They therefore approached the man's children, who agreed to provide their DNA for comparison. Their DNA confirmed that the sperm cell found during Patty's autopsy had come from their father. On June 8, 2021, the Cascade County Sheriff's Office announced the identity of the contributor of the DNA, Kenneth Gould. While they were confident that Gould was Patty and Dwayne's killer because he was deceased and could therefore not be tried in a court of law, they were only able to name him as the most likely suspect in the case rather than definitively name him as the perpetrator. The announcement came more than 65 years after Patty and Dwayne were killed, making it the oldest cold case closed using genetic genealogy at the time. Kenneth Gould had been born and raised in Great Falls and worked as a horse trainer. In 1952, when he was 24, he had married a 16-year-old girl and started a family, eventually having 5 children. At the time of the murders, he had lived less than a mile away from the Kalitsky home. He was known to ride horses throughout the area. His name was nowhere in any of the police's files on the case, and he had no known connection to either Patty or Dwayne. A month after Patty and Dwayne were killed, Gould had sold his family property. He moved to 2 other communities in Montana in the following years before moving to Missouri in 1967. Once he left Montana, he never returned to the state even to visit family. He died in Oregon County, Missouri in 2007 at the age of 79. Detective Sergeant John Cadner of the Cascade County Sheriff's Office had been concerned about telling Gould's children that their late father was a suspect in such a brutal crime and asking for their DNA, but found them to be cooperative and great to work with. While they were surprised that their father, who had no criminal record, was a suspect in the case, they agreed to cooperate and provide their DNA. His daughter basically said, "You never know. Some people just have secrets that they never told anybody," Detective Sergeant Cadner said, recalling his conversation with the family. Because so much time had passed between the murders and Gould's identification, many of Patty and Dwayne's loved ones were no longer alive to hear the news. Patty's one surviving sister, Darlene, was suffering from advanced dementia by the time Gould was finally identified. The closing of the case stirred up a variety of emotions for Dwayne's family. While they were glad to have answers, Gould's identification brought up many memories and opened up a lot of emotional wounds amongst his relatives. Emotional wounds amongst his relatives who were old enough to have known Dwayne personally. It's like it just happened yesterday. Dwayne's niece, Karen Bogle McCarthy, told the New York Times. So if I was asked, is this great modern technology a great thing? I would say, on balance, yes, for my generation, a generation once removed. But it definitely reopens old wounds that have had a chance to cross over. Karen was speaking to the media on behalf of her family because her aunt had been in tears throughout the days following the announcement. Karen is the daughter of Dwayne's younger brother, James Jim Bogle. Jim, who had turned 15 just 6 weeks before his older brother was killed, had idolized Dwayne while he was growing up. Jim did not live to see his beloved brother's killer identified, passing away in November of 2013 due to a neurodegenerative disease shortly before his 73rd birthday. Jim had been an accomplished musician who served as a professor for almost 3 decades at Texas Tech University, where he had established a classical guitar program, retiring in 2005 to spend more time with his family after receiving his diagnosis. While the resolution of the case caused old emotional wounds to be reopened, the Bogle family appreciates Gould's identification because, according to Karen McCarthy, it conclusively allows us to stop wondering. They are relieved to no longer have to contend with wild speculation and outlandish theories about the case. Particularly upsetting to the family were rumors that Dwayne and Patty had been killed because Dwayne had somehow gotten involved with the mob. In Great Falls, there had also been rumors that Dwayne had been involved with drug dealers back in Texas shortly after the murders occurred, allegations that investigators publicly discredited. Gould's identification not only allows the Bogle family to finally know who took Dwayne from them, it also puts an end to the decades of speculation and rumor they have had to contend with. In light of their success in closing Patty and Dwayne's case, the Cascade County Sheriff's Office is now considering establishing a dedicated cold case task force. They hope that such a task force can provide the closure they have now been able to provide the Kalitsky and Bogle families. Quite frankly, that's our duty. According to Sheriff Jesse Slaughter, our duty is to make sure that we solve these cases. This case takes us to the picturesque city of Bend, located on Oregon's Deschutes River. Bend was home to 23-year-old Kaylee and Sawyer, who lived with her boyfriend of a couple of years, Cameron. Kaylee worked as a dental assistant and was also busy studying at Central Oregon Community College. She was artistic, with interests in photography, drawing, and writing poetry. She was also athletic, enjoying snowboarding, golfing, fishing, and wakeboarding. With so many outdoor activities and stunning sights to capture in Bend, it was an ideal place for Kaylee to live. Her parents divorced and remarried when she was young, but she maintained close bonds with both of them and her stepparents. She also had a strong relationship with her 4 brothers. Friends and family described her as one of the happiest people they knew. She was generous, well-liked, always smiling, entertaining, and often out socializing. Her mother said everyone was a friend to Kaylee, even if they were strangers. On the evening of July 23, 2016, Kaylee planned to celebrate a friend's bachelorette party. She got ready and left to meet everyone in downtown Bend, near her college campus. After parking her car at a friend's house, they all headed out for the evening. Over the next few hours, Kaylee and her friends visited various bars. Everyone was in high spirits. The drinks were flowing. People were dancing, singing, playing games, and enjoying the celebrations. At one point, Kaylee danced with a man at the bar. One of Cameron's friends, who happened to be there, saw her and texted Cameron to tell him. Just after midnight, now July 24th, the night out was winding down. Everyone had a lot to drink, and Kaylee called Cameron for a ride home. On his way to get her, Kaylee texted Cameron's friend to apologize for dancing with the other man and for how it might have appeared. Shortly after, Cameron arrived and picked Kaylee up. An argument started immediately and continued the entire drive home. They parked up outside of their apartment complex, and Cameron said he stormed out of the car as the argument got more heated. Kaylee stayed inside, crying and saying she needed some space to calm down. 10 minutes later, Cameron went back outside to try and coax her in. It was too late to be arguing. and if they just went to sleep, everything would be fine the next day. But as he approached the vehicle, he realized the passenger door was wide open and she was no longer inside. In fact, Kaylee Sawyer was nowhere to be seen. Cameron started searching and sent Kaylee several texts. "Where are you? Kaylee, please just come home to be with me. I don't want to play this game. I'll start searching, but please help me out." Kaylee replied, saying, "My phone's about to die." Cameron said, "Please don't do this to me. I apologize for being upset when I picked you up. I just drove up and down College Way really slow. I didn't see you and I don't know where else to go. Just come back." Kaylee said, "Are you kidding? Because that's bullshit. Goodbye." She then turned her phone off and stopped responding. Cameron went to a friend's house hoping she had walked there, but she hadn't. He drove up and down the streets looking for her, but to no avail. Kaylee's mother, Julie, and her friends were also trying to get hold of her, but Kaylee wasn't responding to any of them either. Everybody was still holding out hope that she had turned up at someone else's house to call off, but it was seeming less and less likely the more time that passed. And soon the police were called. Kaylee's name began circulating on social media and the word was spreading that she was missing, culminating in hundreds of volunteers coming out to look for her. Cameron was interviewed right away, but detectives had no reason to be concerned about him or anything he said, and he was very quickly ruled out. The friends she had been out with were also questioned, but they couldn't help either. Their attention then turned to the man she was seen dancing with at the bar, and they hoped this might give them a lead. But he was just as shocked that she was missing. He had danced with her for all of a few minutes before she had rejoined her group and then left, and he hadn't seen her again after that. Everybody was definitely concerned, but Kaylee's mother, Julie, was far more than that. She said the second she heard her daughter was missing and not replying to anyone, she felt a shift in her whole body, and something was telling her that Kaylee was no longer alive. Officers started trying to find the location of her phone. Her phone was pinging all over the city of Bend, but sadly, this was confirmed to be an old iPhone that was still registered under Kaylee's Apple ID. It was now Monday morning and Kaylee hadn't shown up to her shift at the dental clinic. Police knew they had to pick up the pace and Kaylee entered law enforcement databases as an endangered missing person. As they approached the 24-hour mark, a new police officer called Isabel would report something to her colleagues that would blow the case wide open. She told them that her husband had been acting very strangely in the last couple of days and had said some incredibly concerning things to her. Her husband was 31-year-old Edwin Lara, and Isabel said his odd behavior had been apparent since he came home very late on Sunday after his shift had finished. He often worked long and late hours as a college campus security guard. The couple had been having problems for a long time, so Isabel didn't push him for answers and just assumed he was being off with her. A few hours later, on what was now Sunday morning, Edwin and Isabel attended church together where Edwin was in the church band. And after this, they went to go and watch a film. But Edwin's weird behavior carried on into the next morning. Edwin also told Isabel that some of Kaylee's things were hidden in the shed. And after this, he fled the house armed with Isabel's gun. Officers went straight to the home where they found exactly what Isabel said they would. Kaylee's person ID, her shoes, a blood-stained rock, and a clump of what looked like it could be Kaylee's hair. What they found pointed to far more than accidentally hitting her with his car and panicking. Everything was pointing towards this being a violent homicide. By this point, however, Edwin was already on the run on what would become an interstate crime spree. After leaving his car at his parents' house, he spotted a 19-year-old called Andrea sitting in her car in a parking lot. She had just clocked off of a 12-hour shift and was about to head home when Edwin opened the passenger side door, pointed a gun at her, and demanded she start driving. As she drove, he showed her pictures of him in his camper security uniform and spoke to her about the news reports talking about Kaylee. After 3 hours on the road, Edmund wanted to stop at a motel for the night. As he checked in, he made Andrea pretend to be his girlfriend. Once inside the room, he handcuffed her to the bathroom door while he showered. He then ordered her to take a shower in front of him. Andrea was fighting against him every step of the way and, point blank, refused. After this, he handcuffed her to the bed and told her to take sleeping pills. In this very moment, the alarm on her phone went off, and, Thinking on her feet, Andrea lied, telling Edwin she had an STD, and the alarm was to remind her to take her medication. She hoped that this would stop him from sexually assaulting her. Unfortunately, her plan worked. Edwin, who was becoming more paranoid by the minute, then decided to leave the motel at 1:30 in the morning. The pair carried on driving until 5 a.m. before stopping at another motel. He walked over to a 73-year-old man near his vehicle and tried to take it before shooting him in the stomach. He didn't get the car. Unfortunately, the man survived. Edwin then fled with Andrea on foot to a nearby gas station, where he carjacked a 76-year-old woman. The woman and her 2 young grandsons were inside the car. He forced one of the teens to drive the car at gunpoint before letting them go and carrying on with the vehicle. And thankfully, the family were unharmed. Edwin ordered Andrea to start driving to California where he had family. During the drive, Edwin used Andrea's phone to record a video of himself. He made her post it to Facebook, titling it "Murderer on the Loose." Edwin called his family to tell them what was going on. And at 6:40 a.m., he called 911 telling them who he was and what he was wanted for. A California Highway Patrol officer saw the car speeding on the interstate and tried to pull it over. The chase reached more than 100 miles per hour before Edwin was eventually pulled over. Before he was arrested, he recorded himself saying, I know this is being recorded. And I just want to say to the family of Kaylee that, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for what I did. And in time, I will tell them where the body is. He then handed the phone over to Andrea and the police placed him in handcuffs. 19-year-old Andrea was also arrested. But when they realized that she too was another innocent victim, she was released. When Edwin was taken into custody, he told the officers the same story he had told Isabel, that he had accidentally hit her with his car, but said that he had then strangled her when she wouldn't stop screaming. Something which everybody agreed made no sense at all. After this, the detective told him that it was for the best that he come clean, as he would only have to answer to God and repent his sins. Everyone who knew Edwin said he was devout in his religion and that it was one of the most important things to him. So the detective decided to use this knowledge to hopefully get a confession. Edwin finally started to tell the truth. Kaylee had left Cameron's car and walked out into the night. And when Edwin saw her, he started following her in his patrol car. The conversation between the pair, if there indeed was any conversation at all, remains unknown. But somehow, Kaylee ended up in the back of the car and Edwin started driving. Police and Kaylee's family believed that Edwin had offered her a lift, and she had accepted under the assumption that she would be safe with a security guard in the patrol car. Students leaving clubs or bars often received rides home from the campus security, so this would likely not have been unusual or alarming. But as soon as Kaylee got in, she was trapped. The doors wouldn't open from the inside, and she would have been completely helpless. It wasn't long before Edwin started demanding that she have sex with him, and when she refused, he strangled her until she was unconscious. She was then driven several miles out where he strangled her again and smashed a rock against her head. He then raped her. Kaylee was still alive and Edwin grabbed another rock and hit her in the head and left her body there. It is unknown whether she was still alive at this point, which is a truly horrendous thing to contemplate. After this, he drove back to the college campus where he changed cars, and drove back later in an attempt to conceal her body. After he told them everything, officers went to locate the first car that Edwin had been driving when he went on the run, and inside were some handwritten notes, one of which read, "The place I killed her is on the B12 lot. Run her over on College Way," and another which said, "This note is to say that I am sorry for taking her life." It was after this that near a canyon off of Highway 126, the body of Kaylee and Sawyer was finally found. Despite his confession, Edwin Lara pleaded not guilty, and the prosecution announced that they would be seeking the death penalty. Edwin's lawyers argued that his rights had been violated in the interview room, as he wasn't given the option to make any phone calls whilst being held in custody. To everybody's dismay, during a pretrial hearing, a judge actually threw out his lengthy and detailed confession and said that it could not be used as evidence. The prosecution were then left hoping that the forensic evidence would give them enough, but it was undoubtedly a huge blow to their case. Edwin's attorney called his crime spree an enigma and said it could only be explained by his client's genetic degenerative cognitive brain disability. The prosecution said there was no doubt he was a potential serial killer and psychopath. In January 2018, in order to avoid the death penalty, Edwin changed his plea to guilty of aggravated murder and robbery. Despite the evidence they had in Kaylee's case, the charges of sexual assault did not stick. Although Edwin had pleaded guilty, he did not plead guilty to sexual assault. The county district attorney spoke with Kaylee's family and told them that their main goal as prosecutors was to put Edwin away for life, and pushing for a sexual assault conviction as well might complicate the trial and jeopardize the chances of getting a life sentence for murder. Her family begrudgingly agreed. And with this, Edwin Lara was given a life sentence without parole for the murder of Cale and Sawyer. He later received a second life sentence for the kidnap of Andrea. The judge credited Andrea for her extreme courage and bravery, and thanked Kaylee's father and stepmother for one of the most difficult letters he'd ever had to read in his career. He told Kaylee's family he was deeply sorry and said, "I wish I could change things. I can't." Edwin's wife, Isabel, filed for divorce and resigned from her position as a police officer, feeling she couldn't carry on with it, given what it was her ex-husband had done. In her resignation letter, she said, "This decision has not been easy, but I have decided that it will be in the best interests for my career advancement and further development." Kaylee's family filed a lawsuit against the college for failing to do an adequate background check on Edwin and for not acting upon behaviors that gave many people cause for concern. One female officer actually refused to ride in the same car as him and reported him because he scared her so much. The lawsuit also included evidence that the campus safety vehicles very closely resembled police patrol cars, and Central Oregon community officers were given uniforms that were also similar to the Bend police. Community officers were armed with pepper spray, ballistic vests, body cameras, and handcuffs, and drove vehicles with cages inside. And the lawsuit said, this simply should not be allowed, as it allowed people to abuse their position. Kaylee's family finally reached a $2 million settlement with Central Oregon Community College. In 2022, more tragedy came for the Sawyer family when Julie's storage unit was broken into by two people on a drug-fueled crime spree. Over 12 months, John Vieira and Emily Pickett stole from many people, including Julie and her husband, taking $30,000 worth of their belongings, including some of Kaylee's ashes, which Julie had put into a little necklace. John Vieira pleaded guilty to 16 property crimes and was given a 40-month sentence, while Emily was sentenced to 10 days in prison. John admitted to throwing the necklace containing Kaylee's ashes into a bin, and tragically, it has never been recovered. Kaylee's legacy also stays strong through Kaylee's Law, which was passed in 2019. Kaylee's Law requires campus security and their vehicles to be clearly distinguishable from actual law enforcement. The vehicles cannot have rooftop lights or a divider, known as a cage, between the front and back seats. They must have a GPS and an interior video camera that records whenever someone gets inside. Campus officers are also now prohibited from making vehicle stops or stopping and frisking individuals. National background checks and psychological testing would also be required before a security officer is hired. Her family also started KK Readers, KK being Kaylee's nickname. KK Readers honors Kaylee by donating Dr. Seuss books, specifically, the places you'll go to children in Head Start preschool classes all over Central Oregon. It was her favorite book as a child and inspired her to write stories and poetry as she got older. The murder of Kaylee devastated so many, and the painful aftermath prompted some much-needed changes in the law. Julie said of her daughter, "The moment I held her, I understood what love at first sight meant and that it is real. She will continue to live on in all the memories that are shared. She had an amazing 23 years, and I want that to be remembered." Discover the chilling world of secret crime mysteries, where we delve into the most perplexing cold cases and unsolved crimes. Join us as we unravel hidden clues and explore haunting mysteries. Subscribe now and be part of the journey to bring these cases to light. In the early hours of February 3, 2003, a personal driver called 911, reporting that he thought his employer had shot someone. Police arrived where the driver was waiting in less than 3 minutes. 45 minutes later, They reached the Pyrenees Castle in Alhambra, California, a mansion owned by renowned record producer Phil Spector. Inside, they found a woman seated in a chair in the foyer, her legs extended in front of her. The woman had been shot once in the mouth and was later identified as 40-year-old Lana Clarkson. Lana was a film actress who had recently been trying to make a comeback in mainstream Hollywood. She had appeared on television and in several films, her most notable role being in Barbarian Queen and its sequel. In 2001, Lana had invested heavily in creating a one-woman show to showcase her range, portraying various characters in different styles. She hoped this would help her break out of the typecasting she'd faced for years. While Lana had always wanted to explore her comedic talents and prove she could do more than play the blonde in a bikini, an accident interrupted her plans. She broke both wrists slipping on a rug while wearing heels, putting her career on hold. By 2003, she had recovered and taken a hostess job at the House of Blues to make ends meet, hoping that working there might lead to her being discovered. And who was Phil Spector? Born on December 26, 1939, he was a record producer who started his career in 1958 as a founding member of the band, the Teddy Bears, where he wrote and performed the hit, "To Know Him Is to Love Him." However, despite its early success, the band was quickly disbanded. In 1960s, Spector co-founded Phil's Records. By 1962, he was the sole owner of the record label at 21 years old, making him, at the time, the youngest label owner. However, the label was defunct by 1969. Over the years, he worked with numerous singers and groups, with so many songs becoming hits like You've Lost That Loving Feeling by the Righteous Brothers, and he worked with Ike and Tina Turner as well as the Ronettes. He would go on to marry the lead singer of the Ronettes, Ronnie Bennett, in 1968. Shortly after getting married and having some limited success working with Tina Turner, Spector became more of a recluse. He was always known to be a bit odd and to think very highly of himself. After getting married, Ronnie and Phil Spector adopted Dante Philip Spector in 1969. One Christmas, Phil surprised Ronnie with a Christmas present by adopting twins, Louis Philip Spector and Gary Philip Spector. In a 2003 interview, Dante and Gary Spector reported being sexually and psychologically abused by their father. Quote, "For years, we were just caged animals to be let out for Dad's amusement." Dante Spector went on to say, "We were locked in our separate rooms by our governess, let out for breakfast, then taken to school by guards. His adopted children have been very private with their personal life." Ronnie and Spector's marriage was said to have significant strains. He was reported to be very controlling. Spector is said to have made Ronnie drive with a blow-up doll in the passenger seat when she wanted to leave the house. He kept her isolated in their home. She never performed on stage while they were married. With the help of her mother, she was able to flee the house. She was allegedly so scared she left without even putting her shoes on. Once free, she was able to file for divorce, which was finalized in 1974, and she gave up custody of the children and the rights to her songs. In 1970, Phil Spector produced the Beatles' Let It Be album, which would be the last album from the band. He also produced John Lennon's hit, Imagine. By the mid-1970s, Phil Spector had produced 18 top 10 singles by various artists. He was credited as the man behind the, quote, wall of sound. He was regarded as one of the great men in music. In the 1980s, Spector began dating Janice and Ella. And in 1982, they welcomed twins, Nicole Spector and Philip Spector Jr. Philip Jr. died of leukemia in 1991. For most of the 80s, 90s, and 2000s, Spector remained inactive in the music industry. He was inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame as a non-performer in 1989, reported to have been drunk or under the influence while giving a speech, and was taken off stage by his bodyguards. By 2003, he was known to not give interviews and to be very reclusive. He'd reconnected with a friend from high school at a 2002 reunion. Her name was Romy Davis. They had started having dinners together often, and on February 2nd, they had dinner at the grill. On this night, Phil was drinking, which he'd not done in the 5 months that they'd been getting together. This was concerning as Spector took medication that did not mix well with alcohol. Romy Davis said, quote, "He was not his usual self. He was not interested in what I had to say. In all the time I went out with him, he was a great fun to be with. This weekend, the behavior was totally different. He would take Romy home and ask the waitress from the grill to join him for a drink at Trader Vic's. There, he would continue to drink. They moved on to Don Tanner's and finally the House of Blues, where he would meet Lana Clarkson after the waitress he'd been with previously had gone home. Outside the House of Blues, he would convince Lana Clarkson to come back to his home. When she got into his car, that was when the driver drove them to his mansion. A short time later, at around 5 a.m., the driver heard a noise. He got out to investigate, going to the door of the home, finding Spector holding a gun. It was then that he noticed the woman behind Spector. This was when the driver got in the car, drove down the street, and called 911. Spector was arrested on the morning of February 3rd. He reported that the police had been very forceful with him, and Spector would later say the woman had actually taken her own life in an accident. Police would look into every possibility, but with how the body had been laid and where the gun was found, they believed only Spector could have been the cause of Lana Clarkson's death. Spector was arrested and charged with the murder and second degree. After Spector's arrest, stories started surfacing of his relationships with women. These discoveries would show Spector to be violent and use guns to threaten women. One woman, Deborah Robitaille, reported that Spector, on more than one occasion, had threatened her with a gun to her head, trying to stop her from leaving his house. At least 4 women came forward willingly to testify at his trial that he had threatened them with a gun. It looked like Phil Spector had no respect for women and hated them. Spector would go to trial for the murder of Lana Clarkson in 2007. While he'd been awaiting trial since 2003, he'd been out on a $1 million bond. While he was awaiting trial, he married Raquel Short in 2006, and she would be seen with Spector at every court hearing. The trial was televised, and Spector treated it like a show. He would show up to court with crazy hair, and the biggest headlines at the time would be about Spector wearing wigs to court. After a while, he started having a more normal hairstyle at court, and it would be confirmed later that they were all wigs. His defense would argue that Lana had committed suicide. Philip had been wearing white and he had no blood spatter on his clothes. However, the prosecution would show evidence that Spector had committed the murder and attempted to clean himself up before the police arrived. The blood spatter would not have reached him if he had had the gun in Lena's mouth and was above her. There was some controversy about a fingernail that might have been removed from the scene. It was never found and never entered into evidence. Lana had one chipped fingernail that the prosecution believed had chipped when the gun had fired while Lana attempted to remove the gun from her mouth, but was too weak from her wrist injury. The jury would come back hung, 10 in favor of convicting and 2 in favor of acquitting, and the judge would ultimately call a mistrial. Spector could be seen celebrating with his wife after the mistrial. Spector had a second trial in 2008. This time, it was not televised. The jury would start deliberations on March 26, 2009. And on April 13th, the jury convicted Phil Spector of second-degree murder, and he was taken immediately into custody. On May 29, 2009, he was sentenced to 19 years to life in prison. Appeals were made in 2011, 2012, and 2016, but they were all unsuccessful. In December 2020, Phil Spector contracted COVID-19. On January 16th, at the age of 81, Phil Spector died in a hospital. He would have been eligible for parole in 2024. Around 5 p.m. on June 17, 2013, a young man was jogging through an industrial park in North Attleboro, Massachusetts, when something unusual caught his eye. Investigating further, he discovered the body of a young man, later identified as 27-year-old Odin Lloyd. An autopsy revealed that Lloyd had been fatally shot 6 times. By the following day, June 18th, authorities had connected Odin Lloyd to 23-year-old Aaron Hernandez, a local football star. Hernandez was an NFL tight end, drafted by the New England Patriots in the 4th round in 2010. He was engaged to Shayana Jenkins, his partner since 2007. They welcomed a daughter in 2012 and had been living together since 2011. Hernandez had met Odin Lloyd through Shayana, as Lloyd was dating her sister, Shania Jenkins. The two were reported to have become fast friends. Police would later find surveillance footage of Odin Lloyd getting into a car with Hernandez on the morning of June 17th, with two other men later identified as Carlos Ortiz and Ernest Wallace. Phone records would show that Hernandez had contacted Wallace the day before the shooting, asking him to come to his house. Police looked into the rental car that had been seen on security camera footage, and they found the vehicle belonged to a local enterprise rental company. They located the vehicle and dusted it for prints and checked for additional evidence. After this, Aaron Hernandez was served with a search warrant for his home, and when asked to relinquish his cell phone, he gave them a broken phone. Police also questioned why Hernandez had his house cleaners come on June 17th, the day Odin's body was discovered, and not the normal cleaning day. DNA found at the scene connected Hernandez to the crime scene. A wad of bubble gum was found on one of the shell casings found at the scene. The prosecution was gathering a substantial amount of evidence, all of which pointed to Aaron Hernandez. Hernandez was arrested on June 26, 2013, and charged with first-degree murder. The New England Patriots released him that day from his contract. The New England Patriots would also do an unheard-of jersey exchange in July 2013, offering people the opportunity to exchange their Hernandez jerseys for something else, and 100 showed up to do so. Police believe that Aaron Hernandez and his friends picked Odin Lloyd up early on June 17th to hang out, as they often did. However, Hernandez had other plans. They drove him out to the industrial park, had Lloyd get out of the vehicle before they shot him 6 times, then spat his gum on the ground before driving back to his house, leaving Lloyd there. And a lot of what happened that day is still unknown, as witnesses and Hernandez have not talked about the actual events. The case would move quickly after the arrest of Ortiz and Wallace on June 27, 2013. Initially, they were charged as accessories to murder. However, later they were charged with first-degree murder as well. Walls would go to trial and be acquitted for murder, but convicted of being an accessory after the fact. He was sentenced to 4.5 years to 7 years in prison. Ortiz would change his plea to guilty and be convicted of accessory after the fact. He was also sentenced to 4.5 to 7 years. Next would be Tanya Singleton, a cousin of Hernandez. They connected her to the crimes via a car that may have been involved in another incident from 2012. Singleton also refused to testify against Hernandez. She was fighting cancer then. She would be indicted on charges of criminal contempt and conspiracy to commit accessory after the fact. She would plead guilty to criminal conduct and be put on probation, having to wear an ankle monitor. It had been reported that she died of cancer in 2015. Hernandez would plead not guilty. His trial would start on January 9, 2015. While awaiting trial, evidence would come up of Hernandez's involvement in a double homicide in Boston. Hernandez would be indicted on the double homicide from Boston in 2014 and would also plead not guilty. In the Odin Lloyd case, he would be found guilty of first-degree murder on April 15, 2015. In Massachusetts, the only sentence for first-degree murder is life in prison without the possibility of parole. He was incarcerated in the Sousa Baranowski Correctional Center. However, this was not the end of Aaron Hernandez's legal problems. He would be indicted in a shooting from 2013 of a man named Alexander Bradley, who was a friend of Hernandez. It's believed that he shot him because he was involved with Hernandez in the 2012 double homicide in Boston. Alexander Bradley had been shot in the face, losing an eye, but survived the attack. On April 14, 2017, Hernandez was found not guilty of the double murder. But 5 days later, Aaron Hernandez was found dead, hanging in his cell. He used a bedsheet to commit suicide. At the time, prison officials did not consider him a suicide risk, and he'd not been put on round-the-clock watch. After his death, they did an autopsy, and they would find that Hernandez had a severe case, chronic traumatic encephalopathy, also known as CTE, which is a brain condition thought to be linked to repeated head injuries and blows to the head. It slowly gets worse over time and leads to dementia, but the right help with treatment and support can manage the symptoms. It is believed that this may have attributed to his declining mental health and his suicide. After his death, his lawyers filed a motion to vacate his conviction, citing abatement ab initio. Under Massachusetts law, this principle asserts that when a criminal defendant dies but has not exhausted all legal appeals, the case reverts to a status at the beginning. The conviction is vacated, the defendant is rendered innocent. Hernandez had been in the process of appealing the Odeloy conviction. The motion was initially granted in May 2017, however. The conviction was later reinstated in 2019 by the Supreme Court stating that ab initio is outdated. After his death, reports would come out that Hernandez had been secretly gay and had come out to his mother and girlfriend while in jail. An old high school classmate would confirm that they had a relationship during high school. Hernandez was deeply ashamed of his attraction to men. He had been sexually abused as a child by a babysitter for years, and while on prison calls, he often went on homophobic rants. His self-hatred got worse with the decline of his mental health. After his incarceration, he also became deeply religious. It was an aspect of his life that he struggled with: the childhood trauma, his sexuality, and his religious beliefs. There have been some speculation on whether Odin Lloyd had found out either about the double homicide or Hernandez hiding his sexuality, and that may have been the motive for the murder. However, it is also revealed that Hernandez abused illicit substances, especially during the off-season, and was prone to bouts of paranoia, mood swings, and violent agitation. We will likely never know what happened that prompted the murder of Odin Lloyd. Just after midnight on November 16, 1999, in Charlotte, North Carolina, a woman named Cherika Adams called 911 to report that she'd been shot at. During the call, she informed the dispatcher that she was 8 months pregnant. She also revealed that the father of her child was in a car in front of her, had slowed down, and then another car pulled up beside her and fired into her vehicle. Evidence later showed that she'd been shot 4 times at close range through the driver's side window. Cherika named the father of her unborn child as Ray Carruth. Carruth, a former NFL wide receiver, was a first-round pick in the 1997 draft by the Carolina Panthers. Wearing the number 89, he excelled in his rookie year, earning a spot on the NFL's all-rookie team. However, an injury took him out for the rest of the 1998 season after he broke his foot in the opening game. He was still actively playing for the Panthers in 1999. Cherika Adams, 24, was a realtor who had previously worked as an exotic dancer until her pregnancy. She had met Ray Carruth at the club where she worked, and they began a casual relationship. They hadn't gone on an official date before she became pregnant, and this night was one of their first dates. Cherika had always wanted to be a mother, and this was her first child. During the 911 call, Cherika said that Ray Carruth had driven away after the shooting, leaving her alone. It took almost 10 minutes for the dispatchers and medic to find Cherika. After being rushed to the hospital, Cherika went to a coma. The medical staff performed an emergency C-section. The child had been born without oxygen for 70 minutes. The child, a boy, survived, but he was born with cerebral palsy due to complications surrounding his birth. Authorities would quickly tie Ray Carruth to the shooting. Through the investigation into Carruth, they would also get the names of some of the accomplices: 44-year-old Van Brett Watkins and 24-year-old Michael Kennedy. Carruth and Watkins would be arrested Thursday, November 25, 1999, and charged with conspiracy, commit murder in the first degree, attempted murder, and shooting into an occupied vehicle. Kennedy would be arrested the next day and charged the same. All 3 men would be held on bail of $1,500,000, but the judge would return at the end of the day and change Carruth's bail to $3 million, $1 million for each charge. A 4th man would be charged, Stanley Abraham, who was 19 years old. Carruth posted bail, was released on December 7th. On December 14, 1999, after almost a month in a coma and having never met her son, Cherika Adams, passed away. All men were charged with first-degree murder, which would make all these men eligible for the death penalty. Carruth failed to appear for the resentencing hearing, and the FBI became involved as Carruth was now on the run. They would find him a few days later after a tip came in that he'd been seen in a motel in Wildersville, Tennessee. It was reported that Carruth was there with a woman. When agents searched the motel room, they didn't find Carruth. Agents searched the cars and vehicles in the parking lot and found Carruth in the trunk of a Toyota registered to the woman he was reported to have been with. The FDA agents would report that Carruth was very cooperative with authorities once discovered. After his capture, Carruth had been held without bail awaiting trial. On December 16th, the Carolina Panthers released Kareth, citing moral clauses in his contract. The next day, the NFL suspended him indefinitely. Kareth was the first active NFL player to be charged with murder, as O.J. Simpson was not active at the time of his charges. Opening statements of the trial started in November 2000. The official charges were murder in the first degree, conspiracy to commit murder, shooting into an occupied vehicle, and using an instrument to destroy an unborn child. Both Michael Kennedy and Van Brett Watkins would testify during the trial. Kareth had been friends with Kennedy for a while, and they were known to hang out frequently, both at his apartment and the house that he got after signing with the Panthers. Watkins met Kareth while working at the club. He would eventually hire Watkins as personal security. Stanley Abraham was friends with Kennedy and had been with him the night that Sharika was shot. It is believed that after discovering that Sharika was pregnant, Ray had asked her to abort the baby, as he was already paying $5,000 a month in child support to his high school sweetheart who had gotten pregnant years before. Sharika refused because she had an abortion and didn't want to have another. He then alleged to have asked Watkins to beat her up so that it would abort the baby. He refused because he was a hitman, but he didn't beat up women. They apparently went back and forth for months negotiating until Kareth would agree to pay $3,000 upfront and $3,000 after to have Sharika killed, who now was almost 8 months pregnant. Initially, he had asked Watkins to kill her while he was away at training camp so that he would have a solid alibi, but that didn't happen, and it was decided that it would have to be done while Kareth took Sharika out on a date. On November 15th, Kareth would call his friend Kennedy and ask if he could borrow a plane vehicle, something without flash. Kennedy was driving a rental at the time and agreed to trade cars. When Kennedy got to the house, Ray asked if he could get a gun, and he said he knew a friend selling a gun. Abraham was with Kennedy at the time. Kennedy would end up taking Watkins and Abraham to buy a gun. Kareth would take Sharika to a movie on their date, and they drove in separate vehicles towards Kareth's house on the way back from the movie. Kareth would call the car with Kennedy, Watkins, and Abraham. When it was time, Kareth slowed down his vehicle, making Sharika slow down. Kennedy was driving the car with Watkins in the passenger seat. Pulling up to Sharika's car, Watkins would fire 4 shots into the driver window. Ruth then drove away, leaving the scene. Watkins said that he got out to check if she was dead, then returned to the car. Kennedy then drove away, and after that Sharika called 911. For testifying, Van Brett Watkins took a plea deal of second-degree murder to take the death penalty off the table and was sentenced to a minimum of 40 years. He will not be eligible for parole until he's 85 years old. Michael Kennedy didn't have the same plea deal when he testified, but would eventually plead guilty to second-degree murder and was sentenced to 11 years 8 months in prison. He was released in 2011. Abraham would plead to a lesser accessory charge, as it was believed he was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. He had no arrest record and was only 19 and spent 90 days in jail in a youth facility before being released on parole. Ray Kareth was found guilty of conspiracy to commit murder, shooting into an occupied vehicle, and using an instrument to destroy an unborn child. The jury found him not guilty of first-degree murder, stating that he was not the one to pull the trigger, and this saved him from the chance of the death penalty. Members of the jury had gone on to say that if that had been an option, they would have gone for it. He was sentenced to 18 years 11 months. Kareth was released from prison in 2018 and moved to Pennsylvania. His son, now 22 years old, has lived with Sandra Adams, his grandmother, who has now been an advocate against domestic violence since her daughter's death. He recently graduated high school in 2021, a great accomplishment for him. While in prison, Kareth sent a letter to Sandra Adams asking for forgiveness. In an interview before his release, he said he would like to be involved in helping his son financially and to see him if he wanted. There has been no confirmed meeting. Sandra Adams has reported to have forgiven Kareth and even said she was grateful to him for her grandson, saying in a statement, quote, "I'm not going to have anything negative to say about him. I thank him for my grandson. Like I say, you can focus on what you've lost or what you have left. So I didn't lose. I have my grandson. I have my daughter with me in my heart always." In 1987, 25-year-old Wendy Nell was living in Tunbridge Wells, Kent. Known for her humor, spontaneity, and generosity. She wasn't into the nightlife scene but loved to travel. Independent and diligent, she managed a Super Snaps shop on Camden Road, where she developed film. Wendy was a kind, approachable manager who put new employees at ease during training. Her previous marriage had ended amicably just before she began working for Super Snaps in early 1985. She transferred to the Camden Road location in early 1987 after moving to a bedsit on Guilford Road. On June 21st, Wendy celebrated her niece's 5th birthday, sharing stories of a recent trip to Austria with her family. She was soon heading to Paris with her boyfriend, Ian, where the couple planned to get engaged. Her first marriage hadn't dimmed her hope for a family and a home. Wendy spent the next evening with Ian at his mother's house, and he later drove her home on his motorcycle, dropping her off around 11 p.m. He didn't stay, as he had to work early the next morning. At her door, they briefly discussed their trip to Paris and kissed goodnight before Wendy went inside. The following day, one of Wendy's co-workers, Deborah, reported to work at the Super Snaps to find that Wendy had not arrived to open the shop. At 9 a.m., she was able to contact another co-worker who gave her Wendy's address. Deborah drove over to Wendy's flat and rang her doorbell several times, but Wendy did not answer the door. Her co-worker then called Wendy's mother, Pamela, to ask if she knew where Wendy was. Pamela, in turn, called the Maidstone and District Bus Company, where both her husband Belle and Wendy's boyfriend Ian worked, just before 11 a.m. after she could not reach her daughter by phone. Ian then drove over to Wendy's home. Like Deborah, he did not get an answer when he rang the doorbell, so he began pounding on the door and calling Wendy's name. When he still received no response from inside, he went around the back of the building, where there was a window in Wendy's room that could not be properly secured. Ian could see Wendy in her bed through the window. He could also see some blood. As Ian climbed into the room through the window, he yelled out for Wendy to wake up. Wendy was still not moving. Ian could not comprehend what had happened. He stroked her hair, pulled down her blanket, picked up her arm, and tried to pull up her eyelids in an effort to wake her up, his brain still not processing the fact that Wendy was dead. Ian climbed back out the window and ran to a nearby fire station for help before sitting down and sobbing. In a 2012 statement, Ian said, "Not a day goes by when I don't feel guilty about her death. If I'd stayed the night, she would be alive today." The day Wendy's body was found, June 23rd, was her father Bill's birthday. Wendy had been raped, beaten, and strangled. Just 5 months after Wendy was killed, another young woman from Tunbridge Wells was murdered. 20-year-old Caroline Pierce lived less than a mile away from Wendy. She also worked on Camden Road as a manager at a popular restaurant called Buster Brown's. Despite the proximity of their homes and the places where they worked, it is believed that the two women did not know each other. They may have seen each other in passing, however, as they both frequently ate lunch at the same cafe. Caroline spent the evening of November 24, 1987 out with friends. A taxi dropped her off outside of her flat in Grosvenor Park shortly before midnight. Authorities do not believe she ever made it inside. Several of her neighbors reported hearing screams shortly after Caroline was dropped off by the taxi. One neighbor reported hearing a woman shout "no" multiple times, while others just heard shrieks. Several of these witnesses looked out their windows to try to see what was going on, but none of them saw the woman who was the source of the screams. Caroline was reported missing by her family the following day after she failed to report to work. She would not be located for 3 weeks. On December 15th, her body was found in an overgrown drainage ditch running through farmland in Romney Marsh, nearly 40 miles away from her home. She was only spotted because the man who found her had been driving a tractor, which put him up high enough to see her body down in the water-filled ditch. Based on the extent of the decomposition her body had undergone, authorities believed she was killed the night she was abducted. Caroline's body was found curled up in the fetal position, wearing only a pair of black tights. Authorities believed the tights had been put back on her body after she was killed, as her underwear was missing. Caroline's handbag was located nearby, but the rest of the clothing she had been wearing the night she was abducted was never found. Like Wendy, Caroline had been raped, beaten, and strangled. Both Caroline and Wendy's keys were missing and never located. Both women had at least one distinctive keychain on their key ring. Reports of a peeping Tom around both victims' homes had been made in the months leading up to the murders and on the days when each woman was killed. A man had been seen looking into windows of residences near Wendy's the night she was killed and in the weeks previous. One of Wendy's neighbors, who lived 2 floors above her, reported seeing the same man looking into the windows of a building across the road up to 3 times a week for over a month. 8 weeks before her death, Caroline Pierce had locks fitted to her windows because she did not feel safe, and she filed a report about a prowler a month later, just weeks before she was killed. She had reported seeing a peeping Tom around her home to a former boyfriend. Based on the similarities between the 2 women's appearance, living situation, and causes of death, as well as the reports of prowlers nearby, the 2 murders were officially linked by the police. The crimes were dubbed the Bedsit murders in the press in reference to the one-room style of flat both the victims lived in at the time of their deaths. Investigators did have some forensic evidence they could use at the time. A bloody fingerprint found on a shopping bag in Wendy's bed, and a distinctive shoe print that did not match any shoes owned by Wendy or her loved ones left on one of Wendy's blouses. There was also evidence that they did not have the technology to fully use in the investigation quite yet: DNA. Colin Pitchfork, the first individual convicted of murder based on DNA evidence, was arrested in September of 1987 after Wendy's murder and before Caroline's. However, it was still a novel technology in the legal system, and police in Kent did not have access to a large database of DNA samples to compare the DNA from the crime scene to at the time. While DNA was too new of a tool to be as useful as it is today, investigators did understand its value and preserved swabs and other DNA evidence accordingly. The case was featured twice on the BBC program Crime Watch over the years, with numerous tips called in following each episode. Police collected hundreds of DNA swabs from potential suspects, none of which proved to be a match to the DNA from the crime scene, and traveled to Australia and Canada to follow up on leads. Caroline's parents relocated, and they do not speak about their daughter's death publicly, although they were very supportive of the investigation. Wendy's parents spoke to the media about the pain the loss of their daughter had caused and the strain it put on their relationship. They again spoke about their hope to finally catch the killer at a press conference on the 25th anniversary of the murders in 2012. Bill Nell died in 2017 after a battle with liver cancer, heartbroken over the lack of resolution in his daughter's case. His dying wish was for Wendy's killer to finally be found, even though he would not be alive to see the arrest. Investigators did their best to use the preserved DNA from the cases as advances in technology, as well as the law provided them with more opportunities to do so. DNA would be found on swabs taken during Wendy's post-mortem examination, as well as her bedding and one of her towels. The DNA profile was run through the relatively new National Criminal Database in 1999, but no match was found. By 2019, available technology allowed for DNA to be extracted from the degraded semen sample found on Caroline's tights as well, providing authorities with further evidence connecting Caroline and Wendy's murders. However, there was still no match to the profile in the National Criminal Database. This led investigators to attempt to use the database in a slightly different way. The killer they were looking for had never been compelled to submit a DNA sample following an arrest, but perhaps another member of his family had. They instead tried using familial DNA to identify potential relatives of Caroline and Wendy's killer in the database. Out of the 6.5 million DNA profiles in the national database, they were able to identify a few profiles with enough genetic similarity to indicate that they were related to the man responsible for the Bedsit murders. These small number of individuals had a large number of relatives, so authorities began narrowing them down based on age and residence in 1987. The most promising profile from the database appeared to be a sibling of the killer, so this family was most closely scrutinized. The individual from the database had a brother named David Fuller, who had been in his early 30s and living in the next major town over from Tunbridge Wells in 1987. His DNA was never entered into the National Criminal Database, but only because his criminal behavior predated it. He first became known to police when he was still in school for stealing bicycles and setting fires, which resulted in property damage. In the 1970s, he committed a string of what the police called creeper burglaries. When police met with 66-year-old Fuller in 2020, he was living in Heathfield, West Sussex, with his third wife and their teenage son. He also had adult children from an earlier marriage. He told police during questioning that he had not been very familiar with Tunbridge Wells back in the 80s, and that he had never been to the Super Snaps or the Buster Brown's restaurant there. Fuller's fingerprints were taken, as well as a DNA sample. One of his fingerprints was a match to the fingerprint left at Wendy's crime scene. His DNA was a match to the DNA found at both Wendy and Caroline's crime scenes. Unfortunately for Fuller, police were also very quickly able to determine that he had lied to them during questioning. During a search of his home following his arrest, they found numerous pieces of evidence that tied him to Tunbridge Wells and to the murders. Fuller maintained detailed records of his daily life going back decades. In his home were piles of old computer hard drives, old invoices and daily diaries, over 21,000 obsolete digital storage drives, and more than 30,000 printed photographs. Sorting through these records, police found numerous invoices for work Fuller had done as an electrician in Tunbridge Wells, as well as diary entries showing he regularly ate at Buster Brown's, the restaurant where Caroline Pierce had worked as a manager. He was familiar with the street where Wendy had lived because he had lived on it in the 1970s, early 80s prior to her moving there. There were numerous photos of Fuller on rides with a cycling club back in the late 1980s. When investigators contacted other former members of this club, they reported that one of the group's cycling routes had gone through Romney Marsh, where Caroline's body had been found. Police also found a picture of Fuller sunning his back sometime in 1980s. In the photo, the distinctive thread of his Clark's brand of shoes was visible, and the pattern of the thread was matched to the bloody footprint left on Wendy's blouse. Fuller was arrested at his home on December 3, 2020. In light of the DNA evidence during a pretrial review, he did admit that he was the person who killed both Wendy and Caroline, but he pleaded not guilty to murder on the grounds of diminished responsibility. He went to trial in the beginning of November 2021. However, on November 4th, the fourth day of his trial at Maidstone Crown Court, the now 67-year-old Fuller changed his plea to guilty. Following Fuller's change of plea, a statement from the Nell family was read outside the courthouse. Although the guilty plea won't change anything deep down, as the pain and loss will always be there, it's good to know he will not be in a position to hurt or cause any more pain, not just for our family, but for Caroline's family and friends who have been on this same journey with us and all the other families his life has affected. We feel a deep sadness for you all, the statement said in part. Unfortunately, as the Nell family's statement alluded to, the resolution of the two murder cases opened up a much larger investigation of a different, but still horrifying nature. Most of the storage devices and records Fuller had spent the previous decades hoarding were in plain view when police searched his home. However, police also found a container holding 4 hard drives attached to the back of a cabinet. The cabinet had been pushed against a wall inside of a cupboard so that the container and the hard drives were hidden from view. According to prosecutor Duncan Atkinson, when these hard drives were examined, they were found to contain a library of unimaginable sexual depravity. The 4 hard drives contained 5 terabytes of data storage. They contain millions of images and videos taken by Fuller as he raped and sexually abused corpses in hospital morgues. Fuller had worked as a hospital electrician since 1989, starting out at the Kent and Sussex Hospital and working there until it closed in September 2011. He then transferred to the Tunbridge Wells Hospital at Pembrey, where he continued to work until his arrest in December of 2020. As an electrician, he had an all-access swipe card, which allowed him to enter the area of the hospital where autopsies were performed. According to records, he entered the autopsy area thousands of times. The swipe card system was designed to monitor for unusual access to the autopsy area, but the records appear to have never been checked. Fuller would have legitimate reasons for entering the autopsy area, like checking the temperatures of the refrigerators in them, and surveillance footage shows him carrying equipment he would have needed for such tasks around some of the times he is known to have committed his crimes, providing him with a cover story were another staff member to come across him in the autopsy area. Fuller was able to take advantage of shifts work by different employees within the hospital. The 5 staff members in the mortuary normally worked from 8 a.m. until 4 p.m. Fuller's regular shift was from 11 a.m. until 7 p.m., giving him a 3-hour window during which he was in the hospital, but the mortuary staff was not. Porters could bring bodies down at any time of day or night, but the refrigerators in which hospitals stored them could be opened from both ends. The porters would place bodies in the refrigerators using the door from the main receiving area and would then lock the door. Buller would access the bodies from within the autopsy area, where no staff was usually present after 4 p.m. and the doors were not locked. There were CCTV cameras in the main receiving area, but not in the autopsy area itself, in an effort to show respect to the deceased individuals who were being autopsied there. Fuller bypassed the receiving area and its cameras by entering the autopsy area through utility areas. Over 100 women and 3 children, ranging in age from 9 to 100, were seen being abused in the images and videos found on the hard drives hidden in Fuller's home. Authorities were able to identify around 80 of them by the identification tags visible in the available images. Kent police have set up Operation Sandpiper in an effort to try to identify the remaining victims. Relatives who are concerned their loved ones may be one of these unidentified victims can contact Kent police via the website or phone number listed on the screen. The Victim Support Service has provided a £1,500,000 grant to notify and counsel the families of Fuller's victims. According to Detective Superintendent Ivan Beasley, the scale of this offending is unprecedented in the UK. There is nothing we've ever seen like this. The offenses documented in the files on the hard drives occurred between 2008 November of 2020. This leaves a concerning 20-year gap between the murders of Caroline and Wendy and the offenses documented in Fuller's files. During the original investigation into Wendy's murder, it was determined that she had been raped on the point of death or after death, meaning that Fuller may have committed the murders to give him access to bodies rather than to cover up the rapes of living victims. Authorities are investigating the possibility that Fuller was committing offenses against the deceased throughout the years following Caroline and Wendy's murders. One of Fuller's victims was 24-year-old Uzra Kamal, who worked as a researcher for Sky News. She was smart, strong, and dedicated to helping others. When one of Uzra's friends was thrown out of her home by an abusive boyfriend, Uzra's response was to go to the home and throw him out instead. Uzra died after falling off of a bridge in July of 2020. She and another passenger had exited the car they were riding in after it caught fire. Uzra fell 40 feet through a gap between the two sides of the A21 dual carriageway near Tunbridge in Kent as she was going for help. Uzra's body was raped by Fuller 3 times, with the attacks occurring both before and after Uzra's mother, Nevris, came to say goodbye to her daughter. So, whilst I'm stroking my daughter's hair, sleeping on her hair, a man had crawled all over her skin, and there's me kissing and cuddling and saying my last goodbyes. And that is quite awful. Quite awful. However, it is not Uzra's shame. It is not my shame. Like women who are raped around the world, they have a voice. Uzra has a voice. I am speaking out for my daughter, Miss Kamal told Sky News. Miss Kamal has been a vocal advocate for her daughter, calling for increased security measures and the resignation of the chief executive of the NHS Trust in light of the offences that occurred under his watch. She has also raised concerns over the length of sentences offences like those Fuller committed against her daughter receive under current law. During questioning following his arrest for Wendy and Caroline's murders and the discovery of the hard drives, Butler admitted to the necrophilia. He also acknowledged that he had researched some of his victims online using sites like Facebook after he assaulted them. He learned the names of these victims from their identification tags and mortuary logbooks. He logged the names of these victims from their identification tags and mortuary logbooks. He logged their names and information in a notebook as well as organized the images and videos of their assaults into files, sometimes by name, on his computer. In court, Fuller pled guilty to 32 individual counts of sexual penetration of a corpse, as well as a further group charge of sexual penetration of a corpse that represents 27 other victims. He further pled guilty to Section 63 of the Criminal Justice and Immigration Act of 2008, extreme pornography involving a dead body. While Fuller has not yet been sentenced, between the 2 murder charges and numerous necrophilia-related charges, he will certainly receive a lengthy sentence. However, Nevris, Kamal, and others have raised concerns over the sentencing guidelines for sexually abusing corpses. The maximum penalty for penetration of a dead body is 2 years imprisonment, while extreme pornography involving a dead body carries a sentence of 3 years. Ms. Kamal has called for a much clearer law prohibiting necrophilia and an increase in the amount of time in prison the law requires as punishment for it. Shortly after Fuller's guilty pleas, the health secretary announced an independent inquiry looking into his offenses and their national implications. It hopes to uncover how such offenses were committed without being noticed by the NHS for so long in areas where future action will be needed. The report will be divided into two parts, with an interim report expected in early 2022 and the full report later in the year. Naviz Kamal will continue advocating for her daughter and work to ensure that an offender as prolific as Fuller will never again be allowed to operate without notice. I've tried to protect Azra all my life, and when she was really helpless, lying there, still being raped and abused, she couldn't scream out, couldn't call me. She couldn't call the police. But I will ensure her voice is heard, and that will be my mission, she told Sky News. On Monday, February 2, 1987, Maria Pacheco took her newborn son, Elias Munroy Jr., for a routine checkup at LAUSC Medical Center in Los Angeles. Just 2 weeks old, Elias was born healthy and happy, though his birth had been hard on Maria. Still recovering from a cesarean section, Maria was in significant pain, making it difficult to move around. While waiting in the clinic, a woman in her 30s approached her, introducing herself as a fellow mother. Maria found the woman friendly and genuine as they chatted briefly. When Elias started crying, Maria looked through her diaper bag, realizing she hadn't brought enough bottles. The woman offered to hold Elias while Maria went to find some formula, and Maria agreed. She was gone only a few minutes, but when she returned, both the woman and her son were gone. Initially, it was assumed the woman had simply gone to her appointment, taking Elias with her, but no one matching her description had an appointment or was registered as a patient. Little Elias had been kidnapped. When detectives started investigating the abduction, detectives in Hesperia, California reached out with a similar abduction attempt on January 14th. In that case, a woman who had similarities to the description of the LA abductor approached a woman in a post office who was with her 4-month-old son. This woman had started chatting with the mother and had asked to hold the baby, which the mother declined. She left the post office and continued running her errands. Later on in the day, she arrived at a Safeway. She parked and was unbuckling her son from the car seat when she noticed the woman from the post office barreling towards her. The woman was screaming, "I want the baby. I want the baby," and tried to rip the little boy from his mother's arms. And it was then that she noticed that there was a man with the woman this time. The mother kicked at the woman, knocking her back. Then the man tried to take the child from her arms and she kicked him as well, getting him between the legs, and she ran with her child into the grocery store. She was helped by the store employees, but the two child abductors ran off. By the time law enforcement arrived, they were long gone. The woman was described as Hispanic, 30 to 35 years old, around 5'7" and a pound 150. Both said that she had a dark complexion, and Maria said that the woman had long brown hair but the ends were frosted blonde. Mother didn't get a good look at the man and there wasn't a description of him. Unfortunately, there are no photographs of Elias, but a new age progression image has been generated to show what he may look like today. Elias is Hispanic with brown hair and brown eyes. At the time of his abduction, he weighed a pound 8 and was 1 foot 9 inches long. He would be 36 years old today, and it is believed he was abducted by a woman to be raised as her own. He may still be in the California area. He may believe he was adopted as a child. Maria put out a plea out to social media saying, quote, "Elias, look for me. Communicate with me. I am your mom and you were my dream come true, but someone took you from me." The National Center for Missing and Exploited Children is very hopeful in identifying Elias and reuniting him with his family. Anyone who recognizes Elias from the age progression image with a sketch of the abductor is asked to contact the LAPD at 1-877-ASK-LAPD or the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. It was on April 5, 1975 when 2-year-old Christopher Bush was left unattended in a vehicle at a grocery store parking lot in the Germantown neighborhood of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. He had been left in the care of a babysitter, 26-year-old Patricia Warwick at the time and had been with her for 2 weeks prior following a fire that destroyed the Bush home. Christopher's mother, Gwendolyn, was staying with relatives with her 3 other children. Patricia Warwick had offered to look after Christopher while they found a new home that would accommodate all the children again. When Patricia returned to the 1966 maroon Ford station wagon after shopping, she discovered that Christopher wasn't there. All that was left was the hat that he'd been wearing. She searched the surrounding area, but found no sign of the toddler, finally calling the police an hour later. Precious time had been lost, and the investigation turned up little information. Over 100 officers searched for days, but nothing came up. Patricia swore that she had left the car doors locked. There was no sign of a break-in. However, someone could have easily convinced Christopher to unlock the door. Car seats weren't mandatory in the US until 1986, so it's likely that he was just sitting in the back seat. Alternatively, she might have forgotten to check all the doors of the car. Either way, someone got in. Patricia claimed that she'd only been in the store for 10 minutes before coming back to the vehicle, so the window for the abduction was relatively short. Christopher Bush is described at the time of his abduction as a black male, 2 foot 10 pound 40. He was wearing a denim jacket with a white fur trimmed collar and a light blue corduroy pants. He was born in 1973 and may have been adopted out in 1975. The case remains unsolved and there's been little movement in the case since 1975, though there are hopes that he will be found and reunited with his family. Christopher would have been 50 years old today and may have grown up in the Pennsylvania area. It was on April 27, 1974, when 5-year-old Cynthia Lynn Sumter was playing outside on the front lawn of the apartment building she lived in with her mother in San Jose, California. Cynthia's mother, Linda, left around noon to pick up sandwiches for lunch, but while she was gone, she asked a neighbor to watch her daughter. When she returned about an hour later, Cynthia hadn't come in for lunch yet. She looked outside, but couldn't see her out front. For 30 minutes, she searched by herself, but opted to call the police, who gathered a 50-person search party to look for the little girl. Dozens of leads came in, but it appeared that the girl had vanished without a trace. One lead from a witness stated that they saw a little girl matching Cynthia's description in a blue car driven by a young man with blonde hair and a mustache. However, this sighting was never confirmed by a secondary witness, so it's hard to know if this was a credible sighting. Days after her disappearance, a neighbor reached out to Linda and threatened that she needed to drop the criminal charge against his brother to see Cynthia again, along with a $1,000 cash. 5 weeks before the abduction, Cynthia had been molested by a boy who lived next door. Linda had pressed criminal charges. It was determined that the boys didn't have Cynthia and were charged with attempted extortion. Cynthia's parents had divorced a year earlier, and in the early days of the investigation, both accused the other of kidnapping the child. Both were investigated and asked to take polygraph tests, which they both passed. They were ultimately ruled out as suspects. Another suspect was Antonio Madrid, a neighbor who lived 100 yards from the apartment building. Madrid committed suicide 2 days after the abduction. Law enforcement later found a shirt with blood on it and blonde hairs in his vehicle. It is unclear if genetic testing had been done on those items. Convicted killer Eugene Joseph Wesley was also investigated about Cynthia's disappearance. While connected to a polygraph machine, it showed deception, leading detectives to believe he knew more than he was saying. However, law enforcement stopped investigating him when he died in prison. At the time of her disappearance, Cynthia is wearing a red and white striped tank top with a blue star on the front and purple pants. She was barefoot. She is described as white with blonde hair and blue eyes. She has a cowl look on the right side of her hairline and a mole on the left side of her neck and shin. Her nickname was Cindy, and she often went by both Cindy or Cynthia. Linda believes Cynthia is still alive. A body was never found, nor any evidence that would point to the contrary. In a statement to the media, she said, quote, "I pray every day that God will bring her back into my life sometime here on this earth, not just in heaven, that I can hold her one more time and tell her how much I loved her." The San Jose Police Department is hopeful in solving the cold case and is asking anyone with information to come forward, as without it, the case will likely go unsolved. In a statement to the media, they said, quote, "Even after this many years, someone out there has information that can be helpful to the San Jose police. We won't close this case until she is physically found." It was on September 20th, 1991, on Staten Island, New York, when the body of a woman was discovered in a patch of weeds along a dirt road. The woman had been handcuffed, severely beaten with a hammer, and strangled to death. Her body was then set ablaze. The murder weapon was found under her body with the name Lloyd L. carved into the handle. The woman remained unidentified for 3 decades, known for all those years as Jane Doe with a scorpion tattoo. The cold case was opened in 2023 when familial DNA gave her name back as Christine Belusco. Christine was 30 years old at the time of her murder. She'd been a missing person since September 13, 1991, when she was last seen by family members. Christine had recently learned that she was adopted and had a falling out with her parents, who hadn't told her about the adoption until she was an adult. It had been a shock to Christine, and she told her family she was moving to Florida. That was the last she had been seen. Her family had no idea she'd been dead all these years. Her brother was the one to receive the notice that Christine had been identified as a Jane Doe. He asked if they had also found Krista. It was only then that law enforcement learned that Christine had a child who'd been with her at the last time she'd been seen. Her daughter had only been 2 at the time. Krista Nicole Belusco was last seen with her mother at the Mount Airy Lodge in Mount Panaco, Pennsylvania. Her family never knew who her father was. Law enforcement believe that finding Krista's killer will lead to finding Krista. They believe that Christine was killed by someone she knew and are hoping that finding the identity of Krista's father will point them in the right direction. Krista Nicole will be 33 years old today. Her birthday was August 1st, 1989. She is described as Caucasian with brown hair and brown eyes. If you recognize Krista Nicole or know anything about the murder of Christine Belusco, call the Richmond County District Attorney's Office at 718-556-7085. Claire Bernal, 22, was originally from Groombridge in Kent. She attended St. Gregory's Catholic Comprehensive School in Tunbridge Wells, then moved on to West Kent College, where she earned a BTEC National Diploma. Known for her shyness, gentleness, and thoughtfulness, Claire was always considerate of others and never spoke poorly of anyone. She pursued various makeup and beauty courses, including theater makeup at Shepperton Studios. Her dedication paid off when she landed her dream job as a beauty consultant at Harvey Nichols in Knightsbridge. Harvey Nichols is one of London's most prestigious luxury department stores, with the Knightsbridge location as its flagship. To prepare for her interview, Claire meticulously wrote pages of notes, determined to make a strong impression, and her efforts paid off. Since childhood, Claire had a passion for skincare and makeup, and she felt incredibly proud to work for such an iconic store. Popular with her colleagues, Claire was described as well-spoken, warm, and quietly charismatic. She moved to Dulwich in southeast London, sharing a flat with 2 co-workers. Claire thrived in London, embracing the excitement of the bustling city and seizing every opportunity. It was while working at Harvey Nichols that she met 30-year-old Michael Pesh, one of the store's security guards. The pair began chatting, and he soon asked her if she wanted to go on a date with him in January 2005. Michael Pesh was a dual citizen of both the Czech Republic and Slovakia. He had previously been a soldier in Slovakia, but would be prosecuted for desertion. After working as a security guard at the United States Embassy in Bratislava, he moved to the United Kingdom. Shortly after arriving, he began working as a security guard for Harvey Nichols. They went on a few dates over the course of about 3 weeks. Claire's mother Tricia would later say he was quite a bit older than Claire, and he was going through a divorce. It wasn't an ideal situation that any mom would want for their young daughter. During the time they dated, I never got the sense she had fallen in love with Michael. She was very flattered by his attention. He showered her with affection and very quickly told her he loved her. Claire's cousin, Christian, said alarm bells went off when he told her that he loved her after a very short time. It was no more than 3 dates they had been on. The red flag just started waving. After their first date, Claire called her mother and told her she felt very uncomfortable. She said he wanted to be with her all the time and didn't like her seeing her friends. She said he didn't like her going home and that she was feeling suffocated, adding, "It's all happening much too quickly. Things only started to get worse." When Michael returned from a trip to Slovakia, he demanded that Claire be there to meet him when he got into the airport, as he didn't want to have to take his suitcase across London. He then said he wanted to stay at Claire's flat, a prospect that made her extremely uneasy, as they had only been on a handful of dates. When she asked him to leave her flat, he refused and was adamant that he stayed. After a lengthy back and forth, she was able to persuade him to walk to the train station, but he then refused to board any train. Claire had had enough. She told him it was over, but he would not take no for an answer. Pesh called her 20 times, and when she didn't answer, he sat outside her flat for 2 hours. He became verbally abusive and shouted at her flatmate, and he was adamant that he needed to talk to Claire, but her flatmate refused, and he finally gave up and left. The following day, he followed her home with a huge bouquet of flowers. She reiterated what she had said the day before. It was over and she wasn't interested. She left the flowers on her doorstep, and they stayed there all week. This was just the beginning of a terrifying campaign of harassment. His incessant phone calls and texts carried on, with him messaging her up to 50 times a day. One text read, "We are meant to be together." She would change her phone number, but he would soon find out what her new one was, and the messages started all over again. His delusion that they were still in some sort of relationship was evident from his messages, with one reading, "It's our anniversary tomorrow. How should we spend it?" He would watch her while she was working and would use the mirrors and reflections in the store in order to look at her. He would apply pressure on people who worked at Harvey Nichols and ask them to get Claire to talk to him. On one occasion, she did decide to speak to him and asked him to stop harassing her. But this, like everything else she had previously said to him, had no impact. He would not take no for an answer. One day, as Claire was leaving work, he followed her in his security uniform. He grabbed her and shouted at her, yelling that he loved her and he knew that she loved him too. Claire tried her best to reason with him and said that she didn't love him. His response was to scream at her, "Yes, you do, you stupid little girl." His text messages would also become increasingly sinister, with one message reading, "If I can't have you, then no one will." This would go on for months, and the people in Claire's life were becoming increasingly aware of what he was doing. A colleague would say it was well known he was stalking her. His stalking was also having a major impact on her professional life. She was getting into trouble at work because she would run late or struggle to concentrate and focus. In March 2005, Claire was heading home. She noticed Pesh waiting at the underground station. In a desperate attempt to get away, she ran and jumped onto the train, but he was able to get onto the same carriage and sat opposite her. As the train came into the next stop, she got off and tried to run away, but he chased her and forcefully pushed her. She was then able to get onto another train, but Pesh was right behind her. She said, "If you don't leave me alone, I will have to report you." He replied, "If you report me, I will kill you." She said that all she wanted was for him to leave her alone, and if he did this, she wouldn't take it to the police. He smiled at her, stroked her face, and attempted to kiss her. Claire pushed him away, and he got off at the next train stop. When the train didn't immediately leave, he started banging on the train window and waving at Claire. Shaken and afraid, she called her mother in tears and told her what had happened. This was incredibly difficult for her family to see someone they loved being put through something like this. Claire's cousin would later say, "Just by looking at him, I didn't get a good feeling. He is batshit crazy, and he is dangerous, and he is unstable, and he's obsessed." Refusing to put up with it anymore, she told her bosses at work about what had been happening to her. The head of security for Harvey Nichols was a former police officer, and when he was informed, he took what Claire was saying seriously. He used the security cameras to track what Pesh was doing, and he soon saw him stalking and harassing her. He also spoke to different members of staff and compiled a file of complaints and accounts about what he had been doing. Pesh was moved on to a different floor and put on a different rotor to her, but this still made no difference, and he would come to Claire's department constantly. He was then suspended. The head of security encouraged her to report him to the police, as Pesh had threatened to kill her if she went to the authorities. She initially didn't want to report him. Her mother said she had also been hesitant as she felt embarrassed about what was happening to her. The tipping point came when it emerged that he had asked another member of staff, who was working part-time at the store whilst training to be a lawyer, if someone committed a murder, what would the sentence be? Claire then contacted the police. He was asked to come into work, where he was met by police and arrested. He was also immediately sacked from his job as a security guard. As he was let out, Claire saw him and told her mother that he looked angry. In spite of all that she had suffered, Claire felt bad, with her mother saying she didn't want him to get into trouble. She just wanted him to stop. He was taken to the station and interviewed, and his version of events was totally different to Claire's. He said that he had been the one to end the relationship, and that she had said that she loved him. He said he had then regretted breaking up with her, so went back, but he couldn't understand why she didn't want to be with him anymore. He said that he was sorry if he had upset her, but denied making threats to kill her. He admitted to everything else, saying he had only wanted to see if she wished to continue the relationship. The police took statements from Claire, but didn't take statements from her colleagues or flatmates who had witnessed the stalking. She also wasn't given a formal risk assessment. Other than what she had said, the officers had no evidence of him making threats to kill. Michael Pesh would later be released on bail under a non-molestation order, meaning he was not allowed to contact Claire at all or go to the store. His recent brush with the law had not deterred him, as just 2 days later, he was back on her doorstep, waving at her through the window. She called the police, but he had fled by the time they arrived. No action was taken. Claire and her flatmates decided to move away in the hope they could escape him, but within just a few days, on April 10th, he had turned up at their new place. After finding out where they were now living, she called the police again. They arrived, but like last time, Pesh was gone. Claire got into the police car and drove around trying to spot him, and eventually they did. He cooperated, even holding out his wrists for the officers to put handcuffs on him. He didn't seem bothered, and was just smiling at Claire. He was put under arrest for breaching the conditions of his bail. He was charged under Section 2 of the Protection from Harassment Act of 1997. Claire's mother, Tricia, said, "The police relayed the message to Claire that he really didn't mean the threat, that he said there was a language barrier, and he was upset and would never have hurt her." He was sent to Bell Marsh Prison, where he spent the next 8 days. He was then bailed to make his appearance in court, which was scheduled for the August 31st, on the condition he did not go to Knightsbridge or contact her in any way. As he awaited trial, Claire and her mother went on holiday to Florence to celebrate her birthday. They spent 5 days there, and Claire was making the most of every moment. Her mother said the trip was pure gold. After all she had been through, Claire was finally able to relax and enjoy herself. During this time, Michael Pesh went back to Slovakia. Whilst there, he went to a firing range and underwent weapons training. On June 14th, he passed the firearms exam, and a month later, he obtained a firearms license. He also purchased and registered a handgun. On July 20th, he headed back to the United Kingdom. He traveled via coach and ferry, and was able to smuggle the handgun into the country in his luggage. As the trial loomed, Claire waited to be called to give evidence. But then, on the August 31st at Tower Bridge Magistrates Court, Michael Pesh suddenly changed his plea to guilty. There would be no trial, and Claire would not have to face him. He was then released on bail. Claire was relieved that what had been happening to her and what she had suffered was finally out, saying she now just wanted to get on with her life. September 13th, 2005. Since the trial, Claire had not seen Michael Pesh, and her life seemed to be getting back to normal. As Claire's day started, she headed into work. The hours ticked by as she served customers on the shop floor. And before long, she was just 10 minutes away from her shift ending at 8 p.m. A few customers were walking around, and the store was generally quiet, as it was so close to closing time. One of Claire's colleagues put her hand up to Claire and looked at her watch, showing there was only a few minutes to go. Claire smiled back at her. One of Claire's colleagues then noticed a shadow appear behind her, and believed it may have been a boyfriend who had come to meet her as she finished. The figure then raised his arm, brandishing a gun. He fired a shot at the back of Claire's head, and she fell to the floor. He then fired 3 times at her face. As people ran to find cover, he fired another shot into the ceiling. He then turned the gun on himself and took his own life. Michael Pesch had just carried out his terrifying threat. Claire's mother Tricia had been out celebrating a friend's birthday that night. After returning home around midnight, she heard a loud banging on her front door. After opening it, she was met by 2 police officers. One of them told her they were there about her daughter. The family liaison officer then gave her the devastating news. Her daughter had been shot dead at work. Tricia knew instantly who was responsible and said, "It was Pecci, wasn't it?" The officer nodded, confirming that it was. In a statement, her mother said, Claire was unaware of her own beauty, both inside and outside, and the only fault Claire possessed was to see good in everybody. This trust was eventually abused, leaving us all with such unbearable grief. Her colleagues were left devastated by her murder, and they were offered counseling to help them process their trauma. As the investigations into what had happened were carried out, Pesch's flatmate found a 40-page notebook. One entry shortly before he murdered Claire detailed how he was contemplating the meaning of life, with references being made to ghosts and prophets. Also in the diary was Claire's address. He had written poetry too, and one of the poems read as follows: "From our love all that is left is a dried-up spring, yet all we had to do was push away the stone that was blocking it. I have as many memories of you as there are in a forest trees. You are my only love, so ring me, please." It was revealed that he had gained entry to Harvey Nichols by sneaking through a back door, despite having been told to stay away. He had also taken cocaine. When it emerged that Pecci had been arrested and bailed, domestic violence campaigners wanted answers as to why this was allowed to happen. The head of the charity Refuge said, "Yet again, women who are stalked and threatened by their partners have been let down by the criminal justice system. How many more murders do we have to have before women get the protection they need and deserve?" A few weeks later, Claire's funeral was held in Tunbridge Wells, with 100 turning out to pay their respects and remember her. An inquest into Claire's death was held. The Westminster coroner, Dr. Paul Knapman, said that after hearing about the alleged errors by police, courts, and prosecutors, he would consider widening the inquest. The inquest heard that a risk assessment had not been done by the officers who had first interviewed Claire, and that she had not been told that he had been charged and remanded in custody. It was also revealed that a form had not been filled out, which helps police establish a level of threat that someone might pose. But it was also discussed that even if the form had been filled out, as Michael Pesch had no previous convictions, he likely still would have been determined to be low risk. In 2007, the coroner ruled that the murder of Claire Bernal could not have been reasonably foreseen, but he did criticize the police for wasting time with filling out forms to provide a scapegoat. Claire's mother Tricia was determined her daughter's death was not going to be in vain, and she channeled her efforts into changing the law and making stalking a criminal offense in itself. She worked with other families who had also been affected by stalking, teaming up with Carol Farrakay and Stella Moore. Carol's daughter had been stabbed to death after being stalked, and Stella's daughter had been shot also after being stalked. The 3 supported a pioneering new project, the first of its kind in Europe, called the Family Justice Center. All domestic violence or stalking victims who use the service are immediately classed as high risk before a fuller assessment can be made. The Family Justice Center works with various agencies and charities, including police and investigators, to help put victims in touch with the right people, to ensure that they have the correct support. Tricia, Stella, and Carol were also there in January of 2008, when the Family Justice Center was visited by the Home Affairs Select Committee. Together, they also helped set up protection against stalking, which amongst the many aspects of its work, runs a helpline to support people impacted by stalking. Tricia said, "Every county should have a stalking service. We need to protect victims, but we also need to address the offender. This is crucial. Unless you have a 2-pronged approach, it won't work. They go into prison, and when they come out, it is likely they will either pursue the victim or move on to another. Simply locking them up is not going to work. It wouldn't have worked for my daughter's killer." Finally, their hard work paid off, and in 2012, new legislation was passed that made stalking a criminal offense. In 2021, Trisha was awarded an MBE for her campaigning work, and she remains an incredible victims advocate. Trisha said, "The strongest message I can give any victim is go to the police. Nobody has the right to control someone else's life." Claire Bernal was a young woman cut down in the prime of her life. The impact of her death has been momentous and has led to much-needed changes in the law. It is through this tireless victims advocacy that Claire's memory will continue to live on. March 30th, 1980, became a somber date in Lake Erie's history. That morning, Sandusky police responded to a report of a strange object floating near the lake's edge. Approaching Cedar Point, officers quickly grasped the seriousness of the situation. They called for backup and cordoned off the area to keep onlookers away. Unfortunately, details surrounding the discovery were scarce. According to the Detroit Free Press, police found the body of a young woman estimated to be between 20 and 30 years old. She was about 5 feet 5 inches and weighed approximately 120 pounds, wearing what was described as a disco-style dress. Her body slumped along the edge of Lake Erie. The news sent shockwaves through the community, and investigators immediately focused on identifying the victim. Yet, this crucial step in the case would remain unresolved. The Sandusky police did not disclose the woman's cause of death, which became a subject of speculation. The autopsy revealed that she had multiple fractures, including her femur, pelvis, and jaw, though it wasn't clear whether these injuries occurred before or after death. Press releases and conferences were held, but no one came forward to identify the young woman in the size 12 disco dress. The case immediately went stale. There were no scars, jewelry pieces, or other identifying features on her body. In time, the woman was buried as the Erie County Jane Doe. There was no date of birth to adorn her grave, just March 30th, 1980. The Sandusky Police Department never gave up on the Erie County Jane Doe, but with limited evidence and resources, the case could not progress. It would take decades for the name Erie County Jane Doe to appear in the media again, but there was good news this time. In late 2021, the Porchlight Project, a nonprofit organization that helps to fund the solving of cold cases, announced they would be willing to pay for the new DNA testing in the Erie County Jane Doe case. By 2021, genetic genealogy was beginning to peak, and the Sandusky Police Department believed this may be their only chance to close this case once and for all. Shortly after accepting the donation, the woman's remains were sent to Bode Technology in Virginia for further DNA analysis. Unfortunately, this kind of testing isn't instantaneous. Technicians worked exceedingly hard to research, repair, and test samples for years. Almost 2 years later, in March 2023, Sandusky Police Department and the Porchlight Project announced that the Erie County Jane Doe had been identified as 31-year-old Patricia Eleanor Greenwood. The announcement came on March 30th, 43 years to the day since she was discovered. Analysis found Patricia after discovering that she was one of 12 children who had been given up for adoption. Patricia was born in 1948 in Michigan and has lived in Traverse City, Bay City, and Saginaw. Patricia was never reported missing, and her siblings last saw her in 1979. The Sandusky Police Department is still working on Patricia's cold case, and while she has been identified, it's anything but closed. According to Patricia's sister, she may have been a sex worker at the time of her death, and the Sandusky Police Department believed that Patricia met with foul play. Unfortunately, no one in her family had a photograph of Patricia, and law enforcement is hoping to find anyone who knew her to come forward, as they'd like to get a better picture of what her life was like. Hopefully, with that information, they can be one step closer to finding her killer. Nick Edwards, a board member for Project Porchlight, gave this statement to the media regarding Patricia's case. Quote, "Being able to give Patricia Greenwood her name back is the first step in finding the justice that she deserves. Thank you to the brilliant folks at Bode for the wonderful work that they do." Bode continues to impress, and their assistance to those in law enforcement is making it more difficult for bad people to get away with bad things. The Sandusky Police Department never gave up on this victim even after all these years. Now it's time for the public to come together and provide information about Patricia Greenwood to the detectives. Patricia needs your help. The investigation into Patricia's murder continues. And if you have any information, you're asked to contact the Sandusky Police Department at 419-627-5980. It was on February 16, 1986, when hikers along the Pacific Crest Trail made a grisly discovery at the Los Coyotes Indian Reservation. The partially decomposed body of a woman lay at the edge of the campsite. San Diego County Sheriff's Office was immediately dispatched to the scene and began their investigation. Moments later, the San Diego County Sheriff's Office received a call that would change everything. 14 miles from where the female victim was, there was found a man in a similar condition. Both victims were wearing thick jackets and layers of clothing. The similarities were too apparent to ignore, and investigators knew they had to identify both bodies before their killer could be identified. Law enforcement has withheld a lot of information in both of these cases. The manner of death of the man found 14 miles away has never been released to preserve the investigation's integrity. Detectives struggled to make any headway in either case. There was very little evidence, and the evidence the SDCSO did have was being withheld from the media. Her murder floated through the media for a few weeks before interest fizzled out. For decades, her case would go untouched. But the San Diego County Sheriff's Office knew there was family out there looking for their loved one. In 2023, the San Diego County Sheriff's Office turned to genetic genealogy. A sample of the woman's hair was submitted for analysis on websites such as 23andMe and GeneMatch. According to CBS, quote, using this DNA analysis as well as census records and other public information, detectives were able to build family trees and track down relatives. Investigators have now identified the family tree, and all they had to do was find the missing link. Shortly after her DNA was submitted, law enforcement identified the Jane Doe as Claudette Jean Zabulski Powers. The mother of two would have been 24 years old when she was brutally murdered. Detectives pieced together what they knew of her life before she disappeared. In the early 1980s, Claudette left her Michigan home and moved to Washington with her husband. By 1983, Claudette filed for divorce and found a property in San Diego County for herself and her daughters. However, in 1984, tragedy struck the Powers family when their patriarch passed away. Upon losing her father, Claudette felt lost. Her siblings were called to officers that September 1984 was the last time they saw or spoke to their beloved sister at their father's funeral. After that, she dropped off the map. Claudette's family said that they never gave up looking for her. Her siblings hired a private investigator, but there is no sign. Her siblings and family loved Claudette, and they knew her disappearance was out of the ordinary. However, she was never reported missing formally, and her family had no idea that she'd been deceased all these years. Whilst Claudette has now been identified, investigators still have a long way to go in this investigation. They are now tasked with piecing Claudette's life together from September 1984 to 1986. There are some reports that she worked as a waitress in Escondido, and anyone with information or may have known Claudette is asked to come forward. Her sister said in a statement to the media, quote, "It's been really hard on our family. Someone knows what happened. A neighbor, anyone that knew her knows what happened. If you're still alive and you knew my sister and you knew what happened to her, please come forward. Please, we need closure." San Diego County Sheriff's Office has not released the manners of the death for Claudette or the John Doe, and the investigation is ongoing. What they have said is that they are looking for a male suspect and that Claudette had suffered a violent death. They're hoping to identify the man who had been murdered as well. They said that the man is a similar age to Claudette, mid-20s, and that they were both similarly dressed in thermals and clothing suitable for camping. They had both been deceased for approximately 2 weeks before their bodies were discovered. No other personal effects were found and no camping gear, bags, or purses. The area was remote, and they would have needed a vehicle to get there. At this time, there are no sketches of John Doe available nor much information that might help identify him. On October 26, 1976, the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Department were called to the Talisman Sugar Farm in Palm Beach County, Florida. This case would be like no other, sending investigators on an ever-twisting turning path. In the cane field lay the body of a man who was later believed to be white or Native American. His remains were somewhat skeletonized, and that he had been exposed to the elements for at least 2 months before his discovery. Forensic experts deemed his death a homicide with a gunshot wound to the back of his skull as the cause of death. He had a unique Timex watch with the initials LJ carved on the inside. Investigators also discovered that Palm Beach County John Doe had been shot 3 times overall. Over the years, several forensic photography experts have created several renditions of what he may have looked like in life, but these failed to produce any leads. In 2022, Othram, the nonprofit organization, joined forces with the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office. Their press release from Othram states, quote, "This case was entered into NAMUS as up 1300. The Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office sent skeletal remains for the unidentified homicide victim to Othram. After many months of hard work, the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office announced that the 1976 Palm Beach John Doe has been identified as 29-year-old Douglas Lynn Streeter. In April 1976, Douglas and a group of friends traveled from his hometown of Bryan, Ohio to Florida on a boys' trip in March 1976. According to Douglas's friends, he was last seen in the vicinity of the Spanish Oaks Apartments in Boca Raton, Florida in April 1976. He went by the nickname Strut. From Florida, it seems he became separated from his friends and disappeared. His friends returned home without him. His estimated time of death was around August, but he disappeared in April. No one knows what he'd been doing in the months between his disappearance and murder. Anyone with information is asked to contact Detective John Cogburn of the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office at 56168840063. There's a $3,000 reward for any information leading to an arrest. Fire Island lies just to the west of Anchorage, Alaska, near the head of Cook Inlet. On July 24, 1989, human remains were discovered on the island's northwest shore. They had undergone a great deal of decomposition, meaning that only a limited amount of information about the person whose remains they were could be determined during the autopsy. The remains were believed to be those of a Caucasian male between 35–50 years old. An anthropologist was brought into the case and determined that the remains had been on the beach where they were found for at least a year. However, an exact time frame of the John Doe's death could not be determined. Alaska state troopers found evidence on the remains that indicated that John Doe's death was of a criminal nature, although details about that evidence have not been released to the public. Alaska state troopers exhausted all means of identifying the remains available to them at the time but could not make an identification. The remains were eventually buried at Anchorage Municipal Cemetery. In 2003, the Alaska state troopers enlisted the assistance of the FBI, submitting hair and tissue samples taken from the remains during the autopsy in 1989 and kept by the state medical examiner's office. The FBI laboratory was able to extract mitochondrial DNA from the samples. The profile was entered into a missing persons database, but no matches were found. In 2021, the case was formally reopened by the Alaska Bureau of Investigation Cold Case Investigation Unit. The state medical examiner's office had kept bone samples from John Doe's remains. These samples were then sent to Othram Inc., a private forensics laboratory in Texas. Scientists there were able to extract DNA from the bone samples. They then used forensic-grade genome sequencing to develop a comprehensive DNA profile. This profile was used to conduct genealogical research. Several individuals, all linked to the same man by DNA, were identified. Some of these individuals also had ties to Alaska. Further investigation led authorities to believe that this man could be their John Doe. A DNA sample was then taken from a closed blood relative of this individual. The analysis of their DNA and its comparison to the DNA from the remains confirmed the match. On December 1, 2021, it was announced that the John Doe found on Fire Island in 1989 had been identified as Michael Allison Beavers. Michael was a heavy machine operator who lived in Chugiak, Alaska, and operated an excavation business there. He was last seen alive at the age of 40 in late November of 1979, when he left home to drive to Seattle to meet with a business associate. He never arrived. His wife reported him missing 2 months later. Little progress was ever made in the investigation into Michael's disappearance, and it was closed in 1982. Michael was declared legally dead 10 years later. The investigation into Michael's disappearance and murder is ongoing. On Sunday, October 5, 1980, two brothers were driving near the Arroyo Grande Wash, south of State Route 146 in Henderson, Nevada. Around 9:20 p.m., in a remote desert area, they discovered the nude body of a young woman lying along the roadside. An autopsy revealed that she had died from blunt force trauma to the back of her head, likely caused by a roofing or framing hammer. She also sustained severe facial injuries and puncture wounds to her upper back. The Clark County Coroner's Office ruled her death a homicide. Authorities believed she hadn't been in the desert long, as she was easily visible when found, and it didn't appear her killer had tried to conceal her body. The coroner estimated she had been killed within 24 hours of her discovery. Her body had been washed, and part of a shower curtain was found nearby, suggesting an attempt to clean her before she was left at the scene. The young woman was approximately 5 feet 2 inches tall and weighed around 100 pounds. Her age was estimated to be between 14 and 19 years old. She had shoulder-length, reddish hair. She had a small birthmark on her lower back and a homemade tattoo of the letter S on the inside of her right forearm. These details did not lead to the identification of the young woman. She was referred to by police as Jane Arroyo Grande Doe, as they continued to investigate her murder. They took her fingerprints but found no matches, as well as x-rays they hoped could also help identify her. Despite their efforts, both her identity and the identity of her killer remained unknown for decades. John Williams was the homicide detective on call the weekend the young woman was found, and began working on her case that evening, ultimately becoming the case's lead investigator. He continued working on the case in an official capacity until he retired in 2006, and unofficially after his retirement. He was one of several members of the police department who contributed money to give Jane Arroyo Grande Doe a proper burial and buy her a headstone. He and his wife visited her grave and brought her flowers every year. "I'll never not work on it. We're basically the only family she's got," Williams said in 2006, in a news article written in honor of his retirement. Jane Arroyo Grande Doe was exhumed 4 times, in 2002, 2003, 2009, and 2016, to collect more evidence for further forensic testing. More than 30 missing women were considered as potential identities of Jane Arroyo Grande Doe over the years, but they were all eliminated. The case was formally reopened in 2015 in honor of the 35th anniversary of the John Williams went with Detective Joseph Ebert, the currently detective on the case, when he visited the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children about the case. Nick Mack released a new artistic representation of Jane Arroyo Grande Doe, and artist Carl Koppelman released another rendering of her in 2018. With dental records, fingerprints, and conventional DNA searches failing to identify Jane Arroyo Grande Doe, police in Henderson turned to genetic genealogy. Luckily, one of her relatives in California had taken a commercial DNA test and showed up as a partial match to her DNA in a genealogical database. This relative put authorities in touch with the man ultimately determined to be Jane Arroyo Grande Doe's grandfather in Arkansas. He told investigators that their victim had sisters. 2 of these sisters provided DNA samples, which ultimately confirmed Jane Arroyo Grande Doe's identity. At a press conference on December 2, 2021, 41 years after Jane Arroyo Grande Doe's body was found, the City of Henderson Police Department's investigative division announced that she had finally been identified as 17-year-old Tammy Terrell of Artesia, New Mexico. Tammy was born on July 4, 1963. She was one of 4 sisters who were raised in a foster home. In September of 1980, she was staying at a Surin's home, a youth group home in Roswell, New Mexico, trying to get her life in order. On September 28th, she and another girl living at the facility were dropped off by a staff member at the New Mexico Fairgrounds, where the Roswell State Fair was being held. When the staff member returned to pick up the girls, Tracy was not there. Tracy was seen later that evening at a Denny's in Roswell with 2 adults, a white man and a white woman. Police believe they may have been planning to leave New Mexico and travel to an unknown location in California. According to Tracy's youngest sister Carla, Police were not interested in investigating Tracy's disappearance when she first vanished because she had run away before and would be turning 18 in less than a year. Tracy's family did not give up on looking for her, however, looking at the faces of homeless people and people in crowds wherever they went. For the next 4 decades, hoping to one day see Tracy's face. Carla plans on visiting Nevada in January of 2022 to visit her sister's grave and meet with the investigators who remain so committed to Tracy's case. Despite recently being hospitalized, John Williams was present at the press conference announcing Tracy's identification. The investigation into Tracy's murder remains open. Lauren Stewart, a 45-year-old wife and mother, appeared to have it all. She was married to her supportive husband, Dan, and was a devoted mother to her adult children, Stephen and Bethany. On the surface, her life seemed flawless, but behind the scenes, it was far from perfect. Just weeks before a shocking event, Lauren was secretly searching YouTube for ways to end her life and learning how to use a Glock handgun. Join us as we delve into the complex and haunting story of Lauren Stewart. Lauren Devine Stewart was born on January 9, 1973. She spent most of her life in Michigan and worked part-time as a personal trainer at the YMCA in Farmington Hills and occasionally as a house cleaner. After leaving the Jehovah's Witnesses, she pursued modeling and acting, exploring her creative side through workshops and networking with photographers. She was known as a charming woman. According to one of her online profiles, she expressed her passion for acting and modeling, describing herself as adventurous and open to various experiences. Lauren was married to Daniel Stewart, who worked at the University of Michigan as a lead software architect, focusing on developing technology to predict heart attacks. Dan worked as a coder in the technology industry for many years. He and his wife were devout Christians within the Jehovah's Witness denomination for an extended period until 2013, when they decided to explore a different approach to their spiritual life. The couple had 2 accomplished children, 27-year-old Stephen, a data solution architect, and 24-year-old Bethany, a talented artist and graphic designer. Like his father, Stephen shared a passion for technology, while Bethany showcased her talents in art and graphic design. At 45, Lauren Stewart seemed to have it all. A flourishing husband, 2 college-educated children, a budding modeling career, and a charming Kego Harbor home with a welcoming heart wreath on the door. But behind this facade of perfection lurked a hidden pain. Lauren grappled with the heartache of exclusion and rejection from the religion she and Daniel were born into. Just a few years back, Lauren and her husband chose to break away from the Jehovah's Witness faith, known for its strict indoctrination and practice of shunning former members. The idyllic exterior masked a complex web of emotions and choices that would soon unravel into a gripping narrative. Lauren and her family had been devout Jehovah's Witnesses, strictly adhering to beliefs that shunned celebrations like birthdays, Easter, Christmas, and any event they believed went against the teachings of Christ. The faith strongly discouraged higher education, putting Stephen and Bethany at risk of excommunication if they pursued college. Dan envisioned a brighter future for their children through higher education. When they sought approval from church elders, the response was resolute: disobey the church's policies and face disfellowship. This threat weighed heavily on the Stewarts, as nearly everyone they knew, including extended family, was part of the congregation. After careful consideration, the Stewarts made a bold decision to leave the religion they had long embraced. Although it initially felt right, the community's disapproval became unbearable, especially for Lauren. Simple tasks like grocery shopping were marred by dirty looks and hurtful comments from once-believed friends made intentionally within earshot. Residing in a small community with many Jehovah's Witnesses, the Stewarts grappled with the reality of their outcast status, being consistently reminded whenever possible. This emotional burden took its toll, leading to a breaking point. In search of a lifeline, Lauren turned to the gym, making it a regular part of her life to rebuild her physical well-being. Her transformation was so remarkable that she secured a job as a fitness instructor, leveraging her natural beauty to become a model with surprising success. Lauren appeared pleasant, exuding optimism despite her church's rejection, but beneath her facade of confidence lay profound and unimaginable suffering. Lauren battled chronic depression even before the shunning, which intensified with each passing day. Desperately masking her inner turmoil, she would occasionally reveal cracks in her facade, quickly concealing them with a fake smile. One of Lauren's most guarded secrets was the family's crippling debt, pushing them to the edge of ruin. Faced with a dual onslaught of financial and emotional distress, she devised a plan to resolve all her problems at once. Lauren Stewart's descent into darkness was chilling and heartbreaking. She delved into grim research, scouring YouTube for methods of ending her own life and instructional videos on handling a handgun, all leading up to a fateful day. On February 15, 2018, she left a poignant note on the dinner table, meticulously tidied the home, and texted her loved ones, as well as her husband's boss. Just before the unthinkable act, she turned over all the family photos on a secretary's desk. At 9:24 a.m., she sent a message to her husband's boss that said, "Mark, this is Lauren. Dan had an accident this morning and died. I can't talk now. Someone will inform you later of the details at the hospital." The boss reached out for further details, but got no response. Hours later at 5:07 p.m. on the same day, she reached out to her cousin confessing she had become evil. She said, "I took my husband and kids with me so they don't have to feel my selfish act. They will sleep until Christ resurrects them. I truly hope you do better where I failed." Her cousin responded, "Lauren, you are scaring me. What are you saying? Don't do it, Lauren." Lauren had become more and more detached from reality in recent months. Unbeknownst to her family, she had a pistol in her possession and tragically decided to turn it against the very people she professed to love, one by one. This heartbreaking culmination of her internal torment resulted in a devastating series of acts. Her first victim was her husband, 47-year-old Dan, who, unsuspectingly, relaxed in their furnished basement. Lauren, armed and determined, used a throw pillow as a makeshift silencer and shot him in the head as he attempted to flee. With her most significant threat eliminated, she ascended the stairs. Upstairs, her 24-year-old daughter Bethany, who had recently celebrated her birthday, lay asleep in her room. Without hesitation, Lauren positioned herself just feet from the bed, aimed the gun, and ended her daughter's life in an instant. Next, her son Stephen, who had his place across town, unknowingly arrived at the family home, lured by pretenses. Oblivious to the imminent danger, he busied himself with the task his mother had prepared. With his back turned, unaware of what was coming, Lauren, the mother he loved, shot him at point-blank range. The horrifying scene didn't end there. Lauren took the life of the family dog, placing its body in the bathtub. A neighbor heard the shots, but assumed someone was slamming doors. As the house became a chilling temporary morgue, she meticulously tidied up. The darkness culminated as Lauren turned the gun on herself, using a method she had researched online. The cousin Lauren had tried texting her back, but Lauren never responded. The cousin went to Lauren's house the following morning, February 16th, with a friend. With no response at the door, they contacted the police for a welfare check. When police arrived at the house on the morning of February 16th, the kitchen was organized, the refrigerator was stocked, various items had handwritten labels, and a calendar was hung on the refrigerator. Their discovery began with the family dog in the bathtub, triggering a chilling response from the officers, who feared there was an active shooter. "Get your gun out, there's a dead dog in the tub," one had yelled to a partner. Climbing a spiral staircase to the second floor, they found Stephen Stewart on the floor, believed to have been shot while seated on a chair. In another room, Bethany lay lifeless, shot in her sleep with a pillow muffling the sound. Gunshots were also noticeable on the pillowcase. Dan Stewart was discovered on the basement floor in front of a couch, his right hand still in his jeans pocket. The slightly pulled white pocket liner on his left pocket suggested he was standing when he was shot and attempted to react, thus pulling the pocket liner. Upstairs, Lauren was discovered at the base of the stairs, a pistol by her side, her self-inflicted wound between the eyes echoing her online research. 2 notes were found on the dinner table. One was for the medical examiner, while the other, a chilling suicide note, exposed Lauren's inner turmoil. I allowed evil into my heart when I chose not to accept God's free love, and it made me sick inside, Lauren wrote. I killed my family because I know my death would stumble them. At least now they will not suffer and will be resurrected to life forever in peace. As the police delved into the steward's world, a complex and perplexing picture began to emerge. Interviews with family members, friends, and neighbors painted the couple as reclusive, marked by a sense of estrangement after leaving the Jehovah's Witness church. Her struggles marred Lauren's history. Some family members said Lauren, who had 11 siblings, suffered from depression compounded by the weight of motherhood. In recent years, she spiraled into religious fixation, often launching impassioned tirades. Her family members, including her father and sister, revealed the extent of the emotional distance that had grown over time and had not spoken to her in years. Her mother passed away when she was just 13 years old. For years, Lauren had been estranged from her family, who saw her relationship with Dan as a force pulling her away from them. This friction was exacerbated by the couple's mutual struggles with mental health, painting a picture of a relationship entwined with pain and distress. To those who knew Lauren, her decision to leave the Jehovah's Witness faith marked her as an apostate. This bold choice not only isolated her from her community, but also caused significant upheaval in her life. Joyce Taylor, a longtime family friend who was intimately acquainted with the family, was visibly shaken. She believed that the murders were a direct consequence of the Stewarts' rejection by the Jehovah's Witnesses. Taylor and other former members illuminated the harsh reality of leaving the faith. They explained that once you depart from the church, even your own family members who remain are forbidden from interacting with you. This severe form of shunning takes a heavy emotional toll. According to Taylor, Lauren and Daniel's desire to provide their children with a college education directly conflicted with the religion's teachings, which frowned upon such pursuits. The collision between their aspirations and the rigid doctrines of their faith set the stage for a tragic unraveling. They were shunned everywhere and every way possible. If Lauren went to the grocery store, they didn't look her in the eye, Taylor said. When you're raised a Jehovah's Witness, they choose your friends, they choose who you associate with, and if you go against that, they will disfellowship you or shun you. In the shocking turn of events, Joyce Taylor stormed into a Kingdom Hall meeting in Union Lake, seizing the moment to confront the congregation. Standing on a chair, she boldly criticized the gathering, her voice resonating with a mix of anger and sorrow. "Excuse me, everyone," she declared. "My name is Joyce Taylor. 2 days ago, 4 people died as a result of your shunning process." Taylor's outburst sent shock waves through the room as she pushed away congregants and vented her pent-up frustration. 5 years ago, you people pulled your support from this small family. The only support they had was you. You turned them away and you shunned them. And for what? She exclaimed. Because they wanted to raise their children as they saw fit. The police were aware of the family's issues with their former church. Police records detailed how, on February 6th, at 11:05 p.m., Lauren recorded a poignant 2-minute video explaining the depths of her despair. She cited a multitude of issues, expressing her inability to carry on and her desire not to burden others any longer. Abandoned by her church family, Lauren found herself drowning in a relentless sea of despair, with what she believed to be the only escape, death. Convinced that ending her own life was the solution to her unbearable suffering, she made the agonizing choice to also take the lives of her loved ones, sparing them what she perceived as the inevitable shame and suffering that her actions would bring upon their household. Police records painted a grim picture of Lauren's mental state in the lead-up to the tragedy, noting her unmistakable signs of severe depression and increasingly abnormal behavior. It appeared that she had immersed herself in a personal interpretation of religion, intensifying her depression. Shockingly, she never sought professional help or counseling, and no prescription drugs or alcohol were found in her system. However, traces of marijuana were discovered, not just in Lauren's system, but also in her husband and sons. The police investigation unraveled a complex web of factors contributing to her devastating actions. Loneliness, the severed ties with family and friends over religious differences, and deep-seated emotional scars stemming from alleged childhood sexual abuse, all converged to amplify her anguish, ultimately driving her to commit the unthinkable. In a striking testament to the estrangement within the family, Lauren's sister's response spoke volumes. She exhibited a somber demeanor and expressed a surprising lack of surprise when hearing the news of her sister's actions, demonstrating just how far Lauren had drifted from her own sister, who even showed little regret about the tragedy. The motives behind Lauren Stewart's tragic actions may have stemmed from the deep isolation imposed by her former church and the unresolved trauma from her childhood. It raises the question, could things have turned out differently if she had reached out for help when she felt overwhelmed by her circumstances? Sadly, instead of seeking counseling or professional support, Lauren chose a path of self-destruction, with devastating consequences for everyone involved. As we reflect on this heartbreaking story, our thoughts are with the victims whose lives were senselessly cut short and the loved ones they left behind. At 48, Valerie McDaniel appeared to have it all. She was a successful veterinarian with a thriving practice in Houston, Texas, and divided her time between a beach house on Tiki Island near Galveston and her social circle, who described her as lively and caring, yet deeply unhappy. Beneath the facade of success and happiness, Valerie had endured decades of loneliness and heartbreak. She had recently separated from her husband of nearly 20 years, Marion Mac McDaniel III, after discovering he had been consistently unfaithful. Mac was often away, leaving Valerie to handle their business and care for their child on her own. He frequently took extended hunting trips and vacations with friends. Then, one day at work, a woman called the clinic and provided Valerie with extensive evidence of Mac's infidelities. Lists of women he had been involved with, along with photographs, emails, and text messages. Devastated, Valerie filed for divorce. As if things weren't already complicated enough, Valerie now had to share custody of their 9-year-old daughter on a 50-50 split. Additionally, she was forced to buy out her ex-husband from her veterinary practice for $1,250,000. Mac had cheated his way out of their marriage, and in the process had grown wealthy. It was enough to make Valerie bitter and angry towards her ex. Though her friends stated, they never saw her lose her cool and never could have imagined what would come next. In 2017, Valerie's neighbor introduced her to her 39-year-old son, Leon Jacobs. Jacobs said he was a doctor specializing in transplant surgeries. The two didn't immediately hit it off, but Leon pursued Valerie relentlessly, and she finally agreed to go out with him. From there, the two did hit it off. Valerie and Leon had a whirlwind romance, and after only weeks of dating, he had moved into Valerie's condo. Valerie told friends that she'd never been loved like this ever, and she said that being with Leon was incredibly passionate and romantic. But her friends had reservations about Leon Jacobs. Though charming, they found him to have a huge ego. He was arrogant and incredibly self-centered and materialistic. They expressed their concerns about their relationship, but Valerie didn't want to hear it. Soon, the two were talking about marriage. Valerie had no idea about Leon Jacobs' checkered past. He was the son of very successful divorce attorneys. He'd grown up in affluent neighborhoods in the best schools with the best opportunities and anything he could have ever wanted. He went to med school in 2005 in the Caribbean island of Grenada. From there, he came back to the US to start his residency program in Texas, but was dropped. After that, he moved to Ohio and entered another residency program, but was terminated as well when his supervisor discovered he had lied about patient care and stated that he lacked the medical knowledge required to practice medicine. In 2012, he was arrested and accused of burglarizing the home of a hospital administrator in Ohio. Again, he pleaded down to a misdemeanor of criminal trespass. No explanation was given as to what he was doing there or why he was breaking into that home. Jacobs had been married for 11 years, and his wife had filed for divorce in 2013, citing abuse. After her filing, she also needed to get a protective order against Jacobs for stalking and intimidation. There had been emails, texts, voicemails with Jacobs threatening bodily harm if she didn't take him back. He was charged with aggravated stalking and intimidation but pleaded down to cyberstalking, and the other charges were dismissed. By 2016, Jacobs found himself unhireable and broke, eventually filing for bankruptcy. He eventually moved back to Houston where his parents lived. There, he met a woman named Megan and the two began dating. But it wasn't long before that relationship also ended in criminal charges. In 2017, Megan called the police for domestic violence. Her lip was split, and she said that Jacobs had grabbed her face violently during an argument. She ended the relationship and pressed charges against him. But that was only the beginning. Like with his ex-wife, he started stalking her, calling her incessantly, and wouldn't leave her alone. The assault charges were eventually dropped due to insufficient evidence, but there was enough evidence for a felony stalking charge, and Megan wasn't dropping it. It was a criminal case that he wasn't likely to win. Due to the criminal charges, Leon Jacobs was now ineligible to acquire a medical license in Texas with a felony. While Jacobs was dealing with his legal issues, Valerie was also having legal troubles. She wanted primary custody of her daughter, and her ex-husband was fighting it, leading to a contentious custody battle. And one day, Jacobs came to her with a solution to both of their problems. A man he knew named Motez Azza was going to take care of their issues. Azza was an ex-military buddy of Jacobs, and for $5,000, 2 Cartier watches, and a MacBook, he was willing to take out Megan and Mac. Jacobs gave his buddy a deposit of $9,000, and then Azza disappeared. When he disappeared with his money, Jacobs reached out to a mutual acquaintance and revealed to him that Azza had stolen his money. When asked why Jacobs had given him the money, Jacobs revealed enough information to draw concern, and that acquaintance called law enforcement believing Megan might be in danger. Police have been able to locate Azad and arrested him, and in order to avoid criminal charges himself, he was offered immunity to tell them what Jacobs had planned for his ex, and he took the deal. Law enforcement decided to set up a sting operation, which first involved protecting the potential targets, in case someone else had been hired, and then Azza was sent in along with an undercover cop to meet with Jacobs and Valerie to discuss the murder-for-hire plot. The four met at an Olive Garden, sharing a booth in the corner. Valerie showed up having just left work, still wearing scrubs with her name embroidered on the chest. Jacobs orchestrated the conversation, careful to use broad language, but it was clear who was the driving force behind the plot. Between the unlimited salads and breadsticks, Jacobs revealed that he wanted Megan kidnapped and injected with potassium chloride to stop her heart and left to be found somewhere. For Mac, they felt a robbery gone wrong would be the best at his home when he didn't have their daughter. They would get the rest of the payment after the murders were carried out. Once that money was sent, they could both be arrested. Law enforcement arranged the fake deaths of the victims, posing them and setting crime scenes and taking detailed photographs. The evidence was sent, and the final payment was made. When law enforcement showed up at Valerie's condo to deliver the death notice, when actuality, Mac was in his car in the parking lot waiting to pick up his daughter once they were arrested. Law enforcement started by saying that Mac had been murdered, but then yelled cut and started reading them their Miranda rights, informing the two that they would be arrested for attempting to solicit capital murder. They were arrested on March 10, 2017 and charged. Valerie was able to make bond and was released, but only days later, she dumped off her 7th-floor balcony committing suicide, leaving Leon Jacobs to head to trial alone. Jacobs' trial began a year later. He took to the stand maintaining innocence despite recorded calls, audio recordings from the Olive Garden meeting, money exchanges, and testimony from Azza. The jury ultimately found him guilty and convicted him on 2 counts of solicitation of capital murder. Megan provided this victim impact statement during sentencing.
You convinced me to leave my life I had in Pittsburgh, and you convinced me it was awful. You manipulated me to leave my family and the life I had. I believe everything happens for a reason. While you sit in jail, I hope you think of me, the girl that you called poor and uneducated. Because it's because of me you will be in prison for life. You will never see your children grow up. You will not be a part of their lives, and they will be better for it. I think some part of me always knew that you would try to hurt me, and that you were always lying. The realization that your family also knew you were lying made it me even harder to face this. You destroyed me financially and took away my sense of security, but you can do that no more. Enjoy life in prison.
and he was given 30 years in prison for the involvement of trying to have her and Mac McDaniels killed. Discover the chilling world of secret crime mysteries, where we delve into the most perplexing cold cases and unsolved crimes. Join us as we unravel hidden clues and explore haunting mysteries. Subscribe now and be part of the journey to bring these cases to light. It was the summer of 2006 when 51-year-old Assam Ahmed Aid was sick of his job. He worked as a poker dealer at the Bellagio Casino in Las Vegas, Nevada. Aid, originally from Egypt, seemed to be living a normal life. He had a home in Vegas. He lived there with his wife and his daughter. Those who knew him said that he was nice and never expected what was to come next. Aid hired a Florida web designer to build a crude website, hitmenforhire.net, which boasted, quote, "Assassinations are the most practical solution to common problems. Thanks to the internet, ordering a hit has never been easier. We manage a network of freelance assassins available to kill at a moment's notice." On the site, he used the alias Tony Luciano and waited for clients to reach out. That client was 23-year-old Marissa Mark, who did just that. Mark was from Pennsylvania and a recent college graduate. She wasn't happy that her boyfriend had broken up with her, and worse, that he'd found someone else. Via email, she told Aid that she wanted her ex-boyfriend's new girlfriend killed. Specifically, she wanted her shot in the head, and Aid offered to complete the job for $37,000. Mark, who worked for a collection agency, stole 3 credit cards from clients and secured half the funds to go towards a deposit. Mark sent over photographs of the victim, mostly collected from her MySpace page, as well as information about her place of employment, among other details. Aiden then hopped in his car and started the drive for LA, where the victim lived. Once there, he approached the victim at her place of work and presented her with a folder of all the emails, photos, and paperwork about her life. He told her that a bad person wanted her dead, but he said she reminded him of his daughter and wanted to extend an opportunity to save her life. All she needed to do was pay the remaining balance of the contract, $20,000. He said that she had 3 days to come up with the cash or he would be back. He then gave her his real name and real phone number to contact him, and she went to the police. The victim, with the assistance of the FBI, attempted to trap Aid. The victim called him to ask for more time to get the money together, but during the call also asked if he got the money from another source. How would she know there was another hit placed out on her if someone wanted her dead? They needed to know who hired Aid. He attempted to reassure her saying, quote, "Only 700 people in the world work as hitmen, and my father, Michael Luciano, is a boss over all of them. If any of them got a contract on you, my father would know, and therefore, so would you." Over the next few days, Aid and his partner in crime/girlfriend would call the victim multiple times, repeating the demands for more money. The FBI instructed the victim each time to ask for more time to come up with the cash, which Aid would agree to. The victim never followed through with the money, nor did Aid follow through with the murder. Instead, when law enforcement went to arrest him, they discovered that he'd left the country. But it didn't appear that they knew they had been caught, as they didn't fly back to Egypt, where there was no extradition agreement with the US. Instead, flight records showed they flew to Ireland. Meanwhile, law enforcement searched Aid's home. On his computer, they found everything: his email correspondence, Google searches for how to make silencers from household objects, where to buy cyanide, and then how to make ricin. In his email, they discovered why they'd gone to Ireland. He'd been communicating with a wife who wanted her boyfriend and his 2 sons killed so that she might inherit his vast real estate fortune. She had forged a marriage certificate online. All that was left was the murder. She forwarded as much information as she could to Thade, who she believed was Luciano. In her emails, she gave herself the nickname Lying Eyes and gave Aid $23,000 as a portion of her deposit. When Aid arrived in Ireland, he decided to attempt the same swindle as the California client. He approached one of the victims, PJ Howard's oldest son, and told him that a bad person wanted him, his brother, and his father dead. All they had to do was pay off the contract for 100,000 euros, or about 158,000 US dollars. Ida and his girlfriend were swiftly arrested in Ireland, as well as Lying Eyes, whose name was revealed to be Sharon Collins. The UK authorities discovered that Collins had paid for Aid's hotel with Howard's credit card. With the help of U.S. counterparts, they had all the email communications between the two and were able to charge Collins and Aide with attempt to solicit murder for hire. Aide was held in custody while he waited trial. He was sentenced to 14 years in prison in Ireland for extortion. Once he finished his sentence in Ireland, he was extradited back to the U.S. for his involvement in Marissa Marks' attempt to have her ex-boyfriend's new girlfriend killed. He pleaded guilty and he was given 3 years on extortion charges. His girlfriend was sentenced to 8 months for her involvement in the murder plots. On the U.S. side of things, Marissa Mark was arrested for attempting to solicit a hitman. She was given 6 years in prison and was also extradited to Trinidad as she was in the U.S. on a student visa. Sharon Collins was also given a 6-year prison sentence. Aide isn't believed to have murdered anyone and may have pivoted to extortion because he would never had any intention of killing. He was released from prison in 2013 at 58 years old. His criminal career seems to have ended as swiftly as it began. Judy Zellner worked as the sexton at Trinity Evangelical Lutheran Church, a small congregation in Springfield Township, Pennsylvania. She had a set of keys to the church, allowing her to clean the building twice a week. The church was situated in a rural area of Upper Bucks County, and its doors were always locked when services or events were not taking place, for security reasons. Therefore, Judy was immediately unsettled when she inserted her key into the lock around 12:30 p.m. on January 23, 2008, and found the door already open. The light in the church office was on, but through the office door's window, she could see no one sitting at the desk. Typically, Judy had the church to herself when she came in to clean. She left her things in the narthex and headed upstairs to check the pastor's office. He wasn't there. It occurred to her that Megan, the new church secretary whom she hadn't yet met, might be around, so she returned to the church office and went inside. To her horror, Judy found a woman lying behind the desk, surrounded by blood, with a large head wound. She appeared lifeless and wasn't breathing. Fearing the attacker might still be inside, Judy grabbed the church's cordless phone and rushed outside to call 911. In her panic, she struggled to communicate to the operator that she had discovered a woman she believed had been murdered in the church. Paramedics arrived quickly at the scene. They found that the woman inside the church office was still alive. They also noticed that her head wound appeared to have been caused by a bullet and that they were at a crime scene which they would have to disturb in their efforts to save the woman's life. While one paramedic brought in a backboard to bring the woman out to the ambulance, the other grabbed a marker off of the desk to outline the woman's body so the police would know how they had found her. He also caught sight of a shiny piece of metal that looked like it could be a bullet fragment and placed his ball cap over it so that it would not get knocked away when he and his partner moved the woman out of the room. Judy had told the 911 operator that she believed the injured woman to be the new church secretary, a woman named Megan. She still believed this to be the case as the paramedics picked up the woman to carry her out to the ambulance. When Judy finally got a good look at the woman's face, however, she realized she was not the new secretary, but Judy's good friend, Rhonda Smith. At 42, Rhonda was nearly 2 decades younger than Judy, but the age difference did not stop the two women from becoming fast friends when Rhonda and her mother, Dorothy, joined the church 2 years earlier. They sang in the church choir together, got together outside of church a few times a month, and Judy was always available to talk to Rhonda on the phone when she was going through something difficult. Rhonda had experienced numerous hardships in her life right from its very beginning. 2 months before Rhonda was due to be born, her mother, Dorothy, had begun hemorrhaging. When the Smiths arrived at St. Luke's Hospital in Fountain Hill, Pennsylvania, they were told that their baby's umbilical cord had become wrapped around its neck and Dorothy would need to undergo an emergency cesarean section in order to save the baby's life. Rhonda was born weighing 4 pounds 9 ounces but still had obstacles to overcome. Doctors told her parents she required surgeries on her heart and her bowel and they would need to transfer her to St. Christopher's Hospital for Children in Philadelphia to undergo them. Dorothy was experiencing complications from her C-section, so she could not travel with her daughter. Rhonda's father, Jim, therefore rode alone with the paramedics who were transporting his newborn daughter the 50 miles to Philadelphia. He spent the ride staring at Rhonda's chest, making sure she was still breathing inside of her incubator. Jim claims he saw an angel hovering at the top of the ambulance during the trip, and the sight of it convinced him that his daughter would be all right in spite of everything. When they arrived at the hospital, further testing proved him right. Rhonda no longer had her heart murmur and her bowel problems had resolved, meaning she no longer required either of the surgeries. Jim Smith knew that his new daughter was a fighter. Jim and Dorothy would be rushing to the same hospital, again worried for their child's life, 42 years and 6 days later, after a social worker from St. Luke's called to inform them that Rhonda had been seriously injured at the church and was unlikely to survive. Doctors determined that Rhonda was brain dead, and the Smith family made the painful decision to remove her from life support. Rhonda had been shot twice in the head and no gun had been found at the scene. However, authorities were not immediately sure that they were dealing with a homicide and began investigating the possibility that Rhonda had taken her own life. Rhonda would rely on the fighting spirit she displayed right after her birth throughout the rest of her life. She was a courageous child who was never frightened of new things like other children her age, and instead of getting upset when her older brothers teased her, she teased them right back. At the age of 6, Rhonda decided she wanted to be a teacher and spent years working towards that goal. She graduated from Saucon Valley High School in 1984 and spent the next 2 years working numerous jobs to save up money for her higher education. In 1986, she enrolled at Northampton Community College, becoming the first person in her family to go to college. Rhonda graduated with an associate's degree in secretarial science in 1988 and enrolled at Bloomsburg University to complete her bachelor's degree and earn her teaching certification. She continued working while going to school and made all of her student loan payments on her own without help from her family. She was set to graduate from Bloomsburg on December 15, 1991. Things started to fall apart for Rhonda just before she achieved this major goal, however. She lost her appetite and would go days without eating and would go days without sleeping due to terrible bouts of insomnia. Rhonda's behavior became more erratic, and she became very paranoid, imagining people trying to break into her apartment and hidden cameras throughout the residence. She had to be hospitalized and eventually placed into isolation because she became aggressive when she believed the woman she initially shared a room with was a devil. During this first hospitalization, Rhonda was diagnosed with bipolar disorder, a condition she would struggle with for the rest of her life. Rhonda did graduate from Bloomsburg less than a month after she received her diagnosis, but only with a degree in business administration and not with the teaching certification she had been working towards for so long. She would take the final exam needed to earn her certification 3 times after her graduation, but she never passed it as her condition was not yet well managed. Rhonda at first had difficulty accepting her diagnosis but ultimately found ways to cope with it. In later letters, she would attribute the strides she made largely to her parents and their ongoing support and encouragement. The medication she took for her bipolar disorder prevented her from experiencing the severe episodes that had initially led to her diagnosis, but she did require hospitalization several times in the following years. Even as Rhonda learned how to best manage her bipolar disorder, it greatly impacted her life. Unable to be a teacher, she began trying to start a new kind of career. But even if she were able to keep a job for a few years, she would eventually experience one of the severe depressive episodes associated with bipolar disorder, and she would have to leave the position. This cycle continued for many years. Despite her financial instability, Rhonda insisted on living on her own and paying her own rent, something she took great pride in. Given her mental health history and the fact that Rhonda had previously discussed ending her life, authorities were not quick to rule out the possibility that Rhonda's death was the result of suicide. They theorized that perhaps Judy Zellner, who was friends with Rhonda, had found the gun when she found Rhonda in the church office and disposed of it so that no one would suspect suicide. They also considered the possibility that Rhonda's parents could have done the same thing. According to Dorothy and Jim, they had driven past the church on their way to lunch in the nearby borough of Quakertown just before Judy Zellner had arrived there. They were surprised to see their daughter's car in the parking lot as she was only supposed to work until noon. Dorothy suggested they stop in at the church to ask Rhonda to join them for lunch, but Jim said no since he assumed Rhonda was just getting a few extra hours of work. Authorities thought they perhaps had stopped in at the church and disposed of the gun for the same reason they thought Judy may have. However, video surveillance showed the couple entering and exiting the restaurant where they had lunch, showing no signs of distress. Furthermore, in this scenario, the couple would have removed the gun but failed to call for help for their still breathing daughter. A seemingly unimaginable scenario given how much Dorothy and Jim loved their daughter. Further forensic examination would later show that Rhonda had not committed suicide. She had been murdered. Based on gunpowder stippling and the wounds Rhonda had sustained, it was determined that Rhonda had been shot from 3 to 4 feet away and that she had held up her hand in defense before the second shot was fired. Several potential suspects, like the man Rhonda had been dating casually a few months earlier and a man she had met in a support group and was planning to go on a date with, were investigated and eliminated in the early days of the investigation. Investigators began considering the possibility that the murder had something to do with the church rather than Rhonda. Very few people who had known Rhonda would be at the church that day. The church's pastor, Greg Shreves, had to be away for a conference for 3 days, and an important church meeting was coming up. The church had recently hired a new secretary, but she had not started yet. At the last minute, Pastor Shreves decided to ask Rhonda to fill in at the church for those 3 days and assemble some of the packets and files needed for the meeting. He knew it would help her out financially and believed it would bolster her self-esteem. A strange visitor had attended a recent Sunday service. During communion, he attempted to steal the cup the wine was distributed in. When parishioners came up to him to greet him after the service, he told each of them that he was from different states. He also remarked how easy it would be to rob the church. While nothing had been stolen from the church, authorities still followed up on this man. Despite their best efforts, they could not identify him. Having no luck with the lead about the outsider, investigators pressed Pastor Shreves to try to identify anyone within his congregation he believed they should look into. The pastor could not believe that any member of his church could commit such a crime. Eventually, he did provide them with the name of a church member who had been causing problems at the church, Mary Jane Fonder. Mary Jane Fonder had been born in Philadelphia, but her family loved taking road trips up to the more rural areas of Bucks County. When Mary Jane was 12, her parents purchased a small cabin on a large plot of land in Springfield Township, and the family regularly spent their weekends there. While Mary Jane preferred Springfield Township to the busier and more stressful Philadelphia, she would not move out of the city and to her parents' property for more than 30 years. In 1987, she moved in with her parents, who were by then retired and living in Bucks County full-time, to help take care of them as their health began to fail. Mary Jane's mother passed away in September of 1992, and the following year, Mary Jane would find herself in the middle of a case that still remains unsolved: the disappearance of her father, Ed Fonder III. Ed struggled with the death of his wife. He took out the pain he was feeling on Mary Jane, who was still working as his caretaker, and the two started arguing regularly. Mary Jane says that around this time, her father began leaving the house again to walk around his property, sometimes walking up the back steps without his cane, something he had previously lost the ability to do because of his 2 hip replacement surgeries. According to Mary Jane, he would sometimes walk too far away from the house for her liking, and she would have to call him back. But her father's walks were otherwise uneventful. According to Mary Jane, she awoke on the morning of August 26, 1993 around 7 a.m. and got up to set the table for breakfast. She decided to lie down and rest for a bit longer. At some point, she heard the front door to the house open and assumed it was her father going out to pick up the newspaper. She fell back asleep. She did not wake up again until 11 a.m. Her father was not in the house. Mary Jane called the police and alerted her neighbors, who helped search for Ed. An extensive search of the 12-acre property failed to locate him. Dogs tracked his scent to the end of his driveway, but it ended abruptly there. Ed was in poor health, and all of his medications were left at his house. His doctors estimated that he could only survive for about 10 days without his heart medication. Nearly 8 months later, Ed's wallet, with none of its contents missing, turned up in a mailbox in the nearby city of Allentown, but Ed himself remained missing. Given the rising tensions in their relationship and the fact that she had been in the home when Ed went missing from it, Mary Jane was considered a person of interest in the case. Police were suspicious of Mary Jane's claim that her father must have wandered off, in part because of the improbability of that given his poor physical condition and Mary Jane's own attempts to support the idea. She claimed her father had recently wandered off, and it had taken her an hour and a half to find him. When asked why she hadn't called the police on that occasion, she said it was because she found him. However, she claims to have called the police as soon as she noticed he was missing on August 26th. The lead investigator on the case noticed a stack of items that appeared to have been ones that would be kept in the trunk of a car. She then asked to see the trunk of Mary Jane's car and found that it was completely empty, leading her to fear that Ed's body had been transported in it. She also saw a bucket of pink tinged water inside the house but did not order testing on it, which she later regretted. Despite suspicions from the authorities and rumors running wild through the community, Mary Jane was never charged in connection with her father's disappearance, and he remained missing. Mary Jane was generally considered to be nice enough but a bit eccentric. She would eventually be described by one of her attorneys as the aunt nobody wants to sit next to at Thanksgiving. She was prone to rambling and oversharing and did not seem to know when to stop talking. While she could be somewhat overwhelming to interact with, most people who knew her viewed her as harmless. Pastor Shreves had mentioned her to Belize because her behavior towards him had become concerning. Mary Jane had a fondness for painting, so he had asked her to use her creative skills to decorate the bulletin boards at the church. She ultimately did a poor job with them, but Pastor Shreves would give her other small tasks around the church now and then because she seemed to enjoy having special assignments at the church. Pastor Shreves would speak to Mary Jane when he saw her at the church but generally tried to avoid her, as once she started speaking, she generally did not stop. One day in the fall of 2006, Mary Jane came into his office and began an hour-long talk about her life story. Pastor Shreves assumed she just needed to feel like someone would listen to her and felt it was his pastoral duty to be that person at that moment. However, then, seemingly out of nowhere, Mary Jane said to Pastor Shreves, "You can't deny what's going on between us." The pastor was shocked and told her no, that nothing like that was happening. Mary Jane started back up with her story, but the shaken pastor asked her to stop. She got up and left the office, and he notified his bishop of what had happened. Mary Jane had started leaving long, rambling messages on his answering machine up to 15 times a week. The pastor eventually had to block her number in the winter of 2007. She then began calling from her cell phone. The pastor played some of these messages for the church council, who did not want to get involved in the matter and seemed to view Mary Jane's obsession as innocuous. In the summer of 2007, Mary Jane then began entering the pastor's home when he was not there to put food in his refrigerator and freezer. In response, he told Mary Jane to stop and began locking his door. She would then simply leave the food outside on the front porch. To drive home the point that he did not want her to do this, he refused to take the food inside and let it rot in the bag on the porch. This resulted in angry messages from Mary Jane from her cell phone about how ungrateful he was about someone trying to take care of him. After one particularly late-night call from Mary Jane, Pastor Shreves snapped, telling her again to stop calling him, that he could no longer be her pastor. He says her tone then changed dramatically from her usual tone to something that sounded evil as she berated him for saying that. None of this behavior necessarily tied Mary Jane to Rhonda's murder, but several details that came up about Mary Jane during the investigation were of interest to police. A search of state records showed that Mary Jane had purchased a .38 caliber Rossi revolver in December of 1994. A ballistics expert working for the state had examined the bullet found in the church and the bullet that had lodged in Rhonda Smith's brain and found that they were .38 or 3.57 caliber, and that they could have been fired from several different makes of revolvers, including Rossi. Mary Jane had purchased the weapon the same day she had an unemployment hearing. She had applied for unemployment after being fired from a Denny's restaurant for threatening to kill one of her co-workers several times. The co-worker had to appear at the hearing. Mary Jane's request for unemployment was denied. She did not attempt to bring the weapon she bought earlier that day into the courtroom, and the co-worker was not harmed. Phone records also showed 3 phone calls made from Mary Jane's house to the church on January 21st, 2 days before the murder. They were made at 11:07, 11:10, and 11:25, all times when Rhonda was working at the church. The first call had lasted just 6 seconds, but the second was over 4 minutes long and the third was 2.5 minutes long. This meant that Mary Jane was one of the few people who knew that Rhonda was working at the church for a few days. Authorities first spoke to Mary Jane when they attended a choir practice in order to speak with Rhonda's fellow choir members. She volunteered an explanation for the phone calls without prompting. She said she had called about getting a new church directory and had been surprised when Rhonda picked up the phone. Rhonda tried unsuccessfully to find one for her and took a message. Mary Jane also told them about her whereabouts on the day of the murder. She said she left home at 5 minutes until 11 and then went to the Holiday Hair Salon for an appointment before doing some shopping at the Joann Fabric store in the same shopping center. Mary Jane's mention of leaving home at 5 minutes till 11 caught the attention of investigators because that was almost the exact time of Rhonda's murder. Her internet activity at the church had abruptly ended at 10:54. Mary Jane told police that her brother had been home at the time and could confirm when she left the house. Despite the fact that he kept meticulous written accounts of his days, her brother could not, in fact, tell police the exact time his sister had left the house that day. Authorities visited the hair salon and found that Mary Jane had signed in there at 11:22 on the day of the murder. They drove the various routes from the church to the hair salon and found that Mary Jane had enough time to shoot Rhonda at 10:54 and arrive at Holiday Hair in time to sign in at 11:22. Mary Jane had a habit of wearing wigs. At her hair appointment on January 23rd, she had her stylist remove her wig and wash her real hair. The stylist informed police that Mary Jane had left the wig behind. They believed that if Mary Jane had just fired a gun prior to driving to the salon, there may have been gunpowder residue present on the wig. They obtained a search warrant and collected the wig. Testing of the wig showed the presence of only 2 out of the 3 chemicals needed to definitively show the presence of gunpowder residue on it, making the results inconclusive. Police had also asked Mary Jane about her revolver. She told them that she had only fired it once while she was on her property shortly after her father went missing. She said she didn't like the loud noise it made. This did not line up with the actual time frame of her purchasing the revolver. Mary Jane claimed she had gotten rid of the gun in December of 1994. Mary Jane said she had the gun under the seat of her car when she went to her unemployment hearing and was afraid police would search her car and think she was planning on hurting her former coworker. She therefore threw the gun out of her car. She initially said she threw it out along the road or in the woods, but when the investigator concerned that a child may find it out in the open like that, she changed her story, saying that she had thrown it from her car into the deep end of nearby Lake Nacamaxon. Mary Jane came into the state police barracks to speak with investigators in a more formal setting on February 25th. During this interview, Mary Jane provided details that supported investigators' growing theory that Mary Jane had been jealous of Rhonda Smith for reasons both real and imagined. One of the sources of her jealousy was based in reality. Rhonda had received financial assistance from several members of the church. She had been struggling financially at the end of 2007, and Pastor Shreves had contacted a network of some of the more financially stable members of the congregation who sometimes donated money to other members of the church when needed. With their donations, Rhonda was able to stay current on her rent and her bills. 3 days before she was killed, Rhonda had spoken at the Sunday service. In her emotional speech, she thanked her community for the anonymous financial assistance as well as for all of their prayers for her. Mary Jane spoke to several people about the revelation that Rhonda had received money from members of the church. She discussed it with enough people that she displayed a variety of attitudes towards the donation: surprise, curiosity, resentment, anger. Mary Jane told investigators that she was only hurt about Rhonda receiving financial assistance because no one had asked her to contribute. The other apparent sources of Mary Jane's jealousy were based on assumptions rather than facts. During this interview, she confirmed that she had a romantic interest in Pastor Shreves. She told investigators that she had very warm and sexual feelings about him. She also said she thought the pastor could have been in love with Rhonda. She thought his reputation was in danger because, according to her, lots of other people in the church also believed the two were romantically involved. Pastor Shreves was not, in fact, in love with Rhonda, and he was not having any sort of affair with her. Despite Mary Jane's perception that he gave preferential treatment to Rhonda, he did not even know her all that well. He estimated that he had counseled Rhonda 6 times, and he was aware of her mental health problems and the financial strain they put on her. These were his only motivations for offering her 3 half-days of work while he was away at his conference and for asking members of the church if they could donate money for her. Mary Jane also told investigators she felt as though there was a clique at church that included Rhonda but excluded her. Mary Jane and Rhonda were both members of the choir, but Mary Jane had told several people she would not be going to choir practice anymore shortly before Rhonda's murder. After the murder, she was at rehearsals after never actually missing any. Mary Jane told investigators that a week before Rhonda was killed, she saw that several cars were left in Rhonda was killed. She saw that several cars were left in the church parking lot well after choir practice was over. She also knew that Rhonda's birthday was the following day. She assumed that some of the women in the choir had thrown Rhonda a birthday party and had not included her in the festivities. The whole world's going around this lady and I don't know it, Mary Jane told the investigators. No such party had taken place. While investigators were learning that Mary Jane may have had reasons for wanting Rhonda dead, however misguided they were, they did not have enough physical evidence to conclusively say that Mary Jane was Rhonda's killer. They searched Lake Nakamixon twice to see if they could find the gun Mary Jane claimed to have thrown in it over a decade earlier but could not locate it. They were able to use the February 25th interview and the possible motives it revealed to successfully apply for a search warrant for Mary Jane's car. They hoped that if Mary Jane had been the person who shot Rhonda, there would still be trace amounts of gunpowder residue in the car. On March 26th, police arrived to serve Mary Jane with a search warrant and to tow away her vehicle. This again brought out her more aggressive persona, and she ranted to state troopers until her brother came outside telling her to shut up and they were calling a lawyer. It would take several weeks for the testing on the swabs taken from various locations within Mary Jane's car to be completed. When the results came in, they showed the presence of gunpowder residue on the turn signal handle, the driver's seat, and the driver's side door of Mary Jane's car. The strongest way of connecting Mary Jane to Rhonda's murder would be to locate her revolver and test it to see if it was the weapon used to kill Rhonda. 2 searches of the lake did not locate the gun, which could have confirmed Mary Jane's story about throwing it into the lake from the bridge in late 1994. But given how deep the lake was in certain areas, finding the gun was not necessarily guaranteed, even if it was there. The weapon ultimately would be found at Lake Nakamixon, but under circumstances that pointed to Mary Jane's guilt rather than her innocence. On March 29th, Doug Salisbury, a 40-year-old contractor from Quakertown, Pennsylvania, was spending the day fishing at Nakamixon State Park with his 8-year-old son, Garrett. It was the first day of trout season, and the father and son were fishing at the lake to avoid crowds at nearby creeks. A late rain was falling, so they fished from the rocky ground underneath the Haycock Run Bridge for cover. Garrett eventually grew tired of fishing. Bridge for cover. Garrett eventually grew tired of fishing and began walking along the shore. He noticed a heron wading in the water and told his father he was going to walk down the lakeshore to get a better look at it. Doug would later say he would never forget the moment when Garrett came back to him that day, holding a gun in his hand and the fear he immediately felt for his son's safety. Doug owned firearms and therefore had stressed the importance of gun safety to his children. Garrett knew not to pick up guns, but when he first saw this gun, it looked blue because of the shallow, foamy water it was underneath. He assumed it was a toy gun and it would be safe to pick up. It wasn't until he picked it up and felt the weight of it that he realized that it was made of metal and not plastic like he thought, and that it was black instead of blue. He loosened his grip on the barrel and held the gun away from himself before taking it back to his father. After taking the gun from Garrett, Doug was horrified to see that there were 2 live hollow point shells along with 3 spent casings inside the gun. He threw the shells and the casings into the lake as Garrett walked him back to where he found the gun because wet ammunition could be unstable and, therefore, dangerous. Doug initially assumed that the gun had been dropped by a hunter as the lake was surrounded by state game land. But he brought the gun home. His wife instinctively knew that something was wrong with the situation. Doug therefore called the state police. The trooper who took Doug's call was immediately interested in the report of a Rossi 38, the same type of gun owned by Mary Jane Fonder, being found in Lake Nakamixon near the Haycock Run Bridge, where Mary Jane had claimed to have thrown the weapon years earlier. He had Doug read in the serial number from the revolver. The serial number was a match to the serial number of the gun purchased by Mary Jane Fonder in 1994. Investigators went to Doug's home to collect the revolver. They then took him back to the lake so he could show them where it had been found. As they searched the area, they found the spent casings and live rounds dug and thrown into the water. They also found a mostly full box of 38 special high-velocity hollow point rounds, the kind of ammunition used by Mary Jane's gun, further out in the lake. The most damning evidence against Mary Jane came when her gun and the spent casings from it were tested by a state ballistics expert and compared to the bullets used in the murder. Analysis revealed that Mary Jane Fonda's gun was the weapon used to kill Rhonda Smith. Mary Jane Fonda was arrested on April 1, 2008 and charged with Rhonda's murder. She was taken into custody as she left a meeting of the seniors group at the church where Rhonda had been killed. During the meeting, she had sat next to Dorothy Smith, Rhonda's mother. While they had identified a motive and located physical evidence strong enough to charge Mary Jane with the murder, authorities would locate even more evidence after the arrest was made, which would later help them provide an account of Mary Jane's actions after the murder. While the location where the gun was found would seem to support Mary Jane's story about her disposing of it in 1994, the condition of the gun when it was found contradicted it. The gun had barely any rust on it and no moss or other plant growth on it. Experts would later estimate that the gun had been underwater for less than 2 months, not the more than 13 years Mary Jane had reported. Police would soon discover evidence from an unexpected source that would show that the gun most likely went into the water just a day before it was found. Ed Fonda IV was supportive of his sister and did not seem to like the police investigating her very much, but that did not stop him from going in to see them on April 9th when he found 2 small pieces of metal, which appeared to be bullet fragments, in his car. He had noticed the 2 small pieces of metal when they caught the light from the sun. Ed kept detailed notebooks of his daily activities, and many of these books had been taken into evidence. These notebooks revealed that Mary Jane had borrowed his car twice after her own vehicle was taken by authorities. She had driven his car to church on April 1st, the day she was arrested, and on March 28th, 2 days after she was served with a search warrant on her car. Investigators believe that once they took her car, Mary Jane realized that she was being seriously considered as a suspect and that police would return with a warrant to search her house, which meant she needed to get rid of her gun. Her brother, Ed, recorded the mileage on his car before and after Mary Jane borrowed it on March 28th. According to his records, Mary Jane had put more than enough miles on his car to have driven it to the bridge over the lake and back. Police believe Mary Jane did not stop and get out of the vehicle to throw the gun and box of ammunition, as she presumably would have thrown them at the deepest point of the lake. If she could choose where they would go into the water. They believe she instead drove back and forth over the bridge until there were no other cars around to witness her throwing the items from her car. She may have believed that if she stopped, she would potentially be seen by any cars that came along after she pulled over. She misjudged her timing when throwing the items, so rather than sink to the bottom of the deepest section of Lake Naugatuck, they ended up near the shore, where they were easily found by 8-year-old Garrett the following day. Mary Jane maintained her innocence even after her arrest, in spite of the physical evidence against her. She had no explanation to offer neighbors and church members who visited her in jail as to how her gun could have been used to kill Rhonda without her knowledge. She stuck to her story about throwing the gun in the lake in 1994 and theorized that someone must have found the gun back then and returned it to the lake after using it to kill Rhonda. Mary Jane's trial began in late October of 2008. Her attorneys tried arguing Mary Jane's theory that someone had found her gun in 1994, that Doug Silsbury had tampered with the gun to make it look like he had found it in pristine condition, and that Mary Jane's brother Ed was the actual killer, a pristine condition, and that Mary Jane's brother Ed was the actual killer, among other far-fetched theories. The jury did not accept these ideas and were apparently more swayed by the evidence presented about Mary Jane's irrational jealousy of Rhonda over scenarios she herself had imagined and the findings of forensic analysis of her gun and the gunpowder found in her car. On October 30, 2008, they found Mary Jane guilty of first-degree murder in possession of an instrument of crime. On December 5th, she received the requisite sentence for the first-degree murder conviction, life in prison without the possibility of parole. Mary Jane still did not admit to killing Rhonda. At her sentencing hearing, she described herself as the second member of her church to be murdered, and she was now being murdered by the system. Mary Jane seemed to enjoy her time at Muncie State Correctional Institution, finding a captive audience to listen to her and a sense of community with her fellow inmates. Her new therapist put her on a new course of medication, and she lost 50 pounds in her first year of incarceration. She appeared to thrive under the structure prison provided her. "I feel like this is my destiny, like God wanted me to be here," she said in January of 2010. Mary Jane never fully took responsibility for the murder. She did eventually acknowledge that she must have been the person who killed Rhonda but never fully confessed. In 2010, she told the Bucks County Courier-Times she had recently seen a picture of Rhonda in a newspaper and realized what had happened. But in the days before Rhonda was killed, she had been experiencing periods of time she could not remember. She remembered going to the church that day, but then experienced another blackout and did not remember shooting Rhonda. Based on the evidence against her, she acknowledged that she must have been the person who killed Rhonda. Even though she now acknowledged this one reality, she still held on to one of the fabricated circumstances that led to her killing Rhonda. She still maintained that she, Rhonda, and Pastor Shreves were involved in a love triangle. While she claimed she was never jealous of Rhonda, she also claimed that the pastor was interested in a romantic relationship with her and would become flirtatious with her. She believed he would always look for her when he came into a room. She took this to be a sign of his romantic interest in her. Rhonda's family did not find comfort in Mary Jane's partial acknowledgement that she had taken their daughter from them. "It doesn't make us any happier. We gained nothing. We lost a daughter. Nothing changes my feelings right now. We're going to go through this the rest of our lives. No matter what happens, that's not going to bring Rhonda through this door," Jim Smith, Rhonda's father, said in response to Mary Jane's statements. He and his wife continued visiting their daughter's grave daily. In 2018, the family home where Mary Jane and her brother had been living at the time of the murder and the 12 acres of property surrounding it was sold to their neighbor, John Brunner. John had helped in the initial search for the elder Ed Fonder when he went missing in 1993 and had always believed Mary Jane was lying about her father's disappearance. He was therefore very cooperative when authorities asked to search the property as part of a renewed investigation into the disappearance after they learned the land was sold. Mary Jane and her brother Ed had not been willing to allow such a search. On May 22, 2018, ground-penetrating radar was brought in to aid the search of the property. Nothing was found. Mary Jane Fonder died as a result of cardiac arrest in the prison infirmary less than 2 weeks after the search on June 4, 2018. She was 75 years old. Bucks County District Attorney Matt Weintraub said in a statement that the search for Edward Fonder III would continue despite the death of Mary Jane, who he described as the only suspect in his presumed demise. Rhonda's father, Jim, passed away in 2012 at the age of 77. He is buried alongside his daughter in a cemetery in Hellertown, Pennsylvania. On November 15, 2014, at around 6 a.m., 40-year-old Sergeant Michael Walker, an Army medic, returned home after completing a night shift at the Triplet Army Medical Center in Honolulu, Hawaii. Upon entering the house, he went upstairs and found his wife, 38-year-old Catherine Walker, lying bloodied on the floor of their bedroom. He immediately called 911. Military police arrived at approximately 6:40 a.m., and it took Walker 90 seconds to come downstairs and answer the door for law enforcement. The first responding officer noted that Walker appeared to be speaking with his chain of command on the phone. The officer accompanied Walker to the bedroom, where they found Catherine's body with a bloody knife beside her. First responders soon arrived, pushing past Walker and the officer. Catherine was pronounced dead at the scene from multiple stab wounds to the neck and torso. The military police officer then asked Walker to wait outside while they checked on his wife. Walker requested to sit on the downstairs couch for comfort, and the officer agreed. While waiting, Walker told the officer that he had attempted to perform CPR but was unsuccessful. As an Army medic, he was trained in such procedures. However, the officer observed that Walker was clean and free of any blood, which struck him as unusual given the bloody scene upstairs. Walker was then asked to move to the front porch while officers continued processing the scene. The first officer remained with him on the porch. Not long after, Agents from the Department of the Army Criminal Investigation Division (CID) arrived and asked Sergeant Walker if he could come to their office to answer some questions. Walker didn't object and went with the agents willingly. Catherine and Michael lived on the Aliamanu military reservation in Hawaii. The two had been married for 11 years, and according to friends, they'd always seemed so happy and sounded like the perfect couple. They were both involved in their church, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Catherine had talked with friends about wanting to start a family. To everyone they knew, they had a wonderful marriage. Catherine was proud to be a military wife, and she loved to travel and the life that she had built with Michael. During the interview with CID, many questions came to light. Spouses are almost always asked questions and are very often the first suspects. When they arrived at the CID office, a military building, Walker was asked to give up his cell phone, which is normal procedure. The agents then escorted Walker to an interview room where they asked him to hand over his clothes for evidence just in case something had transferred when he performed CPR on his wife. After, an agent interviewed Walker asking the normal questions, like if he knew who might have done this to his wife, where he was at the time of the murder, what his alibi might be. Walker had a solid alibi, which was that he was working a 12-hour shift to the hospital with lots of witnesses that saw him there. At one point, Walker suggests that his wife might have committed suicide, which was later found to be impossible based on the placement of the knife wounds. Agents would ask for permission to look at his phone, which Walker gave. Walker was never put under arrest at this time, and he was free to leave whenever he liked. However, he stayed, and after lunch, now more than 6 hours after finding his wife murdered, the questions shifted dramatically. The agent started asking if he had any relationships outside of his marriage. He would admit to having affairs with both men and women, having had sex with men for money, and he mentioned a woman named Lisa. He also admitted to being a sex addict. Authorities then started to look at any of Walker's current and past affairs. Over the next few months, they went through emails and phone records. They talked to as many of his past affairs as possible. Some didn't want to come forward because they had families. They eventually narrowed in on one woman, the one that Walker mentioned in his interview. 29-year-old Elisa, or Lisa Jackson, who at the time of the murder was living with her parents in the same neighborhood as the Walkers. Elisa Jackson worked at a movie theater and was supposed to work on November 16th. However, she was reported to have come to work, left shortly after, and had not been seen again. Jackson had moved to live with family in Indiana suddenly. She was arrested in April 2015 for first-degree murder. She was extradited back to Hawaii. Jackson confessed and told the story of why she had killed Catherine. Elisa Jackson and Michael Walker had met online in September 2014, and they had started an affair quickly. Elisa often came over to the house when Catherine wasn't home. After one sexual encounter, the two were sitting on the couch talking. Elisa stated that she had opened up about her mental health difficulties. They spoke of their greatest desires. This was when Walker talked about his greatest desire to be free of his wife, but that he couldn't afford to divorce her. He spoke about the $400,000 life insurance he had on his wife, that they could be together if she was gone. Greatest desire became a code for the couple. "I want you so bad it's like a craving," Jackson wrote to Walker a month before the murder. "I know, me too," Walker replied. "If only someone was out of the way." "I know," Jackson said. They had many texts and email conversations on the topic but wanting each other. In one email conversation, Jackson talked about needing Walker's permission, believed to be permission to kill his wife. Walker then gave that permission in a following email. On November 4th, Jackson attempted to go to the house, but it was locked and she left. A text conversation followed, quote, "I need my desire taken care of soon. I'm going crazy," Walker said to Jackson. She responded, "I know, daddy cakes. I was gonna but ran into a problem." Authorities believed it had been code, that she couldn't get into the house and that she had an access problem. He wrote back, "Oh, I see. I can help with that." On November 14th, 2014, Jackson and Walker met at the gym parking lot on the military reservation, a usual meet-up spot for them. They created a code that Walker would type good if Jackson entered through a window or bad if she was supposed to use a hidden key in the back of the house. Later that day, Walker texted her bad. Elisa Jackson arrived at the house around midnight and retrieved the key hidden in the backyard. Upon entering the house, She got a knife from the knife block in the kitchen, walked upstairs to where Catherine was sleeping in bed. Jackson began to attack Catherine, however. She woke up and stood out of bed. Jackson then forced her to the floor where she stabbed her several more times. Jackson said that while she stabbed Catherine, she'd asked for her forgiveness and Catherine had replied yes. Jackson waited on the bed for 30 minutes while she watched Catherine take her last breath. She then went through Catherine's purse, looking through her wallet, looking at her ID. Jackson took nothing from the house. She then went home, waited for Walker to call her. He never got in contact with Jackson after his wife's murder. This followed evidence that law enforcement found. There was no forced entry into the home, nothing was taken. But a light switch and a purse had traces of blood on them, including the ID. During Jackson's confession, she revealed that she had been diagnosed with schizoaffective disorder. At the time of the murder, she'd been off her medications due to a lapse in health insurance, and that the entire time she'd been with Walker, it had felt like one big manic episode. Alyssa Jackson now faced the death penalty because the murder was committed on federal land. She made a plea agreement with the approval of Catherine's family to testify against Michael Walker in exchange for a lesser sentence. In December 2015, Jackson pleaded guilty and was convicted to 30 years of first-degree murder. In November 2015, Michael Walker was charged with the murder of his wife, Catherine. He pleaded not guilty and was initially supposed to stand trial in mid-2016. But in 2016, he was court-martialed with charges of creating child explicit images, the sexual assault of a minor, and physical assault of a minor. While investigating his computer for evidence related to his wife's murder, they found inappropriate communications with a young boy. In 2017, he was sentenced in military court to 3 years in prison for possession inappropriate child materials and 10 years for the assault of a minor. Also in 2017, he filed an appeal to have some of his original video interviews removed from the records as his lawyers were arguing it violated his Fifth Amendment rights. He won that appeal because they hadn't read him his Miranda rights, and during the interrogation, the agent had asked questions after he had invoked his rights for legal counsel. This included information about the affairs, but not the information found on the cell phone. While serving his 10-year sentence in September 2019, Michael Walker pleaded guilty with a plea agreement that he would serve 30 to 33 years and take the death penalty off the table. In February 2020, Michael Walker was sentenced to 35 years for first-degree murder, 5 more years than Alyssa Jackson. District Judge Susan Oki-Malvai said she sentenced Walker to more time than Jackson because he was the one who orchestrated the murder, saying, quote, "Miss Jackson wielded the knife that killed your wife, and that was a terrible, terrible deed. But it does appear that you were in control and she did what she did because you wanted her to and you knew she had mental problems." Walker has since been dishonorably discharged from the military. On August 3, 2002, around 12:30 a.m., Glenn Godfrey, 53, and his wife Patricia, 52, returned home. Glenn and Patricia had been married for 35 years, and they had 4 children and 13 grandchildren. He had just retired as Commissioner of the Department of Public Safety on June 30th. The two had recently taken a trip to Afghanak Island. They went fishing, hiking, berry picking, and kayaking. The couple were scheduled to leave on August 6th for Switzerland for the 35th wedding anniversary/retirement trip. The two had been home for about an hour and were in the living room when Patricia started to make her way towards the kitchen while Glenn went to the entryway of the home, opening the closet. Then they were confronted by a woman who jumped out of the closet, and she immediately shot Glenn twice in the stomach and once in the head. The woman ran towards Patricia, shooting frantically, hitting her 4 times in the arm, leg, stomach, and chest. The woman started to fuss with the gun. Experts believe it may have jammed or ran out of bullets. Then she bolted for the garage. Patricia made it to the bedroom where she called 911. She told the dispatcher she'd been shot, her address, and her daughter's phone number. During the 911 call, Patricia reported hearing another gunshot, and she believed that the woman had shot herself. It would take first responders 48 long minutes before they could reach Patricia due to an error with dispatch. They followed the address given by the computer instead of using the address provided by the victim. The address was one of about 5,000 not on the map in the database at the time. Several officers had been interviewed and had been given multiple different addresses that they'd been told to find the victim. It was reported that dispatch had upset Patricia so much she'd hung up on them more than once. She then attempted to call her kids for aid instead. Dispatch did get her to stay on the line, and Patricia prayed for herself and her husband. She begged them to find her, told them that she was in pain, and thought she was going to die. She yelled that all she wanted to do was talk to her kids. First responders did finally find her house. When first responders finally arrived, they found Glenn and the woman deceased at the front door and Patricia alive, but in critical condition. Patricia's right arm bone had been shattered. She had a severed colon, leg injuries, and one shot to the chest. However, no major organs had been hit, and after a few surgeries, it was discovered that she'd make a full recovery. The woman was identified as 33-year-old Karen Brand, a vice president of Alaska's Chamber of Commerce, a woman Glenn had been having an affair with for the past year. Glenn had recently ended the affair, and he had recently reconciled with his wife, Patricia, after they had separated for some time. Brand had no drugs or alcohol in her system at the time of the shooting. She had also been harassing both Patricia and Glenn with several menacing phone calls in the days prior to the attack. The gun used was a .44 caliber Magnum pistol registered to Glenn Godfrey. Police believed that Karen had gained access to the gun while she was in the home and stated that they didn't believe that there'd been any plans before that day to murder. In 2004, Patricia received a settlement for the city of Anchorage, Alaska, totaling $700,000. The lawsuit alleged gross negligence and a violation of the right to confidentiality concerning a delayed response to Godfrey's 911 call in 2002. Patricia is believed to still be living in Alaska. On Wednesday, July 15, 2015, 50-year-old Sandra Barnett, wife of ex-NFL Buffalo Bills player Buster Barnett. She was on the phone with a friend when a woman came banging on the door saying, quote, open this door, or I'm gonna kill you." The friend reported to hearing Sandra say, "Are you Lisa Brown?" before the call cut out. The friend tried calling back with no answer. She then tried calling the police but didn't live in the area, so she called a mutual friend. He immediately went and drove by the Burnett house. He then saw a woman standing next to a black Dodge Durango. When he pulled around, it was gone. He called the police and a search for Sandra had started. On July 16th, the Durango was spotted in Clayton County, Georgia. Police gave chase and Alabama state troopers joined when the SUV crossed state lines. The SUV eventually stopped in the middle of the I-20 in Claiborne County, Alabama at mile marker 208. A standoff started, and it would end when Lisa Brown retrieved a gun from the back seat of the car, shooting Sandra in the head before shooting herself. Both women were pronounced dead at the scene. In the SUV, they found handcuffs and a receipt that showed they'd been purchased hours before the abduction. It was later discovered that Lisa Brown had gone to Buster Barnett's work on the morning of July 15th because she was upset that he'd planned a vacation with his wife to Las Vegas. Buster actually owned the Durango Lisa had used to abduct his wife. Buster had been having an affair with Lisa Brown for years. Police believed that Brown left Buster's work with the intention of abducting Sandra. After knocking on the door, she forced her into the SUV. Police never found what had happened to the woman between the abduction on July 15th and when they were spotted and chased on July 16th. This was also not Lisa's first kidnapping. She was on probation out of Texas for kidnapping her child, who she lost custody of. It had taken authorities more than 3 days to track her down then. Sandra was a beloved teacher at the McNair Middle School where she worked with kids with special needs. Sandra had married Buster in 1987. However, in 2011, Buster filed for divorce. Initially, he was granted the divorce in 2012, but it was overturned when Sandra said she never received the papers saying that they were sent to the wrong address. It is unclear if Buster was living with Lisa at the time. Buster filed for divorce again in 2015. There was no information about why they were going to Las Vegas. Lisa had reportedly been harassing Sandra for years prior to the abduction. Lisa had several mental health issues, which included violent and suicidal tendencies. She'd been in a 2-year relationship with Buster. He owned the home that she lived in, and it's believed that the two shared a residence together. Buster won control over his wife's estate, saying that he had no involvement in the kidnapping or murder of his wife. Courts ruled in his favor because he had never been convicted in civil or criminal court. There's no evidence that he knew what Lisa Brown was planning to do. The death of a young person is always heartbreaking. We often say their life was cut short and that they had so much more to give to the world. For Martha Moxley, those words were not only true but more. Martha never had the chance to grow up or change the world. Her future was stolen from her by a selfish individual who felt entitled to take her life. Nearly 5 decades after her death, Martha's name remains tied to violence, and her killer remains free, leaving her family to fight for justice. In the summer of 1974, Martha Moxley and her family moved to Greenwich, Connecticut. They settled in Belle Haven, an affluent, gated community in the heart of the state. The Moxleys had relocated from California, where Martha and her brother John had been born and raised. Their father, John David, was a partner at a corporate accounting firm, and their mother, Dorothy, was a homemaker. The family appeared to have a perfect life. Both parents were loving, and their children thrived. Martha and John were high achievers at school. Martha, in particular, was very popular. She made friends easily and had an outgoing, vivacious personality. By the fall of 1975, Martha was a sophomore at Western Junior High School. Martha got good grades in school. She was athletic, talented in various arts, with an affinity towards drawing and sketching, and had even been voted the most popular girl in school in her yearbook. Those who knew her said Martha was kind, confident, and easy to get along with. She was upbeat and friendly and was often surrounded by friends. Martha was also family-oriented. She didn't mind spending hours and hours with her family on trips or at home. However, like most teens, she wasn't perfect. Sometimes she would miss curfew, sneak a beer, or get caught smoking cigarettes. However, by and large, her parents noted she was a good kid and didn't have any concerns about her. They trusted her ability to make good decisions and felt she was responsible and level-headed. That summer, she made a new group of friends that she'd met at the Belle Haven Club within the gated community. With her new friends, they hung out at the pool and played tennis. According to her diary, it was there that she met a boy she was dating, but the relationship was very innocent. In the fall, Martha had just gotten her braces off, and she'd also tried out for the cheerleading team at her school. Her diary revealed her excitement for both of those events. Belle Haven was a very secure, exclusive, gated community. Anyone in and out was checked by security. Crime rarely occurred there, and it was assumed to be highly safe. All the neighbors knew each other, and all the kids seemed to get along. It was the kind of neighborhood where parents trusted other parents and felt that they had each other's backs. If kids were hanging out in the community, it was regarded as completely safe. No one could predict what would happen the last weekend of October. The likelihood that it was one of their own would tear the community apart. The night before Halloween, October 30th, was known as Mischief Night to the teens of Belle Haven. That evening, Martha was supposed to be grounded but begged her mother to let her go out with her friends, and Dorothy Moxley agreed and let her go. Mischief Night was supposed to consist of innocent pranks, phone calls, bell ringing, maybe even toilet paper in a couple of trees. Nothing serious and nothing that would cause damage to others. Martha left that evening around 6 p.m. She was accompanied by a somewhat large group of kids from the neighborhood. She left the house with her friend, Helen, and was due to come home at her 10 p.m. curfew. Dorothy stayed up waiting for Martha to come home, and once Martha's curfew had passed, she called over to Helen's house to check in and ask if Martha was still with her. Helen said Martha wasn't there. Helen had left the group around 9:30, and when she left, Martha was still at the neighbor's house last seen with the Skaggle boys, 17-year-old Tom Skaggle and his younger brother, 15-year-old Michael Skaggle. After the call with Helen, Dorothy was sure she would see Martha crossing the street to come home. As the hours passed, she eventually fell asleep sitting beside the window, waiting. The following morning, Dorothy checked Martha's bedroom and noticed the bed had yet to be slept in. She raced around the house, and when she couldn't locate Martha, she called the police. She knew right then that something was deeply wrong. The police, however, weren't initially concerned. They reassured Dorothy that missing teens usually turn up at a friend's house. But Dorothy knew Martha and something wasn't right. She and her son John decided to go door to door to ask neighbors if they knew where she was. The first place she went was over to the Skakel house. The father, Rushton Skakel, was a widower with 7 children. Rushton was the brother of Ethel Kennedy, wife of John F. Kennedy. Tom Skakel answered the door and told Dorothy he had not seen Martha since the night before, and neither had his brother. Dorothy continued knocking on doors and calling friends to no avail. Soon, the entire neighborhood would be out looking and calling out for Martha Moxley. A classmate of Martha's made the horrific discovery while cutting through the Moxley property. Underneath a spruce tree was a body of 15-year-old Martha Moxley. Martha lay face down in a pool of her own blood. Her head had been bludgeoned with a golf club and she'd been stabbed in the neck. The golf club was mostly recovered, having been shattered into 4 pieces. However, the handle was missing. It was revealed that Martha's jeans and underwear had been pulled down to her knees, but officials have stated that she wasn't sexually assaulted. Detectives speculated that Martha had been attacked only 200 feet from her front door. The first blow appeared to have been to her jaw, signifying she had faced her attacker, but evidence showed she'd been taken by surprise. She didn't have many defensive injuries, and the initial blow to her face had likely rendered her unconscious. There were drag marks from the initial attack site to under the tree where her body was found. The golf club was then likely broken into pieces, and a sharp portion of the shaft was used to stab Martha to death. No one heard or recalled hearing any screaming, but several neighbors reported their dogs barking from 9:45 till about 9:15 p.m. Trees on the property shielded Martha's attack from the view of Dorothy and other neighbors who could have witnessed it. There had only been one street lamp nearby, and it likely would have been quite dark. The discovery of Martha's body sent shock waves through the community. Police were called to the scene, and they uncovered a bizarre clue during their initial investigation. The golf club used to bludgeon Martha belonged to the Skakel family, matching a set found there. The media went into a frenzy once the Skakels became involved. The Skakels didn't share the name. The Kennedy connection drew wild media attention. In addition to the family being wealthy, well-connected, all in their own right, Rushton was the heir to a coal empire. Detectives put together a timeline of Martha's last few hours. Based on reports from friends, Martha arrived at the Skakel home with her friends Helen and Jeffrey at 8:45 p.m. Michael Skakel was the one who opened the door, and the 4 hung out for a while before Tommy arrived. Then the 5 hung out until 9:30 p.m. when 2 other Skakel boys invited the group to a cousin's home nearby. That is when the group starts to disband. Michael asked Martha to go over with them, but she declines. Jeffrey walked Helen home, and Martha stayed at the Skakel house with Tommy. Investigators determined Martha had been attacked between 9:45 and 10 p.m., and both brothers had solid alibis. Tommy, who was the last person seen with Martha, told police he said goodbye to her around 9:30 p.m., and then he went inside to complete a school assignment, and then watched a television program with their live-in tutor. Similarly, Michael told investigators he was away from home between 9:15 p.m. and 11 p.m. at his cousin's house, and his story was corroborated by his cousins. In Martha's diaries, she revealed that both Skakel boys had been flirtatious with her at some point. She'd been practicing driving, and while in the car, Tommy had put his hand on her knee twice, which she had pushed away both times. She also said that Michael had been drunk and, quote, made an ass of himself. In her diaries, she doesn't appear to have reciprocated any romantic feelings for either boys. Still, that evening on October 30th, Helen remembers Martha and Tommy being playful and flirty with each other. Other friends revealed seeing Tommy and Martha go off behind a fence, and the two were later seen kissing around 9:30 p.m. Tommy became a prime suspect and was interviewed by detectives. Initially, detectives had been allowed to do a cursory search of the Skakel property. However, when it became clear that Tommy was being investigated as a suspect, Rushton stepped in with a small army of lawyers and stopped cooperating with law enforcement. After that, a warrant was never obtained, and law enforcement never went back to the home. Rush and Skakel eventually hired private investigators to conduct their own investigation. Allegedly, This was to assess any potential risks to either of his sons. As both boys' alibis, Greenwich investigators were forced to look elsewhere to 23-year-old Kenneth Littleton, the Skagall family's live-in tutor. Those in the Skagall household claim Kenneth was outside at 9:45 p.m. to investigate a noise and returned around 10:25 p.m. Investigators dug deeper into Kenneth but found no reason for him to want to harm Martha, as the two had never met. Littleton had worked at the Skagall residence for less than a month before the murder. However, he stated he'd seen disturbing behavior from the kids he was supposed to be a companion to. He said he learned quickly that Michael was already developing issues with alcohol. He said once he discovered a chipmunk that had been killed with a golf club and pinned to the lawn with golf tees pierced through its body. He said he approached Michael about the chipmunk and asked if he'd done it. According to Kenneth, Michael responded, quote, "Who else could have done it, Kenny?" Though it needs to be said that Kenneth Littleton isn't the most reliable witness. Year after Martha's murder, he was fired from his job and harbored a deep resentment towards Rushton Skagall. He'd been fired because the eldest Skagall kid's grades had gone down, and he had a series of substance abuse issues. He was hospitalized after attempting suicide, and it would take him over a decade to get his life back together. Without any solid evidence, the case went cold until 1991, when the case was reignited. In '95, investigators discovered leaked documents from the private investigators that Rushton Skagall had hired. The documents revealed that Tommy and Michael had lied to Greenwich investigators during their initial interviews. Michael revealed to his father's private investigators that he'd not gone straight home at 11 p.m., and instead he went over to Martha's house, climbed a tree, and masturbated outside what he believed was Martha's bedroom window. According to Michael, he used to go around the neighborhood peeping into windows to, quote, jerk off. He said this was the first time he'd gone to Martha's house, and he hadn't initially realized the room he was at wasn't Martha's. It was her brother's. In the documents, it was also discovered Tom had last seen Martha closer to 10 p.m., not 9:30 p.m., throwing out half an hour of his alibi. Tom initially denied kissing Martha, but eventually stated that he'd kissed her, and the two had made out for a while before she went home. Both now had provided reasons as to why their DNA may have been found either on Martha's body or near the crime scene. Also, Michael's main alibi had been Helen, who had stated she saw Michael get in a car and drive away from the Skagall home. Helen was discovered to be a close family friend, and no one else could corroborate an alibi for Michael between 9:30 and 11:30 p.m. A new witness also came forward, claiming Michael confessed to Martha's murder during his time at the Elon school, saying, quote, "I'm going to get away with murder. I'm a Kennedy." The school was a private institution that was part rehab, part psychiatric treatment facility. Michael was sent there after he caused a severe car accident while driving drunk. However, these claims were never substantiated, and the witness that had come forward died of a drug overdose before his statement could officially be taken under oath. In 1998, a grand jury ruled that there was enough evidence to arrest Michael Skagall for the murder of Martha Moxley. The theory was that Michael had a crush on Martha and that he went into a jealous rage when he saw Martha and his brother Tommy kissing. He then lied in wait for Martha to go home, attacking her with a golf club from his house and killing her. In 2002, audio recordings made by Michael Skagall were leaked to the prosecution. The recordings were for an autobiography Michael wanted to be written, and the audio recordings were used to shop around to different publishers. The unpublished book was set to be called Dead Man Talking a Kennedy Cousin Comes Clean. In the recordings, he detailed what he remembered from October 30th, 1975. The recountings closely resembled what he'd said to his father's investigators, but also revealed that he'd been drunk and had been smoking pot. And he said that he'd been sexually attracted to Martha and, quote, "I wanted to kiss her. I wanted her to be my girlfriend, and I was going slow, being careful. The truth is that with Martha, I felt a little shy. I thought that maybe if we spent the evening together at my cousin's, something romantic might develop between us." After that, he went back to claiming that he'd gone to his cousin's house. However, the recording further cemented the theory that Martha's rejection and seeing Martha kissing Tommy may have been the trigger that set him off. On January 9, 2000, Michael Skagall was arrested and charged with the murder of Martha Moxley. Moxley, He was released later that day on a $500,000 bail. Initially, he was arraigned as a juvenile due to his age at the time of the crime. But a judge later ruled that due to the severity of the murder, he should be tried as an adult, and his trial began on May 7, 2002. 4 weeks later, on June 7, 2002, Michael Skakel was found guilty of first-degree murder. He was sentenced 20 years in prison. Several appeals were lodged, many of which were unsuccessful. While incarcerated, Robert F. Kennedy wrote 2 books supporting his cousin's innocence. Also, subsequently going on a media tour to promote his books, but also to promote the belief that Michael was scapegoated into taking the fall for Martha's murder. In 2013, a judge granted Michael a new trial, and he was released on bond. Still then, the Connecticut Supreme Court reinstated the original conviction, and he was remanded back into custody. However, in 2018, the Connecticut Supreme Court reversed the ruling overturning the conviction. In 1975, the original investigators from Greenwich PD were noted as inexperienced in investigating this type of crime. It's unclear how much of the evidence had been preserved correctly. At the time, Greenwich wasn't known for many murders, and so when dealing with a case of this magnitude, having inexperienced law enforcement working the case could have been detrimental. As far as re-examining evidence, it is unclear if the clothing worn by Martha was ever re-examined for DNA or if it might be worth exhuming her body to see if any new forensic evidence can be found. Keeping in mind, her body had been dragged 80 to 90 feet, and there should be DNA left behind from the killer. Accusations of special treatment for the Skagel family also plagued the original investigation. Once the murder weapon had been identified as coming from the Skagel home, proper search of the property was never conducted. This seems to have been a huge lack of judgment from law enforcement. A key piece of evidence was also never found. It was the golf club handle. That piece likely holds key evidence that could directly point to the killer by way of fingerprint or DNA. There also appears to be several pieces of evidence missing from the original case file. Photographs from the autopsy were cataloged, but have since disappeared, along with other pieces taken by the medical examiner. This case gets more and more mysterious. Missing evidence, bumbled police investigations, and accusations of special treatments, all in what appears to be an effort to protect a killer. Which begs the question, who is worth protecting? Or rather, whose reputation is worth protecting? And how much money does it cost? And whose pockets are deep enough to afford it? Michael Skakel was released from prison and is now a free man. According to reports, the state of Connecticut does not plan to retry Michael Skakel for the murder of Martha Moxley due to insufficient forensic evidence. Many of the original witnesses have now passed away. Many believe that had Michael Skakel not come from such a prominent family, the case never would have been dismissed, overturned, or ignored. Martha Moxley's killer likely still walks free, and her case remains unsolved, and justice for her murder has never been served. Martha would be 63 years old this year, but will remain 15 forever in the hearts of those who still remember her. Her father, who passed in 1988, never knowing what happened to his daughter. Dorothy, now in her early 90s, continues to keep Martha's murder case in the spotlight with the help of her son John. Around 4 p.m. on February 24, 1992, Charlie Jensen returned to his remote home in Big Lake, Minnesota, where he lived with his wife and children. When he arrived, he found his young children alone and visibly upset. He called out for his wife, Linda, but received no response. The children, though confused, appeared to be unharmed. 9-year-old Joey was sitting at the kitchen table, doing his homework after returning from school. Charlie then noticed that their 8-month-old daughter was in her playpen, still dressed in the clothes she'd worn to sleep the night before. This struck him as odd, as the baby had been in the same clothes all day, which was unusual. He searched the house and found the bedroom door closed, which he also thought was strange. When he opened it, he found Linda lying on the floor. She was naked, covered by their comforter, which was soaked with blood. Linda had been stabbed multiple times, with the knife still lodged in her chest, piercing the comforter and pinning it to her body. Charlie immediately called 911, his voice frantic and distraught. Linda Jensen was remembered as a beautiful, free-spirited woman. As a child, she had always loved speed and adventure. She rode horses, ran track, and more than anything, she loved speed skating. She was passionate and loved life. She had an ideal childhood growing up in Minneapolis with her 3 siblings. When she was 18, she married her childhood sweetheart and the love of her life, Charlie Jensen. The two had been friends since they were kids when every summer, Linda's parents rented a cabin from Charlie's family. As they got older, childhood crushes blossomed into teenage romance. Then the two got married after high school. At first, everything seemed to be perfect for the young couple. They were very much in love and welcomed their first child, Andrew, 3 years into their marriage in 1973. However, things didn't remain happy for the couple when Charlie began having substance abuse issues. His alcoholism drove a wedge into their marriage, and Linda couldn't find a way to make the marriage work. He would file for divorce 7 years into their marriage. A few years after her divorce, she met Robert Beard and the two were married and had a child together, Joey. However, this marriage would be short-lived. Linda said that Robert had been abusive and she quickly took herself and Joey far away from him. Linda married a third time, this time to John Silliman, in 1986, and the couple moved to California. Joy was only a couple years old and Silliman formally adopted him when he and Linda got married. Robert Beard relinquished his parental rights in exchange for forfeiting child support for the toddler. For a third time, Linda found herself in a toxic marriage with a man who had changed after they tied the knot. After 2 years of marriage to John, she filed for divorce and moved back to Minnesota to be closer to her parents and siblings. Also nearby was her first husband, Charlie Jensen, and the two rekindled their romance. Charlie was now sober and had turned his life around, reminding Linda of the man she had fallen in love with all those years ago. In 1990, the two revealed to their family that they wanted to get remarried, which is what they did on April 4th, 1991, on what would have been their 20th wedding anniversary. The two gave birth to their second child together, Lisa, months later. Law enforcement began investigation of the crime scene, and each detective there noted that had been an extremely violent overkill of the victim. Medical examiner noted the time of death had been hours prior to Charlie coming home, putting the time of death sometime between 8 and 10 a.m. that morning. Charlie was questioned as well as underwent a polygraph test which he passed and was quickly cleared as a suspect. He said that that morning had seemed very normal, but he had tried to call Linda around 9:45 a.m. and was concerned when no one answered. He called again around noon and a third time in the mid-afternoon. After the third call, he left work early. The cause of death was determined to be strangulation, and the stab wounds may have been caused post-mortem. The knife used in the attack had been a steak knife taken from the kitchen block on the counter. There had been no sign of forced entry, and law enforcement believed that after Charlie left for work, someone had come to the door, forced their way inside when Linda opened it. There had been no sign of anything stolen or that the home had been searched, so the motive was determined to be exclusively to attack Linda. Detectives weren't able to pull any fingerprints or blood evidence related to the killer. Only bodily fluids were recovered from Linda's body, which were collected and stored. The only thing in the home missing were the bed sheets from Linda and Charlie's bed. Big Lake was a quiet community and the Jensen home was quite remote, so there were no neighbors nearby that would have heard anything. However, an unexpected witness was at the right place at the right time. A local mail carrier was doing the rural route, and while delivering the mail to the Jensen home the morning of the murder, she saw a man leaving the driveway in an older two-tone tan pickup truck. She said that she'd been there around 11:30 a.m., which fell within the TOD of Linda. At the time, she couldn't explain it, but she paused for a moment and examined the driver and later was able to give the police sketch artist a detailed description of the man. She described him as a Caucasian man with a scruffy beard. She said that he looked like he was in his late 30s to early 40s. Charlie had left for work around 7 a.m. that morning. He arrived on time and was seen by coworkers who also confirmed he hadn't left until later that afternoon. Joey left for the bus around 8:30 a.m. No one in the area recognized the sketch, but several people reported seeing the pickup truck around town that morning, but no one knew who it belonged to. Detectives brought this sketch around the area and it was widely publicized, but no one could identify the man. Eventually, this led detectives to believe the killer was someone from outside of the community, began to look into Linda's other marriages. Detectives discovered that both of Linda's ex-husbands weren't happy with her. Robert Beard had been quite aggressive lately, demanding shared custody of their son, Joey. Joey barely knew his father, Robert, having only met him a handful of times in his life. The father figure he really knew was his adopted father, John Silliman. Detectives learned that Silliman also abused substances, particularly alcohol and drugs, and Linda had been desperate to leave the marriage for a long time and finally did when, during an argument, he hit Linda. During the marriage, Silliman had been insistent that Linda have a child with him, and she'd been adamant that she didn't want any more children. As a compromise, he adopted Joey. But when Linda left him, she got pregnant with Charlie, which enraged him when he learned that Linda went on to have more children. In addition to that, Linda petitioned to receive child support from Silliman for Joey, which he was refusing to pay for. Both Beard and Silliman were interviewed as suspects, as both men had significant motives. When Beard was interviewed, he lied about repeatedly calling Linda in the days before her murder. He also denied threatening her. He then revealed he didn't have a vehicle and therefore couldn't have murdered his ex-wife. Detectives then flew out to California to interview Silliman, but he was quickly cleared by alibi. He had been teaching at the time of the murder. However, still suspicious, they entertained the idea that he might have hired someone to kill Linda, and his bank records were subpoenaed. But there was nothing in the bank records that showed any evidence of a murder for hire. Both men were asked to submit a DNA sample, and both men did. Only months after Linda's murder, her case went cold. Linda's sister Sandra spearheaded a continued campaign to keep Linda's murder case alive. She called the sheriff's office weekly. She went on every television show she could. She made good on a promise she'd made to her little sister to never give up. In 1999, a new sheriff took over, and because of Sanders' persistence, he reopened the investigation. In the last decade, DNA evidence had significantly advanced, so they retried the DNA sample alongside the suspects in the case, which included all of Linda's ex-husbands as well as known criminals in the area. In total, 80 DNA samples have been collected in 1992 but had never been tested, and none of them ended up matching. In 2000, detectives received first viable tip in nearly a decade. A woman named Angela Hannon had information that had been nagging at her for years. On the call, she explained that in 1992, she'd been having an affair with Kent Jones. She said that once she had brought up Linda's murder in conversation randomly. It had come to her mind because the Jensen home was right next to the Joneses, and she thought she might have asked him if he had known the family. Shockingly, Jones had become livid with her and vehemently denied that he knew Linda. The reaction had been so strong and so aggressive that it had always stuck in her mind, and then months later he brought it up and he said he did know Linda and in fact knew her quite well. He also noted that he used to watch her every morning jog past his house. The two incidents had never sat right with Angela. Both times Linda Jones had come up in conversation, Jones had perplexing reactions. It left Angela to think Kent Jones knew more than he was letting on. Law enforcement looked into Kent Jones, and they too wanted to know what he knew about Linda Jensen. Detectives learned that Jones was a local Boy Scout leader. He was also a family man with 4 children and had been married to his wife for years. They also discovered that Jones had been one of the first people interviewed in the neighborhood. When reviewing the notes from the interview, they noticed that Kent's wife, Deborah, said that he had been at home all day, and because she alibied him, he wasn't noted as a suspect. They also noted that Deborah had once gone to the ER with a stab wound. Notes from the visit stated that she'd slipped near the dishwasher and had fallen on a knife that had been loaded, handle down. Court records also showed that Kent Jones had multiple domestic violence calls to his home, but his wife never pressed charges, and he got away with it every time. Kent was also convicted of insurance fraud when a storage unit he owned had a fire. He claimed to have lost $101,000 worth of items, but it was later determined that the value of the items were closer to $1,000. He served jail time for that conviction. Detectives went to Jones's home to ask about February 24, 1992. He told law enforcement he didn't know Linda and they'd never spoken. But that was when Deborah chimed in, reminding Kent that Linda had come over days before she was murdered. She had talked to Kent about enrolling Joey in his Boy Scouts troop. At that, he became visibly annoyed with his wife. After that, he changed his story. He said that he saw her jog past the house every day and that he knew her as an acquaintance. Law enforcement then asked casually if he wouldn't mind providing a DNA sample just to eliminate him. Jones refused, becoming the first person in the case to require a court order for DNA. They got the court order that same day, went to collect it, and it matched the DNA found on Linda's body. Kent Jones was arrested on July 25, 2000 for first-degree murder. A grand jury added 2 additional counts of second-degree murder as well as criminal sexual conduct in the first degree, and then he went to trial the following spring. The arrest shocked the communities. Kent had been heavily involved in the community. He had also been involved in his church, and everyone thought he was a good person, a good husband, and a good father. No one ever suspected him as a murderer. No one knew about his dark side. The other women, the injuries on his wife, were the obsession-turned-murder of Linda Jensen. Jones maintained his innocence despite the DNA results, and during trial when he took the stand, he made a shocking claim. He stated that he and Linda had been having a consensual physical relationship and the two had been together the day before the murder, which he believed would have explained why his DNA was found at the scene. This angered Linda's family, who felt that he had taken Linda's life, and now he was trying to take her reputation. Medical examiner disputed the claim by stating the condition of the sperm collected that day made it unlikely to have been over 24 hours old. After that, his lawyers tried to pin the blame on alternative killers, which included Robert Beard and a man from the fitness center Linda worked out at, but both were cleared with DNA evidence. Throughout the investigation and trial, Jones's story had changed and evolved multiple times, so often that once he made the claims about being in a relationship with Linda, it might have been one too many for the jurors who ultimately convicted him on all 3 charges. He was sentenced to life in prison, and this should have been the end of the case. It had been a verdict that had set Linda's family free, and Sandra and Charlie had started to move on with their lives. But then in 2004, Kent Jones filed for an appeal. He asked for a new trial on the grounds that the first judge hadn't allowed him to present evidence that pointed to an alternative suspect to the jurors. The motion was granted and Jones was released while second trial began. In 2006, the second trial started. This time, his lawyers were allowed to present evidence that opened up the possibility that 2 other men could have committed the murder despite DNA evidence clearing them. He also revised the timeline. He said that he and Linda had been intimate together the morning she was killed, but he had left before she'd been murdered. He then also pointed the finger at Charlie himself, claiming that Charlie had discovered their affair and murdered Linda in a jealous rage. When he made this claim, those in the courtroom stated that Charlie was seething with rage, and they were certain that things were coming to a boiling point. One of Kent's defenses was that he was, and this is a quote here, a skilled lover, and Linda found him irresistible. Kent's lawyers then called his wife Deborah to the stand to corroborate that he was a skilled lover, and then she, on the stand, said that he wasn't skilled at all. He certainly hadn't been skilled in convincing the jury because he was again convicted on all 3 charges and again sentenced to life in prison. A new medical examiner presented evidence for the prosecuting side, and this would become a huge issue later down the road. Dr. Michael McGee had been what was described as the premier medical examiner in the state and was often the first call to present evidence for trial. Working from 1985 to 2019, he was involved in 216 trial cases, which included multiple death penalty cases. With advances in DNA, many cases in Minnesota were getting appeals and retesting of evidence. In several cases, several convicted individuals had been found to be innocent after years in prison. A pattern began to emerge, and in many of these cases, Dr. McGee had been the medical examiner. In 2022, an independent audit revealed some shocking revelations about Dr. McGee and his office. For 35 years, Dr. McGee's office had been unchecked in a unique arrangement he had with the county. He'd been brought in as an independent contractor. His most recent contract had paid him almost $800,000 a year for his services. Since he was an independent contractor, not a public service employee, this meant that he wasn't subject to filing records and left him in a position where he was his own boss and no one really examined or audited his work. It also meant that he wasn't subject to keeping his findings public records. This was highly unusual for the industry and really should never have been allowed to begin with. It was also determined that McGee often used unreliable or inaccurate tests and was in a position where he could doctor the evidence to whatever he needed. Many of his methods weren't industry standard and oftentimes were condemned by other medical professionals because they were so inaccurate. This is a medical professional hired and paid to present as accurate evidence as possible in order to make sure people have fair trials. At this time, it is unknown how many cases are being impacted, but several people are being awarded overturns and releases. One of those who are asking for release is Kent Jones, and whatever tests were run on the sample could ultimately have contaminated the evidence in Linda's case. Unfortunately, Kent Jones could walk free or subject Linda's family to a third trial. Only time will tell what happens next. At this time, Kent Jones' next opportunity for appeal is in 2030. For 27 years, a woman known only as the Lady in the Fridge remained unidentified. In March 1995, a bottle picker searching for cans and bottles came across a submerged refrigerator in the Whiskey Slough Canal near Bacon Island Road in Holt, California. Intrigued, he waded over to the fridge and opened it to inspect its contents. The door had been tied shut, and when he opened it, he made a horrifying discovery. Inside the fridge was the body of a young woman. Her hands had been bound with tape and a sock had been stuffed inside her mouth. The authorities were immediately called, but none of the attending officers could have prepared themselves for what they were about to see. Medical examiner determined that the woman had been submerged for around 6 months. However, the internal temperature of the fridge had been quite warm, which had led to accelerated decomposition. They estimated the time of her death to be somewhere in October of 1994. In the report, the medical examiner noted that the woman was Caucasian with strawberry blonde hair, 110 to 103 pounds, between the ages of 29 and 41. Her cause of death was determined to be blunt force trauma, and investigators were keen to uncover her identity. But that would be easier said than done. Jane Doe became known as the Lady in the Fridge, and missing person reports from across the country and beyond were cross-referenced with her details, but no one matched. Investigators continued looking into her case, but it became colder and colder as the years went by. Each year, investigators would glance over the case files, hoping something new would stand out, but nothing ever did. Her details were entered into NAMUS, but still no leads came up. Then in 2022, the San Joaquin County Sheriff's Office contacted Othram, asking for their assistance. The skeletal remains of the lady in the fridge were handed over to Othram, who were able to extract a DNA profile. Using genealogical techniques and databases, Othram was able to find the possible mother of the lady in the fridge. All the San Joaquin County Sheriff's Office had to do was obtain a DNA sample. Finally, in February 2023, Othram and the San Joaquin County Sheriff's Office announced that the lady in the fridge had been identified as 30-year-old Amanda Schumann-Deza. At the time of her disappearance, Amanda was separated from her husband and was a mother to 3 children. According to friends and family, she was last seen in Napa, California at an unknown apartment complex with an unidentified male friend who she had met at a rehab facility. Investigators believe serial killer Terry Rasmussen may be involved in Amanda's disappearance and murder, although nothing has been confirmed yet. Her children, now adults, are thankful for law enforcement and hope that her murder investigation can now be solved. They said in a statement to the media that they look forward to moving on with their lives. Their mother's disappearance had always been an open wound and has brought them some comfort knowing that their mother never abandoned them. Amanda was known to frequent the Napa, Oakley, and Delta, California areas. There's a $10,000 reward for tips that lead to an arrest. Anyone with information about Amanda is asked to call the San Joaquin County Sheriff's Office Cold Case Unit at 209-468-5087. On December 11, 1989, 2 tourists making their way down Old Temple Bar Road, Mojave County, Arizona, just 50 miles from Las Vegas, made a startling discovery. At the side of the road lay the body of a young woman who had been stabbed multiple times. Her clothes had been removed, and it was clear to onlookers that she'd been attacked where she fell. The Mojave County Sheriff's Office took over the case and began their investigation. The medical examiner determined her time of death to be around 24 hours, but there was no sign of her killer. In 1989, there was very little evidence to work with, and her case quickly ran cold. In late 2021 or early 2022, the case was reopened with fresh eyes and a new approach to crime scene investigation. Fingerprints from Jane Doe were obtained, which led them to the potential identity of a woman named Maria Ortiz from Bakersfield, California. When the family of Maria were visited, they could not recall anyone by that name, but they did remember that their cousin, Maria Ramos, had disappeared sometime in 1989. A DNA sample was obtained from a close relative, and sure enough, it was a match. Finally, the 1989 Jane Doe was identified as Marina Ramos, who'd been 28 years old at the time for disappearance. Investigators also learned that Marina's daughters, 14-month-old Elizabeth Lisa Ramos and 2-month-old Jasmine Maria Ramos, disappeared around the same time. Witnesses were called seeing Marina in the company of a man known as Fernando, who was in his 30s or 40s and drove a black SUV. According to reports, Marina, Fernando, Elizabeth, and Jasmine were headed from Bakersfield, California to Ontario, California before she mysteriously disappeared. Anyone with information is asked to contact the Mojave County Sheriff's Office at 928-753-0753. It was on February 28, 1980, when two men, a father and son duo, were sifting for gold and making their way along Fly Creek in Clark County, Washington, when they came across human remains. The exact location of the body was close to NF 54, where it split with Canyon Creek. According to reports, the remains were almost intact aside from the torso and hands being missed. The remains were said to be mostly skeletal. In the report, the medical examiner concluded that the remains likely belonged to a young woman, aged 13 to 18, although most likely in the 15 to 16-year-old range. Her cause of death remained undetermined, and there was very little information the medical examiner could garner from her remains. She was believed to be Native American or Hispanic and had well-developed neck muscles, indicating she was likely involved in sports or manual labor. The case quickly went cold, and investigators were eventually assigned to other cases. In 2016, the NCMEC and Nikki Costa of the Clark County Medical Examiner's Office created a new 3D rendering of her face from her skull, giving us the first lifelike shot. This photo was widely circulated, but again generated no leads. Then, in 2019, the Clark County Sheriff's Office made a shocking announcement. The Fly Creek Jane Doe had been identified as 16-year-old Sandra Sandy Morton. According to reports, Parabon Nanolabs aided in Sandy's identification, although the exact methods used have not been released. Also at that announcement, they stated that Sandy is likely not a victim of the infamous serial killer Ted Bundy, and anyone who had known Sandy around the time for disappearance is asked to come forward. Sandy was born on April 29, 1962 in San Francisco, California, with the family moving to Washington State when she was still young. In 1971, Sandy's parents divorced and she went to live with her father, Andy Morton, who lived and worked in Vancouver, Washington. Andy's job often had him working out of town, so Sandy often lived with friends or relatives. According to Coin News, Sandy last attended Wilson High School in 1966 to 1967. She was due to enroll at the Newburgh High School in late 1977 but failed to attend her first class. Ever since then, her whereabouts had been unknown. Sandy's family had no idea that her remains had been found just miles from where she had lived. It has not been stated whether she was officially reported missing. Investigators ask anyone with information to contact the Clark County Sheriff's Office Cold Case Unit at 65439720036. In June 1988, a farmer walking through his fields 20 miles outside Springfield, Colorado, discovered skeletal human remains. The Baca County Sheriff's Office were immediately alerted, and several more parts of the remains were discovered. Baca County Sheriff's Office searched the farmer's field for several days, finding several items of clothing, gray corduroy Levi pants, a size 34B bra, and a beige winter coat with faux fur collar and cuffs. A 1986 quarter was found in one of the pockets. The Baca County coroner was not able to determine the cause of death, only that the remains had been in the field for between 1 to 3 years. According to the Doe network, most of the skeleton had been bleached by the sun and parts of the spine was still attached. Coroner estimated that the remains belonged to a woman aged 16 to 22, possibly Hispanic, Native American, or European. The coroner also noted that the woman had extensive dental work, including 2 silver cast crowns, the technique of which suggested that she was from Mexico or close to the border. Unfortunately, the case ran cold quickly. Dental records were sent to dentists in the area, but no matches were found. Dental records and a DNA profile were also submitted to the National Crime Information Center, which led nowhere. The woman was eventually buried in the Springfield Cemetery as a Jane Doe. The Baca County Sheriff's Office never forgot her case and vowed to get answers. In 2021, the Jane Doe was exhumed and a new DNA profile was obtained. According to the press release, this DNA sample was submitted to NAMUS. The details were murky. However, according to KOAA, it appeared that the DNA sample was submitted to Family Tree DNA and GeneMatch public genealogy databases. From there, Michelle Kennedy, an investigative genetic genealogist, discovered a first cousin once removed. Genealogists were able to work through Jane Doe's family tree and came across possible close relatives. According to the Baca County Sheriff's Office, they were notified by NAMUS that a possible DNA match had been found. As per their press release, quote, not only was the familial DNA submitted for analysis by Solved by DNA, a match with family of our Jane Doe, but the DNA profile of a person who submitted her DNA sample to the McAllen, Texas Police Department had also linked to our Jane Doe by NAMUS. On October 6, 2022, the Baca County Sheriff's Office announced that in 1988, Jane Doe had been identified as Nora Aaliyah Castillo. Nora's daughter submitted a DNA profile to the McAllen Police Department in 2004. Nora was reported missing in 1996, with reports stating the last time she made contact with her family was sometime in 1986 or 1987 via a phone call from Colorado. Investigators are still looking into Nora's case, and anyone with information is asked to contact the Baca County Sheriff's Office at 719-523-4511 or the McAllen, Texas Police Department at 956-681-2221. Just outside the bustling city center on Lime Road lived 46-year-old Kiran Daudia and her ex-husband, 51-year-old Ashvin. The couple had an arranged marriage in India in 1988 and went on to have 2 sons, Vivek and Shivam. Vivek had moved to Sheffield for work, while Shivam was still living at home, finishing school. In 2014, after 26 years of marriage marked by numerous challenges, they divorced. However, they agreed to continue living together while they worked on selling their house, after which they could both move on with their lives separately. Kiran had worked at a call center for Next for 17 years. Her son described work as a second home for her, with her colleagues like family. Ashvin, on the other hand, often worked long hours operating machines at a factory. Kiran was known to be intelligent, outgoing, and passionate about fashion and makeup. She was also an avid Leicester City fan. Her children remembered her as caring, gentle, and undoubtedly the backbone of the family. A few years after their divorce, Kiran's sister offered to buy the family home. After months of paperwork, moving dates were finally set. The plan was for Kiran to stay a little longer while Ashvin would move out on January 16, 2017. On the morning of January 16th, Shivam woke up and got ready for school as usual. He typically had breakfast with his mother, but on this day the house was empty and it seemed Kiran had left for work early. Kiran arrived back at home a few hours later, just before 2:30. When Shivam returned home at 3:30, he was surprised to see his mom wasn't there. As the cold January day quickly rolled into darkness, worry had started to grow. At about 6:30 p.m., Vivek received a call from his grandmother asking if he had heard from Kiran. He hadn't, and immediately shared the concern coming over to Leicester from Sheffield as soon as he hung up. It was his birthday the next day and the family would all be celebrating. His mother wouldn't not be returning his calls. She would be calling him to plan the special day. Shivam used the Find My app to try and track her phone. It pointed toward Mayfield Road, about a 5-minute walk away from their house, but it didn't really show anything. Could well be just showing the route she took to walk home that afternoon. The family collectively decided there was no reason to hang about, and they called 999 and reported her as missing. The police took some details and made a log of it, ready to start looking at it the following day. But before their investigation even really began, at 9 a.m. the next day they received another call from one of the neighbors from the nearby Cromer Street. By the bins near a shared alleyway and backyard, there was a large suitcase which had appeared there overnight. It was very heavy, and the neighbors had decided to look inside. It was the body of a woman. This, coupled with the missing persons reports that had come in the evening before, meant it didn't take long to identify that they had just found Kieran Dowdier. They said it was like something out of a horror movie. Kieran had a bin liner over her head and plastic cable ties securing her hands and ankles, pushing them behind her back. Some torn pieces of latex gloves were also found in the suitcase and were sent off for testing right away. When police called Vivek to tell him, he was given the painful task of going to identify his mother. After this, detectives sat down with Kieran's family. Shivam and Vivek had some stories to share that pointed the investigation in one direction. And within a day, the full and awful truth about what had happened to Kieran would start to unravel. Kieran's family told police that after Ashvin had been told he needed to leave the house in mid-January, he had acted like it wasn't even happening. He refused to pack or make any movements towards finding another place to live, and this was just the tip of the iceberg of the problems between the pair. Vivek and Shivam said that since they were very young, they had been subjected to torrents of abuse from their father. When Vivek was 13, he said that his father had tried to burn him with an iron and would often hit them with things lying around the house. He would often physically hurt Kieran and hurl verbal abuse at her as well. As the years had gone on, the abuse had become worse, and Vivek and Shivam were forcing themselves in the middle of the pair in a bid to protect their mother from being hurt. Ashvin soon stopped giving money towards bills, resulting in Kieran working even harder, and he was drinking more than ever, which was adding to the problems. The fact that his ex-wife was allowed to stay in the house and he wasn't was a huge cause of contention, and Ashvin would often lose his temper over it. Kieran had also recently signed up to a dating app telling everybody the divorce was long over, and she was excited to move on and meet someone new. When she signed up, Shivam recalled her laughing and saying to him, "What if he ends up killing me?" As Shivam gave the police a rundown of what had happened on January 16th, it became more and more obvious that Ashvin was the only person that showed enough hatred towards Kieran to do something like that to her. Shivam said the second he came home and he realized his mother wasn't there and wasn't answering her phone, he turned to his father and said, "What have you done? I know you've done something." He said that Ashvin could not give him a straight answer. He just stared at him and shrugged. Kieran had been found so close to her home that it made the police's job a lot easier when it came to looking at the cameras around the streets. At 6:19 p.m. on January 16th, 2 cameras on neighboring streets picked up some very sinister footage. The suitcase that Kieran had been forced into was seen being dragged through the streets. And although he had tried to conceal his face, police determined the person hauling it along was Ashvin Dowdier. 2 days after she was found, Ashvin was placed under arrest, and police began to piece together exactly what had happened. Within minutes of her walking through the door that afternoon, an argument had broken out. Ashvin told police that Kieran had started shouting at him because he hadn't packed anything and he was due to leave that day. The argument soon became physical, and Ashvin said he had lost control. He hit Kieran over the head several times before strangling her with her own scarf. After this, he forced her into the suitcase and dragged it outside. He then cleaned up the blood and waited for Shivam to get home at 3:30. As Shivam was out and about, frantically trying to find his mother, just after 6 p.m., Ashvin quickly pulled the suitcase back out onto the street before hurrying home half an hour later. Ashvin disposed of Kieran's phone, which was later found on the roof of a nearby business, and he also put all cleaning materials and her bloody clothes into another suitcase which has never been found. After he was charged with murder, testing on the latex gloves came back and the DNA on them, as they expected, belonged to Ashvin. Almost a year after Kieran Dowdier was found, the trial of her ex-husband began at Leicester Crown Court. Vivek and Shivam both testified, painting an unhappy and rage-filled home caused solely by their father. They said, Ashvin's lawyer asked Vivek, "Did you like him?" "Not the abusive parts," he said. His lawyer said, "Can you tell me something nice he did?" Vivek replied, "No. You can't think of one thing in your whole life?" She asked. "Can't," he said. The prosecution said that when you put all the evidence together, the CCTV, the DNA evidence from inside the latex gloves found in the suitcase, and his prior history of abuse, you can be sure that the defendant's claim of not having anything to do with and not knowing anything about Kieran's death are a pack of lies. What can be the intention when one person strangles another? The answer is obvious. The defense team were pushing for a manslaughter conviction as Ashburn was claiming it was all self-defense. He said he was being bullied by the rest of the family, including his sons, and was forced to defend himself when Kieran came home and attacked him. The prosecution said to him, "You strangled her until she was dead." Ashram replied, "My hand. Yes, I pressed her neck. Then I wrapped the scarf around. I didn't know what was happening. I was just holding her." Kieran's family all said this was nonsense and not in Kieran's nature. She would have never instigated anything and lived in a state of fear most of the time. After just a couple of hours of deliberations, the jury found him guilty of murder, and Ashvin Dowdier was handed a life sentence with a minimum term of 18 years behind bars. The judge did not hold back in his sentencing remarks. He said Ashvin was far less intelligent than Kieran and was unable to cover his tracks. He said, "In my judgment, you were arrogant, bullying, and bent upon maintaining control. In short, I'm quite satisfied the course of destruction of your family was a course charted by you. Your selfish pride fueled your anger." She was barely over 5 feet tall and of slight build. She was injured and bleeding. You must have overpowered her easily and had her at your mercy. Of mercy you showed none. The judge also praised Vivek and Shivam, calling them fine young men of whom any parent would be proud. Shivam said he can't remember his last moments with his mother. He said he knew he would have spoken to her before he went to bed, but he couldn't remember what they had said to each other, and this causes him pain every day. He also wonders what might have happened to him if he had come home any earlier and seen what his father was doing. Vivek agreed and said, "I now find myself imagining my brother coming home earlier than expected that day. He would have seen our mum being murdered, and I have no doubt that he would have been killed too." Vivek said, "Whilst we can never get our mother back, her strength will live on through us. Every morning I still go on my phone and I text Mom good morning as I did every day before. It's the only normal thing that I'm holding on to." Daniel Thomas Crotto was born on November 12, 1958, to Carl and Bernice, known as Bunny Crotto. They chose his first and middle names in honor of actor Danny Thomas and his lifelong dedication to St. Jude, the patron saint of lost causes. Danny was the couple's 5th son, and they would later have 2 daughters. Carl worked 2, sometimes 3 jobs to support his family, often putting in 12-hour days. Bunny stayed home to care for the children and manage their modest household in the factory town of Springfield, Massachusetts. Danny was a creative and mischievous child, often reminding his mother of Huckleberry Finn. His strong sense of humor made him a favorite among his older brothers, as he had a knack for making them laugh uncontrollably. He never spared anyone from his practical jokes, including his younger sisters. Though he teased them, he also had a deep love for them, often playing with them and even involving his friends in their backyard tea parties. Danny was friendly and outgoing, always willing to strike up a conversation with anyone. However, his antics weren't always harmless. On one occasion, he traded his father's pocket watch for baseball cards, and at the age of 11, he once drove a manual transmission car around the neighborhood. Normally, such behavior would have led to a scolding, but when Carl came home and learned about Danny's unauthorized drive, all he could say was, "How the heck did you learn to drive that car?" Like all his brothers, Danny served as an altar boy at St. Catherine of Siena Parish. His parents were lifelong Catholics who were very dedicated to their faith. The entire Crotto family had been active members of St. Catherine's since attending its dedication in 1964. Danny was also a member of the Boy Scouts, mainly so he could participate in outdoor activities like camping and his favorite pastime, fishing. He loved sports and played football, street hockey, or kickball almost daily with the other boys from the neighborhood. He took wrestling and boxing lessons with his classmates and excelled at both. Danny would be happy when heavy snow fell in the winter, as it would give him the opportunity to earn some spending money by shoveling sidewalks and driveways in the neighborhood. However, he would not accept money for shoveling snow from one person, the elderly widow who lived across the street from his family. Starting when he was 8 or 9, he would run small errands, rake leaves, and perform other small tasks for her, refusing any sort of payment from her besides milk and cookies. In 1972, at the age of 13, Danny was struggling with the transition from childhood into adolescence, a difficult process which was made even more difficult for Danny due to several circumstances. Danny's wit and intelligence did not reveal themselves in his schoolwork at Our Lady of the Sacred Heart School, and his tendency to talk and to daydream kept him from excelling at academics. He was held back in the 3rd grade, making him a year older than his classmates from then on. Danny had a naturally strong build, and his love of sports and the outdoors helped him grow even stronger. Danny was physically intimidating to even his older brother's friends. Since he was a year older than his classmates, his naturally larger build only increased the gap in size and strength between him and the other students in his grade. According to one of his friends, Danny was as strong as an ox, but he did not seem to understand just how strong he was, and he would often inadvertently mildly hurt his friends while they were playing. The fact that Danny was so physically intimidating made him a target for bullies. He was not one to start fights, but often he had to finish them as other children would start altercations with him in hopes of becoming the person who could finally defeat Danny. He would often be faced with multiple attackers at once, but he still never lost a fight. Danny was generally even-tempered, but when his temper did flare, it was wild and fierce. He would not stand for anyone to insult him or his family. Danny was still an altar server and a Boy Scout, but not all of his activities were as wholesome. Through 3 of his older brothers, he became the youngest member of the Circle, a gang of local troublemakers who took their name from the circular reading area behind the 16 acres library where they hung out. To get around, Danny mainly rode his bike like a typical kid, but he also liked to hitchhike. He would only accept rides from people he knew, like teachers from his school, but this activity allowed him to regularly stay out late, exploring a wider area than his bike would allow. Danny was thrilled for the end of the school week on Friday, April 14, 1972. The following day was the first day of fishing season, and Danny could not stop talking about it all week. Heavy rains throughout the week were creating ideal conditions, and Danny could not wait to spend his Saturday fishing. Danny did not take the bus home from school that afternoon, instead walking 1.5 miles before he hitched a ride from a 5th grade teacher from his school. She dropped him off at the end of his street. Danny's father saw him at 3:15 as he was on his way out to go to work. Carl told his son to go back to the house and help his mother with a rug he had found for their sunroom. Danny said, "Sure, Dad," and took off for the house. Danny helped his mother with the rug and then went back outside to play kickball with the other kids from the neighborhood. Bunny called him inside to change out of his school uniform, and he returned outside just after 4 p.m. His mother assumed he would be going to a scout meeting that evening, but Danny said something about going to a party before he went back outside. Danny ran into one of his friends and accompanied him on his paper route. There were sightings of Danny throughout the neighborhood after this, but his exact whereabouts and activities after 4:30 p.m. are not fully known. Carl returned home from work at 8:30 to find his wife worried for Danny, who had not come home from the scout meeting she assumed he was attending that evening. She called around to Danny's friends, but none of them had seen him since the afternoon. None of Danny's fishing gear was missing, but Carl still went out to search local fishing spots in case Danny had decided not to wait for the morning and for fishing season to officially open. Bunny continued making calls. One of those calls was to Danny's scoutmaster, who told her there had not been a scout meeting that evening, and another was to the family's close friend and former priest, Father Richard Levine, who had not seen Danny either. Carl returned home from his fruitless search at 11, and 15 minutes later, Bunny called the Springfield police to report Danny missing. They refused to take the report until Danny had been missing for 12 hours despite Bunny's pleas for help since Danny was just a child. Father Levine called to see if Danny had been found at midnight and suggested that Carl and Bunny try filing a report in Chicopee, the neighboring town where he lived. A police report was finally taken at 2:11 a.m. Carl and Bunny stayed up all night silently praying for their son's safety. Carl went out at 7:30 that morning to search the fishing spots again in case his son had stayed out in hopes of getting an early start. The entire neighborhood soon mobilized to try to find Danny, with the adults calling around and the children searching for him on their bikes. Danny's brother Joseph and several of his friends decided to ride their bikes the 6 miles to one of Danny's favorite fishing spots at the Chicopee River under the Robinson Bridge. However, after making the hour-long bike ride, they found the area flooded with emergency vehicles. The police made them turn back before they could reach the river and check for Danny. The police were at the scene because at 8 o'clock that morning, a local handyman had arrived at the river to fish. When he looked out into the water, he saw a body floating in it. He ran back to his car, noticing a pool of what appeared to be blood on the ground that he had not seen when he arrived. He drove to a nearby junkyard and used their phone to call the police. After police removed the body from the water, they examined the contents of the pockets of its blood-stained clothes. Among the items they found was a piece of yellow exam paper with Daniel Croto, grade 7, Our Lady of Sacred Heart School, written neatly at the top of it. Extensive blood evidence was found at the scene, which helped investigators piece together what had happened to Danny. Because of the recent heavy rains, investigators knew that all of the blood had been spilled during Danny's murder. A large 6-inch by 12-inch pool of blood under the bridge was surrounded by markings indicating there had been a struggle. It appeared Danny had been first attacked there and that he at least briefly tried to fight back. Drag marks showed that Danny had been pulled feet first, more than 80 feet to the edge of the river. Another pool of blood was found where the drag marks ended, and a 15-foot arc of blood splatter indicated that Danny, who was most likely completely incapacitated and potentially near death, received a severe beating at this location. Blood was found on the dirt and on nearby vegetation, as well as on several items scattered along the ground, like a piece of rope and a plastic straw. Most of the blood found at the scene was type O, consistent with Danny's blood type. However, type B blood was found on the rope and the straw found at the scene. Given how severely Danny had been beaten, this led investigators to conclude that the killer had cut his own hands in the process of beating Danny, leaving behind his own blood. 2 police officers went to the Croto family home to notify Danny's parents of his death. Carl was just returning from another search for his son when they arrived. They told Carl that Danny had been in some trouble, which Carl at first took to mean that his son had been taken into custody, and they had to clarify that Danny had been murdered. Bunny knew that something was terribly wrong as soon as her husband and the police came inside and fell, sobbing, into Carl's arms. Carl went with the officers to the Chicopee police station but asked them if they could stop at St. Mary's Parish, less than half a mile from the bridge under which Danny had been found. The family's former priest, Father Richard Levine, was currently assigned there. When Carl told Father Levine that Danny had been found dead, the priest offered to accompany him to the police station. When they arrived, Carl was informed that he would need to identify Danny's body. Father Levine told the police that he would identify the body instead, something Carl took as a kind gesture at the time. Father Levine identified the body at a local funeral home, and the autopsy was performed. The autopsy concluded that Danny came to his death as a result of multiple blunt injuries of the head with fractures of the skull and laceration of the brain. A massive skull fracture, which could have potentially been fatal on its own, was located just behind Danny's right ear, and his jaw was broken. He had been beaten so severely that his various fractures more closely resembled those caused by high-impact events like car and plane crashes. His face was covered in abrasions, with the more severe cuts on the right side and back of his head. Danny had also been strangled. The nature and extent of the injuries would lead investigators to conclude that the killer had been in a blind rage during the murder. Based on the location of the most serious of Danny's injuries, they also concluded that the killer was most likely left-handed. The autopsy also found that Danny's blood alcohol level had been 0.18 at the time of his death. This was almost double the legal limit at the time and more than double under today's laws. Several wads of chewing gum were found in Danny's stomach. Red fibers were found on his underwear and all over his socks as though he had been walking on red carpet before he died. The exact time of Danny's death could not be determined. Danny's funeral was held on April 18th. His funeral mass and his interment at Hillcrest Park Cemetery were both presided over by Father Levine. He had a closed casket service. Father Levine had told Carl and Bunny on the day that Danny's body was located that they should keep the casket closed because they did not want to see Danny as he was found. Father Levine had not spent much time at Danny's wig the day before the funeral and left it after he instructed Bunny's sister, Betty, who had just flown in from California, to Bunny's sister Betty, who had just flown in from California, to convince Bunny to keep the casket closed because Danny's face was completely disfigured from his injuries. Danny was friendly and talkative, which meant he could make friends with a wide variety of people. This included adult men. Police investigated several men he was known to associate with, as well as a scoutmaster and assistant scoutmaster. However, within a few days of the murder, they learned that there was one man with whom Danny spent an unusual amount of time and that the same man was a strong potential suspect, Father Richard Levine. Father Levine had arrived at St. Catherine of Siena, the Croteau family parish, in 1967. He was a new priest, having been ordained in May of 1966. He had barely lasted a few months at each of his first 2 parish assignments due to his disruptive behavior and poor attitude. At first, he was very popular at St. Catherine's. He was considered to be a dynamic priest who took the time to get to know his parishioners and become involved in their daily lives. He dedicated a lot of attention to the children of the parish, especially the boys, many of whom viewed him as some sort of playboy older brother rather than a member of the clergy. However, Father Levine's reputation soon began to deteriorate. He very much enjoyed rebelling against the more conservative aspects of the church and had very progressive political beliefs, which ultimately created tension between him and his more traditional congregation. Furthermore, Father Levine's extreme temper created problems at the parish. He would scream at parishioners who arrived late to Mass and once threw a book at the parents of a crying baby. Father Levine lasted longer at St. Catherine of Siena than he did at his first 2 parish assignments, but he was transferred to the larger parish of St. Mary's in June of 1968, a year after he arrived at St. Catherine of Siena. The Croteau family remained close with Father Levine even after he was transferred. While at St. Catherine of Siena, he had taken a great interest in helping the family. He ate dinner regularly with them and showed great interest in the Croteau boys, both of which were considered great honors at the time. If Carl were to be laid off from one of his multiple jobs, Father Levine would bring the family food from the rectory to help make ends meet and offer to help babysit the children. He would take the Croteau boys, along with other boys from the parish, on trips to Vermont or to property owned by his parents where he was building an A-frame house. It was not uncommon for the boys to spend the night with Father Levine even when they were not out of town, sleeping either at the rectory or at the home of Father Levine's parents in Chicopee. By the middle of 1971, however, Danny was the only one of the brothers invited along on trips and for sleepovers. Bunny and Carl appreciated the attention and experiences Father Levine gave their sons, believing the boys would benefit from the priest's influence. Police became concerned over Father Levine and his possible involvement in Danny's murder just a day after Danny's body was found. Chicopee Police Lieutenant Edmund Radvansky was at the crime scene when he came across Father Levine walking along the river. The priest asked 2 questions, which the lieutenant found suspicious. The first was concerning the tire impressions investigators had made of tire marks found under the bridge the day before. In such a popular hangout with so many cars and footprints, how can the prints you have be of any help? Father Levin asked according to the lieutenant's report on the interaction. The other, even more concerning question was, if a stone was used and thrown in the river, would the blood still be on it? Father Levine had seen Danny's body when he identified it, but police had not yet discussed the fact that they believed Danny had been beaten with a rock with anyone outside of law enforcement and would not reveal that information to even the Croteaus for several weeks. As such, Lieutenant Berdwanski was concerned about the specificity of the question as well as the priest's reasons for asking it. A possible motive for Father Levine to kill Danny was discovered the day after his funeral. State Police Lieutenant James Fitzgibbon, the lead investigator on the case, came to the Croteau family home to speak with the family. He asked Bunny and Carl why they did not have Danny's casket open at the funeral. They told him that Bunny's sister Betty had warned them that they needed to keep it closed because Father Levine had described to her how disfigured Danny's face had been. Lieutenant Fitzgibbon was confused by this and told them that, in fact, the severe injuries Danny had sustained were on the side and back of his head where they could have easily been concealed. Despite the vicious beating Danny had been subjected to, there had been minimal visible damage to his face. Lieutenant Fitzgibbon then spoke to Danny's older brothers one by one and was shocked to learn that several of them had been sexually abused by Levine. When he told Carl and Bunny about this, they were stunned and could not believe that a priest, much less their trusted family friend, could be capable of doing such a thing. As more details about Levine came out in the following weeks, they began to accept the idea that if Levine were capable of abusing their older boys, he was capable of doing the same thing to Danny and perhaps of murder. Someone had called the Crotto house the day before Danny's funeral. Danny's oldest brother, Carl Jr., had answered the phone. The caller would not identify himself and said, "We're very sorry what happened to Danny. He saw something behind the circle he shouldn't have seen. It was an accident." Carl Jr. recognized the voice but could not immediately place it. A few days later, he realized it had been Levine on the phone. Investigators also quickly learned that Levine had lied to them his relationship with Danny. The day Danny's body was found, Levine had told them that he only ever spent time with Danny in group settings when other children or Danny's brothers were present. The very next day, however, a witness came forward disproving that claim. A woman named Mary Boba called police after she saw Danny's picture in the paper along with the article reporting his death. She told them that Danny had knocked on the door of her home in Chicopee on the evening of April 7th, 1 week before he was killed. When she answered, he was shivering as it was very cold and windy that night, and he asked her if he could use her phone to call a Father Levine. She said that he was very polite, and he told her he was lost. This was a strange statement as Danny was in a neighborhood he was familiar with. His grandfather had lived on that street, and he was less than 1 mile away from the home of Levine's parents, where he had been on multiple occasions. Miss Bobuck let him in to use her telephone, which Danny used to call the rectory at St. Mary's, where Levine was assigned at the time, and then Levine's parents' house. She heard him ask to speak to Father Levine, but not the rest of the brief call. Miss Bobuck offered to give Danny a ride as she was on her way out to go to work. He thanked her but declined the ride and said he would wait outside because the priest would be there soon. Just a few minutes later, a Mustang, one of the 2 cars Levine was known to drive, arrived, and Danny got into it before it drove off again. Levine spoke to police again the following day and acknowledged that this incident had occurred. He said that earlier in the day of 7th, Danny had called to ask if they could get together to talk about an upcoming trip to Vermont. Levine said no, so he was surprised when Danny called him from Miss Bobuck's house that evening. Levine said he picked up Danny and then drove to his parents' home where he called Bunny to tell her that Danny would be spending the night. He went to bed while Danny watched television in the basement. He drove Danny home after breakfast the following morning and did not see him again until he identified his body. This account contradicted his own previous claim that he never spent time alone with Danny, as well as Mary Bobuck's statement and statements from Danny's parents, who told police that Danny regularly spent time alone with Levine. Furthermore, Levine claimed he picked up Danny at 7:30, contradicting Ms. Bobuck's statement that he had picked Danny up at 10:30. Ms. Bobuck was positive of the time as when Levine picked up Danny. She was leaving for work, where she arrived by 11 p.m. According to Bunny Crotto, she did not receive the phone call from Levine asking if Danny could spend the night with him until 11:30. When Danny returned home on the morning of April 8th after his overnight stay with Levine, he was not feeling well, and he threw up several times later in the day. There were several failings in the investigation that would eventually lead to speculation that Levine was not investigated thoroughly because of the status the church held at this time in Springfield. A search of the rectory at St. Mary's, where Levine lived, and in Levine's parents' nearby home, where he often stayed and took Danny, could have found important evidence, perhaps a red carpet with fibers that could be compared to the fibers found on Danny's socks and underwear. Investigators did go to the rectory in hopes of examining the clothes Levine had worn over the weekend of Danny's murder. However, the priest who answered the door refused to let them into the building. They never obtained a search warrant for either property. While Levine's strange statements and outright lies to police could potentially be used to successfully petition the court for search warrants today in 1972 with the church held in such high esteem, it would have been much more difficult. Concerns that the church had interfered into the investigation into Levine stem in part from the fact that the district attorney at the time, Matthew J. Ryan Jr., was good friends with Christopher J. Weldon, the Bishop of Springfield. In a 2003 interview, Ryan, who had by then retired, said that while he believed Levine killed Danny, there was not enough evidence to move the case against him forward. What you think and what you can prove in court are two different things, he said. Whatever the motivation was, his office did not aggressively pursue search warrants that could have located the physical evidence that could have been used in court to prove Levine's involvement. While the police looked into other potential suspects, they were able to rule them out based on alibis and other evidence. The one person the investigation kept coming back to and the one suspect that could not be eliminated was Richard Levine. While they could not prove his guilt to a legal standard, many of the investigators on the case were convinced that Levine had murdered Danny, an opinion that they shared with Danny's parents. As devout lifelong Catholics who attended church almost every day, Danny's parents struggled with the idea that a priest, much less when they knew and trusted, could be capable of committing any sort of crime, much less crimes as serious as sexual assault and murder. Carl and Bunny did eventually become convinced, based on their conversations with various investigators and their own re-examination of past events without the reverence they had given Levine, that Levine had abused and then killed Danny. They also ultimately came to the conclusion that Levine had gone to so much trouble to make sure that Danny's casket had been closed at his funeral, not for their benefit, but for his own. Once they learned that Danny's serious injuries were in locations where they could have been easily concealed from them by the funeral home, they realized that Levine must have wanted the casket closed so that he would not have to see Danny's body again and be publicly reminded of what he had done to him. The couple struggled with the fact that they never got to see Danny one last time to say goodbye to him. The Diocese of Springfield would later claim to have never received any complaints against Levine until 1986. However, shortly after Danny's murder, Lieutenant Fitzgibbon met with officials from the diocese to go over the sexual abuse allegations against Levine his investigation had uncovered, and diocesan records indicate that the diocese was aware Levine was a suspect in Danny's murder. Lawyers for the diocese arranged for Levine to undergo a polygraph on May 4, 1972. He was asked 5 questions, asking in various ways if he killed Danny, disposed of his body, or had any knowledge of the murder. Levine answered no to each question. In his findings, the examiner reported, due to these erratic and inconsistent responses on this subject's polygraph records, the examiner is unable to render a definite opinion as to the subject's truthfulness. The church then sent Levine to Chicago, where he underwent 2 more polygraph exams 5 days after the first. He was asked the exact same 5 questions and gave the same 5 no's in response to them. This time he passed. The diocese would use these exams as proof of Levine's innocence in Danny's murder and to justify allowing him to return to active service in the church without restriction. While suspicions about Levine lingered, Danny's case went cold. Levine continued working as a parish priest. 5 years after Danny was killed, he would receive a parish assignment that would ultimately result in the horrifying scope of his crimes against children being made public. Once he was exposed as a predator, more and more of his victims came forward, with many of them revealing not just their own abuse but also information that tied Levine to the murder of Danny Croteau. In 1972, Danny Croteau's family was struggling to cope with his murder and the betrayal of their close friend and former priest, Father Richard Levine. After the murder, some of Danny's brothers disclosed that they had been sexually abused by Levine, and Levine remained the strongest and only suspect in Danny's case. While Levine had lied to the police about his relationship with Danny and engaged in suspicious behavior after the murder, authorities did not have physical evidence to tie him to the crime, and the church had returned him to active service as a priest at St. Mary's Parish. Levine spent 4 more years in Springfield at St. Mary's before being transferred to a parish in North Adams. Then, in August of 1977, the church sent Levine to Shelburne Falls, Massachusetts, near the Vermont border, to serve at St. Joseph's Parish. He would have a much longer career at St. Joseph's than he had at the numerous parishes he was assigned to early in his career. However, His time at St. Joseph's would result in the first of a series of events which would ultimately expose an unimaginable amount of abuse and assault committed by Levine throughout his entire adult life and lead to important witness statements regarding Danny Croteau's murder. In October of 1991, Levine was arrested on 2 charges of rape of a child under 16 and 1 charge of indecent assault and battery against a child under 14. The arrest was made after 3 boys from St. Joseph's provided statements about incidents of sexual assault by Levine that occurred between 1988 and 1991. Levine was surrounded by church officials when he pleaded not guilty to the charges in court. Levine was the first priest, ultimately of many, in Western Massachusetts to be accused of child sexual assault. At the time, many people in the community refused to believe that a priest could be capable of something so terrible. Levin had a large contingent of his congregation from St. Joseph's, who vocally supported him when he was first publicly accused. Those loyal to him described him as a loving and adored priest and believed the accusations were fabricated. At least one member of the congregation suggested that the allegations against Levine were a part of a conspiracy to destroy the beloved priest. Support for Levine continued as the legal proceedings moved forward, and as more accusations of sexual abuse were made against him. On Valentine's Day of 1992, Levine was indicted by a grand jury on a dozen counts for crimes against 5 victims committed between 1982 to 1991. Once Levine was publicly accused of sexual abuse against children, more and more victims came forward, reporting that they had also been abused by him. By the time Levine went to trial for any of the charges he was indicted on in February of 1992, 19 of his victims had come forward reporting incidents that occurred as recently as 10 months earlier and as early as the late 1950s. Levine was first scheduled to go to trial for 1 count of indecent assault and battery on a person over the age of 14 and 1 count of indecent assault and battery on a child under the age of 14 in late June of 1992. However, on the day the trial was supposed to begin, Levine shocked everyone in the courtroom by changing his plea from not guilty to guilty. This still left Levine's defense team with the task of trying to appeal for leniency in his sentencing, which ultimately was not a difficult task, despite the nature of Levine's crimes. Richard Levine is a good man. There is no evil in this man's heart. What he has done on these 2 occasions does not take away from the good works he has done and from the fundamental goodness and worth of this man, his lawyer told the court. He requested that his client be sentenced to probation and psychiatric treatment. Prosecutors asked for an 18-month sentence with 12 months suspended, meaning Levine would only serve 6 months in jail. Judge Vieri Volterra, prior to sentencing, went on a bizarre rant in defense of the man who had just pleaded guilty to molesting 2 children, voicing how upsetting he found it that Levine's excellent career and outstanding ministry had been destroyed by his crimes, which he described as being at the low end of the spectrum. He further criticized the press for covering the mounting allegations against Levine. Judge Volterra sentenced Levine to 2 concurrent probation terms and ordered him to spend 7 to 10 months in the street. Luke's Institute, a church-affiliated treatment center in Silver Spring, Maryland. He did bar Levine from ever serving as a parish priest or living or working with children under the age of 16 as a condition of his probation. He would later say that he did not send Levine to jail because he did not view any of the charges against him as serious. Levine left the St. Luke's Institute on January 27, 1993, and returned to Massachusetts. The diocese did not allow him to return to a parish, but he remained a priest and retained his medical plan in a diocesan pension of more than $1,000 per month. Victims continued to come forward, and he was facing charges in 9 different courts throughout Massachusetts. Ultimately, approximately 50 individuals would come forward reporting that they had been abused, raped, or molested by Levine. Altar servers from every single parish he had been assigned to as a priest were among his accusers. 2 of his cousins also came forward reporting abuse, as did 2 nephews of Matthew Ryan, the district attorney at the time of Danny's murder, whose friendship with the Bishop of Springfield was rumored to be part of the reason why Levine was not aggressively investigated for Danny's murder. Later investigations would estimate that Levine's actual number of victims was around 250. At least one of his victims committed suicide and several others developed substance abuse problems. In 1994, the Diocese of Springfield paid 17 of Levine's victims $1,400,000 as part of a settlement and paid an additional $7,700,000 to 46 victims in 2004. Levine never served any time in prison. Levine was laicized by the Vatican on November 20, 2003. Thomas Dupre, then the Bishop of Springfield, did not act on his orders from the Vatican for 2 months. He finally announced that Levine was being defrocked on January 20, 2004. A few months later, the church finally ceased its financial support of Levine, and he received no further payments after May of 2004. In September of 2004, Dupre became the first Catholic bishop to be indicted for sexual abuse. The charges against him could not be pursued further because the statute of limitations had run out. Levine's ongoing legal proceedings brought Danny's murder back into the news nearly 20 years after it occurred. A 1991 article in the Springfield Republican disclosed that Levine had been the only suspect in Danny's case and featured Danny's father Carl critiquing DA Ryan for not pursuing Levine for his son's murder. The diocese denied there was any cover-up to the same papers that were reporting on the church's decades-old knowledge of Levine's status as a suspect and the sexual abuse allegations made against him in 1972. Diocesan officials fought against the notion that Bishop Weldon, who had died in 1982, would have ignored the sexual abuse allegations or asked his friend, DA Ryan, to stop pursuing Levine for Danny's murder. Weldon was posthumously accused of raping an altar boy in the 1960s along with 2 other priests. The victim came forward as an adult, and an independent judge would eventually describe his allegation as unequivocally credible. While Carl and Bunny Crotto did not publicly discuss Levine's abuse of any of their sons, they did discuss their belief that Levine had murdered Danny with members of the media who covered Levine throughout the years after his court case. This made them the target of harsh criticism and scorn from some of their fellow Catholics. They received angry, hateful phone calls and letters accusing them of being anti-Catholic for daring to accuse a priest of a crime and criticize the church. While Bunny and Carl had struggled with their faith in the years after Danny's murder, they did ultimately remain devout Catholics and active members of St. Catherine of Siena Church. The couple refused to allow the man they believed killed their son or the officials they believed protected him come between them and God. Give up my faith for Levine, for the good old boy network that protects people like him? No, Carl said in 2002, they can't take God away from us. That's the one thing they can't have, Bunny said 3 years later. While they were confident they knew who killed their son, Bunny and Carl did not ever get to see him brought to justice for the murder. They knew that getting a jury to convict Levine based on circumstantial evidence alone would be a challenge, even after he had faced so many sexual abuse allegations, and the deference once afforded to him by his position as a priest was gone. If he was acquitted, we could live with that, but why not take a shot? I think we owe that much to Danny, Carl said in 2003. That same year, Kevin Cullen from the Boston Globe approached Levine while he was outside painting his house. When asked if he had any response to mounting witness statements implicating him in Danny's case, he only provided one. "My silence has been my salvation," he said with a smirk. Carl Crotto had a heart attack in November of 2010. The Korean War veteran passed away days later on Veterans Day at Mercy Medical Center, surrounded by family. He was 79. Bunny passed away in 2016, the day before the 6th anniversary of her husband's death at the age of 80. 2 of Danny's brothers also passed away while his case was still legally unsolved. Michael Crotto passed away in 2009 at the age of 51, and Gregory Crotto passed away in 2015 at the age of 60. Danny, Carl, Bunny, Michael, and Gregory are all buried at Hillcrest Park Cemetery. As the years went on and the horrifying scale of the clergy abuse crisis started to become publicly apparent, the absolute trust in the priesthood was destroyed in many Catholics, and the church lost the deference it had received from law enforcement in previous decades. In 1991, when Levine was first arrested on sexual abuse charges, the scandal had not yet fully been exposed. While this meant he still had plenty of loyal supporters in his congregation, he was not considered untouchable by law enforcement anymore. Danny's case was reopened in 1991 in response to the renewed interest in it that followed Levine's arrest. By the time Levine was finally defrocked, the clergy abuse crisis, especially in Massachusetts, was public knowledge. The notion that a priest, the courts were more willing to rule against the church when it sought to keep its records from the public. Documents relating to Danny's case were unsealed by a judge in 2004, and a further 115 pages of documents were unsealed in 2008 as part of civil legal proceedings between the Diocese of Springfield and its insurance carriers. In 1993, a sample of Levine's blood was collected to be compared to the blood from the crime scene after he was compelled to provide the sample by a search warrant. Levine fought the order in court for 2 years, so the blood was not tested until 1995. Unfortunately, the samples from the crime scene had severely degraded during their decades in storage. The samples were tested in 1996, 2002, 2003, and 2021, but even as technology became more advanced, the samples were too degraded to provide conclusive results. The blood sample from Levine was important in that it revealed that he had type B blood, the same type as the blood found at the crime scene, along with Danny's type O blood. In the United States, type B is one of the less common major blood types, but that still means that approximately 10% of the Caucasian population has blood type B. While Levine's blood type did not prove his guilt, it did not eliminate him as the contributor of the blood at the crime scene either. Levine was also left-handed, as authorities believed Danny's killer was, based on the location of his fatal injuries. In the years following Levine's sexual abuse arrest, several important witnesses with information relating to Danny's case came forward. Some of these witnesses provided information after seeing Levine in the newspapers and only then realizing they had important information about an unsolved murder. And some of them were victims of Levine's, who provided important information when they came forward to report their own abuse. Some of the most important information in the case provided by these witnesses was compiled into a statement of facts written by Detective Michael T. McNally, a trooper with the Massachusetts State Police Unresolved Cases Unit, in 2021. These witnesses are identified in the statement by number rather than by name, and those same numbers will be used here. Witness number 1 was friends with Danny and was also an altar server at St. Catherine's with him. He reported that Levine would regularly give the altar boys wine from the chalice after Mass and then give them gum, which he ordered them to chew afterwards. According to Witness 1, Danny was frequently alone with Levine. On multiple occasions, Levine would drive up in his car while Danny and witness number 1 were outside playing street hockey. When he saw Levine, Danny would begin to cry and then tell his friend that he had to leave before getting into Levine's car. The witness knew that Levine was not taking Danny home as they drove off in the opposite direction of the Croto family home. Witness number 2 had provided a written statement in 1993 after seeing Levine's picture in the newspaper. The witness had seen a man in his 30s wearing a priest's collar drive out from under the Governor Robinson Bridge between 12:30 and 1 a.m. one weekend back in April of 1972. The car the man was driving was consistent with one of the 2 cars Levine was known to drive at the time. The driver looked directly at the witness before speeding away. The witness could not remember the exact day of the sighting, but they did remember hearing about Danny's murder within a week of it. When they saw Levine's picture in the paper, they recognized him as the driver they had seen 21 years earlier. Witnesses 3, 4, and 5 had come forward reporting that they had been sexually abused by Levine, with their accounts of the abuse providing important information relevant to Danny's case. Witness 3 had been molested while on an overnight camping trip with Levine, which the Croto brothers had also attended. Danny had been the youngest boy there and was teased and called names by the older boys. Growing frustrated with the teasing, he repeatedly told Levine, "I'll tell." At that point, Levine's behavior changed dramatically, which the witness believed was a direct result of Danny threatening to tell something. Levine told the older boys to stop teasing Danny and began paying more attention to him. Later on, the witness had knocked Danny over, which resulted in Levine smacking him so hard across the face that he fell to the floor. Witness 4 told authorities that he was regularly given alcohol when he was alone with Levine. He reported once overhearing Levine have a conversation with a parishioner at St. Mary's about him being accused of killing a boy. Levine denied being involved and expressed confusion at why the police were suspicious of him. The witness had not previously heard about the murder and did not know Danny's name. Weeks later, when he was angry with Levine about the ongoing abuse, he asked him why he had to kill the kid, referencing the conversation he had overheard. According to the statement from the witness, That's when Father Levine said it was simply an accident and he told me to leave it alone. That's when he started to say that things could happen to me too. I took that as he could kill me just as well. He was very forceful about it. Father Levine had threatened me before one time when I told him I wanted to get out of the situation, meaning the sexual abuse, and I told him I would go to the police. He had told me more or less that if I did that, I would live to regret it. I never told anyone about the abuse at the time. I wanted to, but I was afraid. Witness 5 also reported Levine making him drink alcohol. Levine would sometimes trick him into drinking, giving him a glass and telling him it was water, but when the witness drank the liquid, it was a martini. Levine also had a terrible temper and a way of making him feel guilty. They also reported that Levine had driven them past the location where Danny was killed, while police cars were still surrounding the area, and told them that's where Danny Crotto was murdered. The reports from witnesses who were children at the time of the murder all supported the theory that Danny was being sexually abused by Levine and explained some details about his body when it was found, why he was so intoxicated, and the gum found in his stomach. Since Levine used alcohol to gain control over his victims, he may have been the person responsible for Danny being so intoxicated at the time of his death, and he may have given him the gum to cover up the smell of alcohol on his breath. He may also have made Danny drink the weekend before his death, since he returned home feeling sick and throwing up the following day. The evidence of Danny potentially being abused by Levine is relevant to his murder because if Danny were being sexually abused by Levine and threatened to expose the abuse, as Witness 3's account may imply, Levine would have a strong motive for wanting to kill the boy. The other witness report places Levine near the crime scene around the time of the murder, although it is not exact. The statement from number 6 did not move the case forward at the time it was given, but it would eventually lead to an important development in the case years later. Witness number 6 had been interviewed by authorities on April 5, 2004. Levine had recently told the witness that he had received a typed and signed letter in the mail. It described the emotions the writer thought Levine was experiencing as a result of killing Danny. Levine told the witness he believed the letter was from Danny's real killer because of the sense of guilt it described. Authorities believed this letter was written by Levine to throw suspicion off of him and on to the anonymous letter writer. Levine and his possible involvement in Danny's death was receiving a lot of attention at the time because of Levine's recent defrocking. A search warrant was issued for Levine's home, and investigators were able to locate the letter and take it into evidence. They also examined Levine's computer to see if they could find evidence of him using it to write the letter, but they found none. While Levine could not be tied to the letter at the time, authorities would use a different methodology to tie Levine to the letter 17 years later. In 2021, Richard Levine's health was failing, and he was hospitalized after injuring his hip and shoulder in a fall. This led investigators to begin one final push to try to ascertain if their only suspect in Danny's murder was in fact the person responsible for his death. While they had plenty of witness testimony and circumstantial evidence, they lacked what their predecessors had been searching for, corroborating physical evidence. They again tried testing the DNA from the crime scene, but it was again inconclusive. They then turned their attention back to the letter seized in 2004. If they could connect Levine to the letter, they could argue in court that his trying to divert blame onto an invented letter writer was a sign of his own guilt. The phone call made to the Crotto house shortly after the murder, blaming Danny's death on something he saw behind the circle, could also show the same thing, but there would be potential problems with relying on it exclusively at trial. Danny's brother Carl could testify about the phone call and his belief that Levine was the caller, but there was no way of scientifically proving it was Levine on the phone, and a defense lawyer could call the impartiality of Carl's testimony into question. With the letter, however, there was the potential for more unbiased and scientific analysis that could be more convincing to a jury. In March of 2021, the letter was sent, along with numerous known writing samples from Levine, to an expert in forensic linguistics. The expert would perform an authorship analysis by comparing linguistic patterns in the known and suspected writing samples to determine if Levine could or could not be excluded as the author of the letter. Authorities received the results of the analysis on May 21st. In the opinion of the expert, to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, language patterns in the question document are consistent with language patterns in the known Levine documents to the point that Richard R. Levine cannot be excluded as a possible candidate of authorship. While they were waiting for the results of the forensic linguistic analysis of the letter, investigators also wanted to re-interview Levine. Detective Michael McNally met with Levine 5 times in mid-April, early May, interviewing him for a total of 11 hours at the medical center where Levine was a patient. The interviews were all audio recorded. "I'm awfully glad that my parents will never hear this," Danny's brother, Joseph, said after he heard some of the recordings. During these interviews, Levine did not explicitly confess to killing Danny. However, his story changed dramatically from the accounts he had provided in 1972. Back then, he claimed to have last seen Danny alive a week before his body was found and to have not seen him again until he identified his body at the funeral home. Levine told Detective McNally several different versions of the events of the day Danny died, but 2 important things remained consistent throughout them. He now said he was with Danny near the river under the bridge the day he was killed, and he claimed to have seen Danny's body floating in the water. Levine's overall story was that he had been at the river with Danny, then left him there, then came back a short time later when he saw Danny's body floating face down in the river. His reasons for him being at the spot under the bridge changed throughout the retelling of the events. Levine did eventually acknowledge physically assaulting Danny. Levine claimed to have never hit Danny but to have just given him a good shove while they were under the bridge. He did not say why he shoved Danny beyond saying he thought he was just trying to get him to stop doing something. However, contradicting that claim, he did detail how he threw a rock into the river after hitting Danny with it. Between the analysis of the letter and Levine's new statements placing himself at the crime scene, Hampton District Attorney Anthony de Gallooni believed there was now enough evidence to successfully prosecute Levine and secure his conviction for the murder of Danny Crotto. On May 21, 2021, the day his office received the results of the forensic linguistic analysis of the letter, D.A. Gallooni authorized investigators to begin the process of Detective McNally received the phone call from his supervisor authorizing him to prepare to arrest Levine at 5:39 p.m., according to his phone records. However, at 5:40 p.m., less than 2 hours after D.A. Gallooni's initial authorization was issued, Levine died at Bay State Franklin Medical Center at the age of 80. According to his death certificate, he died of acute hypoxic respiratory failure brought on by COVID-19 related pneumonia he had developed 4 days before his death. At a press conference on May 24, 2021, more than 49 years after Danny was killed, D.A. Gallooni announced that Danny's case was formally being closed as Richard Levine was finally being identified as Danny's killer. While he would not be able to prosecute Richard Levine, he was confident that his office had finally collected enough evidence to prove Levine's guilt in court. Had Levine's death not prevented a trial, we're disappointed that he is not being brought to justice, but we believe there is a higher power and he will face that higher power now, Danny's brother, Joseph, said at the press conference. On June 28th, a graveside memorial service was held for Danny, celebrating his life now that there was finally resolution to his case. Approximately 100 people were in attendance. When Danny was first laid to rest, Richard Levine had presided over his interment. In 2021, the service was led by retired priest James Cahill, who has long been a critic of the church's handling of the child sexual abuse crisis in general and of its support of Levine specifically. Danny's brother Carl held a portrait of Danny while his brother Joseph played the song Danny Boy for the assembled crowd. While the resolution of Danny's case did not result in Levine paying for his crimes, Joseph Crotto told those in attendance at the memorial that it did accomplish something else. This will finally allow Danny, my parents, 2 deceased brothers to finally rest in peace, he said. Ashley Hall was an ordinary teenage girl. She resided in Warwick Square, Darlington, with her mother and siblings. She had been a brownie and a girl guide, loved animals, and enjoyed playing her music at full volume. Her room was decorated in pink, with pictures of friends, family, and loved ones adorning the walls. She was talkative, approachable, and sociable. Her mother, Andrea, considered her her best friend. It had been just the 2 of them for 11 years, and when Andrea had 3 more daughters, Ashley took on a motherly role, helping raise them. She loved them deeply, and the 4 of them shared a strong bond. After finishing her GCSEs, Ashley left school and enrolled at Darlington College to train as a nursery nurse. She was close to her friends and would often use the money her mother gave her for chores to chat with them on the phone or online. She frequently texted and called them, also staying connected through MSN Messenger. On Facebook, Ashley came across a picture of a young man named Peter Cartwright. They started chatting, and he showered her with compliments and kind words. She was flattered by his attention and agreed to meet him in person. Although he didn't show up for their first meeting, they rescheduled for 2 days later. Cartwright told her that his father would pick her up. On Sunday, October 25, 2009, Ashley received a text. "Hi, hun. It's Pete's dad. Are you sure you don't mind me picking you up? Pete is really looking forward to seeing you. And yes, it's okay for you to stay." Ashley replied, "No, it's fine. I don't mind. I trust him, so I trust you and thank you." She then received another message. "My dad's on his way, babe. He says excuse the state of him, lol. He doesn't have to come in and meet your mom, does he, lol? He'll be a mess probably, lol. Oh, and you're wearing some sexy underwear for me?" She replied, "Hey, babe. And no, he doesn't have to, lol. It's okay, what car has he got? And you will have to wait and see, won't you?" Ashley told her mother she was going to stay with one of her friends from college, and that her friend's father would pick her up. Her mother made her promise that she would be home by 10:30 a.m. the following day. She said she would, and with that, she left. As the next day rolled around, Ashley still hadn't made contact. Andrea had tried to call her daughter 30 times, but it just kept going to voicemail. Andrea's mother tried to contact her too, but she was also met with silence. They carried on calling her throughout the day. Then at 7 p.m., the phone was finally answered. Andrea could hear people talking in the background, but nobody spoke into the phone. She repeatedly called out her daughter's name, but there was no response from whoever had answered. She rang the phone again, and this time a man picked up. She said, "Who the hell are you?" The man on the other end of the phone asked who she was. Andrea replied, "I want to know who has my daughter's phone." He then said he was a police chief inspector. He explained that a man had been arrested for a driving offense and had been in possession of Ashley's phone. The chief inspector said he would call her back. Andrea said she felt sick, panicked, and confused. Andrea put the call out on Facebook for any information saying, "Ring me immediately if you know where Ashley is." The friend Ashley had said she would be staying with got in touch. She hadn't seen her and Ashley had not stayed at her house. 11:30 p.m. There was a knock on Andrea's front door. It was 2 police officers. They asked her to sit down as they had some terrible news to share with her. They had found a body. The body needed to be formally identified. So Andrea's father went to the morgue to carry out the devastating task. He confirmed it was Ashley Hall. He said, "It was the hardest thing I've had to do in my life. It is something no granddad should have to do. She had been raped, and her arms and legs had been tied up, and tape was put over her face. Her body was then dumped against a fence near Old Stockton Road. The first post-mortem to establish how she had died was inconclusive. The second one revealed she had died from smothering. After her body was found, Ashley's family looked on her computer and found that she had been having conversations with a man they didn't know. It was the man who had been arrested for the traffic offenses. His name was Peter Chapman, and he had a terrifying history of offending. Peter Chapman had been born in January 1977 and was looked after by his grandparents in Stockton. Those who knew him in school said he was strange from a young age. It wasn't long before he was on the radar of police. When he was just 15 years old, in 1992 he was investigated over an allegation of sexual assault. In May 1996, he committed 2 horrifying rapes against sex workers in Teesside. The violence had increased, and he had also used a knife in the attacks. He was sentenced to serve 7 years in a young offenders institution. The judge described him as clearly a danger to women. He served half of his sentence before being released and was now a registered sex offender, meaning there were conditions on his freedom. He would later move to Middlesbrough and lived on Martin Road. The attacks would begin again. He used a stolen car with a fake registration plate to pick up a woman, before holding her at knife point and sexually assaulting her. 2 days later, he did the same thing and picked up a woman before driving 24 miles to a disused railway track in County Durham. She too was attacked at knife point. This was where Chapman made a mistake. He told his second victim how he had attacked a woman just 2 days before. His victim went to the police and reported him. The investigating officers linked this attack to the one from 2 days prior, and the first victim was able to pick Chapman out of a lineup. In 2001, Peter Chapman was released from prison and moved to Merseyside. Just 1 year later, Cheshire police were investigating an allegation of kidnap and rape that a sex worker had made, and Peter Chapman was arrested again. However, the case would be discontinued. In June, he moved again, this time to the city of Bristol. He would be arrested, but this time for deception offenses. But before long, he was back in custody for another sexual assault. He had been arrested by police in Liverpool on suspicion of the kidnap and rape of a sex worker. He had got her into his car on the agreement of sex for £60. And because he appeared to be friendly, she agreed to go to a flat with him. Detective Inspector Mick Callan said she told police that at first she didn't feel threatened because of his manner. Once they arrived, the encounter took a terrifying turn. He held her at knife point and kept her tied up for 14 hours where she was subjected to an appalling series of sexual assaults. He had tied her hands together and taped over her mouth. He used a 12-inch knife to threaten her. After raping her, he told her that he was sorry and that he hadn't meant to hurt her. He would then rape her again. He made her get back into his car and then left her near to where he had picked her up. She went to the police, and based on the description of the flat she was able to give, Peter Chapman was arrested. He was charged, but the case would once again be discontinued. The woman he had attacked was too traumatized to face him in court, and the case collapsed. Peter Chapman would be downgraded to a medium-risk offender when he had previously been considered high risk. After he continued to miss appointments, he was recalled to prison in 2004 and spent another 15 months behind bars. Upon his release, he enrolled in a computer course. In December 2007, he befriended a single mother in Runcorn who had a young baby and was unaware of his status as a sex offender. He had not complied with the conditions of being a registered sex offender and moved in with the woman and her child. When she found out about his past, she kicked him out. In 2009, a warrant was issued for his arrest after he fled from a hit and run that left a woman with a broken arm. But he was able to evade capture and moved again. After moving to the Thames Valley, he struck up a friendship with another woman. Whilst there, he had a falling out with one of her neighbors. The neighbor's house would later be set on fire. Soon after the fire, Chapman was gone. He also took a stolen laptop with him. He used the woman from Runcorn's details to purchase a car on eBay, and by October, he was back in Teesside. He was living in a roadside hotel. He then started talking to Ashley Hall on Facebook to avoid her not getting into the car. When she saw that it was him and not the person she had been talking to, he devised a plan. Using 2 different phones, he told her that Peter Cartwright's father would be the one to collect her, just down the street from her home. His plan worked. After picking her up, he drove to Thorpe Larchers, close to Sedgefield. One of Ashley's friends, Gemma, had been texting her while she was in the car with Chapman. The conversation had been fine, with Gemma saying it didn't feel like anything was wrong. It just felt normal, but they were really late replies. She said Ashley's behavior had been out of character. When we found out she had met this man, it just didn't seem like her at all. It was totally different to anything she had done. He must have made her feel so special for her to go and meet him. Really, really special. Whilst with Chapman, Ashley was subjected to a brutal sexual assault. He then bound her up and put tape across her face. He told the police that he had killed her after an argument had got out of control. When forensics went through his car, they found more incriminating evidence. Her mobile phone, some screwed up duct tape, and some tape with Ashley's hair stuck to it. They also found a used condom. Durham police would later say that had he not said anything after being arrested for the traffic offense, they likely would have crushed the car. It wasn't just his car that provided clues. His digital footprint also revealed a lot. He had various fake profiles across at least 9 different sites. One fake profile he had set up had nearly 3,000 friends. All of them were female, and the ages ranged from 31 to just 13 years old. His email account showed that on the day he had contacted Ashley, 100 young girls had also accepted his friend request. After adding somebody as a friend, he would then try and get them to use private chat rooms where the conversations would become sexual and explicit. He had attempted to meet two 15-year-old girls, and one of them agreed to meet in A, B, and Q car park in Hartlepool. When she approached and saw him sitting in the car, she ran away. Several days later, he had tried to meet another girl in Stockton, but she didn't turn up. The day after murdering Ashley, Chapman was due to meet another woman, but his registration number was spotted by the AMPR system and he was arrested on the A177. In November, hundreds of people came together for Ashley's funeral at St. Cuthbert's Church. As the bell rang at 3 p.m., Andrea led mourners into the church. There weren't enough seats for everybody and the community was united in its grief. When the service was finished, her coffin was taken to a private cremation service. Her mother said, "I didn't want Ashley to be buried in the cold ground. Her favorite place was home, so I keep her ashes here." In January 2010, Peter Chapman pleaded not guilty to the kidnap, rape, and murder of Ashley Hall. The night before his trial was due to start, Peter Chapman changed his plea to guilty. Andrea had decided to attend court and look Peter Chapman in the eyes. She said, "People say to me, 'How do you feel?' I don't really know. Empty and angry are the words that sum it up best." Prosecutor Graham Reeds QC said, after inventing the fake teenage Peter, he now decided to invent Peter's dad in order to persuade Ashley that it was safe to get into his car. The plan he devised was calculated and wicked, and it worked. At Teesside Crown Court on the March 8, 2010, Judge Peter Fox sentenced Peter Chapman to life in prison with a minimum term of 35 years for the rape and murder of Ashley Hall. The judge told him he had been a very great danger to women for a considerable time. He said that Chapman had undertaken a significant degree of planning to carry out his appalling crime. He said, "This was an evil scheme, very carefully brought and with considerable detail to trap your victim. For what it's worth, I cannot foresee your release," he said. Not long after his sentence, it was revealed that Peter Chapman had been attacked in HMP Franklin, the Category A prison where he is being held. He suffered multiple cuts to the face after being assaulted, but recovered in the hospital wing of the prison. Following Ashley's death, the Home Secretary Alan Johnson said that lessons needed to be learned from her case. He said that authorities in both the United States and United Kingdom were working to find ways to flag up when a convicted sex offender uses the internet. He said, "What our people in the Child Exploitation and Online Protection Agency do is go online themselves to try and lure these people in. Whether we can get the technology to flag up when they're online is something we need to look at." He also called on the police to answer questions about how Peter Chapman had been monitored. The Independent Police Complaints Commission, commonly referred to as the IPCC, announced that it was going to be investigating how Merseyside police had monitored Peter Chapman after the force had referred themselves to the watchdog. It emerged that 9 months had passed between the police and Merseyside realizing he was no longer there, and them issuing a national wanted notice for him in September 2009. This was 1 month before he murdered Ashley. A spokesperson for Merseyside police said he didn't know why the wanted notice didn't go out sooner. The IPCC said that when Chapman moved in May 2005, he came under a different sex offender unit, and he should have been visited every 3 months. A period of 9 months would pass between visits. He was visited by one female police officer who had to use her own car due to low staffing levels. She had not received proper training on how to monitor sex offenders despite repeatedly asking for said training. The unit was described as poorly organized and was the only one in the force that was not a stand-alone unit. When details of Chapman's car were circulated on the police national computer following his failure to adhere to the conditions of being a registered sex offender, 3 police forces recorded hits on their AMPR systems between 23 October 26th. IPCC Commissioner Nassim Malik said, "It is evident from our investigation that this particular sex offender unit was inadequately resourced, and as a result, the officer tasked with managing sex offenders in the community had an impossible task. Chapman was not monitored effectively and managed to slip away with terrible consequences. I fully appreciate that irrespective of the failings in monitoring, Chapman may well have enacted his plan anyway. Only 24-hour-a-day monitoring could ensure prevention of such acts. My deepest sympathies go out to Ashley Hall's family for their loss. Their grief can only be compounded by the evident police failings that have been uncovered surrounding the man who murdered Ashley. Andrea repeatedly begged Facebook to remove Ashley's profile. They only did so when police lodged a complaint via the United States Embassy. Following the murder of Ashley Hall, Darlington Council created information packs and software to educate young people about online safety. Darlington Council's cabinet member for children and young people said, "Ashley has left a lasting legacy." Ashley Hall was a 17-year-old girl with her whole life ahead of her. In the words of her mother, she was loving, honest, caring, and well-liked. Everybody loved her. She was a person who brought light into the lives of others. Maureen Brubaker was born on July 4, 1954, and everyone expected her to be a firecracker due to her patriotic birthday. This prediction proved to be true, with her mother, Mary, and later describing her as the wild child of the family. As the oldest of 7 children, Maureen was a devoted and loving sister to her 4 brothers and 2 sisters. One of her earliest memories, as shared by her sister Lisa, who was 13 years younger, was sitting on Maureen's lap in a car while Maureen's husband drove them around one evening. Maureen was trying to teach Lisa how to sing the Christmas carol Silver Bells as it played on the radio. Maureen often babysat her younger siblings for her parents, who found managing so many young children challenging. To encourage good behavior, they would offer the younger ones 10 cents each if they behaved well for their sister while they were out. Even if the younger children fought or misbehaved, Maureen always reported back to her parents that they had all behaved wonderfully so that everyone could get their dime. Though Maureen was very close with her family, she also exhibited typical teenage behavior in that she didn't always follow her parents' advice. At 16, Maureen asked her parents if she could marry her boyfriend, David Farley. Although they disapproved of the idea, Maureen and David married anyway. Maureen's parents could have asked the court to annul the marriage, but Maureen threatened to leave home and never speak to them again if they did, so they did not pursue that option. Shortly after the marriage, Maureen's husband David was arrested. Police have not publicly disclosed what he was charged with, but the Brubakers believe he was arrested for burglary. David was sent to the Anamosa State Penitentiary outside of Cedar Rapids, Iowa, to serve his short sentence. Maureen moved to Cedar Rapids so she could visit her husband while he was incarcerated. Her younger siblings were upset by the move, as Cedar Rapids was on the opposite side of the state as their home in Sioux City. Maureen rented a room in Cedar Rapids and found a job nearby as a waitress at Waite's restaurant. She wrote letters and sent photos to her family regularly and called them when she had the money to. On September 17, 1971, Maureen borrowed some money to buy a pack of cigarettes. Her paycheck from the restaurant will be ready later that day, so she would quickly be able to pay back the money. However, she never came to the restaurant that night to collect the paycheck she so desperately needed as she was out of money. She likewise did not arrive at the restaurant for her shift on Monday 20th, which was unusual for the dependable employee. Her co-workers were worried about her, so they went to her rented room to see if she was there. She was not, so they reported Maureen missing to the police. Police in Cedar Rapids contacted their counterparts in Sioux City to have them check if Maureen had simply gone to visit her family. When the police arrived at the Brubaker family home, they asked if Maureen was there and informed the family she was missing when they learned she was not at the house. Maureen's father was unable to get off work, and her mother had to stay to care for her youngest children. The 2 of Maureen's siblings made the 4-hour drive to Cedar Rapids to help look for her. Maureen would not be found until a week after she was last seen alive. On September 24, 1971, 2 teenage boys were out hunting in a wooded area approximately 3 miles away from Maureen's rented room. In the bed of an abandoned truck in a wooded ravine near what was then a landfill and is now Tate Cummins Park, they saw a woman lying down with one leg propped up. She was wearing clothes but no shoes. The 2 boys assumed she was sleeping and continued on their way. When they passed by the area again, however, they noticed that the woman in the truck was in the exact same position she had been in when they saw her earlier. They decided to approach the truck to get a closer look. When they did, they saw that the woman's skin was discolored and realized she was dead. The woman in the truck was Maureen Brubaker Farley. She was just 17 years old at the time of her death. Maureen had been struck in the head, which had resulted in a severe skull fracture. Based on the level of decomposition, authorities believe Maureen had not died until several days after she sustained the injury. She would have been unconscious during the time between the injury and her death. There were also indications that she had been sexually assaulted. Police believed Maureen had been killed elsewhere and then later placed in the truck. When police began investigating the murder, they found no signs of struggle inside of Maureen's rented room, and her car was still parked outside. They conducted interviews but were never able to make an arrest. Maureen's killer would remain unidentified for decades until advances in science and technology provided new uses for evidence preserved in the case. In 2006, cold case investigators submitted a swab taken from Maureen's body to the lab to see if there was any unknown DNA present. A full DNA profile from an unknown male was developed from semen found on the swab, but there was no match to the profile in criminal databases. The case was looked at once again in 2017, and investigators began collecting DNA samples from suspects who had been identified in the early days of the investigation to compare their DNA to the DNA found on Maureen's body. More than 15 suspects were cleared through this effort. Police could not collect a DNA sample from one major suspect because he had died in 2013 at the age of 94. The man in question had worked at a liquor store near the restaurant where Maureen had worked and was a regular customer of hers there. He reportedly was friendly to her and offered to help her with her car. Maureen's mother, Mary Ann, had written to police 6 months after her daughter's murder, telling them that she believed he was the person who had killed Maureen. Police were also suspicious of this man. He had been interviewed extensively but had refused to take a polygraph. He had continued to visit the police station in the months after Maureen's murder, asking about the investigation. Police found the suspicious but had no evidence to show he was responsible for Maureen's murder. That changed in the spring of 2021 when police were able to obtain a search warrant, allowing them to collect a DNA sample from the man's daughter for comparison to the male DNA found on Maureen's body. The sample was collected and sent to the lab. On September 24, 2021, 50 years to the day after Maureen's body was discovered, police received the results of the analysis from the lab. Testing confirmed that the DNA found on Maureen's body had come from the father of the woman whose DNA had been submitted, the man the Brubaker family had long suspected, George M. Smith. Maureen's father passed away in 2002. 2 of Maureen's brothers also passed away before learning who killed their sister. Maureen's mother and 4 surviving siblings are satisfied with the evidence and the formal closure of the case. While Smith may not have had to face justice in this life, Maureen's mother believes he will still face consequences and is relieved she and her family have some measure of closure. "We just figure he'll suffer in hell for it," Mary and Brubaker told the Sioux City Journal. "What's done is done, and at least we know it was him and we can quit wondering. We can let it go." On Thursday, June 9, 1977, 17-year-old Eric Goldstrand and 16-year-old Liana Edank went out for a day of fishing and swimming at the Broken Bowl picnic grounds near Fall Creek, Oregon. The high school sweethearts were on summer break from North Eugene High School in Eugene, Oregon, where they each had a close group of friends. The couple drove east on Highway 58 in Eric's truck with the picnic lunch Eric's mother had prepared for them. The couple was supposed to be home by 10 o'clock that night, but they did not arrive as scheduled. Earlier in the evening, Eric had called home to tell his father he was having problems with the truck. He asked him to come looking for him if he and Liana did not arrive home one time. Eric's parents, Ted and Donna, therefore, then drove out to the picnic area. There, they located the truck, but not Eric and Liana. Their clothes were inside of the truck, so Ted and Donna knew that wherever their son and his girlfriend were, they were only dressed in their swimsuits. Eric's parents then notified law enforcement, and a Lane County Sheriff's deputy arrived on the scene to help search for the 2 missing teenagers. The deputy and Ted went out to search while Donna stayed behind with the truck. They located Liana's body in a secluded area within the picnic grounds. She had been raped and then shot. Ted took Donna home for the evening, telling her the search would resume in the morning. He did not tell her that Liana had been found dead and that the picnic area was now a crime scene. The next morning, Eric's parents were notified that Eric's body had also been found several hours after Liana was located. His body was found in a group of bushes and he had also been shot. An extensive investigation was launched to find Liana and Eric's killer. A massive search was held and roadblocks went up throughout the area in the immediate aftermath of the murders. Numerous interviews were performed and polygraph examinations were administered. Several bullets and suspect firearms were examined. Fingerprints were found at the scene, but at the time, no match could be found to them. Despite ongoing efforts, no arrests were made in the case. Detective Ken West was first assigned to work Liana and Eric's case in 1983. He later retired and began volunteering one day a week with the Lane County Sheriff's Office cold case team, working alongside Chuck Tilda, who had retired after 3 decades with the Eugene Police Department, and Kirk Engdahl, a retired state and federal prosecutor. DNA evidence had been found and preserved at the crime scene, but there was little investigators could do with it in 1977. Decades later, however, this would be the evidence that finally identified the young couple's killer. In July of 2020, the DNA from the scene was run again, and Parbon Nanolabs was brought in to analyze the profile. They were able to generate an image of what the killer may have looked like based on his DNA. They also used genetic genealogy to try to identify him based on his relatives. They ultimately determined that the killer was most likely one of 3 members of a family from Oak Ridge, Oregon. Only one of these family members was still local. Investigators were able to surreptitiously collect the butt of a cigarette he had smoked, and the DNA found on it eliminated him as a suspect. This left 2 brothers, who were then living in Mesa, Arizona, as potential suspects. Authorities in Oregon began arranging to collect their DNA and bring the case to a grand jury once they conclusively determined which brother was their suspect. However, on February 24, 2021, the 2 brothers got into an altercation. The younger of the brothers was injured during the fight, and the police were called. Before they arrived on the scene, the older brother took his own life. While he will never know for sure, Kurt West suspects that the older brother may have ended his life rather than come in contact with the police, in part because his involvement in Liana and Eric's murders and the DNA he had left at the scene may have still been at the back of his mind. The surviving brother cooperated with police, answering questions about his older brother. Delays in the final DNA testing went on for months, but on September 23, 2021, more than 44 years after Liana and Eric were killed, the Lane County Sheriff's Office announced that the DNA found at the crime scene belonged to Ronald Albert Troy. Troy had been 23 years old at the time of the murders and had recently been discharged from the military. He was a Lane County resident in 1977 but left Oregon in the early 1980s, eventually moving to Mesa in 2008. It's a relief he's not going to be able to hurt anyone again. But there's a part of us who wanted to see him and know why. And all these things we're never going to know, Liana's cousin, Kathy Kloster, said after Troy's identification. Eric's mother, Donna, does see a silver lining in Troy's suicide as she was terrified of having to go through a trial and what could happen if Troy somehow managed to get acquitted. The DNA testing performed in the case by the Cold Case Unit was funded with donations made to the unit by the public. Liana and Eric's families are grateful to the investigators who never gave up on the case. They hope the resolution of the case will give hope to other families still waiting for answers in cold cases and serve as a reminder to criminals that while they may not have been caught yet, they may still one day have police come knocking on their door. In July of 1991, 17-year-old Patricia Moreno, known to her loved ones as Tricia, was in the care of the Department of Social Services. She had been living in one of their foster homes on Henry Street in Malden, Massachusetts for the past 2 months. Tricia's foster mother did not allow smoking inside the home, so Tricia would often go out onto the 3rd-floor apartment's fire escape to smoke cigarettes. The fire escape is where Tricia would be found at approximately 3 a.m. on July 20th, having been shot in the head. Tricia was rushed to Massachusetts General Hospital, where she died as a result of her injuries 12 hours later. An arrest in Tricia's case would not be made for 30 years. On September 29, 2021, Middlesex County District Attorney Marion Ryan announced that a grand jury had returned an indictment for first-degree murder and that 48-year-old Rodney Daniels of South Fulton, Georgia, had been charged in connection with Trisha's murder. He had been arrested without incident at his home in Georgia on September 27th and would be extradited back to Massachusetts. Daniels had been dating one of the two teenage daughters of Trisha's foster mother and sometimes stayed at their apartment. In 1991, he told police that he had been asleep on an armchair in the apartment's living room when he was awoken by 2 gunshots. He went out onto the fire escape where he found Trisha, critically injured. Trisha's foster mother then called 911. Police learned that Daniels had been aggressive and threatening towards Trisha during her time in the foster home. According to court documents, Trisha had reported that she had awoken one night shortly before her death to Daniels standing in her bedroom. He had a gun in his hand, which he then pointed at Trisha's head. Trisha's foster mother never reported this to the police or to the Department of Social Services. These same documents detail accounts of Daniels bragging about the police failing to find gunpowder residue on him and telling Trisha's foster mother, "Yes, you can," after she said that a person could not get away with murder. Police were able to confirm that Daniels had been in possession of multiple handguns prior to Trisha's murder. In 2020, Trisha's case was re-examined by the Middlesex District Attorney's Office Cold Case Unit, which had been formed the year before. They returned to the apartment where Trisha had been killed and meticulously recreated the crime scene. They determined, based on the angle of the bullet that killed Trisha, that her killer had fired the fatal shot near the door back into the apartment she had been living in. In addition, investigators were able to locate a witness who had just returned to the United States after an extended period of time outside of the country. He had lived in a second-floor apartment in 1991 and had been awoken by the gunshots when Trisha was killed. Because of the location of his bed in his bedroom and the location of his window, when he woke up, he was looking directly out at the crime scene. He was able to provide police with a description of the man out on the fire escape with Trisha and, more importantly, he reported that he had seen the man go inside of Trisha's apartment after the shooting. There had been no signs of forced entry into the apartment, and no one who had been known to be inside of the apartment had reported seeing anyone else there. Trisha's foster sister, Chantel, who had been dating Daniels at the time of the murder, testified on his behalf at a 1991 grand jury hearing. However, in private, she told her younger sister, Rochelle, that on the night of the murder, Daniels had confessed to her that he had killed Trisha and then hid the gun in a hole in the chair where he slept in the living room. He told her later he had gotten rid of the weapon. Rochelle had begged Chantel to go to the police with his information throughout the years that followed, but Chantal never would. She feared getting into legal trouble for lying to the grand jury to protect Daniels originally. Chantal died of COVID-19 in 2020, and Rochelle told police about what Chantal had told her about the murder and her dishonesty during a 2021 interview with them, since Chantal could no longer face any legal consequences. Daniels was arraigned in Middlesex Superior Court on September 30th. He is being held without bail and is due back in court on October 21st. 16-year-old Rebecca Watts, known to most as Becky, had last been seen by her family the previous morning. She had left her home in Crown Hill, Bristol, taking only her tablet, phone, and laptop. She hadn't packed any extra clothes or mentioned where she was going, and she wasn't answering texts or calls. This was completely out of character for Becky. She had never acted this way before or stayed out too late. The day before, she had spoken to her friend, who said Becky seemed like her usual self, with no signs of anything being off. There was no indication that Becky had planned to run away. Born on June 3, 1998, to parents Darren and Tanya, Becky's early years were spent with her mother after her parents had split up. She was later taken into care due to concerns about neglect, but soon after, she and her brother Dan began living with their father. Becky was described as burly, feisty, and full of humor, confident in her own skin around those she trusted. At school, she was quieter and more reserved, but her teachers described her as incredibly kind, caring, and having a big heart. She had a small but tight-knit group of friends who loved her just as much as she adored them. Darren would later begin a relationship with a woman called Angie, who herself was a parent to a son called Nathan. When Darren and Angie married in 2013, Nathan had served as best man, and Becky as a bridesmaid, along with Nathan's girlfriend, Shauna. Less than 2 years after their wedding day, their world had been turned upside down, and Becky was now missing. After calling 999, Becky's father made a desperate plea on Facebook, saying, "Please, if anyone has seen or heard from my daughter, just let me know she is safe. She went missing Thursday 19th at 11:15 a.m. to meet her boyfriend and never arrived. So he came here looking for her. She hasn't been seen since by any of her friends. Police have now started a search. I'm really scared now. I want her home." Detective Chief Inspector Richard O'Cone said that what was alarming to police was that her social media had not been used. She was regularly in contact with her friendship group, but there had been no communication from her. The story was quickly picked up by the national media. The following day, on Wednesday, February 25th, her family was asked to leave the home so that a search could be done. But there was still no sign of her. Searches were also being undertaken by 6 teams in various locations, including an area of woodland and 3 houses. The College of Policing and National Crime Agency were drafted in to help, and a helicopter was deployed to help search from the air. The nature reserve at Troopers Hill and a local lake were searched as well, but she was nowhere to be found. The hashtag Find Becky was circulating around social media, and police took to Twitter to get the news out there about her disappearance. The investigating team needed to talk to those closest to Becky to try and ascertain her last known movements and find out any more information that was relevant. They were trying to build a picture of exactly who Becky was, hoping that the answers to their questions could be found. They spoke to Becky's stepmother, Angie. Shauna heard the door go, so she was assuming it was Becky going out. Yeah. So I'm assuming it was Becky going out. Okay. No one saw her go, but no. Just heard the door go, yeah. And this option that Becky had left. Yeah. As their inquiries continued, they found that the last people who had seen Becky had been her stepbrother Nathan Matthews and his girlfriend Shauna Hoare. They had initially been hard to pin down for an interview, but the officers were eventually able to get in touch with them and ask them to come to the station. Shauna gave her account of what had happened on the day Becky had last been seen. Nathan gave the same account about hearing the door slam. Several things stood out to investigators. Shauna appeared to be giggly and rather upbeat, and Nathan came across as unconcerned. Another thing that was unusual was just how much their stories aligned. Detective Chief Inspector Richard O'Cone said that most people who witness or experience the same events may give accounts that have incorrect details or don't slot together neatly. He said that in this instance, the fact that their stories were so similar indicated they had spoken to each other beforehand and colluded to make sure their stories matched. Volunteers came out in droves to assist in the searches, posters were put up, and people were determined they were not going to stop looking until she was found. It had now been 9 days since Becky had last been seen. The police brought the major crime unit on board to assist in the investigation and turn their efforts back to Becky's house. They went in with the forensics unit to see if the house held any clues as to where she could be. They made a sinister discovery. Faint spots of blood were found on the door frame of Becky's bedroom. Fingerprints were found in the blood too. While tests were being carried out, they asked her stepbrother Nathan and his girlfriend Shauna to come back in for a second round of interviews. Shauna's statement that Nathan was finding the situation difficult varied from his. Despite the feelings of officers, they didn't have enough to hold him in custody. But this would soon all change. The results had come back from the fingerprint that had been found in the blood on Becky's door frame. It belonged to her stepbrother, Nathan Matthews. It would be several more hours before the results would be in on who the blood belonged to. They decided that if it came back as being Becky's blood, they would make an arrest straight away on suspicion of kidnap, and their worst fears were soon realized. The blood belonged to Becky. Saturday, February 28, 2015, Nathan Matthews and Shauna Hoare were taken into custody at a house in Bristol. Nathan was 10 years older than Becky and had known her since she was 2 years old when his mother started dating Darren. Darren's relationship with Nathan had been quite strained. Nathan didn't want anybody interfering with his and his mother's lives. Becky's brother Dan got along with Nathan. They would often play video games and spend time in each other's company, but Nathan didn't interact much with Becky. He also didn't live in the family home. He instead lived close by with his grandmother, but would often go over to see his mother and stepfamily. When Nathan was 19 years old, he had come to the house with 4 young girls in the back of his car, none of them appearing to be older than 12. Darren refused to let him bring them inside and told Nathan to take them all home immediately. In her teens, Becky had struggled with an eating disorder, and whilst her family were deeply concerned, Nathan flippantly dismissed her struggles, saying she was doing it for attention. She had become weaker and would also faint, but Nathan still said this was all for attention. After a year, Becky had made it through and recovered from her illness. In 2008, Nathan Matthews was now 21 years old and brought home his new girlfriend, Shauna Hoare. He had told his family she was 19 years old, but she wasn't. She was actually 15. Darren knew he was lying and told him to take Shauna home. Darren had fought hard to get his children out of the care of social services, and he was not going to jeopardize their stability in any way. Nathan and Shauna stayed together, however, and went on to have a daughter. Darren initially didn't like Shauna, saying there was something about her that he couldn't put his finger on. After they were arrested, they were taken to the police station to be questioned again. After allowing Nathan to talk freely, building his confidence in answering their questions, they changed strategy and questioned him in a more direct way. They were also talking to Shauna about her version of events. A forensics team was then sent to Shauna and Nathan's home. The house was in disarray. Every room was filled with items, clutter, and mess. As the search moved throughout the property, one part of the upstairs floor immediately stood out. Going into the bathroom, the left-hand side of the room was much the same as the rest of the property. But the bathtub was spotless. It was shiny and extremely clean, and this meant it didn't fit in with the rest of the home. As the questioning continued, the officers decided not to tell either of them what the latest developments were or what evidence they now had. Over the next 2 days, the forensics team continued to search the house that Nathan and Shauna lived in, and it was an incredibly difficult task given the state of the property. Then, finally, 2 small pieces of paper would give them the lead they had been searching for. 2 receipts for the DIY and hardware store B&Q showed that on Friday, the same day Becky had been reported missing, an electric circular saw, goggles, gloves, and a mask had been purchased. CCTV from the store confirmed that Nathan had been the one to buy the items. Nathan Matthews and Shauna Hall were rearrested, this time on suspicion of the murder of Becky Watts. Following this, the police had to break the devastating news to her family. This was now a murder investigation, and they suspected that Nathan and Shauna were responsible. Becky's father Darren said that it was in that moment his world began to fold in on itself. Before long, flowers were being laid in tribute to Becky as news started to spread. Close to the family home was St. Ambrose Church. A book of remembrance was put out, and the church was open until nighttime for people to light candles for her. Adding to the tragedy, she had been murdered on her brother Dan's 20th birthday. The interviewing officers did not disclose that they had found the receipts. They continued to raise the pressure by saying that the house they had lived in had been forensically searched, leaving the accused guessing as to what exactly had been found. Tuesday, March 3, 2015. At 10:26 p.m., a statement was given to the police from Nathan via his lawyer. Nathan Matthews refused to listen to it and stuck his fingers in his ears to drown out the sound of his statement being read out. It read as follows: I, Nathan Charles Matthews, accept that I am responsible for the death of Rebecca Watts. On February 19, 2015, I attended Crown Hill, St. George, Bristol with my girlfriend, Shauna Hoare. In my car, I had a large bag, stun device, handcuffs, tape, and a mask. I had developed an idea to scare Rebecca by kidnapping her. I wanted to scare her and teach her a lesson. I believed that she was selfish, and her behavior towards my mother was a risk to her health. A few minutes after arriving, Shauna said she wanted a cigarette and went into the garden. I went to the boot of my car, took out a bag that contained the items, then went upstairs to the landing before knocking on Rebecca's door. She replied, "What?" or "Hello," and I said, "Can I see you a minute?" I cannot be sure which order things happened, but I used the items to subdue Rebecca. During the short struggle, my mask slipped, and Rebecca was able to see my face. This caused me to panic, and I strangled her while she was partially in the bag. The horrifying details did not stop there. After murdering Becky, he had used the saw he had purchased from B&Q to dismember her. She had been dismembered in the bathtub, which had then been cleaned, showing that the officers who were being concerned with how out of place the bath had looked had been absolutely right. The occupants of the house where her body was found were arrested for assisting an offender. They were adamant. They had no idea what was inside the bags. They would later plead guilty to the charge. 2 other people would also be acquitted of the same charge. The shed had been searched by Detective Sergeant John Dowding, who had found several suitcases and bags. The body parts had been wrapped in plastic bags and cling film, and cat litter had been used in an attempt to soak up the blood. Salt crystals had also been added to hide the smell. The pathology report showed that Becky had fought for her life with absolutely everything she had. She had sustained more than 40 injuries and had most likely died from suffocation with a hand covering her nose and mouth. She was then stabbed 15 times post-mortem. Becky had to be identified using DNA. The search for Becky Watts had been one of the biggest investigations undertaken by Avon and Somerset police, and for the officers who had worked tirelessly to try and find Becky and bring her home, this was a devastating end. Even though Nathan Matthews had provided the police with an account, they wanted to delve deeper and ascertain if this was the whole truth. They also wanted to know if his girlfriend Shauna Hoare had played a bigger role than had been suggested. When they interviewed Shauna, she was adamant that the first she had learned of Nathan being responsible had been the day before when he had made his prepared statement. The horrifying account of what exactly had happened would finally come out. Thursday, February 19, 2015. Becky arrives home after spending the night at a friend's. At 10:50 a.m., Shauna and Nathan drive to Becky's home. After stopping at a Tesco's to buy some batteries, they know she will be in the house by herself as Angie has a hospital appointment. Nathan normally parks on the road, but on this occasion, he reverses the car into the drive with the boot facing the front door. 11 o'clock and 3 seconds a.m., Becky sends her last text message. It is to her boyfriend saying she is listening to music. She then doesn't respond to his messages. Becky is attacked. She is suffocated, and her body is put into the boot of the car. 12:45 p.m. Angie returns home. Nathan and Shauna act like nothing has happened. 5 p.m. Becky's boyfriend arrives at the house, concerned that his messages are not getting a response from Becky. Shauna answers the door and pretends to look in Becky's room to see if she is there, and her boyfriend speaks to Darren and Angie. Angie agrees that it is unusual that she isn't responding. 7 p.m. After spending the day with the family and with Becky's body still in the boot of the car outside, Shauna and Nathan drive home. After arriving at the house, they take her body inside, and she is dismembered in the bathtub. They then order a pizza and some Chinese food. Nathan Matthews then fakes a phone call from a friend pretending they need his help. He leaves and goes to B&Q. Friday, February 20th. At 12:20 p.m., Nathan Matthews heads to a shop and purchases 2 bottles of drain cleaner. He then goes to B&Q and buys the gloves, masks, goggles, and saw. 3:10, Shauna sends him a message saying, "What time you finish work?" 50 minutes later at 4 p.m., the 999 call is made, and Becky is reported missing. Sean also shares Darren's Facebook post, begging for his daughter to come home. At 6:35 p.m., the police go to Becky's home and speak with Darren, Angie, Nathan, and Shauna. Nathan and Shauna say they heard her leave the house the morning before. By 9 p.m., the pair have returned home, and they watch a YouTube video called "Do You Want to Hide a Body?" On February 21st, the pair visit an Asda store and purchase bin bags, gloves, rubble sacks, cling film, and bleach. The following day, they go to a 99p store, Anna Wilco's, and purchase a sponge, more rubble sacks, and tape before going to Sainsbury's to buy cling film. On the February 23rd, the police go to their house in a bid to speak to them, but they are met with silence and nobody opens the door. At 4:38 p.m., a phone belonging to the couple is used to search find Becky Watts on Google, and just 2 minutes later, Shauna rings her estranged mother, someone she hadn't spoken to for 4 years, to arrange to go to her house that evening. On February 24th at 2:19 a.m., CCTV captures a white van driving from Cotton Mill Lane to where Becky's body was found. Her body parts are believed to be in the back of the van. The gravity of what it was he had done appeared to be dawning on him. Whilst he was giving this account, Shauna was still being interviewed. After 96 hours of interviews, Nathan Matthews was charged with the murder of his stepsister. They still didn't have enough to charge Shauna with murder, so she was instead charged with perverting the course of justice, and the police continued to build their case against her. Over the following 8 weeks, they continued to look into every aspect of their lives, including phone records, and their computers were also looked at too. It would be in one of Shauna's mobile phones that the key to unlock the case would be found. A series of messages had been deleted, but the officers were able to recover them. Nathan Matthews and Shauna Hoare had talked about abducting a young woman and hiding her in the attic. Internet searches had also been made for pornographic material involving people around Becky's age. But once again, forensics would show the truth. A bag containing some of the dismembered body parts had Shauna's DNA on it, and so did one of the masks. On June 22nd, Shauna Hoare was charged with the murder of Becky Watts. Becky's funeral was held at St. Ambrose Church on April 17th. The church service was open to the public, but her burial was private. Mourners lined the streets as her coffin was brought past on a horse-drawn carriage. A white dove was also released as her coffin was brought out. On October 6, 2015, the trial of Nathan Matthews and Shauna Hoare began at Bristol Crown Court. Becky's family sat stunned as they heard for the first time that 2 years prior to her death, Becky had told one of her friends that Nathan had explained to her in graphic detail how he had planned to murder her. She hadn't told this to her family. He had also been in the Territorial Army after being a cadet, and those who had known him during his time in the TA also gave evidence. The courtroom sat horrified as details emerged of how Nathan and Shauna held a shared sexual interest in teenage girls. Prosecutor William Mosley QC said, in addition to their apparent dislike of Rebecca Watts, there is good reason to believe that there was also a sexual motive behind the scheme arising from a shared, unnatural interest in attractive teenage females. Shauna told the court that she was completely innocent and that she was actually scared of her boyfriend. The prosecution fired back, saying that they had acted as a team. Shauna's estranged mother also testified at the trial about Shauna suddenly wanting to talk to her after Becky had been killed. She said, "I was joking and I said, I know why you're at my house all the time. You're running away from the police because you have kidnapped Becky." It was now time for the jury to deliberate, and before long the verdict was in, and it was unanimous. After just 3 hours of deliberations, Shauna Hoare was found guilty of the kidnap and manslaughter of Becky Watts. Nathan Matthews was found guilty of the kidnap and murder of Becky Watts. Shauna Hoare was sentenced to 17 years in prison. Nathan Matthews was sentenced to life in prison with a minimum term of 33 years. When he was led away to begin his sentence, he couldn't look his family in the eye and instead stared at the floor. In June 2016, both Nathan Matthews and Shauna Hoare lost their appeals against their convictions. Following her death, a serious case review was commissioned by the Bristol Safeguarding Children Board. It concluded that her murder couldn't have been predicted or prevented. The report said there had not been enough attention paid to Becky's wider family, which included her stepbrother and his girlfriend. It said that Becky's sometimes challenging behavior and her anxiety was a result of the bullying she was enduring from Matthews. Darren would go on to write a book about his daughter titled, Becky, The Heartbreaking Story of Becky Watts. He would later say in an interview, if they were going to hang him, I would pull the lever so no one else would have to carry that guilt. The stress of what had happened to his daughter had caused him to lose 4 stone or 56 pounds. He couldn't sleep, he couldn't eat, and he was barely able to keep water down. In spite of all they had been through and the horrifying events that had devastated their family, Darren and Angie's marriage survived, and they remained committed to one another. The way the community had come together to help and support the family had been nothing short of incredible, with many lending a hand where they could and doing their best to help. The story of Becky Watts is both horrifying and heartbreaking. She is perhaps best summed up by the words of her family. She was like a tornado, hurricane, and sunbeam all at once. She came into your life and made you feel alive. On December 20th, 1976, 14-year-old Kenneth Jumper Jr. was walking along the Lehigh River in the borough of Eastside, Pennsylvania in Carbon County around 4:30 p.m. He was familiar with this area as he would go trapping there. He noticed something he had not seen when he had been there just a week earlier: a suitcase. Near it, he saw something horrifying: a human head with dark hair. He ran home to tell his 19-year-old brother Richard what he saw, and the two of them then called the Pennsylvania State Police. A total of 3 suitcases, all spray-painted black, were found at the scene. They had contained the remains of a young woman and the nearly full-term female fetus she had been carrying. Investigators believed that the woman's killer had thrown the suitcases from the bridge that carried Interstate 80 over the river. He or she may have intended for them to go into the river, but they instead hit the ground, causing at least one of them to open up. The young woman had been strangled and shot once in the neck. She had been dismembered with the pieces, some of which were badly mutilated, then placed into the luggage. Her unborn child had been removed from her womb and also placed in one of the suitcases. The young woman's initial autopsy estimated that she had died sometime between December 17th and December 20th, but police would later say that they believed she was killed within 24 hours of her discovery on 20th. Pages from the Northern New Jersey edition of the September 26, 1976 Sunday Daily News were found inside of the suitcases, as was a piece of chenille fabric that could have come from a robe or a blanket. The young woman was believed to be Caucasian and in her late teens or early 20s. She was estimated to have been approximately 5 feet 4 inches tall and 150 pounds. Her killer had cut off her nose and ears, but a sketch of what she may have looked like in life was developed and circulated. Authorities could not match her with a missing persons report or find anyone who recognized the sketch, and without an identity for their victim, their investigation into her murder stalled. The unidentified remains were preserved at the city morgue in Philadelphia for almost 7 years until August of 1983, when they were returned to Carbon County. A local pastor presided over the interment of the unknown woman and her child in the Carbon County Potter's Field, now known as the Lorrytown Road Cemetery near Weatherly, Pennsylvania. Their simple grave marker read simply Beth Doe. Since the young woman's identity was unknown and her family could therefore not be informed of her final resting place, local residents took up the responsibility of visiting the grave and leaving flowers there in their place. In addition to becoming an adopted member of the Carbon County community, the young woman, known only as Beth Doe, also garnered national attention, with individuals from all over the country following the case and suggesting possible identities of the young woman. Police remained dedicated to the case even as years went on without an identification, utilizing new technologies to try to give Beth Doe back her name as they became available. In the decades that followed her death, isotope analysis, more advanced facial reconstructions, and DNA were all used to try to identify her. Her remains were exhumed in 2007 to collect more forensic evidence for testing. Numerous missing women were investigated to see if they could be Beth Doe, but they were all ultimately excluded. More than 4 decades would pass before answers were found in the case, but when they finally came, the identities of both Beth Doe and her killer would be discovered. On March 31, 2021, 63-year-old Luis Sierra, a married father of 2, was arrested at his home in the Ozark Park neighborhood of Queens, New York, and charged with 1 count of criminal homicide. He was arraigned in Queens Criminal Court and held without bail, pending his extradition back to Pennsylvania. Sierra's arrest came as a shock to his neighbors, who could not imagine him committing such a crime. They spoke to the New York Daily News about how kind he was and how they felt as though he were a part of their families. Sierra had been 19 years old when Beth Doe was killed. Pennsylvania State Police announced that they had also been able to finally identify her. She was Evelyn Colon of Jersey City, New Jersey, who had been just 15 years old at the time of her murder. Evelyn was one of 5 children, described by one of her brothers as a sweetheart who was somewhat of a mama's girl. She became pregnant around the time she turned 15 and moved into an apartment with the baby's father, Luis Sierra, who had been her family's neighbor. Sierra was abusive and jealous and sometimes locked Evelyn inside of their apartment. Evelyn told her mother that if anything happened to her, Sierra was involved. Evelyn remained in close contact with her family after she moved out. One day in mid-December of 1976, she told her mother that she was not feeling well. When her mother went to the apartment Evelyn shared with her boyfriend to bring her soup, Evelyn was not there, and she was told by neighbors that the couple had moved out. In January of 1977, Evelyn's family received a letter stating that she had given birth to a 9-pound baby boy she named after his father and was living in Connecticut, which was where the letter had been postmarked. The letter further stated that she would reach out to her family should she need anything. It is widely reported in the media that the Cologne family did not report her missing because of this letter. However, PA Homepage, who interviewed one of Evelyn's brothers and one of her nephews, reports that they did try to report her missing, but police would not take a report because of the letter. Due to a house fire, the Colognes were left without even pictures of Evelyn to look at in her absence. Evelyn's family desperately wanted to find her. Being without Evelyn, even if it was because she had willingly gone off to start a new life with her boyfriend and new baby, was devastating to her mother. She would walk around Jersey City looking for Evelyn and sit inside of her home looking out her window at people passing on the street to see if any of them could be her daughter. The final words she said before she died were to her son, "Find Evelyn." The family did look for Evelyn, especially once they had access to the internet, using it for research and messaging people they believed they could be related to through Evelyn, whose profiles they found on social media. Evelyn's nephew, Louis Cologne Jr., was not born until 7 years after his aunt went missing. He grew up hearing stories about her and hoping that she really had built a happy life with her child somewhere outside of Jersey City. Around 2017, he decided to try to use his DNA to try to connect with his long-lost aunt and cousin. He ordered DNA test kits from several commercial DNA companies, believing his chances of success would be greater if he used multiple services and their respective databases. He hoped that either Evelyn or her child had their DNA tested and put in one of these databases and that the family could be reunited with them. When he received his results, however, he was only matched to very distant cousins in the various databases. In March of 2021, however, he was contacted by law enforcement informing him that they had run the DNA of a murder victim through one of the databases he had uploaded his DNA to and found him as a close familial match. The Colognes knew that Evelyn was the only it could be, which authorities confirmed with their cooperation. Luis was disappointed with this outcome as his goal in uploading his DNA was to be reunited with his aunt and cousin. He and the rest of Evelyn's family were horrified to learn that both she and her daughter were dead and that they had been killed in such a brutal fashion. They are trying to find some peace in finally having answers and knowing that Evelyn had not vanished from their lives willingly. Evelyn's family has named her daughter Emily Grace Cologne. Evelyn's two sisters believe she had planned during her pregnancy to use the name Emily if her baby was a girl, and they felt the name Grace would honor the grace of God. The Colognes view the timing of Evelyn's identification as fortuitous in light of her life and their faith. Evelyn's identification was announced just weeks before what would have been her 60th birthday on April 17th and just days before Easter, which was on April 4th. I think that, in light of the whole Easter season, with the Christ's resurrection, her identity, her case, her life, the justice for her murder is being truly resurrected from her grave, right? And it's a powerful season for us as a family, said Evelyn's niece, Miriam Cologne Beltman. Evelyn's family now lives throughout the country and are working to travel to Pennsylvania in spite of financial constraints and travel restrictions. They have started a GoFundMe so that they can all visit Evelyn and Emily's grave and further memorialize them. The Colognes also want to visit the area so that they can meet the community that has embraced Evelyn and Emily while they were lost to them. Carbon County adopted her. It's incredible. You all kept her memory alive, knowing about her and praying for her. That's so powerful, that this county was praying for my family and how you loved someone you didn't know. We're so thankful for all of you. You're all family now, too, said Evelyn's niece, Miriam. While Luis Sierra has been charged and arrested, authorities are still building their case against him and hope that there are witnesses who can provide more details about the case. The Pennsylvania State Police, along with the Carbon County District Attorney's Office, have set up a tip line in conjunction with Crime Stoppers and ask anyone with information to come forward. Authorities had gone to Sierra's home the week before his arrest, and he had claimed to not know Evelyn at all. When they continued to press the issue, he eventually admitted to dating her and getting her pregnant. He said she had threatened to leave him in the past, so when he came home to their apartment in Jersey City one day and she was gone, he had assumed she went to live with her mother and moved back in with his father shortly thereafter. He eventually admitted to mailing the letter received by Evelyn's family while he and Evelyn were on a day trip in Connecticut to look at apartments, but had no explanation as to why the letter was not mailed until well after Evelyn's death. He is next due in court in New York on May 17th. While they are grateful for the answers they now have and for Sierra's arrest, Evelyn's family is aware that there is still a lot of work to be done to get them the full story of what happened to Evelyn and to get Evelyn justice. Let me tell you something. I can't wait for him to come to Pennsylvania because I want to look at his eyes and ask him why. Evelyn's brother, Louis Cologne Sr., said of Sierra after his arrest. While the family is grateful he is in custody, they know he is not considered guilty until he pleads guilty or is convicted. Until then, I'm not going to rest because, to me, the mission is not done, Evelyn's nephew, Louis Cologne Jr., said. We got her name, that's important, and we got the word out. But now we have to get some justice here. At 12:40 p.m. on March 14, 2015, 911 received a call requesting an urgent welfare check at a house on Landale Street in Studio City, Los Angeles. The call came from Jill Blackstone's friend, who explained that Jill had phoned her, sounding disoriented. Jill had said she had passed out, then woke up feeling as though she was having a stroke and couldn't move. Her speech was unclear, causing her friend to become very concerned about the well-being of both Jill and her sister, Wendy Blackstone. Wendy, who was deaf and legally blind, relied on Jill for care, so if something had happened to Jill, both sisters could be in danger. Jill then abruptly told her friend that Wendy and their 3 dogs were dead. Paramedics and police quickly arrived at the scene and found several typed notes posted around the house, including one on the side of a bin near the garage. One note advised to enter the garage carefully, while another stated, "Both parties have do not resuscitate orders." A third note simply read, "Jill Blackstone, brown hair. Wendy Blackstone, red hair." The final note stated that the dogs were trapped in the garage. These notes were deeply unsettling. Following the instructions on one of the notes, authorities opened the garage door. As soon as they did, 2 dogs ran out. It turned out that the inside had been filled with carbon monoxide, which appeared to have come from the barbecue grill. 49-year-old Wendy Blackstone was unconscious on the ground with her 3rd dog by her, and it was clear that her dog was already dead. Despite the do not resuscitate orders on the notes, paramedics attempted to save Wendy, but nothing could be done. Wendy Blackstone was pronounced dead at the scene. Another one of her dogs that had fled the garage would tragically later die too. What appeared to have been a handwritten suicide note was found in Wendy's hand, and a half-empty bottle of vodka lay nearby too. Wendy's feet were near the barbecue, and there was also a bin which was full of ash and smoking slightly. In the house upstairs, they found Jill lying on the bed half naked, slurring and slow with her words. She was rushed to hospital where she stayed for 2 days to be treated for severe carbon monoxide poisoning. Detectives said it was a very perplexing and strange case and something wasn't making sense. But with Jill in hospital and in no place to talk, all they could do was wait and look into the sisters' history, lives, and talk to the neighbors. Jill and Wendy Blackstone worked from home running their own businesses, which helped to support Wendy even more, as it meant she didn't need to leave the house much and Jill could help care for her. By all accounts, her sister was her primary caregiver. Wendy's life had always revolved around animals, and everybody said she was the happiest when she was with them. When she and her sister Jill moved in together 7 years before, starting an animal rescue business in their home seemed like a no-brainer. It was called Thumping Tails Animal Rescue Center, and they always told people how proud they were of it and how much they loved what they did. Before working with animals, however, Jill Blackstone had actually worked in television production for many years and was fairly well known in these circles. Although her IMDb credits list only 5 projects, multiple sources say she had production roles on some of the biggest reality shows of the 90s and early 2000s, The Jerry Springer Show, The Osbournes, Sally Jassy Raphael, Rosie, Divorce Court, Dr. Drew, and over 100 episodes of Family Court with Judge Penny. She was even nominated for a Cable ACE Award in 1993. As her production work started to slow down around 2009, She and her sister moved in together and started running the business. Jill's LinkedIn profile read, "Some of you know me as a TV producer, others as an animal welfare advocate and dog rescuer. I'm all those things. But sadly, the not-for-profit animal rescue business they loved so much was proving very costly to run." As detectives looked into the sisters' finances, it showed that Jill was bleeding money and drowning in debt. She owed almost $10,000 to animal hospitals and various vets. She owed family members money, had unpaid medical bills, and was $1,000 in on different credit cards. The monthly mortgage repayments alone cost almost $6,000 a few years before. Jill had actually filed for bankruptcy, reportedly being around $1,400,000 in debt and owing her sister Wendy over $100,000 too. The pair had recently sold their $950,000 home, but were still living in it while they waited for the new owners to take possession. According to the neighbors, however, they were having trouble finding somewhere else to live, given all the pets and the extra things that Wendy needed in place to support her. People said Jill had become more and more withdrawn as the stress of the move and finances were getting to her. The relationship between the sisters and their parents was strained as well, and Jill told people she had spoken to them about adapting their home so they could also help care for Wendy, but due to their age, they said it just wasn't going to work. And now, 7 years after they bought their house in Studio City and moved in together, Wendy and her dogs were now dead, and Jill was very ill in hospital and lucky to be alive. Although you can never know what is going on in someone else's world or mind, neighbors said that the thought of Wendy taking her own life was completely shocking. Wendy always seemed happy and chatty, and her dogs and the business really were her whole world. The thought of not only leaving her beloved pets behind, but poisoning them to death was quite unbelievable. Wendy's autopsy showed no outward signs of trauma, and the toxicology report revealed there was no alcohol in her system despite the bottle of vodka next to her. A Los Angeles County coroner recorded her death as being from the combined effects of smoke inhalation and an overdose of alprazolam, but her manner of death was left undetermined. The more the authorities looked into it, the stranger it all became. As soon as Jill was well enough to talk, she gave police her statement. At first, she denied saying that she had told anyone that Wendy and the dogs were dead, and claimed she had no idea how they came to be there. She said all she remembered was being in the garage and starting up the barbecue to keep the space warm before lighting some of the barbecue briquettes in the metal can so she and Wendy could toast marshmallows. But both the barbecue and the metal can were enclosed in the garage, not outside in the garden as would be expected for obvious reasons, and this was another red flag. After this, she said she went outside where she passed out on the ground and woke up with the sun burning her face. She then called her friend and said she thought she was having a stroke, just as her friend had told the police. But to the detectives, there were so many inconsistencies and holes in the story, they started asking more questions. Experts that had been examining the note found in Wendy's hand now felt strongly that it had been written by Jill and not Wendy. It was not signed by Wendy, nor were any of the other notes outside the house either. Given everything the police had uncovered in the 2 days Jill was in hospital, they believed that Jill had drugged her younger sister before dragging her into the garage where the dogs followed or were led as well. She then lit the grill, which started burning and leaking carbon monoxide, and staged the scene to look like Wendy had taken her own life by placing the note in her hand and notes around the property. Jill vehemently denied this and said, just like her sister, she had devoted her life to saving animals and people and also helping Wendy. She said she would never want to bring her harm. "I know what it looks like. This was not me. It's just not," she said. "I'm so alone. People of 52, they have kids, they have spouses, they have adults who can help. It was all on me. I'm freaking tired because I have lupus," Jill added. The one note that read Jill Blackstone brown hair and Wendy Blackstone red hair, and the other that said, "Both parties have do not resuscitate," orders did imply that authorities would need this to identify both women, which further inferred that Jill had intended to no longer be alive when the police entered the home. Then, to their surprise, Jill claimed she was carrying out her younger sister's wishes and that the pair had made a pact to die together. She said she was meant to die as well, but called a friend for help at the last second. But authorities weren't convinced and thought that even this was an attempt at staging and setting the scene to try and get away with murder. They placed Jill Blackstone under arrest for the murder of her sister Wendy and sent their findings to the district attorney's office. But after they reviewed everything, the DA's office ordered she was released after 4 days. The DA's office declined to file charges, saying there wasn't enough evidence and they needed the police to give them more. Neighbors said that Jill returned home in tears, and after this, she was barely seen out. Sources said she moved to New Jersey to live closer with relatives sometime later. As word started to spread, people started wondering if Jill's financial issues were a factor in what had happened. That was not the answer to her problems, one neighbor said. She was trying to find a foundation that would help them and help financially take care of her sister, but I don't think she got very far. No one had to die over money. There had to be other options. Another said they were having a hard time finding a new home because the sister that died was very ill. She couldn't see. She couldn't hear. She was housebound, so she needed to find a house that could accommodate her sister with the illness and the dogs. Evidently, the pressure was intense on them, but nobody expected this to happen. She loved her dogs desperately. They were her world. So why would she do that? It breaks my heart. It really does. Sickens me, someone else commented. Things then went very quiet. Wendy's death was still undetermined and Jill was no longer in the state. But behind the scenes, an arduous investigation was underway. Homicide detectives and arson investigators from the Los Angeles Fire Department were conducting separate investigations and assessments that would last 2 years and take us to the spring of 2018. In March that year, the LAPD made an announcement. Jill was located at a hospital in Baltimore where she was placed under arrest and charged with the murder of her sister and 3 counts of animal cruelty. Her bail was set at over $2 million and she was extradited back to California. Prosecutors said that the reason things took so long was because the biological and toxic evidence had been destroyed long before they had filed a case, meaning they essentially had to start from scratch again. If found guilty at trial, she was facing a life sentence, and after several delayed hearings, things finally started moving ahead. Police and prosecutors believed the motive for murder was Jill's frustration of being forced to provide Wendy long-term care, as well as the associated financial hardship. Some detectives felt that Jill might have planned what was going to be a murder-suicide, but whereas Jill was found and saved, Wendy couldn't be. However, in court, prosecutors disagreed with this theory and said there is reasonable inference that Wendy Blackstone did not consent to and was not aware of the defendant's plan. Jill's lawyer was already in the process of trying to get the murder charge reduced to manslaughter, which would carry a far lesser sentence. He also argued that the original interview the police had conducted in the hospital should be thrown out on the grounds that she was not in a clear state of mind and couldn't properly consent to it. Her lawyer called the case a family tragedy and said that Jill and Wendy's parents didn't want to see their daughter die in prison, having already lost their other daughter. He called the evidence they had against her fake, and the whole situation was nothing more than a very tragic accident. He claimed that Wendy was the one that had been barbecuing food for the pair of them and she had died of accidental carbon monoxide poisoning. He added that the claims of there being any kind of fire inside the garage was not true, but this completely contradicted the coroner's findings. It was then announced that Jill would be taking a plea. In court, she arrived in a wheelchair with her lawyer saying her health had taken a turn and she was now suffering from Parkinson's disease as well as lupus. February 2022. Jill Blackstone pleaded guilty to 1 felony count of voluntary manslaughter along with 3 felony counts of animal cruelty. She was sentenced to 8 years in prison. Just as the police had said from the beginning, it was a very perplexing and complicated case, with numerous theories and ideas about what had happened, how it came to be, and the ins and outs of any conversations that had happened prior. And the reality is, it really is impossible to know. Whether there was a pact of sorts or not, whether it was all over money or not, these questions will probably never be answered. All we know is that 49-year-old Wendy and the dogs that she loved so much passed away in truly horrendous circumstances, and they are all missed dearly by the Blackstones' friends, family, and neighbors. In 1983, 21-year-old Linda Reed had a lot to look forward to. She and her husband, Robert, had been married for 2 years, and they were in the process of building a house. To save money for their home, the couple was living in a caravan on property owned by Robert's parents. They also planned to start a family. Linda worked as a sales associate in the jewelry department at McDonnell and East, a department store in the Pacific Fair Shopping Center in Broadbeach, Queensland. On December 13, 1983, during the busy Christmas season, Linda went on her lunch break at noon. Known for her strong work ethic and responsibility, Linda's co-workers grew concerned when she didn't return. Robert became worried when she hadn't come home by the end of her shift and, even more so, when he learned she hadn't returned to work after her lunch break. He began searching frantically for her at the shopping center and at other places she frequented before calling the police at 7 p.m. Linda's mother, Nancy, also attempted to report Linda as missing, but the police would not take the report since she had not been missing for 24 hours. Police would later learn that Linda had gone to the Commonwealth Bank at 12:18 p.m., where she obtained a bank check so that she could pay some of her bills. A security guard reported seeing Linda drive out of the car park in her white Mazda a short time later. Where she was going and why she would leave the shopping center when she was due back at work at 1 o'clock was a mystery to her family and co-workers. Linda and her car would not be found until 3 days after her disappearance. Her Mazda, with Christmas presents she had already purchased still inside of it, was located along Miller Road Drive in Bushland, approximately a 30-minute drive north of where Linda was seen. In 1983, the area was remote, but today it has been developed extensively, and the location is not far from where the parking lot of Helensvale Town Center currently is located. The site was also less than 2 miles away from where Linda and Robert's home was being built. Linda's partially clothed body was found not far from her car, her head in a muddy creek bed. Her hands had been tied behind her back with a bikini top and a blue cord. Her face had been forced into the muddy creek bed with such force that mud and debris would be found inside of her lungs at her post-mortem examination. She had died of either drowning, smothering, strangulation, or suffocation, but the decomposition her body had undergone before it was found prevented any further degree of specification. Given how busy the shopping center Linda had vanished from had been on the day of her disappearance, authorities hoped to find witnesses among the hundreds of Christmas shoppers who had been shopping that day. They displayed Linda's car at the Pacific Fair Shopping Center as part of a display that also consisted of a mannequin, photographs, and other information in hopes of getting witnesses to come forward with tips. Several witnesses from the shopping center came forward, reporting seeing a baby-faced teenager with blonde hair in the car park where Linda's car had been parked. Other eyewitnesses who had not been at the shopping center on December 13th also came forward. They reported seeing a man hitchhiking along the Gold Coast Highway less than a kilometer away from where Linda's body had been on the day she disappeared. One man came forward reporting he had given a ride to a hitchhiker in his van a few days after Linda's murder after picking him up not far from where her body was found. His description of the hitchhiker matched that provided by other eyewitnesses. The hitchhiker had been carrying menthol cigarettes loose in his hand, and he did not have the package they came in. This detail caught the attention of investigators because an empty pack of Winfield menthol cigarettes had been found on the floor below the front passenger seat of Linda's car. Neither Linda nor her husband smoked. The witness's van was processed by police and an unidentified fingerprint was found on its passenger side window. Unfortunately, there was no match to it on file at the time. A major break in the case came in 1985 when a jailhouse informant claimed that a fellow prisoner had confessed to Linda's murder. 45-year-old Graham Steer told authorities that Craig McConnell had confessed that he and another man had abducted and killed Linda, while he and Steer were both being held at the Bago Road Jail. According to Steer, McConnell had told him that he and another man had been trying to steal a car from the car park at Pacific Fair and abducted and killed Linda after they feared she saw them. McConnell was serving 2 life sentences for 2 gruesome murders committed in Brisbane in 1984, both of which he committed with several accomplices. A detective described McConnell in court as the greatest argument for the death penalty there ever was. McConnell had confessed to both of the murders and plead guilty to them in court. McConnell claims that police tried to link him to Linda's murder and questioned him about it when he initially confessed to the 2 murders he did commit. He denied killing her at that time and continued to do so after Steer reported his alleged jailhouse confession. McConnell was brought to trial for Linda's murder in 1986, the admitted killer still denying any involvement in the case. A main witness against him died of a heroin overdose just prior to the start of the trial, and the case against McConnell was based on Steer's statement and circumstantial evidence. According to Steer, McConnell had drawn him a map of the scene where Linda's body had been found, which authorities determined was accurate in its placement of a line of pine trees near the creek bed. Steer testified in court that McConnell had told him that Linda had warned him, "Rob will get you for this," as she was being driven to her death. Linda did call her husband Robert Rob as opposed to Bob or Robbie or any other nickname. Steer also claimed that McConnell had told him that he had eaten the sandwich Linda had packed for lunch and that it had cheese and pickles on it. Traces of cheese had been found inside of Linda's car when it was processed by the police. This circumstantial evidence was not enough to convince a jury of McConnell's guilt, and he was found not guilty of Linda's murder due to a lack of evidence in October of 1986. "I never believed in going down for something I never done," McConnell said in court after the verdict was read and before he was returned to prison to continue serving his 2 life sentences. Despite his acquittal, police presented evidence casting McConnell as a likely suspect in Linda's murder at an inquest into her case in 1987. Linda's death devastated her family, including her parents, Nancy and Oscar, and her brother Philip, and the passage of time did little to ease their pain. In a 2010 interview, Oscar revealed that he had been diagnosed with kidney cancer and feared he would die without knowing who was responsible for his daughter's murder. "I just want to know what happened to my beautiful daughter. I deserve that. It's always been terrifying to think we could never find out who killed Linda. I just want answers," he said. "It hurts to know Linda's killer is still out there, walking around, living life. Linda had her future taken away, and so did we." Unfortunately, Oscar did pass away before his daughter's case was solved. Linda's husband Robert could only sleep a few hours a night immediately after she was killed, staying awake for most of the night thinking about what had happened to his wife. Years after her death, he was still often crying himself to sleep. As a sign of his love for Linda and devotion to the life they had planned to build together, he made a vow to never have children with anyone else, giving up his dream of becoming a father. "I am destined to remain a bachelor. The vows I made were for Linda. The children we planned were Linda's and mine," he said at the 1987 inquest into Linda's murder. Linda's case was reopened in 2009 after police received an anonymous tip. A major break came in 2014 when the fingerprints from the witness van, believed to belong to the man who hitchhiked away from the area of the crime scene, were re-examined. Now, there was a match to them in the criminal database. This discovery did not result in an immediate arrest. Police instead launched an extensive renewed investigation to find further information and ensure that this suspect truly was Linda's killer. They examined over 150 pieces of evidence using the more advanced scientific techniques now available to them, digitized nearly 700 from the investigation, and re-interviewed more than 100 witnesses. The next major development in the case came when authorities found that a vaginal swab taken during Linda's autopsy was still in evidence. The sample was small and degraded, so it was sent to a specialized lab in New Zealand in 2017 in hopes that DNA could still be extracted from it. The lab was able to extract DNA from the sample, but found it to be from multiple people. The mixed sample therefore required further specialized testing. Ultimately, the lab determined that the sample from the swab was 70 million times more likely to be a mixture of DNA from Linda Reed, her husband Robert, and the suspect identified through his fingerprints than it was to be from Linda and Robert and any other individual. On August 22, 2018, nearly 35 years after Linda was killed, 51-year-old Troy James O'Mara was arrested and taken to court to be charged with her murder. O'Mara had been just 17 years old at the time of Linda's murder, and his physical appearance was close to that of the teenager witnesses had reported seeing in the Pacific Fair Shopping Center car park the day Linda disappeared. He had been living a transient lifestyle at the time. When he was arrested for Linda's murder, O'Mara was already serving a life sentence for a murder he committed just 18 months after Linda was killed. In July of 1985, 22-year-old Vanessa Joy O'Brien had been at a shopping center picking up her wedding bands for her upcoming marriage when O'Mara accosted her in the car park in broad daylight and forced her into her car at knife point. He made her drive to a remote area where he bound, raped, and killed her. Her body was later found in a garbage tip at Kipperong, north of Brisbane. While he was incarcerated, O'Mara had assaulted several guards and made attempts to escape, one of which was successful and resulted in him being out of custody for a full day. O'Mara initially denied killing Linda, But in March of 2021, he pled guilty to both her rape and murder in Brisbane's Supreme Court. He found Linda eating her lunch in her car on December 13, 1983, and forced her to drive out to the bushland where he bound, raped, and killed her. He claimed he had killed Linda because he felt like killing a woman at random that day, the same motive presented at his trial for Vanessa O'Brien's murder. Police believe O'Mara acted alone and that he did not know Linda prior to the day he killed her. Following O'Mara's plea, victim impact statements from Linda's husband and mother were read to the court. What can I say after 37 years? 1,000 tears and many prayers, wondering what my daughter went through in the last minutes of her life. Linda was a wonderful daughter, sister, and for a short time also a wonderful wife. My only regret is that Linda's father never lived to see this day. Linda's mother Nancy's statement read in part. O'Mara's defense lawyer told the court that his client hoped to one day be released from custody so that he could at least see, and hopefully care for, his elderly mother, who was now in a nursing home, and his cancer-stricken stepfather. He also told the court that O'Mara's violent behavior in prison had taken place in the 1990s and that he had been enrolled in educational programs since then. Crown Prosecutor Jody Wooldridge warned the court that O'Mara's guilty plea should not be taken as a sign of remorse. When he delivered his decision about O'Mara's sentencing the week after O'Mara entered his guilty plea, Justice Glenn Martin agreed with this assessment. On March 17, 2021, Justice Martin sentenced O'Mara to 20 years in prison for Linda's murder and a further 10 years for her rape. Justice Martin also ordered that O'Mara would be eligible for parole on July 11, 2022, just 16 months after she was sentenced in Linda's case. Justice Martin argued that while O'Mara's crimes against Linda showed a high level of violence, sentencing could not be based on a strict mathematical calculation and that another life sentence for O'Mara would be, in his words, excessive. In making his decision, Justice Martin took into account the fact that O'Mara had legally been a minor when he killed and current sentencing guidelines. If the defendant had committed the two offenses of murder in the recent times as an adult, then he would be required to serve a minimum of 30 years in prison, he said in his decision. While he believed the nature of the crime merited a substantial sentence, he argued that because O'Mara will have been incarcerated for 37 years in July of 2022, it should be up to the parole board to determine if he is released. While Justice Martin's decision may be correct from a legal perspective, the possibility that O'Mara may be released so shortly after being sentenced for Linda's rape and murder does raise ethical concerns. The 37 years that have passed since Linda was taken from her family have not taken away the pain her loss caused them, but they have also not made Linda any less important to, or loved by, those who were closest to her. Linda's mother, Nancy, continues to visit her grave every week. Among the millions of users was Ashlyn Black, a 25-year-old who loved fashion, the outdoors, vintage shopping, camping, and listening to Nirvana. She lived in Layton, Utah, and worked as a carer, looking after young children facing developmental or educational challenges. Her family described her as someone who loved being a voice for those who struggled to speak for themselves, and her job seemed to come naturally. Ashlyn longed to become a mother, a dream she cherished deeply. Her plan had always been to adopt, a decision influenced by her work as a carer, according to those close to her. She was known for her kindness, patience, and welcoming nature, with a big, infectious laugh that made everyone feel instantly at ease. On May 23, 2020, Ashlyn, like many others, was scrolling through Tinder. She soon matched with 24-year-old Ethan Hunsaker, a father of one who had recently separated from his wife and was now renting a house on his own. The two began chatting and hit it off, quickly making plans to meet for dinner and drinks that evening. At around 9 p.m., Ethan drove over to Ashlyn's home to pick her up. The pair headed out to a local bar where they stayed for about 4 hours before heading back to Ethan's house. Several hours later, 3:19 a.m., the person that had made the call was Ashlyn's date, Ethan. But on the phone, he said he didn't even know Ashlyn, didn't know her last name, and that he would like the officers to kill him when they arrived at the house. Police rushed to the property on North Reed Avenue. Ashlyn was face down in one of the bedrooms with stab wounds across her whole body. Paramedics did everything they could to try and save her, but it was no good. Ashlyn Black was pronounced dead at the scene. Ethan had marks and scratches all over his body, and it was clear from the second police walked in that he was responsible. Ethan said that the pair had come back after their evening out and slept together before falling asleep. He said he woke up and saw Ashlyn sleeping on his arm. Out of nowhere, he started choking her as hard as he could for about a minute as Ashlyn tried to fight him off. As she lay half-conscious on the floor, Ethan grabbed a knife from the kitchen, knelt over her, and started stabbing her. He said he watched her bleed out for about 10 minutes before calling 911. Despite his confession, officers couldn't make sense of how this had all come to be. According to Ethan, the date went well and they were really getting on. There had been no fight or argument that had got out of control. One minute they were sleeping, the next Ashlyn was dead. But Ethan soon bluntly said that he had invited Ashlyn over with the sole intention of killing her. He said he knew when he picked her up that night that if she came back to his house, he would take her life. He was calm and vacant as they arrested him and was taken into custody where he was held without bail. To everybody's surprise, he soon pleaded not guilty to Ashlyn's murder. As word started to spread about what had happened, for those that knew Ethan, while some were shocked, others not so much. Ethan Hunsaker had worked for a concrete company for a short while, and his manager said that his outgoing personality meant he was soon working one-on-one with clients. But other co-workers said that something seemed to be off. His behavior had changed drastically since he split from his ex-wife and he became withdrawn, soon arriving to work late before not even turning up at all. After a couple of months, Ethan was fired after having an altercation with a female co-worker, the details of which remain unconfirmed. People said he made a lot of dark and sinister comments and spoke about wanting to hurt and kidnap women. He also spoke of having suicidal feelings and homicidal thoughts as well. Ethan's boss said he was kind of the goofy young kid that always made us laugh, I guess that always had something stupid to say. Then end of last year, it was just weird. He went from goofy to just nobody wanted to be around him. He added that what he had been arrested for didn't actually surprise him. A woman named Autumn came forward with her own story to tell as well. She said she had been bombarded with texts and messages via social media from Ethan right up until just a week before Ashlyn was killed. The pair had met through an old job and had known each other for about 11 years. Autumn said everything started off very friendly and the pair would hang out on their lunch breaks. She stated she had no romantic interest in him and had never given him any reason to believe they were more than just friends. But in 2019, Ethan had started asking her out. Autumn would make excuse after excuse and soon started completely ignoring him, but he would find other ways to message her on different platforms. Liz Solis, the spokesperson for the Utah Domestic Violence Coalition, highlighted the fact that a lot of people on social media were placing the blame on Ashlyn, as opposed to Ethan. She said, "This is in no way the victim's fault, and it's important to remind people of that. It doesn't matter how the victim met the perpetrator or where or when. The decision to commit the violent act was that of the perpetrator." Just over 1 year later, June 2021. To the relief of Ashlyn's family and despite the prosecution refusing to offer a plea deal, Ethan Hunsaker changed his not guilty plea. He finally pleaded guilty to murder and also pleaded to being mentally unwell. His lawyers requested that his mental health be taken into consideration upon his sentencing. Several doctors conducted evaluations and Ethan was diagnosed with major depressive disorder, recurrent psychotic features, generalized anxiety disorder, and severe alcohol use disorder. The judge said his mental health at the time of Ashlyn's murder was not a factor, but agreed he would factor in his current status, and this left him with a few options when sentencing him. One was to send him straight to prison. Another was to commit him to the state hospital for 18 months before being transferred to prison, or to send him to the Utah State Hospital with no time limit for treatment. In February 2022, a judge sentenced Ethan Hunsaker to 15 years to life for murder. But before he began his time in prison, he would receive 18 months of treatment in the Utah State Hospital. The judge said that he hoped Ethan would get the help he needed, but added this was not the primary reason he was agreeing to the treatment. He said he was actually concerned for other inmates and officers in prison, worrying that Ethan might hurt more people and this move might offer people more protection. Ashlyn's mother said they felt that the court had not been courteous to their family's needs and feelings, whilst making sure they provided accommodations to the person that had cruelly taken Ashlyn away from them, something the judge apologized for, stating that the court's hands were tied in many ways. Ashlyn's family said it was as senseless a crime as it was evil. Our hearts are broken and our lives are forever changed due to the despicable acts of another person. The life of an amazing, fun-loving young woman was taken, one who had a passion for being the voice of those who could not speak out for themselves. The lives of her friends and family are permanently altered. In court, Ashlyn's sister said, "We haven't talked about Ashlyn. We haven't talked about who she was or her impact on the world. She was a good person. She tried her best to do good things in this world." And it is so clear that Ashlyn Black was already making such an impact on so many people and so many young lives. It is important that we remember her for the compassionate, selfless, kind-hearted 25-year-old she was. Her father said that his daughter always had a special talent for being late to everything, but he said he would give up anything to be sat waiting for her, if it meant she would walk back through the door to see him. Samantha Josephson grew up in Robbinsville, New Jersey. After graduating from high school in 2015, she went on to attend the University of South Carolina. Friendly, kind, and full of energy, Samantha was well-liked by everyone she met throughout her busy life. Her vibrant personality helped her balance her studies with various other commitments. She was a member of the Alpha Gamma Delta sorority and had also studied abroad in Barcelona. In addition to her academic responsibilities, Samantha worked part-time at the Liberty Tap Room and made sure to prioritize her relationships with friends and family who were incredibly important to her. By early 2019, 21-year-old Samantha was preparing to graduate with a degree in political science. She planned to return to the Northeast to be closer to her family after graduation in May. Samantha had been accepted into law school at both Rutgers University in New Jersey and Drexel University in Philadelphia, choosing to attend Drexel, where she had received a full scholarship. Her ambition was to specialize in international law. Samantha spent the evening of March 28, 2019 out with her friends in Columbia's Five Points district. She became separated from her group of friends, who last saw her shortly after 1 a.m. on March 29th at a bar near the 700 block of Hardin Street. Samantha ordered an Uber to drive her home. She never arrived there. Samantha was scheduled to work later in the morning of 29th, and her boss was surprised when she did not arrive on time. He instead was met with a phone call from one of Samantha's friends who was asking if she had arrived at the restaurant. Samantha's friends and roommates spent the morning going to establishments near where she was last seen, showing her picture and asking to see surveillance footage. When they could not locate her despite hours of searching, they reported her missing to the police at approximately 1:30 in the afternoon. Around 3:30 p.m., just as the missing persons investigation was getting underway, turkey hunters in rural Clarendon County discovered a woman's body along a remote dirt road approximately 65 miles away from where Samantha had last been seen. They called the sheriff's department to report what they had found. Based on the description of the body and the clothes found with it, authorities believed it was Samantha Josephson, a suspicion which was later confirmed. The pathologist who examined Samantha's body would later testify that she had sustained approximately 120 stab wounds and that at some point, he had stopped counting them as there were so many wounds that the exact higher number would not add anything to the report. The injuries were throughout her head, arms, chest, leg, foot, and back. Several of the wounds that had penetrated her brain and neck would have been fatal on their own. Several of her injuries indicated that she had fought back against her killer. The pathologist also testified that it was difficult to obtain a blood sample from the body for routine testing as just over a tablespoon of blood was left in it. More than 500 people attended a vigil held in Samantha's memory on March 31st. More than a dozen people who were important to her, including her father and boyfriend, spoke at the vigil. Samantha's body was returned to her family in New Jersey, and her funeral, attended by nearly 1,000 mourners, was held at Congregation Bethlehem in Princeton Junction on April 3rd. Her body was later interred at Perrinville Jewish Cemetery. Samantha was posthumously awarded her degree in political science by the University of South Carolina in May. The investigation into Samantha's murder was greatly helped by digital records and surveillance footage. A check of Samantha's bank records showed that several unsuccessful attempts to use Samantha's debit card to make withdrawals were made at 2 ATMs in Columbia and Sumter, South Carolina, both along Sumter Highway in the hours after her murder. Surveillance videos showed someone making these attempts, which were unsuccessful because they did not have the correct PIN. However, this person covered their face, so it could not be seen in any of the footage. Surveillance footage from the area where Samantha was last seen was more helpful in developing a theory as to what had happened to her once she was separated from her friends and provided a major lead. The footage showed Samantha standing outside and ordering an Uber. Eventually, a black Chevrolet Impala pulled up in a parking spot next to her. Samantha got into the back seat of the Impala just after 2 a.m. Authorities believe Samantha thought the car was the Uber she had ordered to drive her home. It was not. Footage also showed the Impala circling the block where Samantha had been waiting on the curb prior to it pulling up next to her. This means the driver may have seen her as she was waiting. Samantha had initially approached a different vehicle to see if it was her Uber while the Impala had been behind it. After seeing Samantha realize her mistake and go back onto the curb, the Impala's driver pulled into the parking spot next to her and Samantha got into the car. Police therefore began looking for the black Impala. Around 3 a.m. on March 30th, just 25 hours after Samantha was seen getting into the Impala, a Columbia police officer observed a vehicle consistent with the one Samantha had been seen getting into driving just a few blocks away from the 5 Points district. He pulled the car over and the driver was initially cooperative. However, when the officer mentioned that his vehicle matched the description of a suspect vehicle, the driver fled on foot. After a short foot chase, the driver was apprehended. He was 24-year-old Nathaniel David Rowland. Inside Rowland's vehicle, police found a container of bleach, germicidal wipes, and window cleaner. They also found a large amount of blood and Samantha Josephson's cell phone. The child safety locks on the car were activated, meaning the back doors could only be opened from the outside. This led authorities to theorize that the child locks had been used to prevent Samantha from escaping the car when she realized she was not in her Uber. After the blood was found to belong to Samantha, Rowland was formally charged with her kidnapping and murder. Forensic evidence continued to mount against Rowland as the investigation progressed. Samantha's footprint was found on the rear passenger window of his vehicle. Samantha's DNA was found under Rowland's fingernails. Her DNA was also found in numerous locations throughout his Impala, on the heel of his sock and on a bandana confirmed to be his because his own DNA was also present on it. Samantha's blood was on cleaning supplies later found in Rowland's girlfriend's home and on two sections, the serrated blade and the inner handle on a depot-bladed multi-tool found in the trash behind the home. One of Samantha's hairs was also found on the multi-tool. Investigators believed this multi-tool was the murder weapon because it would cause wounds consistent with the parallel wounds found on Samantha's body. Maria Howard, Rowland's girlfriend at the time Samantha was killed and the resident of the home where much of the evidence against Rowland was found, would later testify she had seen Rowland cleaning that multi-tool later in the day of Samantha's murder. Also found in the trash, along with the multi-tool, were bed sheets, towels, cleaning wipes, toilet paper, a jacket, and a pair of pants, all with Samantha's blood on them. When Rowland went to trial for Samantha's murder in July of 2021, his now ex-girlfriend, Maria, testified against him. During her extensive time on the stand, she provided important information about Rowland's actions and locations both before and after the time Samantha had been killed. On March 28, 2019, the evening when Samantha had begun her time in the 5 Points district with her friends, Rowland had come over to Maria's home and was going to spend the night there. They went to bed, but Maria woke up in the middle of the night to find that Rowland was gone. Rowland enjoyed going out to the 5 Points district and had previously gone out to do so after Maria had fallen asleep, so she was not necessarily alarmed to find that he was gone when she awoke. However, Maria was upset. He left that night because he was supposed to give her a ride to her job at McDonald's in the morning for her 7 a.m. shift, and she hated being late for work. Furthermore, she had given Rowland her shirt from her uniform to wash and dry, and she had left her hat from her uniform under the rear window of his car the day before, so she could not simply call someone else for a ride to get her to work if he did not return in time. Maria could not recall the exact time Roland returned to her home on the morning of March 29, 2019, only that it was after she was supposed to already be at work. Upset that he had made her late, she went out to talk to him and ask for her work shirt. He did not have it, so he left her home and returned with it 10 minutes later. When he gave her the shirt, it was wet, and when she looked for her hat in his car, it was gone. She asked Roland where it was, and he told her it was in the country. She was confused as to why it was out in the country, and when she asked him why it was there, he told her it was because it had blood on it. She asked him why it had blood on it, and he told her to mind her own business. Maria got into the car so Roland could drive her to work, but he had to stop for gas and to buy some items on the way. It was then that Maria noticed there was blood in the back seat. A sheet had been put down over it, but it had not been placed perfectly, so some of the blood was still visible. Maria asked Roland about the blood, and he again told her to mind her own business. Roland dropped Maria off at McDonald's at 7:45, 45 minutes after her shift was supposed to start. Roland was also supposed to come back to pick up Maria at the end of her shift, which she failed to do, so Maria found another ride home. When she arrived back at her house, she was angry, banging on the door, but Roland's reaction was just one of shock at seeing her. Maria went inside to take a shower, and when she was finished, she saw Roland outside, cleaning his car. When she went outside, she could smell bleach. Roland obviously did not thoroughly clean the vehicle, as blood would still be visible inside of it. When he was apprehended by police, and texts sent between Maria and Roland that day show them discussing blood that had gotten on Maria's daughter's shoe after she rode in the vehicle later in the day. Maria and Roland drove to her mother's house that day, with Maria driving Roland's car. During the drive, Roland put on blue surgical gloves and began cleaning his multi-tool with wipes. That evening, two of Roland's friends came to Maria's home to meet up with him, and they left to go out to the Five Points district for the evening. Maria asked Roland what he was doing going out to such a popular area when he had blood in his car. He told her to mind her own business. After Roland left, Maria was watching the news when a segment about Samantha Josephson was aired, and the surveillance footage of her getting into a black Impala was shown. Maria recognized the car as Roland's, and the events of the day suddenly made sense to her. She did not immediately act on this realization, however. Maria testified that she did not call the police immediately after seeing the blood in Roland's car or seeing the news segment, because she feared for her own life and that of her young daughter should she act out against Roland. He was taken into custody just a few hours after the news segment aired. Roland and Samantha's cell phones were also important pieces of evidence at his trial. GPS data shows Samantha and Roland's cell phones traveling in the same direction until Samantha's phone was turned off and Roland's phone continuing on to the area where Samantha's body was eventually found. Roland was familiar with this area, as it was not far from a home owned by his family where he had recently resided. Samantha's cell phone was not turned on again until later in the morning on March 29th, when it was in downtown Columbia and then traveled to Monticello Road. Surveillance footage shows a man dressed in dark clothes coming into a cell phone store on that road. According to the store's owner, the man, whom he identified as Roland, drove up in a black Impala and wanted to sell a phone. The phone was unlocked, and the owner saw a picture on it of a young woman he would later say appeared to be Samantha Josephson. The man wanted $300 for the phone, but the store only offered him $125, so the man left the store with the phone, which would later be located by police in Roland's vehicle. A list had been found in Roland's car reading duct tape, taper hole body, gloves, all black, flip phone, gasoline, matches, with the word matches crossed out. A handwriting expert compared the handwriting on the list to a known handwriting. A major aspect of their defense was the fact that while Samantha's DNA had been found in locations and on items tied to Roland and on his body, Roland's DNA had not been found on Samantha's body, even though she tried to fight off her killer. Roland had been wearing long sleeves the night of the murder, and scratches were found on his jacket. Just prior to resting their case, the defense requested that all of the charges against Roland be thrown out, arguing that the prosecution's case was entirely circumstantial and mainly tied Samantha to Roland's vehicle rather than the man himself. Circuit Judge Clifton Newman rejected the request, stating that the prosecution did present more direct evidence, and that the jury should have the opportunity to consider the extensive amount of evidence, both direct and circumstantial, that had been presented. On July 27, 2021, after just an hour of deliberation, a jury found Roland guilty of kidnapping, murder, and possessing a weapon during a violent crime in Samantha's case. After the verdict was read and before the sentencing, Samantha's loved ones were able to address the court about the pain her loss had caused them. Roland's mother also addressed the court, who was interrupted by the judge as she took the opportunity to claim her son was innocent. Judge Newman reminded her that the jury had already found her son guilty and she was not speaking as a witness. If she had any evidence that would have supported her son's innocence, she should have testified to it during a trial. As he stood before Judge Newman for his sentencing, Roland again claimed to be innocent of the crimes he had just been found guilty of. Judge Newman was not as moved by Roland's word as he was by what he described as the avalanche of evidence against him. Roland is currently serving his life sentence at Kirkland Correctional Institution. While the Josephson family was grateful Roland would not have the opportunity to hurt anyone else, his conviction did not remove the pain they had felt since Samantha was murdered. "I will always love you, think about you, worry about you, and I will always hear your voice inside my head saying, 'Dad,'" Seymour Josephson said at his daughter's funeral. "You had so much more to do. You will not be forgotten. You could never be. We will never forget your name. Samantha Josephson. Samantha Josephson." Samantha's name would continue to live on through the advocacy of her family, as well as through legislation passed in response to her murder. Samantha's parents, Marcy and Seymour Josephson, established the What's My Name Foundation to honor their daughter's memory by providing education about ride-sharing safety. The name of the foundation comes from one of the major safety tips it advocates: passengers asking the driver of a vehicle to tell them the passenger's name before getting into their vehicle to ensure they are, in fact, the ride they ordered. The Josephsons hope this simple action will become as instinctual as putting on a seat belt amongst rideshare passengers. The Joseph Stones have also called for more accountability in the ride-sharing industry and advocated for the widespread use of already available technology to make ride-sharing more safe by having drivers place barcodes on their windows for passengers to scan to confirm they have found their correct ride before getting into a vehicle. Shortly after Samantha's murder, Uber announced a new initiative to use push notifications to remind users to check the make, model, and license plate of a vehicle, as well as the name and photograph of the driver before getting into a vehicle. The initiative was initially rolled out in Columbia, South Carolina, as part of a larger campus safety initiative in partnership with the University of South Carolina. Lyft also announced plans to conduct checks on their drivers daily, in addition to their already mandated annual background check. Several pieces of legislation named in honor of Samantha, designed to increase rideshare safety, have passed since her death. South Carolina's Samantha L. Josephson Ride-Sharing Safety Act was written shortly after Samantha was killed, and it quickly made its way through the state legislature. It was signed by Governor Henry McMaster on May 16, 2019, and went into effect that June, less than 3 months after Samantha's death. The act makes impersonating a rideshare driver a crime and requires rideshare vehicles to prominently display their license plate number on the front of their vehicle so that passengers do not have to walk behind the vehicle to check the plate number. On June 20, 2019, Governor Phil Murphy of Samantha's home state of New Jersey signed Sammy's Law, named in honor of Samantha. The law requires rideshare services to issue illuminated or reflective signs to their drivers who must display one sign in their windshield and one in their back window. Vehicles must also have scannable QR or barcodes as well as placards identifying the vehicle's driver. In October of 2019, Congressman Christopher Smith of New Jersey filed a federal version of Sammy's Law. The law would set up a digital system allowing rideshare passengers to verify a vehicle as their ride before entering it. In addition, it would also establish a 17-member board called Sammy's Council, which would report to the Secretary of Transportation to advance safety standards in the rideshare industry. It would also make it illegal to purchase or sell ride-sharing signage and require reports on the incidence of assaults on rideshare drivers and passengers, and on the background checks that drivers undergo to be generated. The law passed in the House of Representatives and arrived in the Senate in July of 2020, where it did not receive a vote. Sammy's Law was refiled in February of 2021. As Samantha's legacy makes an increasing impact on rideshare safety, Her family does not want the memory of Samantha herself to be lost amongst all of the work being done in her name. We just want you to know that she is a fabulous young woman. Samantha's mother, Marcy, said of her in April of 2019, kind, a best friend to everyone, really determined, a hard worker and a fun young woman. Burnley, located in Lancashire, UK, is a market town surrounded by the breathtaking Pennine countryside. The town boasts a rich history and offers numerous activities to enjoy. The beautiful landscape serves as an ideal setting for hiking, cycling, horseback riding, and much more. Among the people who called this place home was 33-year-old Katie Kenyon. Katie was a kind, loving woman who was completely devoted to her 2 children, a son and a daughter she cherished deeply. She had a love for animals and was very close to her family, always making time for others. On April 22, 2022, a single word in a text message would raise concerns for her family. At 12:18 p.m. that day, Katie's daughter received a message from her. "I love you and I'm sorry. Ring your dad. He will be looking after you for a while from today. I need to get help so I can be a better person for you and your brother. Please know I love you and I'm not upset with you. Sorry I couldn't tell you about it. If your dad won't look after you, Andy will always have your back. Remember, ring your dad or Andy." One thing in the text message stood out immediately. The spelling of the word while was missing the H. Katie never spelt it this way. Another message was sent to her son saying, "Hey dude, I love you and I'm sorry. You need to ring your dad. He will be looking after you from today. I need to get help. It's not you. I love you. Will you look after your sister? And no, Andy will always have your back. Get your dad to come and get you while I'm gone. If he won't look after you, get him to take you to Andy." Again, the word while was incorrect. Katie's mother Dawn also received a text message from her at 1:42 p.m. Said, "This is the bravest thing I've ever had to do. I need to find some peace and sort my mind out. So with the 6Ks Andy gave me to pay the debt off, I'm being free for a while until I figure all this shit out." Just like the other 2 messages, the word while was missing the letter H. A text message had also been sent to Andrew Burfield, who was Andy in the text messages to her children. Said, "I want you to know I'm truly sorry for everything." Andrew Burfield and Katie Kenyon had had an on-off relationship for several years. Dawn, Katie's mother, sent a message to her sister saying, "Katie's walked out on the kids." This was completely out of character for Katie. She was an utterly devoted mother and her family knew she would never go away and leave her children behind. At 5 p.m., Dawn contacted Sarah and Jenny, Katie's sisters. Jenny got in touch with Andrew to see if he knew where she was. He said he had no idea. He told Jenny he was at work that day and she had gone to his house to drop her card and keys through the letterbox before going to a clinic to get treatment for her anxiety. What he was saying didn't add up, so Sarah and her boyfriend Anthony went to Andrew's house. Andrew lived on Todmorden Road, and when the pair arrived to talk to him, they saw her white Ford Fiesta parked outside his house which still had her belongings inside. But Katie was nowhere to be seen. Andrew was not cooperative with Sarah and Anthony and he ended up calling 999. He told the operator, "There's a guy here threatening me. He's kicking my door in. I don't know his name. He's a friend of my girlfriend. He's standing in the foyer. I'm gonna barricade the door." The police soon arrived on scene and Sarah and Anthony spoke with them. They explained that Katie was missing and that all these messages had come through from her phone. A missing persons investigation was immediately launched. The search started at Andrew Burfield's home. He was cooperative with the police and gave them ideas as to where she could be, including this clinic she had allegedly gone to. He showed the officers the message she had sent him and let them look around his home. He got the ladders from his Ford Transit van so they could check the attic and joked, "Do you want to look in my van too?" He had also sent her several voice notes asking her to ring him, and he had also sent a message to Katie's son on Instagram. He said to her son that Katie had decided to go away for a while and asked him to care for her dog, with the dog's name Indy being spelled incorrectly. As news of her disappearance began to spread, missing posters were circulated with a description of her. She had last been seen wearing black leggings, flip-flops, a white and blue top, and a blue cardigan. One thing that was deeply concerning was that her phone had been permanently disconnected. 60 specialist officers from 4 police forces were involved and searches were carried out to try and find her. The hunt involved police and fire service officers, dog teams, mounted police, mountain rescue volunteers, and drones. The task before them was huge. The area to search was vast and dense, including a forest that made up nearly 5 square miles. Her sister Sarah wrote on Facebook, "It is now a waiting game. We have done everything we can, searched everywhere and contacted everyone." Then a witness came forward. Police said that a woman who matched Katie's description was seen getting into a silver Ford Transit, then accompanied by a male, and they issued an appeal for anyone who had seen anything similar to come forward. The following day, Saturday 23rd, Katie's sister Jenny sent Andrew a message. "Andy, I think you know a hell of a lot more than you're letting on. I have read over the messages Katie sent to her kids, and she doesn't even spell like that or speak like that, which is what the kids have also said. Katie knows how to spell and mentioned about you having dyslexia, which makes sense to the spelling. You sent them texts. You know where Katie is. The police will trace where she was from the last message sent. Doesn't add up how she would drop her car, her keys, her bank card at yours, but no phone and none of her other bank cards. It's about time you came forward and started telling some truth now." Andrew replied, "I know you're worried and upset, but you really can't be throwing accusations at me like that. I had all that last night with Anthony and Sarah. I thought we might work together on this. That's why I gave you my number. I reported her missing last night as I said I would. I gave the police all Katie's things she posted. This is worrying enough without you adding to it. The police searched my house last night, so I think we should leave it down to them now." Jenny replied, "Still doesn't make any sense, Andy. Yeah. We'll leave it there, and hopefully CCTV will give us answers." And sure enough, the CCTV did start to provide some. Cameras had shown her arriving on Todmorden Road and getting into his van. They were then seen at a McDonald's drive-thru. As the van drove along the A670, a camera showed the pair sitting in the front seat. This was the last confirmed sighting of Katie Kenyon. Mobile phone data showed that her phone had pinged off of several towers heading towards the forest of Boland. It also showed the phone traveling back. But a camera showed there was now only one person in the van, Andrew Burfield. That day at 3:45 p.m., the police headed back to Todmorden Road and Burfield showed them the messages on his phone. When the police returned at 5:30, the SIM card had been removed and put into another phone. He had also lit a fire, which was unusual given that it wasn't that cold. Andrew Burfield was subsequently arrested on suspicion of kidnap. He was taken to Greenback Police Station and the first of 4 interviews began. But who exactly was Andrew Burfield? He was 50 years old and a father of 2 and worked as a handyman in Burnley and would work on different properties. Burfield was described as isolated and friendless. He had also had run-ins with the law. He had been jailed in 2001 for attempting to pervert the course of justice. He had also been accused of stealing his boss's car and selling it for £2,700, but was cleared. Throughout their relationship, Katie had looked to him for support and love, but he was manipulative and controlling. He would gaslight her and pretend to help her, telling her she needed to go to therapy to deal with her anxiety. He would often toy with Katie's mental health and tell her that she was mentally unwell. The pair would text back and forth and he would tell her she needed to go to rehab and that he would pay for it. Her anxiety was made worse when in 2021 her Ford Fiesta had been vandalized and her tires slashed, but it wasn't reported to the police. On February 18th, she had received a high court writ ordering that she pay £4,000 to Andrew Burfield, money that he said she owed him. The fees continued to escalate, and by April she owed £6,000. She was terrified that she would lose her home and that debt collectors would start taking her possessions from her. Burfield told her he would pay it and stop any bailiffs from bothering her. But as the deadline for payment grew closer, the money was yet to materialize. She had messaged her mother Dawn and told her she feared for her life. She said, "I'm paranoid to death he's gonna do something. Couldn't sleep all night." Andrew Burfield told her how much he loved her, but would then say she had overreacted about the money he said she owed, and he contacted debt collectors without telling her. In one message, he told her to take 2 weeks off work and go to a clinic for mental health treatment, adding, "I'm thinking we need to get you back on the right path, Babs." Despite Burfield's proclamations that he loved her, he was also secretly seeing another woman. She had told him how sick she was with anxiety and how paranoid and nervous she felt. He told her everything would be fine and sorted out on the April 22nd. Detective Chief Inspector Al Davies said, "While we have arrested someone in connection with our investigation, I'm very much keeping an open mind as to what has happened, and I have a team of officers and staff working hard to try and find Katie and return her to her family." When investigators looked into Burfield's phone, they found several pieces of evidence. His iPhone had last been backed up to the iCloud on the April 4th as he had ran out of storage. In his Notes app, a series of drafted messages were found. The messages were him pretending to be Katie, and they were addressed to her children, mother, and him. They were almost word for word what had been sent on the April 22nd, but had not been drafted any later than 4th. When they looked at his movements the day before she had last been seen, another sinister discovery was made. He had gone out to the forest where his phone had been switched off for 90 minutes. He told the officers he had gone there to find a good spot as he wanted to take Katie for a picnic the next day. The officers discovered that day he had also borrowed a spade from his parents. Then another witness came forward. The homeowner of a property on Hillingdon Road that Burfield had worked at on Saturday 23rd said that Burfield had asked what day the bins would be emptied. This immediately stood out as strange. When the officers went to go and check, they found plastic bags with blood on them and Katie's bloodied flip-flops. The spade he had borrowed was also there. In an interview with police on the 25th, he said that their reason for going to the forest was because Katie would write down her problems and then burn the paper, so this was what they were going to do. He said he had gone to the forest on the 21st, but because it was late and dark, he couldn't find a good spot. As the days passed with still no sign of or word from Katie, hope began to fade. The police started to conduct their inquiry as a murder investigation. Lancashire police said, "Whilst Katie has not yet been found, we are now working on the basis that she is sadly no longer alive." The police conducted another interview with Andrew Burfield on the April 27th, and it was then that his story suddenly changed. He said that after going to what he called their place in the forest and set up their spot, there was an axe on top of the collar. He said that Katie had bet him he couldn't hit her can of drink with the axe. He said he had thrown the axe at a tree using both arms to throw it overhead, but at the same time Katie was starting to sit down. He stated that he threw it down instead of up and shouted at Katie, but it was too late, and she was struck once in the head with the back of the axe. He described being covered in blood as she lay in his arms, saying it was like something out of a film. He said he was unable to get her body into his van, so he decided to dig a 1.5-foot grave and bury her, covering her body with leaves and sticks, adding he didn't want her to be seen or for animals to find her. He tied a bag to a tree to mark the spot where she was buried. He hadn't planned it, he said, and he was going to go back to his house, deal with his children and her children, and then take his own life. He told the officers that he had burned her cards and phone before dumping the ashes in a bin outside a shop. The picnic box was found in his van, and investigators were also able to find a spot of blood inside Andrew Burfield's washing machine. Following this, he was charged with murder. On Friday, April 29th, DCI Al Davis told Katie's family the devastating news. Her sister Sarah said, "We simply could not face telling her children. DCI Davies had to do that for us. I cannot describe to anyone what that was like. It had been the longest 7 days of our lives." With this new information, a specialist search team was sent out to find her. They were able to find the bag tied to the tree, but they could not find any sign of a grave or burial site. As they couldn't find her body, police took the rare decision to have Burfield show them himself. He said he would take the officers to her, all of which was captured on a police body cam. He was dressed in a forensic suit and handcuffed as he escorted the officers to the deposition site. He led them 69 meters off of the main track and knelt down on the spot. It was just meters from where they had already been digging. It was here that the search for Katie Canyon came to a devastating end. DCIL Davies said, "There was no mound of soil, no sign of a disturbance. It was a densely populated wooded area with a complex root network. Notwithstanding Burfield has a skill base as a builder, this was a complex grave. Each layer of soil was taken off in order. The topsoil, then the next, and put back in that same order. A large root ran through the grave and it had not been severed. An archaeologist and a forensic botanist said it was completely implausible to dig that grave within the timescale Burfield was known to have been in the forest with Katie. It was impeccably finished. Despite his story that she had only been hit once with the back of the axe, the post-mortem revealed that Katie had actually been hit 12 times. Her phone has also never been recovered. Katie's funeral service was held in May. Mourners followed the horse-drawn carriage carrying her coffin as her family and loved ones prepared to say goodbye. Her family said that she had been taken away from her children and family far too soon and that they felt stuck in a heartbreaking nightmare. Her sister Jenny said, "We will love you forever and always, my beautiful big sister." When his trial began at Preston Crown Court on November 14, 2022, it was expected to last roughly 3 weeks. He entered a plea of not guilty. The prosecution laid out their case saying, a post-mortem showed severe head injuries with multiple fractures. The injuries indicated the use of a heavy weapon such as an axe or a spade. Dr. Jamie Robinson, a home office pathologist, who will give evidence next week, estimated there were at least 12 separate strikes to the head. It is the prosecution's case that Andrew Burfield inflicted those blows. The court heard that on the April 21st, Katie was captured on CCTV kissing and hugging Andrew outside his home. That afternoon, Burfield traveled to his parents' home and took a spade, and that evening his van was seen traveling out towards the forest. He then sent a message to a woman he had been seeing saying that he was proper knackered. As the next day came around, in the morning the pair had messaged back and forth, and Katie had sent Andrew a message saying that she was ready and excited for a new chapter. He told Katie he was going to drive her to a unit for therapy where she could get some help. Phone data was able to show that Burfield had not taken his phone with him that day. At 9:07 a.m., Katie made her last phone call. Between 10:24 and 11:15 that morning, her phone didn't connect with the O2 network. The prosecution argued that it was during this time that Katie was murdered. At 12:34, Burfield sent a message to the other woman he had been seeing saying that something had come up involving the children and he wouldn't be able to make their date as planned. He then set about covering his tracks by messaging himself, her children and her mother pretending to be her. Sarah said, "When the messages were received that afternoon, we knew immediately that something was not right. Katie would never have left her children like that, and there was all sorts going through our heads. We went out looking for her almost straight away and we sensed then that Burfield was behind it." On the third day of his trial, Andrew Years, Mr. Justice Goose told him, "Your murder of Katie was as cruel as it was savage. The calmness you displayed before, during, and after proves your dangerousness. You planned this as early as April 4th when you wrote notes on your phone to her children. You encouraged her to look forward to her new start and she believed you." He said that what Andrew Burfield had done to Katie was a ferocious and cruel attack, adding that his guilty plea was not due to remorse but rather because his plan to cover his tracks had failed. Later that month, his sentence was referred to the Attorney General after a request to review it for being unduly lenient was made. His sentence was upheld and it was determined it was not unduly lenient. DCI Davies called it one of the most complex investigations he had ever worked on. "This investigation is something that will remain with me forever. Katie was in the prime of her life and she should still be here now. Her children should be waking up to their mom every morning. Andrew Burfield has completely taken all that away," he said. Katie Kenyon was a loving, devoted mother of 2. She had the rest of her life in front of her. Her loss has left a void that will never be filled. Her sister Sarah said, "Not only has Burfield taken Katie from us, he has taken our lives too. Her children have lost their mom in the most horrific way. She was mom, dad, and best friend all in one. Katie was a fantastic mom. Our mom Dawn has had to become a mother to 2 grieving teenagers. But to do this while grieving the loss of your daughter is so difficult. Katie told us she wanted to stop Burfield from being able to do to other women what he did to her. This cost her her life." Discover the chilling world of secret crime mysteries, where we delve into the most perplexing cold cases and unsolved crimes. Join us as we unravel hidden clues and explore haunting mysteries. Subscribe now and be part of the journey to bring these cases to light. Althea Oakley grew up in Arroyo Hondo near Taos, New Mexico. She graduated from Taos High School in 1984 and was crowned Taos Fiesta Princess in 1985. She later attended the University of New Mexico in Albuquerque. On June 22, 1988, 21-year-old Althea visited her boyfriend at his fraternity house near campus. After an argument, Althea left the house alone. It is believed she went to a nearby duck pond to reflect after the disagreement. Though she had driven to the frat house, she apparently chose to leave her car there and walk back to the home she shared with her brother, Russell. At 8:42 p.m., at least 3 witnesses in the 1300 block of Buena Vista Southeast, 6 blocks from her home, heard a scream. One witness looked outside and saw Althea, who said, "I've been stabbed," before collapsing. Althea had multiple stab wounds to her torso. She was rushed to the University of New Mexico Hospital but died during surgery. Her funeral services were held at Our Lady of Sorrows Church in Arroyo Hondo. Police obtained a description of Althea's killer from one of the witnesses at the scene. The perpetrator was described as a Hispanic male, approximately 20 to 24 years old, standing 5 feet 7 to 5 feet 9 inches tall and weighing about 140 pounds. He had a medium build and short, dark brown hair. He had been wearing a white t-shirt, faded blue jeans, and white tennis shoes with a black stripe down the sides. A sketch of him was created and distributed, but Althea's killer remained unidentified. On August 16, 2021, Albuquerque police were finally able to visit Althea's parents and inform them that they believed they had their daughter's killer in custody. The man who got to deliver the news was Albuquerque Police Chief Harold Medina, a native of Taos who had connections to Althea and her family. When Althea was running for Taos Fiesta Queen, she needed the help of a seamstress to construct and fit her elaborate traditional outfit. The seamstress was Chief Medina's mother. He remembered how Althea would always be sure to smile and say hello to him when she was at his home to see his mother. "I always remembered her. Just the way she introduced herself to me and Mom was just like somebody who's confident and full of joy," Medina said in an interview with the Albuquerque Journal. "I mean, I saw this happen for my entire life. When Fiesta candidates come in, I saw different personalities over the years. Without a doubt, I can say hers was the most bubbly, positive personality. I think my mom would say that too." In addition, when he graduated from Taos High School in 1990, Harold Medina was the first recipient of the scholarship the Oakley family had established in Althea's name. As he advanced through the ranks once he entered law enforcement, he used the connections he made to keep tabs on Althea's case. Following his promotions in 2012 and 2018, he asked the investigators assigned to Althea's case if new technology had produced any new leads, but they never identified anything strong enough to move the case forward. 3 days after Chief Medina's meeting with the Oakleys, on August 19, 2021, 53-year-old Paul Raymond Apodaca was formally charged with Althea's murder. That day should have been Althea's 55th birthday. Apodaca made his first appearance in court the following day. When he was charged, Apodaca was already in police custody. He had an extensive criminal record and was in custody in the summer of 2021 for a probation violation. His most notorious crime was the 1995 rape of one of his young family members. Apodaca told a judge he had committed that crime because his younger brother Mark had just been convicted of murder, and he wanted to go to prison with him. Paul was sentenced to 20 years in prison, which he was not allowed to serve at the same institution where his brother was incarcerated. In March of 2021, Apodaca pleaded guilty to a charge of assault with a deadly weapon and was sentenced to 3 years of supervised probation. On July 16th, he told his probation officer that he would be staying at the Westside homeless shelter until he could get into an inpatient program or a halfway house, as he did not have anywhere to stay at the time. 3 days later, however, his probation officer received word that Apodaca had failed to report to the shelter, and his electronic monitoring device showed that he was instead sleeping behind a local Walgreens. He was arrested on July 20th for violating his probation. Following his arrest, Apodaca began confessing to crimes that had been committed years earlier. One of those crimes was the murder of a female student back in 1988. In 1988, Apodaca had been working as a security guard at the Technical Vocational Institute, which today is Central New Mexico Community College. The school is less than a mile away from where Althea was killed. One night in June, he saw a young woman walking alone and wanted to talk to her, but she walked away before he did. He then began following her in his vehicle for several blocks. He then decided he wanted to hold her at knife point and then rape her. He drove ahead of her, parked his vehicle, got out of it, and waited for her. When she reached him, she smiled at him and said hi as she walked past him. "That's the worst part. I heard someone that smiles at you," Apodaca said during his confession. Instead of abducting and assaulting her, Apodaca stabbed her several times. He ran away when a witness saw him. When asked why he had wanted to attack the woman, Apodaca told investigators, "When I thought about it, what made me do it, what made me attack her, was all the hatred I had for women. Because growing up, I seen men treating women bad, and they go for the bad guys. And I try to be nice and good, and they just don't want that." Authorities were skeptical of this unsolicited confession. A detective did ask Apodaca if there was any circumstance that inspired him to finally confess. In the eventual criminal complaint filed against Apodaca, that detective wrote, he said no. It was a shame that it took him so long to get to this point. Paul also said he realized what he had done was evil and dark. He said the word of God has helped him overcome the struggle. Apodaca did know some details of the crime that had not been released to the media and remembered the exact outfit Althea Oakley had been wearing when she was killed. A long denim skirt, a red and white striped shirt, and red flats. They were not going to risk the possibility that he had somehow heard these details from some other source, however, and they began investigating the crime again. They interviewed the witnesses from crime scene and looked into Apodaca's employment history. They were able to confirm that he had been hired at the Technical Vocational Institute in March of 1988 and was still working there in June, based on payroll records. They also had an unusual piece of physical evidence that did tie Apodaca to the scene. Apodaca claimed he had been wearing a distinctive watch his aunt had given him, with a moving moon and sun on it, on the day of the murder. He said he had taken it off while waiting for Althea to walk past him because he had assumed there would be a struggle when he attacked her. Such a watch had been found in a nearby storm drain near a trail of blood. Following their own investigation and the discovery of the information supporting Apodaca's confession, authorities charged him with Althea's murder. Apodaca has also confessed to other murders and rapes, but authorities have so far not released details on those crimes or any investigations that may be underway in them. Althea's parents have not spoken publicly since Apodaca was charged with their daughter's murder. According to Chief Medina, his meeting with them was emotional and bittersweet, but the news did seem to give them some sense of closure. Chief Medina is now focused on preparing the case against Apodaca and securing his conviction, the final step in getting justice for Althea. In 1985, 28-year-old Denise Stafford was living in Sarasota, Florida with her husband Frank. Frank worked as a bartender at an establishment called the Playground Lounge, and the couple had a 1-year-old daughter. It was Frank who discovered his wife's body in their home in the 300 block of Tarban Avenue just after 3 a.m. on October 13th when he returned home from work. The couple's daughter was found in her crib in another room, thankfully unharmed. Denise's time of death was estimated to be between 11 p.m. on October 12th and 3:10 a.m. on October 13th when her body was found. There were no signs of forced entry into the home. According to police, there was evidence that Denise had been attacked while she was standing up. However, Denise's body had been found on her bed. She was lying on her back with her head at the foot of the bed, leading police to believe that her killer had placed her on the bed after she was killed. Hundreds of pages of information were compiled in Denise's case file. But despite the best efforts of police, the case went cold. In November of 2020, Sarasota police made a new appeal to the public for information and announced that they hoped that new advancements in DNA technology could help in their investigation. The decades that had passed since Denise's murder did not diminish her family's desire for justice to be done in her case. According to Sarasota Police Department civilian investigator Jeff Birdwell, when Frank Stafford was asked what should happen to the person responsible for his wife's murder, his DNA that would ultimately lead to them identifying the person they believe committed the murder. When the clothes Denise was found wearing were re-examined, DNA was found on areas on the bottom portion of her pants, near the back of her ankles and behind her knees. Police believe the DNA was transferred there when her killer picked up Denise's body to place it on her bed. Further testing showed that the DNA belonged to Joseph Magaletti Jr. 64-year-old Magaletti had died while serving life in prison in 2015. He had been convicted of the 1995 murder of Kathleen Leonard, one of his former neighbors. She had been strangled, and her killer had emptied out her purse and apparently taken the cash from it. Magaletti was not charged with the murder until 1999 when he was tied to the crime through mitochondrial DNA found in a hair discovered when authorities examined the bindings and ligature used on Kathleen. He was also later tied to the scene through fingerprints when his fingerprints were found to be a match to prints found on the inside of Kathleen Leonard's apartment door just below its knob. Magaletti is also considered a suspect in the 1987 abduction and murder of 19-year-old Elizabeth Zia. At the time, he worked delivering water to the video store, where Elizabeth was employed. Magaletti worked as a bouncer at the playground lounge. This meant he knew Frank Stafford's work schedule, and therefore when Denise would be home alone with her daughter. He had also previously visited the Staffords at their home. Since she knew him, Denise may have willingly let him inside the house, explaining the lack of forced entry into the home. The detectives initially assigned to the case in 1985 had come across Magaletti as a person of interest, but they did not have enough evidence at the time to conclusively tie him to Denise's murder. In terms of motive, police believe Magaletti's drug habit may have played a role in the murder. He was known to steal items to resell and commit robberies in order to get cash to use to purchase cocaine. He may have believed that there was something of value in the Stafford home he could steal in order to sell for drug money. While Magaletti cannot be tried for Denise's murder or serve time for it, his identification and the fact that he is no longer alive is a comfort for Denise's mother, Dora Nipper. He's not going to harm anyone else. That has been my cry from the beginning. I didn't want to see any other mother go through what our family has, she said following the announcement of Magaletti's identification. Ms. Nipper also expressed her gratitude to all of the members of law enforcement who worked on her daughter's case. The investigators on Denise's case want its resolution to both give hope to families of victims and serve as a warning to perpetrators of cold cases. It's important for every suspect out there who hasn't been arrested to understand you haven't gotten away with it. Sarasota Police Department civilian investigator Jeff Birdwell, the lead detective on Denise's case, said after Magaletti's identification, "We're still coming. You still need to look over your shoulder. With some effort on our part and with technology, your day is coming." At approximately 3 a.m. on March 17, 1983, a Montgomery County Sheriff's Office deputy was on patrol in the 4000 block of Interstate 45 near League Line Road in Conroe, Texas when he came across a roadside fire. When he got out of his vehicle to investigate, he found that the fire was in fact the burning body of a nude woman. A cap from an oil container was found on the woman's body, possibly from the container of accelerant used to set her body on fire. A souvenir pen from a 76 truck stop was found not far away. Subsequent examination of her body would show that the woman had been raped, beaten, and strangled before her body was set on fire. None of these clues or this information helped authorities find the woman's identity, however. Before they found her name, authorities thought they found her killer when Henry Lee Lucas claimed responsibility for her death. Lucas notoriously claimed to have committed hundreds of murders, his increasingly outlandish stories seemingly encouraged by the attention and special privileges they afforded him in prison. A Dallas Times Herald article would later refer to Lucas' uncorroborated, frequently debunked, and ultimately recanted confessions as the largest hoax in law enforcement annals. Hundreds of cases were closed based on his confessions, even in cases where evidence showed that Lucas was across the country from where the crime was committed at the time it occurred. Based solely on his confession, in 1986, Lucas was convicted of killing the initially unidentified woman found in Conroe, Texas. That same year, the FBI was finally able to identify the woman as Laura Marie Purchase based on her fingerprints. The last known sighting of Laura occurred in Houston, Texas on March 5, 1983, 12 days before her body was found. At the time she went missing, Laura was believed to have been living with a man named Howard or Howie who played in a local band called Malibu. They may have been living in a motel on the North Freeway. Howard or Howie never reported Laura missing, and police were never able to find him to interview him. Semen had been found on Laura's body, and in 2007, the Cold Case Squad at the Montgomery County Sheriff's Office submitted it for DNA testing. In 2008, the results of that testing showed that the DNA found on Laura's body did not belong to Henry Lee Lucas, nor did it belong to his frequent criminal cohort, Audie's Tool. Laura's case is one of more than 20 in which DNA has excluded Lucas from a murder which he previously claimed to have committed. The contributor of the DNA would not be identified until 2021. In November of 2019, the DNA from Laura's body was submitted for genealogical testing, and an initial report was issued the following April. Further investigation helped authorities identify a potential suspect. On March 17, 2021, 38 years to the day after Laura's body was found, Montgomery County investigators arrived at the Kansas City, Kansas home of that suspect to collect a DNA sample directly from him. On April 30th, test results confirmed that his DNA was a match to that found on Laura Purchase's body. A warrant was then issued for his arrest. On May 11, 2021, 75-year-old Thomas Elvin Darnell was arrested at his home in Kansas City. He was subsequently extradited to Montgomery County on May 20th and charged with capital murder. Darnell never stood trial for Laura's murder, however, as he died in the Montgomery County Jail on July 26, 2021. A preliminary investigation determined that Darnell apparently died of natural causes related to his medical history, although his exact cause of death is still pending based on the results of his autopsy. According to a press release from the Montgomery County Sheriff's Office, Darnell suffered from numerous medical conditions and had been in declining health. He had been under hospice care at the time of his death. This case takes us to Anchorage, Alaska in the United States, back to the summer of 2019. Anchorage is a bustling city, home to nearly half of Alaska's population. With beautiful hiking trails, serene countrysides, abundant wildlife, and ski resorts, it offers the perfect setting for both quiet retreats and busy getaways. Among the nearly 300,000 residents of Anchorage was the large and tight-knit Hoffman family, who all lived together in an East Anchorage trailer. On June 2nd, Timothy Hoffman became concerned about his daughter, Cynthia. She hadn't responded to any messages or answered calls for several hours. Although 19 years old, Cynthia had developmental and learning challenges, working at a 7th grade level. Her sudden silence was unusual and alarming, and Timothy knew something was wrong. In the first weekend of June 2019, the Hoffman family had spent time working on a friend's camper van together. On June 2nd, Cynthia had planned to meet her sister to get her portion of money she had earned. She sent a text to her father saying she was on her way, but she never showed up to meet her sister that afternoon. Concerned, Timothy called the police, but they told him to wait 24 hours before calling back. Frustrated, Timothy expressed that they weren't taking the situation seriously and didn't fully understand how vulnerable Cynthia was. Despite her young age, Cynthia was known for being busy and determined. As tough as school had been for her, Cynthia had persevered and graduated in 2018. As well as working as an apprentice for Timothy, who worked in building and construction, she was earning extra money at a restaurant, studying in a post-high school skills program, and was close to getting her driver's permit as well. Timothy and Cynthia shared an incredibly close bond, and he said she was most definitely a daddy's girl. He recalled that she was always working hard to overcome her challenges and looking to make her family proud of her with everything that she did. All she wanted was my blessing and approval, and I gave that to her a lot, he said. Frustrated with the police department, Timothy started contacting news stations and set off on his motorbike, going through the nearby woods and bike paths, searching everywhere. When she didn't come home the first day, I knew something was wrong, and then all I could think about was the knock on the door, he said. He had many people reaching out to see if they could help, and he gladly accepted them all. But one set of messages in particular left him more confused than grateful. He had received several messages from one of Cynthia's closest friends, Angela. Angela said that Cynthia had asked her to drop her off at Polar Bear Park, something that she had agreed to do, but she hadn't seen her since then. She said she had last seen her at 4 p.m. on June 2nd, wearing blue jeans, a hoodie, and tennis shoes. Timothy knew this was strange as Cynthia didn't mention this to him or her sister that she was going to meet. In Angela's messages, she said, "Is she okay? I hope she comes home safely. She's my best friend. I'm starting to get worried. I don't trust what she said about that guy. I love her too. I want the best for her and want her to come back. She won't answer me. I think she's ignoring everyone. I know she will come home safe." Timothy had no idea what guy Angela was talking about, and even though he pushed for clarification, he was none the wiser. The police were now looking into Cynthia's disappearance, and Timothy passed these messages on to them in the hope it might help them find some answers. Little did he know, the number was not linked to an Angela. It was linked to an 18-year-old named Denali Bremer. Denali and Cynthia were actually close friends and had met through school. They often posed in selfies together on social media with the captions reading BFF. So why she had given a different name was confusing. Just one day later, on the evening of June 3rd, the Anchorage Police Department were contacted by a woman named Nicole. Nicole said that on the evening of June 2nd, the date Cynthia was last seen, Nicole's daughter and someone Nicole knew as Anthony were both at her house. Shockingly, Anthony had told her that Cynthia was dead and that he was responsible, and her daughter was none other than Denali Bremer, who also apparently went by Angela. After this, the pair left the house and she hadn't seen them since. Given what Anthony had said, she was now concerned for her daughter's safety as well. Police located the pair and started digging into these claims. The June 4th, early evening, the knock Timothy had been painfully anticipating came at the door. The minute he saw the officers, he said, "She's dead, isn't she?" Detectives confirmed that they had just found his daughter's body. Cynthia had been discovered along the Eklutna riverbank. She was bound with duct tape, and she had been shot in the back of the head before being pushed into the river. Officers believed that she had been killed before Timothy had even reported her as missing, and it is unconfirmed whether or not the shot killed her instantly or if she was still alive when she was put into the water. It was impossible for the Hoffmans to contemplate who on earth would want to do this to Cynthia. She never spoke of having any problems with anyone. She had lots of friends and was so loved by those around her. Before long, a web of lies would start to unravel, showing the twisted and disturbing reality of what had happened and why. And given what Denali's mother Nicole had told the police, officers were only looking at Denali and Anthony for answers. Anthony was actually a 16-year-old called Caden McIntosh, a teen living on the streets at the time. On June 5th, Caden McIntosh was arrested, and 2 days later, so was Denali Bremer. The pair were initially quiet, and Denali was even granted bail. But after her phone was looked at, she was pulled back in, and the pair would soon start to talk. It quickly became apparent that Denali had attempted to delete threads of messages, which fortunately could be easily recovered. She had been texting someone called Tyler, a man she had started an online relationship with, and the conversations between the pair were extremely dark. Tyler told her he was very wealthy and lived in Kansas, almost 4,000 miles away. The police found child pornography on Denali's phone as well, and a string of explicit images of children that Denali had sent to Tyler for his approval. The more the pair spoke, the more disturbing things became. Tyler soon told Denali to sexually assault an 8-year-old and send him videos of it. After this, he wanted her to assault a 14-year-old as well. The text threads between the pair were graphic. One message from Tyler read, "So are you going to the 14-year-old? Gonna go by weed first," Denali replied. "I want to get her high for it so she doesn't fight me. I love you. Soon we can rape together." After these assaults, Tyler texted Denali and told her he wanted to see more. He wanted her to rape and murder someone. In exchange, he said that he would pay her $9 million. Denali then set about recruiting people to help her and get the plan in motion. She finally told police that she and Caden had picked Cynthia up and drove out about 20 miles away from her home using a car owned by another teenager that she had promised $500,000 of the alleged money to, a 19-year-old called Caleb Leland. This gave police a fourth name to look at, but little did they know, this would soon become more. Denali said that she, Caden and Cynthia all drove around smoking marijuana together, something Timothy said he didn't see his daughter doing at all and was likely pressured into doing in the first place, if it was even true. After this, they drove out to a parking lot near the Thunderbird Falls Trail with the intention of going on a hike, but instead of following the trail, they abandoned it and followed another path that ran alongside the Eklutna River. They all walked along until they found an isolated clearing. Donati claimed that the three of them agreed to duct tape each other and take photographs as part of a joke or prank. In the clearing, Cynthia was bound by her ankles and wrists and had tape put over her mouth. Cynthia soon realized this was not a joke and started to panic. She started shouting that she was going to call the police. Denali held a gun to her head, which she eventually let Caden take off her. Caden then shot Cynthia in the back of the head. In Caden's interview, he admitted to duct taping Cynthia and said that he had blacked out, but remembered shooting her and pushing her into the river. As much as Denali was trying to distance herself, she had been documenting the whole ordeal on her phone, sending photographs and videos to Tyler via Snapchat, showing that she was someone who was very much involved. Although Tyler said he wanted to see a rape as well as a murder, there was no evidence to suggest that Cynthia had been sexually assaulted. To the police, Denali spoke of being afraid of Caden, implying she was following his suit, as well as being tricked by Tyler. However, Denali had not only brought and held the loaded gun, she photographed and filmed the entire thing, and had engaged in numerous conversations with Tyler about all kinds of horrifying things up until that point. Police felt confident that Tyler and Denali were ringleaders together. After Cynthia had been pushed into the river, Denali and Caden then went back to the car and made a pact to contact Cynthia's family to say that she had been dropped off at the park. After this, they set about burning and disposing of Cynthia's purse, clothes, and ID in Lions Park in northeast Anchorage. They even attempted to burn the gun. Denali later texted Tyler and said, "I wish I never made a deal with you in the first place. We can meet, but once I see a cop, I'm telling him or her that I made you rape people and kill CC." But as the police already suspected, Tyler wasn't who he claimed he was either. The man behind the screen was actually 21-year-old Darren Schillmiller. He wasn't a millionaire and he wasn't living in Kansas. He lived in New Salisbury, Indiana. When he was tracked down and questioned, he confessed to everything, including convincing Denali that he was a millionaire and that he would pay her to assault and kill Cynthia. He also admitted that he and Denali had discussed murdering someone else after Cynthia was dead. Those that knew Darren Schillmiller or Tyler said his dark thoughts had always been obvious. When he was a teenager, he had started asking very young girls to send him explicit photographs, often making up fake profiles and going by fake names online as well. People described him as off and creepy. As he got older, he started asking people to send him photos of their children, sometimes while they were being changed or bathed. He also had a fetish for dirty diapers and often wanted to see photographs of those too. He had previously been the subject of a child pornography investigation, but no charges were filed and the case collapsed. When he told Denali he wanted her to find someone to kill, she made the choice quickly. She chose Cynthia because she was her closest friend. She thought it would be easier to use the trust that Cynthia had for her to lure her away without her questioning it. Timothy said, "Her disability just made her want to have friends. That's all she wanted, was just to be her friend." Detectives subpoenaed Verizon for Darren's phone data, and all the footage of the minors Denali had heard up until that point were found, along with more evidence that highlighted Darren's sick perversions. They also uncovered a Snapchat video that Denali had uploaded after Cynthia had been killed, in which she said, "I just want to thank everyone that's been there for me my whole life and these past few years and everything. I fucked up. I know I did. If I could take back what I've done, I can't. I'm sorry everybody, my family, my friends. I guess you will hear from me when you hear from me, but I won't be back for a long time. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do it." In the background of the video, Caden could be seen pacing around as well. A grand jury would soon indict 6 individuals in Cynthia Hoffman's case: Darren Schillmiller, Denali Bremer, Caden McIntosh, Caleb Leland, who had given them the car, and 2 other teens who have not been named due to their ages. They were all indicted on charges of first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, and murder in the second degree. 16-year-old Caden was charged as an adult, and as well as murder, he also faced 4 counts of tampering with evidence. The two juveniles, a male and a female, admitted to knowing about and being present for the planning of the murder in exchange for a cut of the money. Caleb was also accused of sexually assaulting the female juvenile suspect and faces additional charges of sexual assault and sexual abuse of a minor, as well as murder charges. Darren and Annalie were indicted on more counts of solicitation to commit murder in the first degree and then faced further charges of production of child pornography, conspiracy to produce child pornography, distribution of child pornography, and the coercion and enticement of a minor. All 6 individuals entered pleas of not guilty. Denali addressed the court and even spoke of having a child herself, something which had not been mentioned before this point. She said, "And I don't want my daughter knowing that her mom grew up a killer because I don't see myself as one." Denali's sister spoke to the media and said they were devastated that she could be involved in something like this. Denali is the 3rd child of 5 girls. Her older sisters Rebecca and Brenna said that all of the children had been removed from the care of their mother at different points, and the abuse reached a tipping point when the man living with their mother at the time killed their 2-month-old baby sister, Gabrielle. Donati was adopted in her early childhood, but both her sisters said the trauma may have lingered and potentially might have been the cause of several issues in adulthood. "We all had really hard lives, and I feel like she took the wrong road with the wrong people who didn't care about her. And now she's paying the ultimate cost," said Brenner. The pending hearing and trials have all been delayed and postponed several times for various reasons. 56 gigabytes of material and over 100,000 pages of evidence and cell phone data was handed over in court, which is a huge amount to dissect and go through. This, coupled with lockdowns due to the pandemic, has pushed the trial dates back, and in January 2020 it was announced it would be some time before the dates were set. Timothy Hoffman said he would be in court at every opportunity, adding, "Nothing really disappoints me. I am prepared for a long journey. It was a shocking and sick case in every imaginable way. Murder, sexual assault, catfishing, manipulation, greed, and the ultimate betrayal in the most devastating way." Cynthia Hoffman was a determined young woman, someone who had faced challenges and adversity and had pushed through all of it, determined to always give her all and make her family proud. Her life came to an end in a terrifying way at the hands of someone she trusted and would never have doubted. 16-year-old Shelley and Baishu lived with her parents, Muriel and Sandy, and her older brother Tim in Hinton, Alberta. Although Shelley was petite, standing barely 5 feet tall and weighing less than 100 pounds, her small size didn't match her lively personality. She had a deep love for children and dreamed of becoming a teacher one day. Christmas was her favorite time of year, and she had a special gift for brightening anyone's day, no matter how tough things were for them. Shelley was always eager to help others and believed in treating everyone equally, regardless of their financial or social status. Shelley assumed that everyone shared her compassionate nature, and her mother, Muriel, worried that this trust may have played a role in her sudden disappearance on May 3, 1983. That evening, Shelley had been at her boyfriend's home in what is now known as the Hillcrest Trailer Park, which was then called the Sunset Trailer Court. Around 8 p.m., she called her mother to let her know that a friend would be giving her a ride home and that she would be there soon. Before ending the call, Shelley asked her mother to make her a specific Hungarian noodle dish, one of her favorite foods. Then, at 9 p.m., Muriel received another phone call, this time from Shelley's boyfriend, who asked to speak with Shelley, and Muriel told him to stop joking around since Shelley had not yet returned from his home, before realizing that the fact that he was calling assuming her daughter had already returned home meant that Shelley had left and that something had gone seriously wrong during her travels. Shelley's boyfriend did not have any way of driving her home, so a friend was supposed to come over to give her a ride, like Shelley had said during her earlier phone call. However, that friend was unable to give her the ride as planned, so Shelley had decided to walk the 4 miles between the trailer park on Highway 16 and her home off of Highway 40. Sandy and Tim got in their car to go out looking for Shelley, and Muriel set out on foot to search for her daughter. It was dark and her efforts were hampered by unusually strong winds that whipped through the area that night. Fighting through the wind, Muriel walked along the highway, calling Shelley's name, hoping her voice would carry over the howling winds. The authorities were called, and an investigation began. A witness came forward reporting a sighting of Shelley Ann. They had seen her walking west on the north side of Highway 16 going towards her house. The witness said Shelley Ann did not appear to be trying to hitchhike. Authorities, along with Shelley Ann's friends, family, and neighbors, spent weeks searching for her. The area off of the highway was dense woodland, making the search difficult. A few days into the search, several items that belonged to Shelley Ann were discovered off of the highway near the Athabasca River, approximately 3 miles away from her home. These items included the jacket she had last been seen wearing, a bra, pantyhose, Shelley Ann's library card, and a library book she had taken out on the day she disappeared. Shelley Ann herself, however, remained missing. The Royal Canadian Mounted Police interviewed several persons of interest, but no arrests were made in the case. Authorities remained in contact with Shelley Ann's family for the first decade following her disappearance, but according to her mother, Muriel, while the family continued their own efforts to find Shelley Ann, they did not hear from the RCMP for a period of approximately 15 years, once the 10-year anniversary of Shelley Ann going missing passed. In 2010, Shelley Ann's case was reevaluated by authorities to see if it could be connected to the Highway of Tears series of disappearances and murders in neighboring British Columbia. Ultimately, they decided Shelley Ann's case was unrelated. The RCMP made another public appeal about the case in 2013 on the 30th anniversary of Shelley Ann's disappearance. That same year, Shelley Ann's older brother, Tim, passed away from cancer. Shelley Ann's case is currently assigned to the Historical Homicide Unit of the RCMP. They have re-interviewed witnesses, investigated new tips, and re-examined evidence using modern forensic techniques. This testing did locate DNA evidence yet been able to identify the contributor of the DNA. We never close cases, no matter how old, Sergeant Jason Zaslak of the Historical Homicide Unit said in 2020. This case is one that really touches the heart. We haven't given up. Given the passage of time and the lack of any sign of Shelley Ann living elsewhere, both the RCMP and Shelley Ann's family believe that she most likely is no longer alive. While the RCMP remains focused on the criminal investigation, Shelley Ann's family just wants to find her. "I'm not looking for justice. I don't think I'll get it," Shelley Ann's mother, Muriel, said in 2020. "I just want to find my daughter's remains so I can lay her to rest and give her peace. And for us, there is no such thing as closure, but there is peace. All we want is peace." Stephen Newing was born on April 15, 1958, in the seaside town of Blackpool. He was the oldest of 4 children. Remembering her son in 2013, his mother Jean said, "I think of his cheeky little freckled face and the way he always used to get up to mischief, whether it was falling off his bike, falling out of a tree, or having his teeth knocked out by a football." In 1969, the family was living on Lee Warner Avenue in Fakenham, Norfolk. That September 2nd was during Stephen's school holidays, so the 11-year-old had been playing with a friend. He told his mother he would be having dinner at his friend's house, and Jean told him to be home by 8 p.m. before he left. When 9 p.m. came that evening and Stephen had not yet returned home, Jean called the police. Stephen was seen by his brother and a friend as he left home around 3 p.m., and another friend believed they saw him walking alone along a road later that evening. He had left his bicycle at home that day and had no money with him. Police conducted door-to-door searches and numerous interviews. Stephen's satchel was found near a water tower not far from his home. Reports of sightings of Stephen came in from Norfolk and Suffolk, and a potential sighting of him police described as significant came in from Sutton Bridge in Lincolnshire. There were fears that Stephen may have fallen down a well, but authorities say that possibility has been thoroughly investigated. The Newing family home was searched twice, and authorities are confident that Stephen's family did not play a role in his disappearance. Investigators have considered the possibility that Stephen was abducted, even interviewing a man working at a circus that was in the area at the time of Stephen's disappearance. They were concerned may have been involved, but so far they do not have any evidence supporting this or any theory. Stephen's devastated family found various ways to both live with Stephen's loss and honor his life in the years following his disappearance. While they could not have a funeral in the traditional sense as they did not have Stephen's body, they held a memorial service for Stephen at Fakenham Parish Church in 2002, during which a memorial was dedicated to Stephen in hopes that coming together to honor Stephen's life would assist them in their ongoing attempts to cope with his disappearance. Stephen's mother, Jean, worked with the Benjamin Foundation to open the Stephen Newing House in partnership with Flagship Housing and the North Norfolk District Council. The house provides housing and support to vulnerable 16 to 25-year-olds in order to combat youth homelessness. According to staff, Mrs. Newing seemed to take comfort in visiting the residents of the house, and she bought them Christmas presents every year. While Mrs. Newing found ways to honor Stephen's life, she never gave up on her goal of finding her son. I still very much want to know what happened to him. At my age, I don't know that I'll ever know the truth, but I feel it's important for me to find out, Mrs. Newing said in 2013. She passed away on September 1, 2014, the day before the 45th anniversary of Stephen's disappearance. In 2019, investigators highlighted a little-known detail of the case in hopes that it would jog the memory of witnesses who may have seen Stephen the day he disappeared. The day before he vanished, Stephen had found a white mouse in his neighbor's garden and had been showing it to his friends on the day he went missing. People may not remember seeing an 11-year-old 50 years ago, but they might remember an 11-year-old boy with a white mouse, Norfolk and Suffolk cold case manager Andy Guy pointed out. While the detail is small, Mr. Guy felt he needed to release it. While it was possible that potential witnesses were still alive and able to remember 1969. 50 years on is probably the last time we can appeal to people, he said. It's the last roll of the dice from the perspective of people's memories. The more than 50 years that have passed since Stephen went missing have not erased the love his brother and two sisters have for him or their hope to find their brother. I was the last person to see him, and there is not a day that goes by that I do not think of him and try to work out what happened, Stephen's brother Terry said in 2019. The effects of this have been profound on all our family. Our parents have since died without knowing what happened, and Stephen has an extended family who never met him, only knowing of him from newspaper cuttings and hearsay. However, I still believe that even with the passage of time, the answers we need are still there and would urge anyone with any knowledge of his disappearance, no matter how or insignificant, to please contact the police so that we can do something our parents were unable to do. Lay him to rest and get the closure we need. In 2020, Melinda Linksleg was a 40-year-old mother of 6 children ranging in age from 4 to 22. She was from Tutankamunziang First Nation in western Manitoba, where the last sighting of her occurred on March 31, 2020. She was seen walking along a gravel road on the outskirts of the community. Melinda had been visiting friends outside of the community. At the time, the community had a blockade set up due to COVID-19, and residents had to check in and out with security as they came and went. Melinda was last seen walking in the direction of the blockade, but she never reached it as she was never logged in there. A purse confirmed to be Melinda's by her oldest daughter would later be found on the ground near where she was last seen. The Royal Canadian Mounted Police Detachment in Roblin was notified of Melinda's disappearance on April 16th after her loved ones could not contact her. There has not been any activity on Melinda's bank accounts or social media or contact with any of her family members. By November of 2020, the RCMP had spoken with more than 50 people and followed up on numerous tips in connection to their investigation into Melinda's case. Potential sightings of Melinda throughout Manitoba have been reported since she vanished. However, subsequent review of surveillance footage has found that the woman witnesses believed to be Melinda was not in fact her. While the RCMP has been investigating the case, the physical searching for Melinda has largely been carried out by her large extended family. Their efforts have been limited by their lack of access to resources like equipment and trained personnel and, eventually, for several months, by severe winter weather. Melinda's family is heartbroken over her disappearance, especially her children. It's painful, Melinda's aunt, Betty Langslig, told CBC News in January of 2021. For the whole family and the siblings, I guess when you lose somebody like that and you just don't know what happened, it's not only shocking, but it's just a daily hurt. Melinda's younger children are in the care of their grandparents. Melinda's family is offering a $5,000 reward for information in the case. In 2020, 45-year-old Fauna Fry was temporarily sharing a home with her father John and older brother Dallas. The three of them worked together in the family business, building and selling homes. The family was close not only because they spent so much time working together, but also because they had survived a great deal of tragedy. Fanta's mother and sister had died within 2 years of each other, with her sister passing away in 2006. Fauna would lose her one remaining sibling in 2020. On June 19th, Dallas Fry unexpectedly died of a heart attack at the age of 47. It was Fauna who found his body after he failed to show up to a home where the family had been working, refinishing its hardwood floors. The death of her brother was a devastating loss for Fauna. On June 27th, she left home in her Blue 1000 Jeep Grand Cherokee to drive to Grants Pass, Oregon to give some of Dallas' possessions to a longtime friend of his. That friend did confirm that Fauna reached his home and had delivered the items. On June 28th, Fauna called her father from the Super 8 motel in Grants Pass. She had rented a room for a night there and called from the room's landline. Fauna had left her cell phone, which she typically did not like to use, and her laptop at home when she left on her trip. According to John, Fauna sounded highly distressed, still struggling with the grief caused by the death of her brother. She told him that she had given a ride to a hitchhiker, which was unusual for her. John told Fauna that she should consider looking for a cabin to rent nearby because she would be more comfortable there than she would be in a motel. Fauna did then make a reservation at the nearby We Ask You Inn for the following night and told her father that she would call him the next day after she checked in there. She never did. Fauna had told her father over the phone that she was going to take a shower and then run out to the store. According to the friend of her brother's, she had gone to see. There had not been any bags or suitcases in Fauna's car when he happened to glance inside of it while she was at his home. Credit card records show that she made purchases at 2 stores in Grants Pass that night. At Big 5 Sporting Goods, Fauna purchased 3 flashlights, a lantern, a sports bra, capris, and a pair of tennis shoes. She then went to a Fred Meyer grocery store where she bought shampoo, conditioner, 2 Burt's Bees products, socks, more pieces of activewear clothing, potato chips, a sandwich, and 2 cans of beer. Security footage at the Fred Meyer shows her leaving the store wearing a neon green and purple pullover. Security footage at the Super 8 confirmed that Fauna made it back to her room after she left the store and shows her leaving the motel the following morning, June 29th, with her belongings. This would be the last confirmed sighting of Fauna. She never checked in for her reservation at the We Ask You Inn. Her credit card was still charged for the stay as she never called to cancel a reservation. There has been no further activity on her credit card or bank account. When Fauna did not return home or make any further phone calls to him, her father reported her missing. John has been desperate to find his one surviving child and dedicated himself to the search for her even while he is still in mourning the recent loss of his son. He began driving all over the state searching for Fauna and following up on any lead he can get, sleeping in the back of his truck during his travels. "I've searched half the state of Oregon," he told Dateline in early September, more than 2 months after Fauna went missing. "We're at a standstill and don't know where to go from here. We just want her home safe." John has also hired a private investigator to work on the case. There have been several potential sightings of Fauna reported since her disappearance, but none of them have been confirmed or helped bring Fauna home. Other women close in age and appearance to Fauna went missing in the area around the time of her disappearance, which Fauna's father believes may be part of a pattern. These other disappearances also make it difficult to determine which missing woman may have been observed by individuals calling in potential sightings. The hitchhiker Fauna picked up prior to going missing was found and interviewed but could not provide any information about Fauna's whereabouts. Fauna had previously lived in southern Oregon for many years and was familiar with the area. She regularly hiked and was accustomed to the outdoors. On September 23rd, police found Fauna's Jeep north of Galize, Oregon on Rubin Mountain Road a few miles past the Grave Creek boat landing. The vehicle was locked and authorities believe it had been left where it was found for at least a month. Cadaver dogs were brought in to search the area but did not find anything. The Oregon State Police processed the vehicle for evidence and found some of Fauna's belongings. They found fingerprints which were not yet processed as of February of 2021. As there is not yet definitive evidence of a crime being committed, the fingerprints have not been prioritized over other evidence needing to be processed at the lab. On the first anniversary of Fauna's disappearance, a rally was held outside of the Josephine County Courthouse to bring attention both to Fauna's case and to other similar cases in the area. Fauna's family was supported at the rally by others concerned by the large number of women who have gone missing in Southern Oregon in recent years, including activists from the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women movement and the families of other missing women, including relatives of 43-year-old Lisa Cronin, who disappeared from Sunny Valley, Oregon in December of 2019. There is currently a $100,000 reward being offered in Fauna's case. Fauna remains missing, and her father remains committed to finding her. 6-year-old Aji Desir lived in Immokalee, Florida, and was a student at Village Oaks Elementary School. He lived with his mother, Marie Nieta, and his stepfather, Antal Allant. Marie came to the United States from Haiti in 2001. She returned to Haiti for a 3-month visit, during which time she conceived Aji, who was born after she came back to Florida. Aji's biological father, Yves Dussier, remained in Haiti, and Aintal considered Aji to be like his own son. Aji loved spending time at his grandmother's house in the Immokalee farm workers village and playing with children from the neighborhood. He spent a lot of time there, especially when his parents were at work. His mother worked in nursing at an assisted living facility in North Naples, and his stepfather worked at a local pizza parlor. Aji was at his grandmother's house on Saturday, January 10, 2009. He spent most of the day coming in and out of the house and ate lunch with his grandmother. When he was outside, his grandmother kept an eye on him through the window as he played. Aji's stepfather came to pick him up around 5 p.m., but could not find Aji amongst the group of neighborhood children playing outside. He asked the other children where Aji was, but none of them knew where he had gone. Aji's grandmother had last seen him from inside the house approximately 15 minutes earlier. Neighbors helped look for Aji in the neighborhood and in nearby woods, but could not find him, so the authorities were called. The search effort for Aji and the investigation into his disappearance was headed by the Collier County Sheriff's Office. K-9 units were brought in and searchers combed the area on foot, on horseback, and on all-terrain vehicles. In addition to the Collier County Sheriff's Office, law enforcement agencies from neighboring counties, as well as the state of Florida and the federal government, also joined in the search rogie. These agencies included the Lee County Sheriff's Office, the Hendry County Sheriff's Office, the Charlotte County Sheriff's Office, the Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and the Hendry Correctional Institution, which provided bloodhounds to the search effort. Aji's neighbors helped look for him as soon as his disappearance was noticed, and volunteers from the larger community quickly volunteered to join in the effort. Within just the first 6 days of the search for Aji, authorities estimated that between law enforcement professionals and volunteers, nearly 1,000 people helped look for him. Despite this massive effort, no sign of Aji was found. Aji's parents described him as a good boy who knew to stay close to his grandmother's house when he was outside. He had never run away or wandered off in the past. Aji was developmentally delayed, and while he was 6 years old, he was estimated to have the mental capacity of a 2-year-old. Aji was largely nonverbal, mainly communicating understood Haitian Creole, and his English vocabulary was more limited. Because of his special needs, there were also concerns that Aji may be alarmed by the noise created by the search parties and hide from them out of fear. His parents believed that he would be able to comprehend that he was lost and needed help, but would most likely be too afraid to approach a stranger to try to get assistance. Over 100 tips were called in within the first week following Aji's disappearance, and authorities cleared more than 80 of them within that same time period. They believed Aji most likely either wandered off or was abducted, but they have no strong evidence supporting either scenario. According to the other children who had been outside at the time, they did not see any suspicious vehicles or individuals. Aji's case received national attention and was featured on America's Most Wanted 3 times in 2009, and he was one of 6 missing children featured on the cover of People magazine that November. Thanks to a partnership between the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, the United States Postal Service, and Velasys, one of the nation's largest marketing companies. Aji's picture and information were included with national direct mailing advertising flyers distributed in November-December of 2009. The flyers reached 75 million homes across the United States. For months after Aggie's disappearance, his mother gave birth to a daughter named Aggiani in honor of her missing brother. Aggie's family has said they will never give up on finding him. "We still have never forgotten, never in my life," his mother said in 2019. Even a decade after he went missing, they still had not been able to give up hope on the possibility of finding him alive. And their hopes were raised when another missing child, Jamie Kloss, was found alive in Wisconsin. "I think he's still alive because I don't want to think something can happen," Antal Allant said in 2019. "I want to think he's still there." The Hopp family spent all of November 1st, 1955, harvesting sugar beets on their farm in Weld County, Colorado, located east of Longmont and southwest of Platteville. Just after 7 p.m., while they were having dinner inside their farmhouse, they heard a powerful explosion that shook every window in the home. When they looked outside, they heard the roar of engines and saw a ball of fire streaking through the sky. It appeared to be heading straight for them, and they initially feared it would hit their house, but its path shifted slightly before impact. 18-year-old Conrad Hopp ran outside with one of his brothers, but they lost sight of the flames as they fell behind some of the outbuildings on their farm. They jumped into Conrad's car, while their father and another brother took a farm truck. The two vehicles sped through the fields toward the outbuildings, dodging flaming debris as they went. When they reached an irrigation ditch, Conrad had to park the car, and he and his brother continued on foot. The brothers quickly realized that the engine noises and falling debris meant the ball of flames had been an airplane. They were not surprised when they saw the back of an airplane seat illuminated by the car's headlights when they stepped out. Conrad's brother climbed over a fence and ran toward the debris, calling back to Conrad to go get their coats from the house. As Conrad turned to return to the car, he saw the front of the airplane seat he had just glimpsed a moment earlier. He also saw that a person had been seated in it, their body still strapped in by the seatbelt. Within moments of the initial explosion, hundreds of calls came in to the Longmont Police Department. People who were close enough to have seen where the wreckage had gone down raced to the scene to try to help. The chief of police in Longmont, Keith Cunningham, dispatched every police officer and firefighter in town to the scene and called in the Colorado State Patrol. He had initially also ordered every ambulance in Longmont to drive out to the crash site. However, when the first police officers arrived on the scene, they radioed in that no ambulances would be necessary. No one had survived the crash. The downed plane was United Airlines 629, which had taken off at 6:52 p.m. from Stapleton Airport in Denver, en route to Portland, Oregon. 11 minutes after the DC-6B took off, the air traffic controllers in the tower at the airport noticed two bright white lights in the sky to north-northwest of the airport. The two lights fell towards the ground together, and the controllers then observed a flash as the two lights appeared to reach the ground. The controllers immediately began radioing all known air traffic in the area. United 629 was the only plane that did not respond. All 44 people on board the plane, 39 passengers and 5 crew members, were killed. The victims ranged in age from 13 months to 81 years. 13-month-old James Fitzpatrick II had been traveling with his mother Helen on their way to Japan to meet his father, who was serving in the military and had been obligated to leave for duty the day after his son's birth. 81-year-old Layla McLean lived in Portland and had been returning home after visiting her stepson in Connecticut. Alma Windsor had been traveling to Tacoma, Washington to help care for her son-in-law, who was suffering from polio. James and Sarah Dory were on their very first flight, traveling to Portland to see their son. Airman Second Class Jesse Sizemore was returning to his Air Force Base in Alaska after visiting his family in Alabama while on leave. 5 children lost both of their parents in the tragedy. A temporary morgue was set up at the National Guard Armory in Greeley, Colorado, north of the crash site, and bodies were taken there as they were located. 21 of the people who had been on the plane had their fingerprints on file, either because of their employment, naturalization, or military service, and the remaining individuals were identified by their friends or relatives, or by their personal effects. The Civil Aeronautics Board, along with personnel from United Airlines, investigated the crash with the full support of the FBI, who sent an expert from the FBI laboratory to the site the day after the crash at the board's request. 100 of people from the area showed up to the scene, many staring in stunned silence. Others helped with the investigation, locating bodies and helping with their recovery. Unfortunately, along with the well-meaning individuals who came to see what they could do to be of service came the looters who were seen stealing watches and other valuables off of the bodies of the victims. In response to this, the Weld County Sheriff's Office contacted the Colorado State College of Education in Greeley to recruit some of their students. Members of the Delta Psi fraternity came to stand guard around the field that contained the majority of the evidence from the crash, wearing their matching fraternity jackets so that they were identifiable to law enforcement. The full primary debris field of the crash covered 6 square miles. The tail portion of the plane had been found on a farm a mile and a half away from the main crash site, cleanly cut from the rest of the plane. The size of the debris field was an important clue for investigators. When a plane crashes while still in one piece, it results in a relatively small debris field. The fact that the debris field from Flight 629 was so large and the multiple pieces of its fuselage were spread over such a wide area indicated that it had somehow come apart while it was still in the air. For some of the local residents who were present where the tail of the plane had come down and were familiar with explosives because of their agricultural applications, the cause of the crash was clear, thanks to the distinctive firecracker-like smell left behind by exploded dynamite. The area surrounding the crash site was mapped out, and an extensive and detailed grid search was carried out looking for pieces of the plane or items that had been onboarded. Each item that was found had its location on the grid recorded before it was collected. The initial search area had to be expanded by several miles after hunters and other local residents reported finding parts of the plane and pieces of mail it had been carrying outside of the original parameters. The wreckage was taken to a warehouse at Stapleton Airport where a wood and wire mock-up of the fuselage of the plane had been constructed so that the pieces collected from the crash site could be affixed to it, allowing investigators to reconstruct the plane and to study where and how severely the fuselage had been damaged. The investigation quickly began supporting the notion that United 629 had not been brought down accidentally. No fatigue cracking or structural failings could be found, and records showed that the plane had received proper maintenance and that any concerns raised by pilots about the plane's operation had been addressed. Furthermore, the reconstruction of the fuselage showed that the recovered pieces from the plane grew progressively smaller as they reached a point in the number 4 cargo hold. The fragments closest to that spot were minuscule, and much of the area surrounding it was entirely missing, indicating that some sort of explosion had originated from that location. The scent of explosives lingered on pieces of the fuselage from the number 4 cargo hold, as well as on pieces of cargo known to have been conveyed in it. These pieces and items also had smudges on them that looked like soot. Chemical analysis of the soot-like deposits by the FBI laboratory revealed the presence of chemicals that will be left behind following the explosion of dynamite. Some of the examined items also had residue containing manganese dioxide, commonly found in dry cell batteries. 11 small pieces of material believed to have come from a 6-volt Eveready hotshot battery were found amongst the wreckage. Dynamite and batteries can be used in the construction of a bomb. As best as the Civil Aeronautics Board could determine from the various aspects of their investigation, the plane had been brought down by an explosion while it was functioning normally. They accepted the testimony of the controllers in the tower and placed the time of the explosion at 7:03 p.m. They believed that the second light the controllers saw was the result of the initial explosion causing a flare, which was part of the plane's standard equipment to ignite and separate from the plane. The explosion occurred 8 miles east of Longmont, Colorado, when the plane was approximately 10,800 feet above sea level, which was 5,782 feet above the terrain. 782 feet above the terrain. The report and the chemical analysis was not available until November 13th. But on November 7th, 6 days after the crash, the Chief of Investigations of the Civil Aeronautics Board had officially announced that there were indications that sabotage had been involved in the crash of United 629. He further asked the FBI to open a criminal investigation into the case, which they formally began the following day. There were initial concerns that a labor dispute may have been the motivation behind the bombing. Flight engineers had gone on strike, and Samuel Arthur, a a married father of two who worked as a pilot for United, was brought on to serve as United's 629th flight engineer at the last minute. Brad Bynum and his pregnant wife Carol were only on the doomed flight because their original flight had been canceled due to the strike. They were on their way home to Oregon from Amarillo, Texas, where they had been visiting Brad's to celebrate their first wedding anniversary. In addition to following up on the strike, the FBI began investigating everyone who had been on the plane, everyone who had reservations for the flight but canceled them just prior to it taking off, and everyone who still had a reservation for the flight but failed to report to board the plane. They looked into not only the passengers who boarded the plane at Denver, but everyone who had been on any part of the day's flight. Investigators were looking for indications that a passenger had brought the bomb onto the plane or that one of the passengers had been targeted, with whoever made the bomb disguising their murder with the larger tragedy. Insurance fraud was considered a possible motive for bringing down the plane. In 1955, commercial aviation was relatively new, and consumer confidence in flying was not as strong as it would ultimately become. It was therefore not unusual for people traveling by plane to purchase travel insurance before their trip. It would take time for authorities to search the records of every insurance company that offered flight insurance, but some policies on passengers of United 629 were quickly located. It was relatively common at the time for airports to have vending machines which dispensed flight insurance so passengers could purchase a policy to provide for their loved ones should their plane crash just before boarding. The passenger would insert a few quarters into the machine, which would then dispense the policy documents. The passenger would then fill out and sign the paperwork and deposit it through a slot into the same machine to be mailed out before they boarded their flight. Stapleton Airport had such a vending machine. 17 passengers aboard United 69 when it crashed had purchased these policies. The amounts provided by the policies ranged from $6,250 to the maximum amount offered, $62,500, which would be equivalent to more than $600,000 in 2021. An unlucky occurrence in Chicago proved fortuitous for investigators in Colorado as they tried to identify the source of the bomb. United Flight 69 was a daily scheduled flight from New York to Seattle that made stops in Chicago, Denver, and Portland. The crew changed in both Chicago and Denver. On the day of the crash, a baggage handler in Chicago lost his keys. He believed he lost them while loading Cargo Bay 4, a United 629, so the bag of Chandlers in Denver were contacted and asked to search that cargo bay for the lost keys. When the plane arrived at Stapleton Airport, everything was removed from Cargo Bay 4, with all the cargo not remaining in Denver being placed in other cargo holds so that the bay could be thoroughly searched. The baggage handlers never found the set of keys. As such, the only baggage in Cargo Bay for when the plane went down had originated in Denver, meaning the bomb had not been loaded onto the plane in New York or Chicago. Only a few pieces of passenger luggage had been put into the cargo bay at Denver. When they questioned the families of the victims, the FBI asked for a description of the items the passengers had been traveling with and the type of luggage they had carried them in. One of the bags known to have been loaded into Cargo Bay 4 was a large tattered suitcase reinforced with cables that belonged to a woman named Daisy King. 53-year-old Daisy owned a drive-in restaurant in West Denver and was traveling to visit her daughter Helen in Alaska for the holidays. Daisy had been required to pay a fee when she went to check her bag upon her arrival at the airport as the suitcase was 37 pounds over the airline's weight limit. Her family believed that the ammunition she was traveling with so that she could hunt caribou during her time in Alaska was a major reason why the bag had been so heavy. Almost none of the items Daisy's family believed to have been in the suitcase were found amongst the debris, and only the smallest of fragments of the suitcase were located. This suggested that Daisy's suitcase had been the piece of luggage closest to the explosion, potentially because it had contained the bomb. Numerous items belonging to Daisy King were located at the crash site. However, they were found on or near her body, and were small and important enough that it made sense that she would want to keep them with her during her flight rather than put them in her checked luggage. The items included $1,000 in traveler's checks, a list of addresses, personal letters, keys to and receipts for safety deposit boxes, and newspaper clippings about various members of her family. The clippings concerning Daisy's son, Jack, however, were not pleasant pieces of memorabilia, as they did not describe his accomplishments, but rather his criminal past. John Gilbert Graham, known as Jack, was born on January 23, 1932, the second of his mother Daisy's children. He had an older half-sister named Helen from his mother's first marriage. At the age of 16, Jack struck out on his own, forging his identity documents to say that he was older so that he could join the Coast Guard. He served from April of 1948 until January of 1949, and he was last stationed at the Coast Guard installation at Croton, Connecticut. He was honorably discharged after his true age was discovered, but a notation in his records shows that he had been absent without leave for 63 days during his time of service, meaning he was AWOL for almost a quarter of the time he was with the Coast Guard. Jack eventually returned to Denver and took a job as a payroll clerk at a manufacturing company. In March of 1951, he stole a checkbook from his employer and began forging the company owner's signature and cashing the checks at various businesses throughout Denver, ultimately stealing more than $4,000 the company. He spent the majority of the money he stole on alcohol and women. The rest of it was used to buy a convertible, which Jack soon used to leave town. Jack's whereabouts during the next several months are unknown, but he ultimately ended up in Lubbock, Texas, where he was arrested on September 11, 1951 for hauling whiskey in violation of Texas laws. Jack was only arrested after he ran a roadblock driving over 100 miles an hour and was shot at by authorities. He was then convicted on the bootlegging charge and spent 60 days in county jail. He was then released to the Denver County District Attorney's Office to face a forgery charge related to the bad checks and money he stole from his former employer. He was convicted of the forgery charge in November, but was only given a sentence of 5 years probation after his mother paid back $25,100 in restitution, and he agreed to pay back the remaining balance in installments. Jack made his monthly payments and visits to the probation officer consistently over the following few years. However, Jack's probation reports state that he did not appreciate the seriousness of the charge he had been convicted of, and that his mother was highly overprotective of him. Jack worked mainly as a heavy equipment mechanic and received his high school diploma after passing the entrance examination for the University of Denver. He was only a student at the university briefly, leaving the school with no degree but with a wife, Gloria. Jack's stepfather, Earl King, died of heart disease on October 16, 1954, leaving his mother, Daisy King, a substantial estate consisting largely of property and various business interests. Following her husband's death, Daisy went to Marco Island, Florida, to tend to a home she now owned there. In February of 1955, Daisy returned to Denver because Jack and his wife, Gloria, had just welcomed their second child. Daisy then purchased a home on West Mississippi Avenue, which was primarily to be used as the family home for Jack, Gloria, and their children. Daisy did create a basement apartment in the home, where she would reside when she was not to check up on her various business interests. That May, she also opened the Crown A Drive-In restaurant on South Federal Boulevard and hired her son to manage it. The FBI had interviewed hundreds of people connected to the passengers of United 629, searching for potential motives to harm one of them. This included friends, co-workers, and neighbors of Daisy King. At least 3 different people had told the FBI to investigate Jack Graham. While Daisy had provided Jack with a home and a business, the relationship she had with her son grew worse as their lives became more intertwined. Witnesses reported that Jack and Daisy fought like cats and dogs over business matters, and that Jack may have been stealing from the drive-in. Insurance money seems like an obvious motive for Jack to kill his mother. He initially told the FBI that he had purchased 3 flight insurance policies, all paying out the smallest amount offered at the airport. He, his half-sister Helen, and his aunt each were the beneficiaries of one of the policies. However, the FBI would discover the duplicates of these policies hidden in Jack's home during a search of it. While 2 of the policies were for the minimum amount of $6,250, the third, which listed Jack Graham as the beneficiary, was in fact for $37,500. Jack was also suspected of perpetrating other, smaller insurance schemes in the months before the plane crash. In July, his new Chevrolet pickup truck was hit by a train just after Jack jumped out of it. Jack claimed that the vehicle had stalled on the tracks. He tried to convince his insurance company to pay him cash for the damages, but they refused, only paying for the repairs directly. Then in early September, an explosion at the Crown resulted in over $1,200 worth of damage to the restaurant. In the early morning hours of Labor Day, someone unscrewed a fitting on the establishment's gas line, which ultimately resulted in the explosion once the accumulation of gas inside the restaurant reached the pilot light of its water heater. A few dollars worth of change had also been taken from the register, and several pieces of furniture had been broken prior to the explosion. Authorities and the insurance company were suspicious of the incident, but the insurance claim was ultimately paid and no arrests were made. The restaurant had still not reopened at the time of the crash of United 629, and Daisy was reportedly considering selling it. Other witnesses had reported to the FBI that Jack may have placed something in his mother's suitcase, a fact which he himself had not revealed in his initial interview with agents when he claimed to have no knowledge of what was in her luggage beyond the ammunition she was bringing for caribou hunting. Jack's wife, Gloria, told the FBI that on the day her mother-in-law boarded her flight, she had seen Jack walk into their home with a gift-wrapped package that was approximately 18 inches in length, 14 inches in width, and 3 inches in depth. Gloria assumed that the gift was a tool set used for making jewelry. Jack had told her, and one of their neighbors, that he wanted to purchase such a set of tools for his mother as a Christmas present because she enjoyed crafting items like small shells into pieces of jewelry. Gloria did not see her husband give the gift to his mother, but assumed he had as she had seen him take it to the basement where Daisy had been packing for her trip. The FBI grew increasingly suspicious of Jack Graham as the investigation went on. On Saturday, November 12th, 11 days after the plane crash, they called him and asked him to come to their office the following day to identify some of the small fragments of luggage believed to have come from his mother's bags. Jack and Gloria Graham arrived at the office the following day around noon, still dressed in their Sunday best from church that morning. After they identified the luggage fragments, agents informed Gloria that they wished to speak to her husband further about the investigation, but that she could return home to her 2 young children, which she did. The FBI agents then questioned Jack about the Christmas gift for his mother. Jack claimed that he had never purchased the tool set he had been talking about because he had learned that the set would not work for Daisy's specific needs. Seemingly unaware that his wife seen him with the wrapped package and told the agents about it, he claimed that Gloria must have just assumed he purchased the set simply because he had previously discussed it with her. Jack was also questioned about the travel insurance policies on his mother's life purchased at the airport just prior to her boarding the plane. Jack claimed that he must have thrown the policies in the trash at the airport because he had never received the policy naming him as the beneficiary in the mail as he should have. FBI agents then went to the Graham home and obtained a signed statement from Gloria specifically about the details of her previous statement that did not line up with the information her husband was now providing. Jack was then presented with this statement and told that, based on the discrepancies between his statements and his wife's, he was being considered a suspect in the bombing of United 629. Miranda rights and the Miranda warning, as we know them today, would not exist for more than another decade after Jack Graham's interrogation, but he was advised that he did not have to speak with the FBI agents and that any statements he did make could be used against him in court. He was also told that he had the right to request an attorney at any time, but he never chose to. Jack did sign a statement saying he would take a polygraph examination and another consenting to a search of his home, property, and automobiles. The searches were carried out immediately. It was during this search of his home that the travel insurance policy valued at $37,500 was found hidden in a chest in a bedroom. Agents also found a small roll of copper wire with yellow insulation, consistent with the type used in primer caps in the shirt pocket of Jack's work clothes. FBI agents spent the next several hours interviewing Jack, sending out other agents to investigate what he said, and then presenting him with evidence disproving what he had told them. This cycle repeated several times. When Jack was presented with the evidence from the FBI laboratory about the fragments of wreckage recovered from the crash scene, Jack confessed, but not to the bombing of the plane. Rather, he admitted to causing the explosion at the drive-in and to intentionally letting his truck be struck by a train. Just after midnight, Agent James R. Wagoner told Jack, "You've been lying to us all night. We are going to charge you with this crime. Why not make it easy for us?" Jack replied simply, "Where do you want me to start?" and confessed to building the bomb and causing the crash of United 629. He would sign a 5-page statement confessing to his involvement. Between the statement Jack made that night, later confessions to prison psychiatrists, and statements made by Gloria Graham, We have a fairly detailed account of Jack's actions in the hours just before and just after the bombing. Jack had been working as a mechanic on the graveyard shift following the explosion at the drive-in, so he had spent most of the day of November 1st, 1955 sleeping after a shift at work. He woke up just before 5 p.m. and began preparing to take his mother to the airport for her flight. Because she would be in Alaska for so long, Daisy was going to store her 1955 Chevrolet at the Denver Motor Hotel while she was away. Jack sent his family with Daisy in her car, telling his mother to leave her luggage for him to load into his car before he followed. After his family left in Daisy's car, Jack opened his mother's suitcase. He removed her bathrobe and a quilted lavender bag, which held Jack's wedding pictures, and 2 antique brass lasks from the suitcase. In place of those items, he placed a bomb he had previously constructed, which was made of 25 sticks of dynamite, 2 blasting caps, a timer, and a 6-volt battery. 1 stick of dynamite would have been enough to bring down the plane his mother was about to board. He included 2 blasting caps, just in case one failed. Jack then loaded the luggage into his own car and began driving to meet his family. They got into his car at the motor hotel and began driving to the airport. Daisy thought it took her son too long to finally meet them at the motor and was concerned he was going to make her miss her 6:30 flight. When they reached the airport, Jack dropped Daisy, Gloria, and his children off at the terminal before going to park his car. As Jack was taking his mother's luggage out of the car, he reached into his mother's suitcase and turned the dial on the timer connected to the bomb. He brought the suitcase into the airport and carried it to the check-in desk for his mother. Daisy was upset to learn the bag was 37 pounds over the airline's weight limit, and she would be required to pay a $27 fine in order to have it loaded onto the plane. She briefly considered removing some of the items from the suitcase and having them shipped to Alaska, but Jack convinced her that she would need all of her things upon her arrival. Daisy paid the fee, and the suitcase was loaded into Cargo Bay 4 of United 629. After purchasing flight insurance at the airport's vending machine, the family went to the boarding gate. There, Gloria Graham recognized Sally Schofield, with whom she had attended a Methodist church camp a few years earlier. 24-year-old Sally was less than a month away from her wedding to a pilot for United. Sally also worked for the airline as a stewardess, but was off-duty and traveling as a passenger that day. She was traveling with another off-duty stewardess, Barbara Cruz, to Barbara's hometown of Seattle. Jack, Gloria, and their children watched Daisy board her plane and went to the observation deck to watch it take off. They then went to dinner in the airport coffee shop. After he ate, Jack went to the bathroom and threw up. As the Grahams were leaving, they overheard an employee mention something about a plane crash. When they asked him about it, he had no further information beyond the fact that he had heard that the plane had been flying for United. Jack called the airline after he arrived home to confirm his mother's plane had in fact gone down. He was the first relative of a United 629 passenger to inquire about the fate of the flight. An airline official informed him that United 629 had in fact crashed and that all on board, including his mother, were presumed dead. "Well, that's the way it goes," Jack said in response to the news. The United agent called the Graham home back half an hour later to obtain more information about King. Gloria Graham answered the call. When the agent asked to speak with her husband, she told him Jack was unavailable. He had gone to bed right after being told of his mother's death and was already sound asleep. Based on the nature of criminal history and his admitted propensity for insurance fraud, money would appear to be his obvious motive for bombing the plane. In addition to the insurance policy, Jack also stood to inherit a large portion of his mother's estate upon her death. Daisy's estate was valued at between $100,000 and $150,000, which will be equivalent to $1 million to $1,500,000 today. While the money he would receive if his mother died almost certainly played a role in his decision to bomb the plane, he also had a personal motive to want to kill his mother. When describing watching the plane take off, knowing that his mother and everyone else on board it would soon be dead, he told the FBI agents, "I watched her go off for the last time. I felt happier than I ever felt in my life." While Daisy was involved in almost every aspect of Jack's life at the time of her death, she had not consistently been active in her son's life, a fact which had caused Jack a great deal of distress as a child and resulted in years of resentment towards his mother. Jack's father, William Graham, had been Daisy's second husband. He died when Jack was 3 years old, although he had separated from Daisy more than a year before his death. Jack had been sent to live with his grandmother following his parents' separation so that his mother could take what work she could find during the Great Depression, and his half-sister Helen was taken in by a religious school. After Jack's grandmother passed away, he was sent to the Clayton College for Boys, an orphanage for fatherless boys in Denver. While the orphanage was considered progressive at the time and offered the boys who lived there an education and some degree of freedom, Jack wanted to be reunited with his mother, Daisy. Daisy's financial situation. Daisy's financial situation improved greatly in 1941 when she married a wealthy rancher named Earl King. Jack ran away from the orphanage to try to reunite with his mother several times, but she would always send him back. Jack was allowed to spend holiday breaks with his mother at his stepfather's ranch, but would always be sent back to the orphanage when classes started again. The amount of time and money Daisy would put into her relationship with her son as he got older seemingly did little to make up for her absence from his younger life. The number of lives he would take in his pursuit of revenge against his mother meant nothing to Jack. Jack was aware that 50 or 60 people could be carried on the plane, but the number of people to be killed made no difference to me, he would later tell prison psychiatrists. Could have been a 1,000. When their time comes, there is nothing they can do about it. In 1955, there were no federal laws prohibiting the bombing of a commercial aircraft. The only charge the FBI could bring against Jack Graham was sabotaging an aircraft during peacetime. On November 14, 1955, a special agent from the FBI filed a complaint before the U.S. Commissioner in Denver charging Jack Graham with sabotage. Jack could not make his bond and remained in custody. However, this charge carried a maximum sentence of 10 years, hardly an acceptable prison term for a bombing that took 44 lives. Therefore, federal authorities agreed to turn Jack over to the state of Colorado. On November 17th, he was charged in the state court with the murder of his mother and held without bond. While this single murder charge did not address the full scope of the crimes Jack committed, it would make him eligible for the death penalty, were he successfully convicted of it. The bombing of United 629 did not go exactly as Jack had planned. The plane had taken off 22 minutes later than scheduled because it was waiting for a passenger. Harold Sandstead, President Eisenhower's Deputy Secretary for Public Health, was booked on United 629. He had been traveling to make a speech at the University of Oregon. His flight into Denver from Washington, D.C. had been delayed, so United 629 waited in Denver until he arrived and made his connection. If United 629 had taken off on schedule, the timer would have gone off and the bomb would have exploded while the plane was over the Medicine Bow Mountains. United had lost another plane to a crash on October 6, 1955, when United 409 crashed into Medicine Bow Peak, killing all 66 people on board. United had also lost 2 other planes in that mountain range in the past decade. If the plane had gone down in the mountains, the crash site may not have been accessible until the following spring, compromising the evidence and potentially obscuring the true cause of the crash. The ongoing investigation after Jack's arrest would show that he had begun making preparations to bring down United 69 within days of the most recent United crash in the mountains. Jack had approached the owner of an electrical company asking for a job, which he said he would work for only a nominal amount of money in hopes of gaining more experience in the electrical field. The owner agreed to employ Jack for a week, and when that term was over, Jack asked him several questions about how to obtain a timer that worked with a battery and did not go beyond 2 hours. The owner advised him on what to ask for at the appliance store. Authorities were also able to track down the locations where Jack had purchased the various components of the bomb, like the dynamite, and the merchants were able to identify Jack or pick his picture out of a lineup as the person they had sold the materials to in October of 1955. Investigators also learned that Jack had ranted to a credit manager from Chevrolet about how easy it would be to blow up a plane and how he had observed the baggage handling operation Stapleton Airport and believed getting a bomb on board a plane would be a simple endeavor. He made these statements after being unable to pay the $50 deductible on his insurance policy following his truck being hit by a train. In the incident he would later admit to have orchestrated intentionally. He told the credit manager he could not make the payment because his bank account was a joint account with his mother and the funds were tied up. According to Jack's half-sister Helen, following the plane crash, Jack had made jokes both to her and to Gloria Graham about the shotgun shells in their mother's luggage going off inside of the plane and everyone on board jumping around to avoid them before the plane went down. Such insensitive remarks from her half-brother had not been shocking to Helen. However, as for the past several years she had not wanted to be around Jack because she knew him to be mentally unstable and violent. Jack had lived with Helen and her husband for a time in Alaska after he found a job there, and he had relayed to her one day that after he grew frustrated because he was having difficulty loosening a bolt from a piece of equipment, he had instead found a stick of dynamite and simply blown it off. Jack had also attacked Helen on 2 separate occasions. He had tried to attack her with a hammer before she was able to lock herself in a room to get away from him on one, and he had knocked her down on the other, kneeing her in the chest with such force that it damaged her ribs. Just a few months before the plane crash, Helen had witnessed Jack exhibit similar violent and irrational behavior towards his wife Gloria. Jack had gone to sleep, and Gloria was not with him when he woke up. She had been playing cards with Helen and Daisy. When Jack found her, he hit her several times and made his mother fear that he would strike her as well. While Jack confessed to the bombing, he quickly changed his story, recanting the confession in an interview that appeared in the Rocky Mountain News just 4 days after he made it. Jack was arraigned on the murder charge in Denver District Court on December 9, 1955 and entered pleas of innocent and innocent by reason of insanity before, during, and after the alleged commission of the crime. However, only pleas of innocent and innocent by reason of insanity at the time of the alleged crime were accepted by the court. Jack was then sent to a psychiatric hospital where he was ordered to be examined by 4 psychiatrists, 2 chosen by his defense team and 2 appointed by the court. During one of these evaluations, he maintained his innocence and provided a bizarre explanation as to why he had said he was responsible for bombing United 629. Jack claimed that he had gotten the idea to confess to bombing the plane with dynamite from a picture hanging in the office he had been in at the time. The picture showed FBI agents digging up a hidden supply of explosives after apprehending Nazi saboteurs in Florida during World War II. All 4 psychiatrists found Jack to be legally sane. Jack was then returned to the Denver County Jail, where he remained for several weeks and was a model prisoner. However, he then attempted suicide on February 10, 1956, and was transferred to the psychiatric ward at Colorado General Hospital. During his time at the hospital, Jack reverted back to taking credit for the bombing of United 69. He was very open with the psychiatrists about his guilt in the crime, his motives for committing it, his feelings about killing so many people, and the details of how he had carried out the bombing. Jack did not change his plea in court, however, and his trial began in April of 1956. The case set a Colorado state record for the number of jurors examined for a trial, with 231 jurors questioned before the 12 jurors, 7 men and 5 women, were selected. A major contributing factor to this large number of potential jurors was the extensive coverage the case had on the media, which had led to many people already having a firm opinion about Jack's guilt or innocence. Public interest in the case was still high when the trial began, with members of all forms of the media making special preparations to cover it. The trial was one of the first in the United States in which television cameras were allowed inside of the courtroom, although they were not allowed to broadcast live. Every day, hundreds of people spent hours waiting outside the courtroom clamoring for a seat inside. The guard at the door did save 1 seat every day for a young woman who arrived promptly at 9 a.m. each day of the trial. She was the widow of one of the pilots of United 629. The prosecution called more than 80 witnesses and entered 174 exhibits into evidence. Jack's initial 5-page confession was read aloud in court, and witnesses provided testimony about his contradictory statements and incriminating purchases. Members of the ground crew at the airport confirmed that the plane had been in proper working order at takeoff, and members of the Civil Aeronautics Board, representatives of the Douglas Aircraft Corporation, and employees of United Airlines detailed the collection and preservation of the pieces of wreckage from the crash site, and how they had determined where the explosion had originated. An expert from the FBI laboratory testified to the laboratory's identification of the chemical residue and battery fragments. The prosecution's case was detailed and thorough. The defense case was far less robust, and they only had 8 witnesses to call. With few other options, Jack's lawyers did attempt to have evidence and testimony from the FBI excluded from the trial. On 9th day of the trial, they were granted a hearing in federal court, during which they argued that the evidence provided by the FBI had been illegally obtained because Jack had not been advised of his rights before he was questioned and his property was searched. FBI agents testified that he had been advised of his rights and provided 8 waivers signed by Jack before any searches were conducted. The judge dismissed the motion and the proceedings in state court continued. Jack Graham had made grandiose claims to the press before his trial began about how his testimony would refute all of the evidence against him and prove his innocence. He ultimately did not testify at the trial. On May 4, 1956, the jury returned with a verdict after deliberating for just 69 minutes. They found Jack Gilbert Graham guilty of his mother's murder. He was sentenced to die in the gas chamber. Jack's conviction did little to ruin the calm and disinterested mood he had maintained throughout his trial. It also failed to inspire any pity for his victims in him. Following his conviction, he told a reporter from Time magazine, "As far as feeling remorse for those people, I can't help it. Everybody pays their way and takes their chances. That's just the way it goes." Jack had seemingly no interest in delaying his execution, but his attorneys filed motions and appeals on his behalf against his wishes. When they tried to get Jack a new trial, Jack took the stand and told the judge he did not want a new trial or for his conviction to be reviewed by the state Supreme Court. Jack's execution was stayed after his attorneys filed another appeal without his consent, but the Colorado Supreme Court upheld Jack's conviction and set his execution for January of 1957. While the bombing of United 629 would have a profound and devastating impact on the loved ones its passengers left behind for the rest of their lives, the life of the man responsible for it would end just 14 months after the plane was brought down. On Friday, January 11, 1957, Jack was taken to the gas chamber at the Colorado State Penitentiary. He was stripped down to his underwear, had a black mask placed over his eyes, and was strapped to a steel chair. Warden Harry Tinsley said God bless Jack after he strapped him to the chair, and Jack responded with thank you. After the gas was released into the chamber, Jack began coughing and then screaming before succumbing to the gas. He died 11 minutes after the gas entered the chamber, his death mirroring the deaths of his 44 victims who were senselessly killed when an explosion brought down their plane 11 minutes after it took off. Around 5 p.m. on June 17, 2013, a young man was jogging through an industrial park in North Attleboro, Massachusetts, when something unusual caught his eye. Investigating further, he discovered the body of a young man, later identified as 27-year-old Odin Lloyd. An autopsy revealed that Lloyd had been fatally shot 6 times. By the following day, June 18th, authorities had connected Odin Lloyd to 23-year-old Aaron Hernandez, a local football star. Hernandez was an NFL tight end, drafted by the New England Patriots in the 4th round in 2010. He was engaged to Shayana Jenkins, his partner since 2007. They welcomed a daughter in 2012 and had been living together since 2011. Hernandez had met Odin Lloyd through Shayana, as Lloyd was dating her sister, Shania Jenkins. The two were reported to have become fast friends. Police would later find surveillance footage of Odin Lloyd getting into a car with Hernandez on the morning of June 17th, with 2 other men later identified as Carlos Ortiz and Ernest Wallace. Phone records would show that Hernandez had contacted Wallace the day before the shooting, asking him to come to his house. Police looked into the rental car that had been seen on security camera footage, and they found the vehicle belonged to a local enterprise rental company. They located the vehicle and dusted it for prints and checked for additional evidence. After this, Aaron Hernandez was served with a search warrant for his home, and when asked to relinquish his cell phone, he gave them a broken phone. Police also questioned why Hernandez had his house cleaners come on June 17th, the day Odin's body was discovered and not the normal cleaning day. DNA found at the scene connected Hernandez to the crime scene. A wad of bubble gum was found on one of the shell casings found at the scene. The prosecution was gathering a substantial amount of evidence, all of which pointed to Aaron Hernandez. Hernandez was arrested on June 26, 2013, and charged with first-degree murder. The New England Patriots released him that day from his contract. The New England Patriots would also do an unheard-of jersey exchange in July 2013, offering people the opportunity to exchange their Hernandez jerseys for something else, and 100 showed up to do so. Police believe that Aaron Hernandez and his friends picked Odin Lloyd up early on June 17th to hang out as they often did. However, Hernandez had other plans. They drove him out to the industrial park, had Lloyd get out of the vehicle before they shot him 6 times, then spat his gum on the ground before driving back to his house, leaving Lloyd there. And a lot of what happened that day is still unknown, as witnesses and Hernandez have not talked about the actual events. The case would move quickly after the arrest of Ortiz and Wallace on June 27, 2013. Initially, they were charged as accessories to murder. However, later they were charged with first-degree murder as well. Walls would go to trial and be acquitted for murder, but convicted of being an accessory after the fact. He was sentenced to 4.5 years to 7 years in prison. Ortiz would change his plea to guilty and be convicted of accessory after the fact. He was also sentenced to 4.5 to 7 years. Next would be Tanya Singleton, a cousin of Hernandez. They connected her to the crimes via a car that may have been involved in another incident from 2012. Singleton also refused to testify against Hernandez. She was fighting cancer then. She would be indicted on charges of criminal contempt and conspiracy to commit accessory after the fact. She would plead guilty to criminal conduct and be put on probation, having to wear an ankle monitor. It had been reported that she died of cancer in 2015. Hernandez would plead not guilty. His trial would start on January 9, 2015. While awaiting trial, evidence would come up of Hernandez's involvement in a double homicide in Boston. Hernandez would be indicted on the double homicide from Boston in 2014 and would also plead not guilty. In the Odin Lloyd case, he would be found guilty of first-degree murder on April 15, 2015. In Massachusetts, the only sentence for first-degree murder is life in prison without the possibility of parole. He was incarcerated in the Sousa Baranowski Correctional Center. However, this was not the end of Aaron Hernandez's legal problems. He would be indicted in a shooting from 2013 of a man named Alexander Bradley, who was a friend of Hernandez. It's believed that he shot him because he was involved with Hernandez in the 2012 double homicide in Boston. Alexander Bradley had been shot in the face, losing an eye, but survived the attack. On April 14, 2017, Hernandez was found not guilty of the double murder. But 5 days later, Aaron Hernandez was found dead, hanging in his cell. He used a bedsheet to commit suicide. At the time, prison officials did not consider him a suicide risk, and he'd not been put on round-the-clock watch. After his death, they did an autopsy, and they would find that Hernandez had a severe case, chronic traumatic encephalopathy, also known as CTE, which is a brain condition thought to be linked to repeated head injuries and blows to the head. It slowly gets worse over time and leads to dementia, but the right help with treatment and support can manage the symptoms. It is believed that this may have attributed to his declining mental health and his suicide. After his death, his lawyers filed a motion to vacate his conviction, citing abatement ab initio. Under Massachusetts law, this principle asserts that when a criminal defendant dies but has not exhausted all legal appeals, the case reverts to a status at the beginning. The conviction is vacated. The defendant is rendered innocent. Hernandez had been in the process of appealing the Odelloy conviction. The motion was initially granted in May 2017, however. The conviction was later reinstated in 2019 by the Supreme Court, stating that ab initio is outdated. After his death, reports would come out that Hernandez had been secretly gay and had come out to his mother and girlfriend while in jail. An old high school classmate would confirm that they had a relationship during high school. Hernandez was deeply ashamed of his attraction to men. He had been sexually abused as a child by a babysitter for years, and while on prison calls, he often went on homophobic rants. His self-hatred got worse with the decline of his mental health. After his incarceration, he also became deeply religious. It was an aspect of his life that he struggled with: the childhood trauma, his sexuality, and his religious beliefs. There have been some speculation on whether Odin Lloyd had found out either about the double homicide or Hernandez hiding his sexuality, and that may have been the motive for the murder. However, it is also revealed that Hernandez abused illicit substances, especially during the off-season, and was prone to bouts of paranoia, mood swings, and violent agitation. We will likely never know what happened that prompted the murder of Odin Lloyd. Thank you for joining us on this journey into the depths of unsolved mysteries. Cold cases not only challenge our understanding of the past, but also ignite our curiosity and determination for answers. Remember to subscribe to stay updated on our latest investigations. And if you have any information regarding the cases we've covered, don't hesitate to reach out. Together, we can shed light on the shadows of the past and bring closure to those who seek it. Until next time, stay vigilant, stay curious, and never stop seeking the truth.